My friend, let me ask you something today. What do you do when life itself seems to corner you with the impossible? What do you do when the doctor shakes his head and says there's no cure left to try? What do you do when your wallet is empty, your heart is weary, your family is breaking apart, and every door you knock on stays shut? What do you do when the weight of life pushes you to your knees and every whisper around you says, "It's over"? I tell you, lift your eyes to heaven, for the same God who scattered the stars and spoke light into being knows the silent cry of your heart, even in the middle of what feels impossible. He hears the prayers you can't put into words. He counts the tears that fall unseen in the darkness. He knows your every longing, your every need, even the ones that seem unreachable. And He alone holds the power to make what seems impossible bow to His will. There is no darkness so deep that God's light cannot pierce through. No wall so high that He cannot bring it down with a single word. No storm so violent that He cannot calm it with His breath. The impossible is not the end of your story. It is where the glory of God begins to shine. It is the place where human strength collapses and divine power rises. Many of you listening today are burdened under the weight of circumstances that you cannot change. You have prayed, you have waited, and you have asked, where is the breakthrough? Where is the answer? Hear me now. Just because you don't see movement doesn't mean God is not working. Just because the ground looks barren doesn't mean the seed is not sprouting underneath. Just because the night feels long doesn't mean the dawn is not on its way. God knows your desire even when the situation looks impossible, and He has not forgotten you. Do you know why God allows you to face the impossible? Because it is in those moments that you discover who He really is. When all human help is gone, when every option fails, when every friend turns away, then you find that God is enough. You may have thought your faith was strong when the path was easy, but faith is not proven in comfort. It is proven in crisis. Faith is not revealed on the mountaintop. It is revealed in the valley. And God knows exactly what He is doing. He knows your heart's desire. He knows the prayers you have whispered in the stillness of the night. He knows the longing that burns inside of you, the need that others cannot see, the dream you have carried for years. And God is saying to you today, do not be afraid, do not give up. I am the God of the impossible. Some of you are listening right now and you have been carrying an unfulfilled desire for years. Maybe it is the desire to see your family restored. Maybe it is the desire to rise out of poverty. Maybe it is the desire to walk in peace when your mind has been tormented. Maybe it is the desire to break free from a chain that has held you for too long. And you say to yourself, this is impossible. But I am here to declare to you what is impossible with men is possible with God. The doctors may not have the cure, but God holds the keys of life and death. The judges may not give you justice, but God is the judge of all the earth, and He does not sleep. The doors of opportunity may be locked to you, but God is the one who opens doors no man can shut. He knows your desire, and He is not limited by the word impossible. The reason many of us faint in the waiting is because we think God has forgotten us. But God does not forget. God does not misplace His people. God does not miscalculate His timing. God does not overlook your prayers. The waiting season is not wasted, lo. It is the season in which God shapes you, molds you, prepares you for what is coming. You think you are standing still, but God is working beneath the surface. You think nothing is changing, but God is aligning circumstances you cannot see. He is moving hearts, shifting atmospheres, removing obstacles, breaking chains. And when the time is right, the very thing you thought could never happen will break forth like a flood. Your desire is not hidden from Him. Your tears are not wasted. Your faith is not in vain. I want you to think about this. When a child cries in the night, the parent hears. Even if the house is filled with noise, the parent recognizes the sound of that child. And if an earthly parent can respond to the cry of their child, how much more will God respond to the cry of His people? Your cries do not go unnoticed. Your prayers do not rise into emptiness. They ascend before the throne of the Almighty, and He bends His ear to listen. The silence of heaven is not the absence of God. It is the preparation of something greater than you imagined. He knows your desire in the impossible situation, and He is not silent forever. Sometimes God allows the situation to grow darker so that when the breakthrough comes, no one can say it was human strength. Sometimes God lets the odds stack against you so that when the victory arrives, everyone will know it was His hand. Sometimes He waits until the last moment so that the glory will belong to Him alone. That is why your impossible situation is not a curse. It is an opportunity for God to show His greatness. You may feel weak, but God is strong. You may feel small, but God is infinite. You may feel forgotten, but God's eyes are always on you. When the world says finished, God says not yet. When the enemy says impossible, God says, watch me work, my friend. Hear me closely. When you look at your life and see the mountain that will not move, when you stare at the river that you cannot cross, when the giant in front of you seems stronger than anything you have ever faced, I want you to remember one thing. God knows. God knows your pain, your hunger, your desire, your prayer. He knows the secret longing of your heart. He knows the very thing you have been afraid to speak aloud. He knows what weighs you down in the night and what steals your peace in the day. And He does not only know, He has already measured it, already written the answer, already carved the pathway that will lead you out of what seems impossible. Many people say, I want God to remove the impossible situation. But beloved, sometimes God does not remove it. He transforms it. Sometimes He does not erase the mountain. He gives you the strength to climb it. Sometimes He does not dry up the river. He builds the bridge that carries you across. Sometimes He does not silence the storm. He anchors your soul so deeply in Him that the storm loses its power to destroy you. This is why you must never judge God by your present circumstance. He is bigger than what you see. He is wiser than what you know, and He knows what is good for you even when you cannot understand why the delay is long or why the road is difficult. His knowledge surpasses the wisdom of all men, and His timing is perfect. Let me tell you, desire is not something that hides from God. Desire is something He Himself placed within you. The very dream that burns in your spirit, the very hunger that drives you to your knees, that very ache in your soul, it was not placed there by accident. God put it there. And if He placed it within you, then He intends to fulfill it in His time and His way. Your desire may look impossible, but the one who gave you breath also gave you purpose. And purpose will never be denied when it is rooted in God. That is why you must never confuse delay with denial. Just because the blessing has not arrived yet does not mean it is not coming. Just because the healing has not manifested yet does not mean it is not on the way. Just because the door is still closed does not mean the key is not in God's hand. The reason some of you are broken right now is because you have been staring at the size of your problem instead of the size of your God. You have been measuring your situation by human ability instead of divine power. You have been listening to the voice of doubt instead of the voice of faith. But I came to tell you today, God is not intimidated by your impossibility. God is not limited by the laws of nature, by the verdict of men, by the reports of experts, or by the limits of time. When He decides to move, nothing can stop him. When he chooses to open a door, no one can shut it. When he speaks life into a dead situation, even the grave must give way. Impossible is not in the vocabulary of God. And let me say this, God often uses impossibility to reveal His greatness to you. If life were easy, you would never learn to depend on Him. If every prayer were answered instantly, you would never grow in faith. If every mountain melted away at the first sign of struggle, you would never learn perseverance. But God allows the impossible to stretch you, to refine you, to deepen your trust, to strengthen your spirit, and to reveal to you that He is not a small God who works only in the shallow waters. He is the God of the deep, the God of the storm, the God of the wilderness, the God of the midnight hour. He is with you when the road is clear, and He is with you when the path is blocked. He is present when the sun shines, and He is present when the night seems endless. And all the while He knows your desire. Do you know what God is teaching you in the waiting? He is teaching you that your desire must not become your idol. Too often people love the blessing more than the giver. They crave the miracle more than the one who performs it. They want the gift more than they want the presence of God. And so in His mercy, God delays because He wants your heart first. He wants your trust first. He wants you to love Him not only for what He can give, but for who He is. And when He sees that your heart clings to Him more than to the outcome, that your faith rests in Him more than in the desire, that your joy is found in Him more than in the answer, that is when He releases the impossible into your hands. Some of you are asking, why has it taken so long? Let me tell you, time is not the enemy when God holds it. Time is the tool He uses to prepare you, to prepare the blessing, and to prepare the people around you. Some blessings are delayed because God is protecting you. Some are delayed because He is strengthening you. Some are delayed because the blessing itself is not ready yet. If He gave it too soon, it would crush you. If He answered too quickly, you might mishandle it. If He opened the door before you were mature, the very thing you prayed for could destroy you. But when the fullness of time arrives, what looked impossible will unfold in a way that leaves no doubt it was God and God alone. Beloved, I want to stir your faith today. Do not let your impossibility become your identity. Do not label yourself by your struggle. You are not defined by your lack, your sickness, your brokenness, or your failure. You are defined by the God who created you. And that God is faithful. He has not abandoned you. He has not overlooked you. He has not turned His face away from you. He is closer to you in the impossible than you realize. He is whispering to your heart even now, do not be afraid, do not lose hope. I am with you and I know your desire. My friend, there is something you must understand. Oh, the impossible situation you face is not designed to destroy you. It is designed to reveal God's strength in you. The valley you walk through may feel endless. The walls around you may feel suffocating, but God is the one who walks into the fire with you, and He never lets the flames consume you. You may think you are alone, but you are not. You may think your cries vanish into the night, but every whisper of your heart is carried straight to the throne of the Almighty. He knows your desire before you speak it, before you shape it into words, before you even recognize it yourself. He is closer than your very breath, and He has already seen the outcome long before you began the battle. There are moments when God allows the desire to remain unfulfilled for a time. Not because He delights in your struggle, but because He wants to draw you deeper into trust. The truth is this: your relationship with God is not tested when life is comfortable, but when life is unbearable. Anyone can say they trust God when the cupboards are full, when the children are healthy, when the body is strong. But what happens when the cupboards are empty? When sickness enters the home? When strength fades away? That is where trust is refined like fire. That is where faith ceases to be theory and becomes the very foundation you stand on. And when you hold on in those moments, you declare to every power of darkness and every whisper of doubt, I believe God even when I cannot see Him. I believe He knows my desire even when the answer has not yet come. Too often people give up in the waiting. They think silence means absence, but silence is not absence. It is preparation. God is not delaying because He is careless. He is delaying because He is perfect. He is positioning you, aligning circumstances, removing people who would harm you, and building strength in your spirit that you did not know you had. Think of this. A tree planted in shallow soil will collapse when the winds blow. But a tree whose roots have been forced to go deep into the ground will stand no matter what storm comes. And so it is with you. God sometimes withholds the quick answer so that your roots of faith will grow deep, so that when the blessing comes, you will be able to carry it with strength and gratitude, not with pride and weakness. Never forget this. God is not only the God of beginnings, He is the God of completion. He does not start what He cannot finish. If He has placed a desire in your heart, He will bring it to pass in the way that honors Him and fulfills you. Some of you are carrying visions that look dead. You once had a dream, a hope, a fire that burned inside you, but disappointment poured cold water over it, and now you barely dare to believe again. But God specializes in resurrecting what looks finished. He breathes life where men declare death. He restores what time has broken. He lifts up what the world has cast down. And if you would dare to believe again, if you would dare to trust again, you will see that God has not forgotten what He placed inside you. Your desire is alive in His presence, even when it looks buried in your reality. And let me tell you this. Sometimes God answers not by removing the situation, but by transforming you in the middle of it. You may think the desire is only for a change in circumstance, but God is using that very circumstance to shape your character. You pray for the problem to be removed, but God is making you stronger than the problem. You pray for the door to open, but God is building endurance in you so that when the door does open, you will not crumble under the weight of the blessing. Your desire is not forgotten, but God is preparing you to carry it with wisdom and humility. What use is a blessing if you are not ready for it? What use is freedom if you do not know how to walk in it? God will not give you a gift that destroys you. He will only give you a gift that matures you, strengthens you, and brings glory to His name. Some of you are wrestling in the midnight hour saying, God, do you see me? Do you hear me? Do you know how much this means to me? And the answer is yes. He sees, He hears, He knows. But hear me clearly. God does not work according to your clock. He does not bend to your schedule. He is eternal. He knows the exact second when the answer must arrive, and He will never be late. You may feel pressed to the limit, but you will not break because He has measured the weight of your trial, and He knows exactly how much you can carry. You may feel you are at the edge, but that edge is not the end. It is the place where God's hand will lift you. Do not despise the impossible, for the impossible is the place where miracles are born. Do not curse the delay, for the delay is the place where faith matures. Do not run from the struggle, for the struggle is the place where your spirit learns to depend fully on God. You see, your desire is not simply about what you want. It is about who you are becoming. God is not only concerned with giving you the blessing, He is concerned with making you the kind of person who can honor Him with the blessing. And so He watches, He waits, He strengthens, He refines. And when the moment comes, the blessing will not be just an answer to prayer. It will be a testimony that God is faithful, that God sees, that God remembers. My friend, I must tell you this with fire in my soul. When God places you in an impossible situation, it is not to shame you. It is to shape you. The impossible is not God's way of abandoning you. It is His way of revealing Himself to you. For it is only in the furnace that gold is purified. It is only in the wilderness that strength is built. It is only in the midnight hour that faith learns to see in the dark. And God knows your desire. He knows the weight you carry. He knows the dream you nurture in secret. And He has not forgotten you. Do not mistake silence for neglect. Do not confuse waiting for rejection. God's silence is not absence. It is strategy. Just because He has not moved yet does not mean He is idle. Even when the surface looks still, beneath the soil roots are spreading, foundations are being laid, preparations are being made. God works in ways unseen so that when the answer bursts forth, it will come suddenly, powerfully, undeniably. You may feel like your story has reached its final page, but remember, God still holds the pen and the ink has not run dry. What looks impossible is simply the platform where His greatness will be revealed. Let me remind you, God is never confined by the circumstances surrounding you. People are limited by resources, by time, by strength. But God has no limits. He speaks things into existence that have never been seen before. He carves roads through wilderness and makes rivers flow through dry ground. He causes light to burst forth in the darkest night. And if He could create the universe out of nothing, He can rebuild your future from the pieces of what feels broken and lost. You might say, I have no strength left, no resources, no one beside me. But that, my friend, is exactly where the glory of God begins to shine, when nothing remains but Him. Some of you have whispered for years, God, please remember me. Hear this today. He already has. The delay is not His denial. The waiting is not wasted. Your desire has not been forgotten. God heard you the very first time you prayed. From that moment, the answer began its journey toward you. The struggle you face is not meant to destroy you, it's preparing you. It is to prepare you to carry the very thing you ask for. A vessel must be strong enough to hold the oil, or else it will break. And so God strengthens the vessel before He pours out the blessing. That is why you have faced resistance, why you have felt stretched, why the battle has been fierce. It is not because God has rejected you. It is because He is preparing you. And I tell you something more. The very impossibility that frightens you is the same impossibility that terrifies the enemy. Because the enemy knows what will happen when God breaks it open for you. The enemy knows the testimony you will carry, the lives you will touch, the strength you will release, the power of faith you will walk in. That is why he wants you to quit in the waiting. That is why he whispers lies into your mind. That is why he tells you it will never happen. But hear me, the enemy's words are dust. God's words are fire, and God's fire always burns brighter. Do not allow your desire to become a seed of bitterness. Too many let the delay twist their hearts. They say, God has forgotten me, God has overlooked me, God has abandoned me. No, He has not. Do not poison your spirit with unbelief. Hold on to faith even when your hands are trembling. Hold on to hope even when your eyes are filled with tears. For the God who gave breath to your body has not forgotten the cry of your soul. And let me go deeper. Sometimes what you think is the desire of your heart is only a shadow of something greater God wants to give you. You are asking for a small blessing, but God has a larger one in mind. You are asking for survival, but God wants to give you abundance. You are asking for the door in front of you to open, but God wants to lead you into a land you have never seen. This is why He delays, not because He ignores you, but because He intends to exceed you. He intends to give you more than what you dared to imagine. You want the possible, but God wants to show you the impossible. Beloved, faith is not believing that God can do what you think is reasonable. Faith is believing that God can do what men call ridiculous. Faith is believing that the barren can give birth, that the broken can rise again, that the prisoner can walk free, that the rejected can be chosen, that the impossible can become reality. And the moment you choose to believe, even when everything in you screams otherwise, that is the moment God moves. Listen closely, my friend. The very fact that you still have breath in your body is proof that God is not finished with you. If your story were over, you would not still be here. If your destiny had been canceled, your heart would not still be beating. God has preserved you for a reason. He has carried you through nights you thought would end you. He has sustained you in moments when you were too weak to stand. He has shielded you from dangers you never even knew were near. And why? Because He knows the desire of your heart. He knows the purpose of your life, and He is not about to let you drown in what looks impossible. There is power in knowing that God sees what men overlook. Men may dismiss your dreams as foolish, but God gave them to you. Men may mock your faith as unrealistic, but God honors it. Men may laugh at your prayers as hopeless, but God bottles every tear and records every cry. You are not invisible. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. God has been with you in every season. When you walked in joy and when you staggered in sorrow, when you stood in strength and when you fell in weakness, and through it all, He has carried the knowledge of your desire, waiting for the moment to bring it forth in His perfect timing. Do you know what separates those who see the impossible become possible and those who never do? It is persistence in faith. It is the refusal to let go of God even when everything around you screams that it is useless. It is the decision to stand in the ashes and still declare, I believe. It is the courage to say, though the night is long, I will not stop looking for the dawn. It is the resolve to trust that the one who knows the stars by name also knows the longing in your soul. And that kind of faith moves mountains because it is not rooted in circumstances. It is rooted in God. You may say, but I am tired, I am weary, I am broken. And I tell you, yes, you may be. But God is not tired. God is not weary. God is not broken. You are leaning on the one whose strength does not fail, whose wisdom does not falter, whose love does not fade. The weight that crushes you is light to Him. The burden that bends your back is nothing to His mighty hand. Stop trying to carry what only God can carry. Stop trying to fight battles that only God can win. Your desire is not accomplished by striving alone. It is fulfilled by surrender. When you lay it down before Him, when you release it into His care, when you say, God, you know best, that is when peace floods your heart and power flows into your situation. And I tell you something else. Say, God does not answer according to your impatience. He answers according to His wisdom. Sometimes we demand quick answers, but quick answers do not always produce lasting fruit. God is not interested in temporary solutions. He is interested in eternal results. That is why He takes His time, why He works in ways you cannot see, why He allows you to walk through valleys before bringing you to the mountain. He is not only concerned with giving you what you desire, He is concerned with shaping you into the person who can handle it, protect it, and multiply it for His glory. Remember this truth: every great testimony is born in a great test. Without the trial, there is no triumph. Without the struggle, there is no strength. Without the impossible, there is no miracle. You may want the crown, but the crown is only given after the battle. You may want the harvest, but the harvest only comes after the sowing. And in the same way, your desire will be fulfilled, but only after the process has done its work in you. Do not despise the process, for the process is the hand of God preparing you for what you ask for. When you are surrounded by impossibility, when the walls close in on you and every direction seems sealed, that is not the end of your story. That is the stage upon which God shows His greatest power. The human heart often trembles when confronted with circumstances too heavy to bear, but it is in those very moments that God's presence burns brightest. What seems like a dead end to man is only a doorway for God. He has never been bound by what is possible to men. For His word created the heavens and the earth, and His command still sustains them. If He spoke existence out of nothingness, can He not bring life, order, and victory out of your situation? Do not measure your future by the limits of your resources. Do not measure God by the boundaries of human ability. The eyes of flesh will tell you there is no way. But the eyes of faith remind you that God is the way maker, the one who causes rivers to flow in the desert and bread to rain from heaven. Your desires may look foolish in the face of your trials, but remember this. Say God placed that desire in your heart, and He is able to bring it to pass in His perfect time. Never let the enemy deceive you into believing that God has forgotten you. He has not turned His face from you. He has not closed His ears to your cries. Your tears are counted, your prayers are stored, and your trust will not be in vain. Think of how God works in the hidden places. Seeds germinate underground, unseen by the human eye, yet in due season they burst forth into life. So it is with your impossible desires. They may seem buried, lifeless, invisible, but beneath the soil of your waiting, God is working, preparing, aligning, shaping, and arranging what your eyes cannot yet see. If you can endure the silence, if you can hold on through the waiting, you will live to see the fulfillment of what God promised you. Do not despise the waiting seasons, for they are not wasted. They are wombs where miracles are formed. Many times we think God delays, but He is never late. He is not confined to our calendars, nor is He restricted by our timetables. When He moves at the perfect moment, not too early to leave it unfinished and not too late to bring despair. If your desire looks impossible today, it is because God is preparing a testimony that will leave no room for doubt. When He answers, no one will be able to say it was your strength, your wisdom, or your strategy. It will be known by all that it was the hand of God. The danger in impossible situations is not the situation itself. It is the temptation to give up hope, to stop praying, to believe the lie that God has abandoned you. That is why the enemy fights your faith so fiercely. He knows that if you keep believing, if you keep trusting, if you keep calling on God's name, then the impossible must bow to the will of the Almighty. Hold firm, therefore, refuse to let despair rob you of your confidence in God. Stand tall in faith even when the storm rages. The night may be long, but God has promised that dawn will come. Remember, God has a history of stepping into impossible places. Did He not part the Red Sea for a people with no escape? Did He not cause water to gush from a rock in a barren desert? Did He not close the mouths of lions and quench the fury of fire for those who trusted Him? And if God did it, then He can do it again. His power has not diminished. His authority has not weakened. His promises have not expired. The same God who moved in ages past is moving in your life today. So lift your head even in the valley of impossibility. Speak to your heart. Command it not to faint. Tell your soul that God is still on the throne, still ruling, still orchestrating, still delivering. Do not silence your desire, for it is the seed of what God intends to do. Your impossible desire is not a burden. It is an invitation to witness the greatness of God. He chose you to carry it, so that when it comes to pass, you will testify of His power to all who see. And let me tell you something, God loves the impossible, for it is in the impossible that His glory shines the brightest. If man could solve it, if human hands could fix it, then it would not show the power of God. But when the door is locked, when the way is blocked, when the path is dark, and when hope is gone, that is when God shows up with light, with deliverance, with power, and with victory. Therefore, do not despise your impossible season. Embrace it, for it is the very soil where God will plant His miracle. Your situation is not too far gone. Your dream is not too big. Your desire is not too outrageous. With God, nothing is impossible. And when He moves, He will move in such a way that you will weep with awe. You will fall to your knees in gratitude, and you will declare with trembling lips that God has done what no man could ever do. When you walk through the fire of impossibility, do not fear, for God is with you. When the waters of uncertainty rise against you, do not be afraid, for God holds them back with His command. The strength of man will fail, the counsel of the wise will falter, and the wealth of the powerful will crumble. But the word of God stands forever. Your situation may appear unmovable, but God is not limited by appearances. He sees beyond the visible. He works beyond the natural. He moves beyond the reach of human understanding. Where you see walls, God sees open doors. Where you see a closed chapter, God sees the unfolding of a greater story. So often we confuse impossibility with finality. We think that because we cannot see a way, there must be no way. But God does not require your eyes to see before He acts. He does not ask your mind to understand before He performs. He is not waiting for human approval to release His power. God is independent, sovereign, absolute, and limitless. What He wills, He does. What He speaks comes to pass. And what He has determined for your life, no force of darkness, no opposition of men, no chain of circumstance can stop. In your impossible desire lies a hidden truth. It is not there by accident. The longing you carry in your spirit is not random. It is planted by God to draw you into deeper dependence on Him. If you could fulfill it by your own strength, you would have no need to call upon His name. If you could reach it by your own wisdom, you would have no reason to bow in prayer. But when the desire outweighs your ability, when the dream exceeds your reach, when the mountain towers higher than your strength, then you are positioned for God to reveal His glory. And understand this, God is not only aware of your desire, He is shaping it, purifying it, and aligning it with His will. Sometimes He allows the impossible to remain just long enough to refine your heart, to strip away pride, to break self-reliance, and to anchor you more firmly in His power. God does not deny your desires to punish you. He delays to prepare you. He does not withhold because He is unkind. He waits because His timing will be perfect. You may think you are waiting on God, but often God is waiting on you to grow, to trust, to surrender, to mature. Think of Abraham, who carried a promise for years before he saw its fulfillment. Think of Moses, who wandered in the wilderness before leading his people into freedom. Think of Joseph, who dreamed of greatness but endured betrayal, slavery, and prison before rising to power. In each of these, God placed a desire that looked impossible, but in time He brought it to pass in a way that magnified His power. Your life is no different. If God has allowed you to carry an impossible desire, He has already prepared the miracle that will fulfill it. Do not let the silence of God deceive you into thinking He is absent. God's silence is not His abandonment. It is often His preparation. He is weaving threads you cannot see. He is moving hearts you cannot touch. He is arranging circumstances you cannot influence. And when the appointed time arrives, everything will fall into place so swiftly, so perfectly, that you will know it was orchestrated by His hand alone. Lift your faith higher than your fears. Refuse to let the size of your problem dictate the strength of your prayers. Do not pray according to what you see. Pray according to what God can do. For He can bring water out of stone, light out of darkness, abundance out of lack, and life out of death. When you ask, do not ask small. Do not shrink your desire to fit your human reasoning. Ask boldly, for God delights in showing His greatness. Ask faithfully, for He rewards those who trust Him fully. Ask persistently, for delay is not denial, and the waiting is never wasted. The impossible is not a barrier to God. It is a stage for His glory. And when He fulfills your desire, it will not only bless you, but it will bless everyone who sees it. People will look at your life and say, "This is the hand of God." Your testimony will become a beacon for others walking through their own impossibilities. You will be a living reminder that with God, nothing is beyond reach. So today, hold fast to your desire. Do not bury it under fear. Do not silence it with doubt. Do not hand it over to despair. Place it in the hands of God and trust that He who knows your heart also holds your future. He will not fail you. He cannot fail you. For God is faithful, and His faithfulness endures forever. And so, my friend, when you find yourself staring into the impossible, do not tremble as though you are alone. For you are not alone. God is with you. God knows the cry of your heart, the longing you dare not even whisper, the desire that feels too great to hope for. He knows the burden you carry, the dream that feels buried, the prayer that seems unanswered. And God is not blind to your tears, nor deaf to your prayers, nor distant from your pain. He is nearer than your breath, closer than your thoughts, and stronger than the storm that surrounds you. The truth you must never forget is this: impossibility is not the end. It is the doorway for God's glory to be revealed. Where you see dead ends, God sees new beginnings. Where you see failure, God sees the soil of victory. Where you see darkness, God is already preparing light. Your story is not finished. Your desire is not wasted, and your future is not forgotten. God has written it, and His hand cannot be erased. So rise up in faith. Refuse to let the weight of impossibility crush your hope. Stand firm even when everything shakes. Raise your voice in prayer even when heaven seems silent. Keep believing even when your eyes can't see a single sign. Because in God's perfect timing, every impossibility will bend to His will. And when it unfolds, it won't just fill your heart with joy, it will stand as a testimony to the world that nothing is too hard for God. Hold this truth close to your heart. The desire that lives inside your impossible situation is not a mistake. It is a divine promise of what God is preparing to fulfill. Trust Him, wait for Him, cling to Him. For the day will come when you will look back, your lips trembling and your heart overflowing with joy, and say, God saw my desire, and He has done what no one else could ever do. Have you ever lain awake in the stillness of the night, your thoughts spinning with fear about what tomorrow may bring? Wondering how the bills will be paid, how the sickness will be healed, how the door will open, or how the storm will finally pass? Have you ever felt your chest grow tight with worry, your mind tangled in endless questions, your strength slowly drained by the weight of what you cannot control? My friend, hear me now with truth and power burning in my spirit. You do not need to worry any longer because God has already worked it out for you. The battle that keeps you awake at night has already been decided in heaven's court. The fight that looks impossible has already been won by the one who reigns over all. The tears you've cried in silence have already been counted, and before your prayer ever left your lips, God had already written the answer. You've been carrying a weight that God never intended for you to bear. And tonight, I say to you, let it go, for God has already taken care of it. Worry steals your peace. It drains your joy. It steals your strength before the real battle has even begun. Worry shackles your heart in chains of fear, convincing you that you are alone, that no one hears, that no one cares. But I tell you today, you are not alone. God has gone before you. God has walked into tomorrow long before you stepped into it. God has already cleared the path you are trembling to walk on. You may see darkness, but God has already lit the way. You may see a closed door, but God has already turned the key. You may hear the voices of doubt, but God has already spoken a word of victory. Why do you tremble at shadows when the light has already shone? Why do you bow to fear when God has already given you the promise of triumph? Think of how many times you worried about something only to look back later and realize it never came to pass the way you feared. Think of how many hours you wasted in dread only to discover that God had already arranged a way out, a solution, a blessing hidden in the very place you feared. Worry is faith in the power of the problem, but trust is faith in the power of God. Which one will you give your heart to tonight? Will you let fear sit on the throne of your mind, or will you let God reign as the master of your destiny? You cannot serve both. You cannot bow to worry and claim to believe in God's power at the same time. Either God has worked it or He has not. And if you believe He has, then why torment yourself with the what-ifs? Why lose today's joy over tomorrow's unknown when tomorrow's answer is already written by the hand of God? I tell you with deep conviction, your problem is not your problem. Your real problem is your doubt in the one who has already solved it. You keep asking, but what if this doesn't work out? What if I fail? What if I'm rejected? What if the sickness grows worse? What if I lose everything? But have you ever stopped to ask, what if God has already arranged my victory? What if this very thing I fear is the key to my breakthrough? What if the rejection is actually protection? What if the failure is actually redirection? What if the door that slammed shut was never meant for me, and God is preparing something far greater? You see, worry narrows your vision to the problem, but faith lifts your eyes to see God's hand already moving in ways you cannot yet perceive. While you are pacing the floor in fear, God is arranging people, opportunities, and outcomes that you could never orchestrate on your own. While you are biting your nails in anxiety, God is whispering to the winds, commanding them to shift in your favor. While you are crying in despair, God is weaving the very threads of your pain into a tapestry of purpose. I tell you, every time you choose to worry, you are choosing to insult the sovereignty of God. Every time you let anxiety take control, you are saying that the Creator of heaven and earth is not capable of handling your situation. And is He not capable? Is the one who hung the stars in the heavens and set the oceans and their boundaries suddenly too weak to carry your burden? Is the one who formed you in the secret place, who numbered every hair on your head, who breathed life into your lungs, suddenly indifferent to your cries? My friend, do not let the enemy deceive you. God has not abandoned you. God has not forgotten you. God is not late. He is never late. He has already worked it out. Look at the mountains of your life. They look immovable, but God says they will crumble. Look at the storm that rages against you. It looks overwhelming, but God says peace is already declared. Look at the enemies who rise up against you. They look powerful, but God says they are already defeated. The path may look blocked, but God has already built a road through the wilderness. The well may look dry, but God has already spoken water into the desert. The night may look endless, but God has already commanded the morning to rise. Do you not see the worry in your heart is a lie? Because God has already written a different ending. I want you to grasp this with your whole being. The battle is not yours, it is God's. The weight is not yours, it is God's. The future is not yours to control, it is God's to unfold. You cannot add a single hour to your life by worrying. You cannot change a single outcome by fretting. You cannot bend reality by twisting yourself in knots of fear. But you can destroy your peace. You can poison your spirit. You can blind yourself to the blessings that are already being poured out. And that is exactly why worry is so dangerous. It distracts you from seeing what God is already doing. It blinds you from recognizing the answer that is already in motion. It keeps you chained to fear while God is calling you to freedom. Hear me now, every sleepless night you've endured, God has seen. Every tear that has rolled down your face in secret, God has counted. Every whispered prayer you thought went unheard, God has already answered. You think you are waiting on God, but many times it is God waiting on you to release the worry, to release the fear, to let go of the outcome, and to trust that He has already completed the work on your behalf. God does not operate on your panic. He operates on His plan, and His plan has never failed. Not once in all of history has God's purpose been defeated by the schemes of men, by the weapons of the enemy, or by the fears of the anxious. If His plan has never failed, then why should yours be any different? When you were formed, God already wrote the story of your life. Before you faced the storm, God already designed the rainbow. Before you entered the valley, God already carved the path out. Before the problem showed up, God already designed the solution. And before you even knew what to pray, God had already sent the answer. That is why you can live without worry. Because you are not walking blindly into chaos. You are walking into a future already authored by the hand of God. And if the author of life has written a script, then every page, even the painful ones, are part of a greater story that ends in victory. Do you realize what worry does to you? It makes you live twice through the same storm. Once in your imagination and then again in reality. And most of the time, reality never comes close to the nightmare you built in your mind. Worry magnifies the shadows, but it never changes the truth. And the truth is this: God has already set boundaries around your struggle. He has already measured the weight of your burden and promised not to give you more than you can bear. He has already written the end from the beginning, and your worry cannot alter what God has ordained. When you cling to fear, you are rehearsing defeat. But when you cling to faith, you are rehearsing victory before it arrives. God has already worked it. And when He works, no one can reverse it. Think about the strength of God for a moment. The mountains rise and fall at His command. The rivers carve their paths because He spoke it to be so. The sun rises faithfully because He ordered it. And yet you tremble as if your life is too complex for His wisdom. You shake as if your need is too great for His provision. You fear as if your problem could possibly outweigh His power. No, my friend, if God can command the galaxies to hold their place, He can certainly handle the weight of your tomorrow. If God can provide for the birds of the air and clothe the flowers of the field, He has already provided for you. Your fear may tell you it is uncertain, but God says it is already secured. Your doubt may whisper, it is impossible, but God says it is already done. Worry feeds on the lie that you are abandoned, but you are not abandoned. God has walked every step with you, even the ones where you felt utterly alone. When you felt abandoned by people, when you were misunderstood by family, when you stood in the crowd but felt unseen, God was watching. He was guiding. He was orchestrating. He was working things in ways that your eyes could not see. Do not let the silence of God fool you into thinking He is absent. The silence of God often means He is working on something far greater behind the curtain of your life. You may not hear His voice in the storm, but the storm itself is already under His authority. You may not see His hand in the wilderness, but the very wilderness is under His control. You think the waiting is wasted, but the waiting is where God builds the strength in you to carry the blessing He has prepared. You think the delay is denial, but the delay is often protection. You think the silence is rejection, but the silence is the soil where God is planting something that will bloom in its appointed time. Worry resists the silence, but faith embraces it. Worry screams for answers, but faith trusts that the answer is already sealed in the hands of God. And I tell you, when the appointed time comes, nothing and no one will be able to stop what God has prepared for you. Let me speak this clearly, or Papa. Your future is not in the hands of chance, it is in the hands of God. The economy is not your provider, God is. Your employer is not your master, God is. The sickness in your body does not control your destiny, God does. The betrayal of people does not define your outcome, God defines it. So why should you let worry chain you to the false belief that your life is at the mercy of circumstances? You are not at the mercy of chance. You are in the grip of God's will. And if you are in His grip, nothing can snatch you out. The reason you must let go of worry is not just because it is heavy, but because it is useless. Worry has never healed a sickness. Worry has never paid a bill. Worry has never opened a door. Worry has never restored a broken heart. All worry has ever done is rob you of the strength to endure until God's provision arrives. Worry eats away at the very energy you need to see the answer when it comes. Worry blinds you to opportunities that are standing right in front of you. Worry makes you doubt when you should be declaring. Worry keeps you on the ground when God is calling you to soar. Why would you serve such a cruel master when you could walk in the peace of God? Peace does not come when the storm ends. Peace comes when you realize that the storm is already under God's control. Peace does not come when the provision is in your hand. Peace comes when you trust that God has already released it in His time. Peace does not come when the enemy is gone. Peace comes when you understand that the enemy is already defeated by the power of God. And once you know that, once you truly grasp that worry loses its grip, fear loses its hold, anxiety loses its teeth, because you are no longer living in reaction to the storm. You are living in response to the God who commands it. Listen closely. Some of you are so consumed with worry that you cannot even enjoy the blessings God has already given you. You are surrounded by answers you once prayed for, but your eyes are fixed on the next problem. You asked God for a job and He gave it to you, but now you are consumed with fear of losing it. You asked God for provision and He supplied it, but now you worry if it will last. You asked God for strength and He strengthened you, but now you doubt whether you can make it through the next valley. Worry blinds you to the blessings you are already standing in. And if you cannot recognize today's miracle, how will you ever receive tomorrow's? No more worry. The time has come for you to rise up and declare that your life is not ruled by fear, but by faith. The time has come for you to trust the God who has never failed. The time has come for you to silence the voices in your head that tell you it will not work, and to lift your voice in praise to the God who has already worked it out. You cannot keep entertaining fear and expect to walk in freedom. You cannot keep feeding doubt and expect to live in peace. You must starve your worry and feed your faith. You must stop rehearsing the disaster and start rehearsing the promises of God. God has promised to sustain you. God has promised to guide you. God has promised to protect you. God has promised to provide for you. God has promised to never abandon you. And if God has promised, then it is already settled. Worry questions what God has already answered. Worry argues with what God has already declared. Worry resists what God has already done. But faith bows before God and says, I believe it even if I cannot see it. I trust it even if I cannot feel it. I know it is finished even if I cannot yet touch it. Tonight, I want you to let this truth burn into your spirit. Nothing you are facing today has caught God by surprise. Not the sickness, not the betrayal, not the financial strain, not the heartbreak. God knew it before you arrived at this moment. And He has already worked the outcome for your good. What you see as a problem, God may be using as a preparation. What you see as a closed door, God may be using as redirection. What you see as a loss, God may be using as protection. You do not see the full picture yet, but God does. And when the picture is complete, you will look back and say, now I understand why I had to go through that. Now I see why it didn't work out my way. Now I see why the delay was necessary. God was working all along. Some of you are standing at a crossroads in your life, paralyzed by worry because you are afraid to make the wrong move. You fear the path ahead will collapse beneath your feet. You fear the decision you make will destroy everything you have built. But hear me well, God is already in tomorrow. God has already inspected the ground you are about to walk on. God has already gone before you and marked the way. When you walk with faith, you are not stepping into the unknown. You are stepping into what God has already prepared. Worry says, what if I fail? Faith says, God has already established my steps. Worry says, what if I lose? Faith says, God has already secured my portion. Worry says, what if this destroys me? Faith says, God has already ordained that all things work together for my good. You may feel as though the world is against you. People may plot against you. Voices may rise to condemn you. Enemies may sharpen their weapons to strike at you. But do you think God is unaware? Do you think the one who sees the heart of every man cannot see their schemes? God has already disarmed them. God has already turned their curse into a blessing. God has already written the downfall of every plan formed against you. While you are trembling at their threats, God has already declared their defeat. Do not waste your energy fearing what others may do to you, because no one can undo what God has already spoken over your life. Worry thrives in the soil of the unknown. It whispers, "You do not know what will happen, but God has already written your days. God has already measured your years. God has already numbered your breaths." You may not know what tomorrow holds, but you know who holds tomorrow. The unknown may terrify you, but it is not unknown to God. And if it is not unknown to God, why should it paralyze you? Your mind may not understand the plan, but your heart can rest in the assurance that God has already secured it. Worry resists the mystery, but faith embraces it, because faith trusts that even in mystery, God's hand is still moving. Let me tell you something important. Sometimes worry comes because you are staring too long at the problem. You are magnifying it in your sight, feeding it with your attention, letting it grow larger and larger until it swallows your peace. But have you turned your eyes to God? The more you look at the problem, the bigger it becomes. The more you look at God, the smaller the problem becomes. Worry grows when you fixate on what is against you. Faith grows when you fixate on the one who is for you. You cannot look at both at the same time. You must decide which direction you will fix your gaze. Will you stare at the storm, or will you lift your eyes to the one who commands the winds? Worry also comes because you are carrying what was never meant for you. You are holding responsibility for outcomes that belong to God alone. You are trying to solve problems that only God can solve. You are trying to open doors that only God can open. You are trying to heal wounds that only God can heal. And no wonder you feel crushed beneath the weight. You were never designed to be God. You were designed to trust God. You were never created to control every outcome. You were created to surrender to the one who holds every outcome in his hands. Letting go is not giving up. It is placing it in the hands of the one who has already finished the work. Understand this. Your worry does not impress God, and it does not make him move any faster. God is not stirred by your fear. He is moved by your faith. Faith is not proven by how loudly you speak in the light, but by how firmly you stand when darkness surrounds you. Faith is believing that even when no path is visible, God has already opened one. Faith is trusting that even when heaven seems silent, God has already spoken his answer. Faith is stepping forward when everything inside you wants to turn back, because you know God has already gone before you. There is something powerful that happens when you finally let go of worry. Your mind becomes clear. Your heart becomes light, and suddenly you begin to see what God has been doing all along. Worry blinds, but trust opens your eyes. Worry paralyzes, but trust sets your feet in motion. Worry silences your voice, but trust fills your mouth with praise. And when you live in trust, you no longer wait in fear for tomorrow. You rest in peace, knowing that tomorrow is already secured. Think of the seasons of your life. The seed does not worry when it is buried in the soil. It trusts that its time will come. The tree does not worry when winter strips its branches bare. It trusts that spring will return. The river does not worry when the rocks block its way. It trusts that the water will carve a new path. So why do you, made in the image of God, worry when your life enters a season of silence or loss or delay? If the creation trusts the Creator, should you not do the same? God has already determined the season of your breakthrough. God has already commanded your harvest. God has already appointed your time of renewal. The seed may wait in darkness, but its future is secure. And so is yours. Some of you are holding on to memories of failure and using them as fuel for worry. You say, I tried before and it didn't work. I prayed before and nothing changed. I hoped before and I was disappointed. But do you not know that God is not limited by your past? The failure you fear so much is not the end. It was the preparation. The disappointment you carry is not the verdict. It was the foundation. God does not waste your pain. God does not waste your losses. God does not waste your tears. What you see as wasted years, God sees as training ground. What you see as brokenness, God sees as the soil where strength is being born. Do not let the failures of yesterday write the story of tomorrow. God has already written tomorrow, and it is greater than the pain of your past. I tell you with conviction, every obstacle you face has already been measured by God. Not one trial has escaped His eye. Not one struggle has been allowed outside of His knowledge. If you face it, it is because God has already provided the strength to endure it. If you encounter it, it is because God has already written the way through it. If it has come to your door, it is because God has already ordained that you will overcome it. The presence of the trial does not mean God has abandoned you. It means God has trusted you with a challenge that will reveal His glory through you. You must rise above the illusion of control. Worry thrives in the hearts of those who think they can manage everything, fix everything, and predict everything. But life will prove you wrong again and again. Control is an illusion. The only true control belongs to God. And when you finally release the need to control every detail, when you finally hand the pen back to the author, when you finally say, God, you have already worked it. I trust you. Then and only then will peace flood your heart like a river. There are moments in life when the weight of uncertainty presses so heavily upon you that even your breath feels labored. When each step forward feels like walking into a fog that grows thicker instead of clearing. In those moments, the temptation of worry screams the loudest. It tells you that you must find your own way, that you must struggle in your own strength, that if you do not hold everything together, it will all collapse. But do you not see that this very pressure is what God uses to push you closer to Him? The fog may be thick before your eyes, but it is never thick before His. What confuses you, God sees with absolute clarity. What intimidates you, God has already subdued. What feels like chaos in your hands is already order in His. The danger of worry is that it convinces you to trust in your own sight rather than in God's vision. Your sight is limited. Your vision is narrow. Your understanding is fragile. You see the wall and assume there is no passage, but God sees the door hidden within the wall. You see the storm clouds and assume destruction is coming, but God sees the rain that will water your next harvest. You see the valley and assume it is your grave, but God sees the path that leads to your next mountain. When you worry, you put your faith in your own limited vision. But when you trust, you put your faith in God's limitless vision. And His vision is never clouded. I tell you the truth, worry does not only rob you of peace, It robs you of obedience. When worry governs your heart, you hesitate to act where God has already commanded. You delay when God says move. You remain silent when God says speak. You cling tightly when God says release. Worry makes you a prisoner of hesitation. But God is calling you to act, to move, to trust, even when you cannot yet see the outcome. The blessing often waits on the other side of your obedience. But if worry paralyzes you, you may miss what God has already placed within reach. Let me tell you something you may not have considered. Sometimes the very thing you're worrying about is the thing God has already marked as the instrument of your elevation. The opposition you dread is the very stage where God will reveal your strength. The burden you carry is the very weight that will train you for your destiny. The closed door you cry about is the very barrier redirecting you to the greater door that is waiting just ahead. If you only look at the surface, you will see reasons to worry. But if you look with the eyes of faith, you will see reasons to trust. Because behind every challenge is the hand of God shaping, molding, and guiding. Worry thrives in secrecy. It grows when you keep it locked inside, when you allow it to echo endlessly in the chambers of your mind. But the moment you lift your voice and declare that God is greater, that God is sovereign, that God has already worked it out, the power of worry begins to break. Your words have weight. Your declarations shift the atmosphere. When you speak of your fear, you strengthen it. But when you speak of God, you weaken fear and feed faith. That is why the enemy wants to keep your mouth closed, wants to keep your thoughts consumed, wants to silence your declarations. But you must resist. You must declare with boldness that God is already at work, that the outcome is already in His hands, that nothing formed against you shall prevail, because God has already set the boundary of victory. My friend, if you could see what God has already aligned for you, you would stop worrying this very moment. If you could see the doors He has already prepared, if you could see the people He has already assigned to help you, if you could see the opportunities already moving in your direction, you would not waste another breath in fear. Worry blinds you to that reality, but trust brings it into view. Trust does not require you to see the full picture, only to believe that God already holds it. You do not need to know how every detail will unfold because God has already written the script. All you need to do is take the next step in faith. Understand this. Worry is heavy because it belongs to tomorrow. You are carrying the weight of days you have not yet reached. But God never asked you to carry tomorrow. He asked you to trust Him with tomorrow. He asked you to live today with faith that tomorrow is already secured. Each day has enough challenges of its own. Why borrow the troubles of days not yet lived? Why let the shadows of the future darken the light of today? God is already there. God is already handling it. God is already weaving together the outcome. Leave tomorrow in His hands and you will find the peace to live fully in today. There is also something sacred about surrender. Worry is the refusal to surrender. It is the attempt to hold in your hands what only belongs in God's. But the moment you release it, the moment you say, God, I trust you with this, I trust you with the outcome, I trust you with what I cannot see, something miraculous happens inside you. The chains of fear begin to fall. The heaviness of anxiety begins to lift. The torment of endless questions begins to fade. And in its place, peace settles like a gentle river flowing through your spirit. That peace is not weakness. It is power. Because when you live in that peace, you live unshaken, unafraid, unmoved by circumstances. You become anchored not in what you see, but in who God is. Do not confuse peace with passivity. Trusting God does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what you can with courage and leaving what you cannot to God. Worry drains your energy and leaves you powerless. Trust empowers you to act boldly, to move with confidence, to walk in strength because you know you are not walking alone. Worry says, I must hold it all together. Trust says, God is holding me together. And when you live in that truth, you are unstoppable. Tonight I want you to think about the countless times in your life when you worried, when you feared the worst, when you thought it was over. And yet, here you are. You survived storms you thought would kill you. You overcame obstacles you thought would bury you. You endured nights you thought would never end. You lived through fears that consumed you. And here you stand. What does that tell you? It tells you that God has already carried you further than you could have carried yourself. It tells you that God has already been faithful and His faithfulness has not expired. If He carried you through before, He will carry you through again. If He worked it out before, He has already worked it out this time too. Worry is the thief of your peace, but peace is the gift of God to the heart that trusts Him. When you allow your mind to become a battlefield of doubt, fear, and constant questioning of tomorrow, you hand over your joy to something that was never meant to rule over you. God has already written your story. He has already secured your provision. He has already marked the hour of your victory. Why would you carry the heavy load of anxiety when the Almighty God has already carried it for you? Why would you let your nights be restless when the one who never sleeps has promised to guard your life? Every time you let worry creep in, you are declaring to yourself that God might not come through. But hear this with all the conviction of my soul. God has never failed. From the beginning of time, He has upheld His word, and He will not fail you. The sky above you, the ground beneath you, the air in your lungs, all testify that God is faithful. Look at how He paints the heavens each morning with the rising sun, and yet you think He will forget to arrange the details of your life. Look at how He commands the oceans to stay within their borders, and yet you fear He cannot set boundaries around your troubles. God has worked it out long before you even thought to worry about it. You see, worry blinds you from seeing the evidence of God's hand already moving. While you sit restless, God is orchestrating the connections, the opportunities, the healing, and the breakthroughs that you cannot see yet. Worry is the enemy's attempt to distract you from the unseen hand of God moving on your behalf. But faith tells you to stand still and believe that what you cannot see is greater than what you can see. Faith tells you to trust the unseen script that God has already written for your good. God did not design your life for worry. He designed it for trust. Trust is the language of the soul that knows God is in control. Trust says, I don't know how, but I know who. Trust lifts the heavy burden and places it at the feet of the Almighty. Trust says, God, I will not lose sleep because you neither slumber nor sleep. God, I will not fear because you are my shield. God, I will not let despair drown me because you are the lifter of my head. Think of this. Every time you faced what seemed impossible, you are here today because God brought you through. There were moments you thought you couldn't go on, but you did. Not by your strength, but because God worked it out. There were seasons when the door seemed closed, yet God opened a greater one. There were valleys where you thought you would remain, but God lifted you to higher ground. If He has done it before, why do you doubt that He will do it again? The same God who sustained you yesterday is the God who has already secured your tomorrow. Do you know why worry has such power over people? Because it thrives on the illusion of control. Worry whispers that if you think long enough, stress hard enough, you can somehow manipulate the outcome. But no matter how much you worry, you cannot add a single moment to your life. No matter how much you stress, you cannot rearrange the plans of God. The Almighty has already spoken His word over your life, and His word will not return void. His decree is greater than your doubt. His plan is stronger than your fear. So what must you do? You must surrender worry and embrace the peace that comes from knowing God is ahead of you, behind you, and within you. You must learn to lift your eyes above the chaos of the moment and see that God has already declared the end from the beginning. When you put your trust in God, worry loses its grip. When you rest in His promises, anxiety finds no place to dwell. When you lean into His strength, fear crumbles beneath the weight of His authority. Child of God, hear this truth. You are not abandoned. You are not forgotten. You are not left to fend for yourself. The Creator of the heavens and the earth is your guardian, your provider, your sustainer. He has already written a future where your needs are supplied, your battles are won, and your life is covered by His mercy. Do not waste today carrying tomorrow's burdens. Tomorrow is already in God's hands, and His hands do not fail. Lift your voice in gratitude instead of worry. Thank God not only for what He has done, but for what He has already secured in your future. Gratitude is the weapon that silences worry. Gratitude opens your eyes to see that God's goodness is already surrounding you. When you thank God in advance, you are declaring, "I believe it is already done." That declaration shakes the chains of fear and places your soul in the safe arms of faith. And let me remind you of something powerful. Worry cannot change your destiny, but trust in God can transform your reality. Worry cannot move mountains, but faith in God makes the mountain tremble. Worry drains you, but trust in God renews you. When you let go of worry and cling to God, you are choosing the life He designed for you. A life not of fear, but of confidence in His sovereignty. Then let me bring this word to its closing with the same fire and assurance that has carried it from the beginning. My friend, you were not created to live in the prison of worry. You were created to walk in the freedom of trust. Worry weakens you, but God strengthens you. Worry binds you, but God has already loosed your chains. Worry looks at the storm, but trust looks at the one who commands the storm to be still. So tonight, right where you are, make a decision in your heart. No more worry. Say it with conviction. No more worry, because God has already worked it for me. No more sleepless nights wondering if provision will come, because God has already written the check of mercy and sent it ahead of me. No more fear of tomorrow, because tomorrow belongs to God, and He has already filled it with His promises. No more doubt about my future, because my future is sealed in the hands of the Almighty. Lift your eyes and stand tall. Let the calm of God flow through you like an endless river that never ceases. Hold fast to this truth. Your story isn't ruled by luck, but held securely in the hands of God. The same voice that called light out of darkness has already spoken victory into your life. The same hands that shaped the mountains have already prepared the answers you've been praying for. The same power that sustains the universe is the power now sustaining you. Step away from anxiety and step into trust. Step away from fear and step into peace. Step away from doubt and walk boldly in faith. Let your heart proclaim in every sunrise, in every night, and through every storm, God has already made a way for me. And when this truth lives deep in your spirit, nothing can shake you. Nothing can break you. Nothing can hold you down. For the Lord has gone before you, walks beside you, and will complete every work He began in you. So take courage, take peace, take rest. It is already done. God has settled it, and that is more than enough. This October, I proclaim to you with the authority of God's Word and the burning conviction within my spirit, your life is about to shift. Not by chance, not by coincidence, not through human plans, but by the mighty hand of God. You are entering into a month unlike any other. This is not an ordinary change of dates. This is a divine encounter. This month has been marked by heaven itself. In this October, you are about to receive a blessing so vast, so unmistakable, so powerful, that you will lift your hands in awe and declare, "Only God could have done this." I am speaking to the one who has grown weary in the waiting. You have wept behind closed doors. You have questioned God's silence in the darkest hours. You have carried a burden too heavy for others to see. But listen to me. God has seen every tear. God has heard every cry. And God has been working behind the scenes. The promise you thought was delayed is about to appear right on time in His perfect plan. This October, the waiting ends. This October, the blessing begins. This October, the power of God will meet your situation, and nothing in your life will ever be the same. Do you know what happens when God decides to bless you? No power in hell can stop it. No enemy in your family can block it. No doubt in your mind can cancel it. For when God speaks, it must come to pass. This October, God is speaking blessing, breakthrough, and open doors over your life. And I tell you, get ready, because you are about to walk into a season that will silence your enemies and astonish your friends. God is about to prove Himself mighty on your behalf. Many of you have been through a valley so dark you thought you would not survive. You have been through betrayal, through storms, through nights of uncertainty. Some of you have felt abandoned, overlooked, forgotten. But this October, God is turning the page. This month is the month where He says, "Enough." This month is the month where He says, "Now is the time." This month is the month where He says, "Watch me lift you higher than you've ever been." The tears you cried in September will water the harvest you reap in October. The struggles you endured were not in vain. They were preparing you for the blessing that is now coming to meet you. You see, God does not bless according to man's schedule. God blesses according to His perfect design. Some of you thought the blessing should have come years ago, but had it come then, you would not have been ready to handle it. Some of you thought your chance had passed, but God was reserving it for such a time as this. This October, the timing is right. The season is ready. Your spirit is prepared. God is saying, now is the moment. Now is the hour. Now is the month where I show you my power. I want you to understand that this blessing is not small. This is not something you can explain away. This is not something that will blend into the ordinary days of your life. No, this is a major blessing. This is the kind of blessing that shifts your destiny. This is the kind of blessing that sets you apart. This is the kind of blessing that makes others stand back in awe. When God blesses you this October, even those who doubted, you will have to admit that the hand of God is upon you. Even those who plotted against you will have to confess that God Himself has lifted you up. You may say, "But I have failed too many times. I have made too many mistakes. I am not qualified for such a blessing." And I tell you, none of us are qualified. None of us can earn it. None of us deserve it. But that is the power of God's blessing. It comes not because of your worthiness, but because of His mercy. It comes not because of your strength, but because of His favor. And this October, that favor is resting on you. That mercy is surrounding you. That blessing is chasing you down. Lift up your head. Don't walk into this month with the heaviness of yesterday. Don't carry the failures of your past into the promise of your future. This October is not chained to September. God is doing a new thing, and it will spring forth quickly. The moment you believe it, the moment you receive it, the moment you step into it, you will begin to see His hand moving in ways you never imagined. The blessing of God is not just coming, it is here. The door is not just opening, it is swinging wide. The breakthrough is not just promised, it is being delivered. This October, expect the unexpected. Expect sudden shifts. Expect open doors. Expect good news to come to your house. Expect healing to flood your body. Expect restoration to hit your family. Expect opportunities to arise where there were only obstacles. Expect favor to flow where there was only failure. Expect God to show Himself mighty in your life. For He has declared that this is your month of blessing. This October, the blessing of God will not come as a whisper, but as a roar. It will not slip quietly into your life. It will arrive with power, with evidence, with a shift that cannot be denied. God is not just in the business of giving you a small token. He is in the business of transforming your entire reality. This is the God who parts seas, who moves mountains, who breathes life into dust. And when He decides to bless you, that blessing cannot be stopped, delayed, or diminished. This October, prepare yourself, because God is about to show you that He still reigns, that He still moves, that He still provides, and that His word never fails. I want you to see this clearly. The blessing that is coming in October will not just touch your hands. It will touch your heart, your mind, your family, your future. This is not just financial provision, though for some finances will be restored. This is not just health, though some will rise up healed in their bodies. This is not just opportunity, though doors will open that no man can shut. This is wholeness. This is restoration. This is the power of God showing up in every corner of your life. When God blesses, He blesses completely. When God gives, He gives abundantly. When God pours out, He does not pour in drops, but in rivers that overflow. This October, you are standing under the downpour of God's abundance. But hear me, before the blessing manifests, God always prepares the vessel. The reason you walked through fire was not because God abandoned you, but because He was shaping you. The reason you endured storms was not because He forgot you, but because He was strengthening you. Do you not see? Every trial you went through was God carving out space within you so that when the blessing arrives, you would be ready to carry it. The pain you felt was not wasted. It was preparation. The tears you cried were not unnoticed. They were watering the soil for the harvest you are about to reap. This October, you are not just receiving a blessing, you are stepping into the very reason you endured the storm. Some of you have been in a hidden season. God pulled you away from the spotlight. He allowed doors to close. He allowed people to walk away. He even allowed silence to cover your prayers, and you thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. God was hiding you not to harm you, but to preserve you. Like a seed buried in the soil, you were hidden so that you could take root. And now this October you will rise, you will sprout, you will bear fruit, and everyone will know that it was God who caused your growth. You will not have to explain yourself. You will not have to prove yourself. The blessing that comes will speak louder than your words. This October is not a month for fear. It is a month for faith. God has already ordered your steps. God has already appointed the blessing. God has already written the outcome. Your role now is to believe, to trust, to expect. For faith is not passive, it is active. It is waking up every day saying, God is moving in my life right now. It is walking into the unknown with confidence that God has already gone ahead of you. It is speaking what you cannot yet see because you trust the one who promised it. This October, if you will believe, you will see the glory of God manifest in ways that will astonish you. And let me tell you this, when God blesses you in October, it will not be just for you. It will overflow. It will touch the lives of those around you. It will become a testimony. Your blessing will feed someone else's faith. Your breakthrough will ignite hope in someone who is still waiting. God never blesses you for you alone. He blesses you so that His greatness can be displayed, so that others will look at your life and say, surely the hand of God is upon them. You are about to become a living example of God's goodness. There will be people who will not understand why you are suddenly elevated. They will question why you are favored. They will whisper about how someone like you could walk into such blessing. But what they do not know is that while they were talking, you were praying. While they were doubting, you were believing. While they were mocking, you were enduring. And God saw it all. And this October, He is about to reward what was done in secret with a blessing that will be visible to all. You must also know that with blessing comes responsibility. God does not pour into a vessel that will waste what is given. He blesses those who will steward it with wisdom. This October, when the blessing comes, handle it with humility. Remember that it came not by your might, not by your strength, not by your intelligence, but by the hand of God. Do not grow arrogant. Do not forget where you came from. Do not withhold from others what God has freely given to you. Use the blessing to lift others, to bring hope, to reflect the glory of God. For if God can trust you with this blessing, greater blessings will continue to flow. Do not think small this month. Do not limit what God can do. Do not say maybe just a little, maybe just enough to get by. No, this is a major blessing. This is not survival. This is overflow. This is not scraping by. This is abundance. Open your mind to the vastness of God's ability. Open your spirit to the greatness of His provision. For God is not limited by what you see. He is not bound by what others say. He is not restricted by the circumstances around you. He is the God who creates rivers in deserts, who makes a way where there is none, who calls things that are not as though they are. And this October, He is about to do the impossible in your life. Think about this. One touch of God's favor can do more than years of labor. One word from God can shift what decades of effort could not. One moment of His intervention can catapult you from the back to the front, from overlooked to chosen, from broken to whole. And this October, God is releasing that one moment into your life. Do not measure His blessing by your ability. Measure it by His power. Do not measure His promise by your resources. Measure it by His unlimited supply. For when God blesses, He does exceedingly above all you could ask or imagine. This October, walk with expectancy. Wake up each day declaring, today could be the day God shows up in my life in a way I have never seen before. Speak life over your circumstances. Speak blessing over your family. Speak abundance over your finances. Speak healing over your body. Speak peace over your mind. Do not let the enemy steal your expectation. Do not let fear rob your faith. Hold fast to the promise that this month is not ordinary. It is ordained. And hear me clearly. The blessing that is coming is not fragile. It cannot be snatched by jealous hands. It cannot be stolen by envious eyes. It cannot be destroyed by the enemy's schemes. For what God blesses, no man can curse. For what God establishes, no force can tear down. You are secure in His plan. You are covered by His hand. You are shielded by His presence. And this October, you are walking into blessing that is sealed, protected, and guaranteed by the authority of God Himself. This October, I want you to stand firm and realize that the blessing of God is not fragile, not temporary, not uncertain. It is unshakable. It is rooted in His eternal power. When God decides to elevate you, no authority on earth can demote you. When God decides to open a door, no one has the ability to close it. When God pours out His blessing, it is not seasonal. It is sustaining. This month, what you are about to receive will not fade away like a passing cloud. It will anchor you, establish you, and propel you into a new chapter of destiny that will outlive October and carry into the rest of your life. Understand this. The blessing of God is not simply about things you can touch or hold. It is about transformation that begins deep within. God does not just give you wealth. He gives you wisdom to handle it. God does not just give you opportunities. He gives you courage to walk through them. God does not just give you peace. He gives you strength to protect it. When God blesses, He blesses in layers. And this October, those layers will unfold in your life like a river that keeps flowing, like a sunrise that keeps rising higher and higher. Some of you have lived in the shadows of fear, in the bondage of doubt, in the chains of anxiety. But God is breaking those limitations this month. The blessing He is releasing is not only external, it is internal. He is blessing your mind with clarity, your heart with peace, your spirit with confidence. You will not walk into this blessing with hesitation. You will step into it boldly because God has already equipped you to handle it. The blessing is not coming to overwhelm you, but to establish you, not to crush you, but to crown you. Let me remind you, God is a God of seasons. He determines when the rain will fall and when the harvest will spring forth. Some seasons are for sowing, others are for reaping. For many of you, the last months and even years have been sowing seasons. You sowed in tears, in patience, in silence, in obedience. And now October is your reaping season. The seed that looked buried is about to rise. The prayers that looked unanswered are about to be fulfilled. The efforts that looked unseen are about to be rewarded. For God does not forget the labor of your faith, and He does not ignore the cries of the righteous. This October, prepare yourself for surprises. The blessing that is coming will not always arrive in the form you expect. Some of you think it will come through one path, but God is about to show you another. Some of you are looking in one direction, but God is sending it from another. Do not box Him in. Do not limit Him to your imagination. God has 1,000 ways to bless you where you see none. He can use a stranger. He can use an enemy. He can use what once hurt you to now help you. He can turn what was meant for your harm into the very vehicle of your blessing. So in October, open your eyes wide because the blessing may come from the place you least expect. And let me declare this to you. This blessing will come suddenly. It will not creep in slowly. It will not delay when the hour strikes. It will break forth like light in the darkness, like thunder in the silence, like a breakthrough you could never have planned. God works suddenly. He waits until the moment looks impossible, then He shows His power. He waits until people think you're finished, then He lifts you. He waits until the world counts you out, then He counts you in this October. Be ready, because the blessing of God will arrive suddenly, and when it comes, it will change everything in an instant. Do not mistake silence for absence. Some of you have thought God has been quiet. You prayed and felt no answer. You waited and saw no sign. But let me tell you, when God seems silent, He is not inactive. He is working behind the scenes, aligning the pieces, setting the stage, arranging the connections. His silence is strategy. His timing is precision. And this October, what He has been preparing in the silence will be revealed in the light. You will see that God was never late. He was always on time. And hear this clearly: your blessing will not be contaminated by the schemes of your enemies. People may plot, they may plan, they may whisper, they may try to sabotage. But when God decides to bless you, every plan of the enemy backfires. Every scheme is exposed. Every trap becomes a stepping stone. This October, the very thing that was designed to block you will push you forward. The very opposition you face will highlight the greatness of God in your life. When He blesses you, the opposition only becomes evidence that His hand is on you. This is also the month where God is shifting identities. Some of you have been labeled by your past. People have called you failures, weak, unworthy, forgotten. They have judged you by mistakes, by shortcomings, by seasons of struggle. But God is about to rewrite your name. He is about to remove the old labels and give you a new identity. You will no longer be known by where you have been, but by where God is taking you. This October, when the blessing arrives, the narrative of your life will change. People will no longer whisper, "Look at all they've lost," but instead declare, "Look at what God has restored to them." They will no longer say, "Look at their pain," but rather, "Look at their breakthrough." And remember this truth: God's blessing is never confined to a single lifetime. When He blesses, the impact stretches across generations. What you receive in this October will not end with you. It will pour into your children, your family, and the generations yet to come. It will shatter old patterns that once chained your lineage. It will build new foundations that will outlive your years. The blessing of God is eternal in its reach. It creates legacy. And this October, God is sowing divine seeds in your life, seeds that will bear fruit long after this season fades. So lift up your head, straighten your back, walk with boldness. This October, you are not walking into defeat. You are walking into destiny. You are not walking into sorrow. You are walking into joy. You are not walking into emptiness. You are walking into abundance. God Himself is going before you. His hand is upon you. His blessing is assigned to you, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will be able to stop it. This October, I declare to you that the blessing of God is not something fragile, temporary, or fleeting. It is permanent. It is powerful, and it is purposeful. God is not blessing you just to make you feel good for a moment. He is blessing you to shift the entire trajectory of your life. He is blessing you to establish His greatness in you, to elevate you in ways you could not elevate yourself, and to prove to the world that when His hand is upon someone, no power on earth can diminish them. This is not a month of survival. It is a month of revival. This is not a month of barely getting by. It is a month of stepping into overflow. I want you to hear me clearly. The blessing of God is never accidental. It is intentional. It is timed. It is precise. God does not scatter blessings randomly. He releases them at the moment when they will make the greatest impact. This October is that moment. For some of you, this is the month where years of sowing will suddenly spring forth into harvest. For others, this is the month where prayers long whispered in the darkness will finally be answered in the light. For some, this blessing will break chains that have held you for generations. And for others, it will open doors you did not even know existed. But for all, this October will be a testimony that God remembers, God rewards, and God restores. Let me remind you of something. The blessing of God does not always come the way you expect. Some of you are expecting it to come neatly wrapped in the box of your imagination. But God is far greater than your imagination. He will send blessing through unexpected people, unexpected paths, unexpected timing. You may be waiting for Him to move in one direction, and He will surprise you by sending it from another. That is because God wants you to know, without question, it was not man who lifted you. It was not luck that blessed you. It was not coincidence that shifted your life. It was God and God alone. This October, He will make it so clear that no one else can take the credit for what He is about to do in you. And let me say this with fire in my heart. The blessing of October is not coming because of your perfection, but because of God's mercy. You may say, I am unworthy, I have failed too many times. And I tell you, yes, you have failed, but God is faithful. Yes, you are unworthy, but God is merciful. His blessing does not flow because of your worth. It flows because of His goodness. Do not disqualify yourself. Do not count yourself out. Do not let guilt or shame convince you that you are too far gone. This October, the mercy of God is overtaking you, and His mercy is greater than your mistakes. This is also a month where God is going to silence the voices of the enemy in your life. Some of you have been tormented by words spoken against you. Lies have been spread. Doubts have been cast. People have declared that you would not rise, that you would not succeed, that you would not survive. But this October, God is about to put those voices to shame. When His blessing comes upon you, their words will crumble. Their accusations will be proven false. Their judgments will be overturned. God Himself will defend you by the evidence of the blessing on your life. And listen carefully. The blessing of God is not just material, it is spiritual. This October, some of you will experience peace you have never known before. Anxiety that once ruled your nights will be broken. Fear that once controlled your steps will vanish. Doubt that once clouded your vision will clear. God's blessing is not just about what is in your hand. It is about what is in your heart. He is blessing your spirit with boldness, your mind with clarity, your soul with peace. He is equipping you inwardly so that when the outward blessing arrives, you will have the strength to carry it. This October is also a month of divine reversals. Where you were once the borrower, you will become the lender. Where you were once rejected, you will be chosen. Where doors were once shut in your face, they will now open wide. Where you were once last, you will be placed first. God delights in turning the tables, in flipping the script, in reversing the plans of the enemy. And in this season, He is about to rewrite your story in front of those who thought they had the final word. Do not underestimate the timing of God. Some of you have said, "Why did it take so long? Why didn't this happen earlier?" And I tell you, had it come earlier, you would not have been ready. The blessing is great and preparation was required. Every delay was not denial. It was designed. God was strengthening you, humbling you, teaching you, protecting you. He was shaping your character so that when the blessing comes, it will not destroy you. You are ready now in a way you were not before. That is why October is your month. That is why the blessing is coming now and not then. Trust His timing, for His timing is perfect. This is also a month where hidden things will be revealed. God is not only blessing you, He is exposing what was kept from you. Secrets will come to light. True intentions will be revealed. People who pretended to be for you will be shown for who they truly are. And though this may hurt at first, it will clear the way for the blessing to flow unhindered. God is removing distractions, cutting off dead weight, pulling away those who cannot go where you are going. This October, you will not only receive blessing, you will receive clarity. And clarity itself is a blessing. And do not forget, when God blesses you, He blesses you to become a blessing. The overflow in your life is meant to pour into others. The abundance you walk in is meant to lift those who are still struggling. God does not give you blessing to hoard, but to share, to reflect His generosity to the world around you. This October, when the blessing arrives, do not close your hand. Keep it open. Keep it generous. For the more you release, the more God will refill. The more you pour out, the more He will pour in. A blessing is never meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you. So I tell you, be expectant, be bold, be ready. This October is not just another month. It is a prophetic season. It is a divine turning point. It is a time appointed by God to reveal His power, His provision, and His presence in your life in ways you have never known before. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt. Do not let fear rob you of this moment. Stand tall, lift your voice, declare your faith, and prepare your heart. The blessing is coming, and it is coming now. This October, the hand of God is about to rewrite your story in a way that no man can erase. You may have lived under labels others placed on you. Failure, forgotten, unworthy, too late. But the blessing of God shatters those labels. When He decides to bless you, every false name you carried falls to the ground and a new identity is placed upon you. No longer will you be known by what you lost. You will be known by what God gave you. No longer will you be remembered for your pain. You will be remembered for the breakthrough that followed. This October, God is declaring a new chapter over your life, and it is one of honor, of abundance, and of favor. Do not underestimate the blessing that is coming. It is not a small adjustment. It is a complete shift. It will not just affect one corner of your life, it will ripple into every part of your being. The peace of God will calm your restless nights. The strength of God will renew your weary spirit. The wisdom of God will guide your decisions. The favor of God will open doors. This blessing is not partial, it is whole. God never does His work halfway. When He blesses fully, deeply, and completely. This October, He is preparing to touch everything concerning you. And understand this, the blessing of God will not always come in the way you imagine, but it will always come in the way you need. Some of you are looking for wealth, but what God is bringing is wisdom, because wisdom will sustain wealth. Some of you are asking for position, but God is granting you preparation because preparation will secure your position. Some of you are praying for the ending of a storm, but God is giving you strength in the storm because that strength will carry you into the blessing on the other side. This October, do not limit your expectation to one form. Trust that however God delivers the blessing, it will be exactly what you need for this season. This month is also a month of divine acceleration. What once took years will take weeks. What once took months will take days. When God places His blessing upon your life, Time itself bends to His will. Opportunities will come faster than you imagined. Progress will be swifter than you thought possible. Connections will happen suddenly. Growth will be visible quickly. You may have spent years waiting, but God does not need years to bless. He needs only a moment. And when that moment arrives, it redeems the years that felt wasted. This October, God is redeeming lost time with a blessing that will make up for everything you thought you missed. But do not miss this. The blessing of God always requires preparation of the heart. If He gives too much to a heart unprepared, that blessing can become a burden. That is why He has been refining you. That is why He has been pruning you. That is why He has been stripping away pride, fear, and doubt. Because when the blessing arrives, you must carry it with humility, with wisdom, and with faith. This October, make sure your heart is open, surrendered, and ready. God is not looking for perfect vessels. He is looking for surrendered ones. And let me speak with boldness. The blessing coming this October will not be able to be hidden. Some blessings you can keep private. But this one will be so large, so undeniable that everyone around you will see it. People will look at your life and be forced to acknowledge that it was the hand of God. Even those who doubted you, mocked you, or abandoned you will see the evidence. And though some may envy you, they cannot stop it. For what God does in your life is untouchable by human hands. This blessing will be your testimony, and your testimony will silence every tongue that rose against you. This is also a month of restoration. God is not just bringing something new, He is restoring what you thought was lost. Relationships that were broken will find peace. Joy that was stolen will return. Strength that was drained will be renewed. Opportunities that slipped away will circle back in greater measure. God is the God who restores. And when He restores, He never gives back less than what was lost. He always gives more. This October, expect restoration that exceeds your imagination. Do not forget the blessing of God is not fragile against opposition. Yes, the enemy will try to resist it. Yes, challenges may arise. Yes, difficulties may come. But none of these can stop what God has decreed. The blessing is shielded by His authority, and His authority cannot be challenged. If God says you are blessed, then no curse can touch you. If God says the door is open, then no hand can close it. If God says the way is made, then no obstacle can block it. This October, rest in the assurance that your blessing is divinely protected. Listen closely, because this is a truth you must carry in your spirit. There will be moments when God's blessing demands that you take a step of fearless faith. He will sometimes open doors that seem far too big for your strength. He will position you in places that make you tremble a little. He will call you into seasons that stretch every part of who you are. But that's the beauty of how God moves. He gives you more than you can manage on your own, so that your only choice is to lean fully on Him. So this October, don't retreat when the blessing looks too overwhelming. Step into it, because as you move, God will give you everything you need. Now hear this. This month is not just another page on the calendar. October is sacred ground. It is a divine appointment in time. God has chosen it. God has marked it. God has anointed it. Walk through these days with holy awareness. Protect your heart. Stay rooted in prayer. Speak words of life, not despair. Speak faith, not doubt. Keep your eyes fixed on the one who writes your story, for He is the source behind every miracle about to unfold. And as you journey through this month, declare with boldness, "This is my time, my season, my moment where God Himself has spoken blessing over my life." My friend, let me ask you something that might stir the deepest part of your soul tonight. Have you ever looked around and thought, how did I end up here? How did someone like me, overlooked, wounded, imperfect, find myself standing in a place of honor I never believed I could reach? Let me tell you, it wasn't your resume, your influence, your strength, your wit, or your qualifications that brought you there. It was God, and only God, who lifted you. Because when He chooses to raise you, He will place you in a position that no man's approval can grant and no enemy's attack can destroy. You may not fit the world's criteria, but God will seat you in places that cause the wise, the wealthy, and the powerful to ask, how did they get there? There will be seasons where you feel too small for the assignment, too weak for the battle, too undeserving for the blessing. But hear me clearly, God specializes in taking the ones who seem disqualified and raising them to heights where no human effort could ever take them. If you think you need to be the strongest, the smartest, the most talented, or the most polished, you are mistaken. God looks at the humble heart, the surrendered spirit, the one who depends fully on Him, and He says, that is the one I will lift. When God chooses to elevate you, no opinion, no criticism, no record of your past can keep you chained down. You see, people will often tell you that you are not good enough. They will whisper behind your back, she doesn't deserve that, he's not qualified for that, they are not capable of carrying that responsibility. But the truth is, God does not promote you based on human qualifications. He promotes you based on His divine plan. He promotes you based on what He has spoken over your life before you were even born. And when God speaks, no man can reverse it. You may not have the degree. You may not have the wealth. You may not have the perfect background, but when God decides to lift you, He will bypass the very things you thought were obstacles and use them as stepping stones for your elevation. Think about how life has tried to keep you small. Every time you took a step forward, something came to push you 2 steps back. Every time you thought you were finally moving ahead, opposition rose up like a flood. And yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still pressing forward. Why? Because God has His hand on you. Because God has been preparing you for something greater than your present situation. And when the right moment comes, God will launch you into a place so far beyond your qualifications that even your enemies will be forced to admit that it had nothing to do with you. It was all God. The world loves to keep score. They measure your worth by your achievements, your bank account, your title, your appearance, your background. But God does not look at the outer qualifications. He looks at the heart. And when your heart is aligned with Him, when your spirit is surrendered to Him, He will put you in positions that make no sense to the human mind. He will open doors that should never have opened. He will cause people who never thought about you to favor you. He will make opportunities chase you down, and He will set you on high places, not because you qualified, but because you trusted. Do you know why God does this? Because He wants the world to see His power at work. If you had the qualifications, if you had the connections, if you had the resources, then people would give you the credit. But when you had nothing, when you came from nothing, when you were rejected and overlooked and yet you still rose, people will know it was God. And that is exactly what He wants. God wants His glory revealed in your life. He wants your story to be so impossible, so unlikely, so unexpected, that everyone around you will have to acknowledge that only God could have done it. Some of you have been overlooked for years. You've been faithful, you've worked hard, you've prayed, you've waited, and still doors have closed in your face. But I declare to you today, do not be discouraged. Because when God opens the right door, you will not need to knock twice. When God chooses to lift you, you will not have to beg for acceptance. You will not have to prove yourself to anyone. You will walk into that place, and even the people who thought you did not belong will have no choice but to respect the hand of God on your life. There is coming a moment when God will take the very things that disqualified you and use them as the foundation for your blessing. The pain you endured, the rejection you faced, the struggles you went through, God will use all of it to show that His power is greater than your weakness. The world said you weren't enough, but God says, with me you are more than enough. The world said you would fail, but God says, I will make you stand. The world said you were not worthy, but God says, I have chosen you, and that is enough. Do not let your lack intimidate you. Do not let your past shame you. Do not let your insecurities silence you, because God is not finished with you. He is not done writing your story, and the next chapter is not going to look like the last. The next season of your life is going to shock everyone who thought they had you figured out. You will walk into positions you did not apply for. You will inherit blessings you did not work for. You will receive honor you did not seek, because God Himself is about to lift you into a place you never qualified for. But hear this, my friend. When God lifts you, it will not be for your glory. It will be for His. He is not elevating you so you can boast in your own strength. He is elevating you so that when people look at your life, they will see His fingerprints. They will see His power. They will see His faithfulness. And they will know that God is still in the business of taking the least likely and making them a testimony of His greatness. Some of you are worried right now, wondering how it's going to happen. You look at your situation and you say, I don't see a way. I don't see how I could ever get there. I don't see how I could ever qualify for that position, for that blessing, for that breakthrough. But let me tell you, you don't have to see the way. God is the way. You don't have to qualify yourself. God is the one who qualifies you. He does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And if He has chosen you, no one can cancel what He has ordained. When God lifts you, He will silence every voice that spoke against you. When God lifts you, He will shut the mouths of those who said you could not make it. When God lifts you, He will prove every doubter wrong. And you won't have to fight for it. You won't have to argue for it. You won't have to force it. God Himself will place you where you belong. And once He places you there, no one can remove you. Do not underestimate what God is about to do in your life. Do not measure your future by your present. Do not think small when God is preparing to do something great. You may feel unworthy, but God says you are chosen. You may feel inadequate, but God says you are enough. You may feel unqualified, but God says, I will qualify you. And when God says it, nothing in this world can stop it. Listen closely, because what I am about to tell you has the power to shift the way you see your entire life. Many of you have been walking under the heavy weight of comparison, believing that because you do not have what others have, because you did not come from the right family, because you do not carry the same credentials, that somehow you are disqualified from the greatness that God has promised. But I declare to you right now, God has never measured you by human standards. He has never required you to meet the world's qualifications in order to fulfill His plans. God alone is the one who lifts. God alone is the one who promotes. God alone is the one who places a crown of honor on the head of the humble. And when He decides to lift you, no boardroom, no committee, no critic, no gatekeeper, and no enemy will be able to keep you from the place He has reserved for you. You see, the reason God often chooses those who seem the least likely is because He delights in confounding the wisdom of the world. When people look at you and see weakness, God sees a vessel through which His strength can be revealed. When others say you do not belong, God says, I will place you where no one else could have imagined. And when you are lifted into that place, everyone watching will know it was not the work of man, but the hand of God. That is why you must stop discounting yourself. Stop saying, I can't. Stop saying, I don't have enough. Stop saying, I'm not qualified, because the truth is, God's qualification is greater than all of man's requirements. Think of how many times you thought you missed your chance. Think of how many doors closed in your face. You thought it was rejection, but it was protection. You thought you were being held back, but you were being prepared. Because the place where God intends to take you is not just any place. It is not just another opportunity, another promotion, another step forward. No, it is a place you never even dreamed you would step into. A place so high, so unexpected, so beyond your reach, that only God could have carried you there. And when you arrive, you will not boast about your skill. You will boast about the faithfulness of God. Do not underestimate the power of God's timing. There is a season for waiting, and there is a season for rising. You may feel stuck right now as though you have been passed over, as though others keep leaping ahead while you are left behind. But do not mistake delay for denial. God has not forgotten you, and God has not overlooked you. At the appointed time, when it serves His purpose, when it brings Him the greatest glory, He will lift you up with such force that no one will be able to deny it. And it will happen suddenly, without warning, without explanation, without a chance for your enemies to prepare. One moment you will feel overlooked, and the next you will be standing in a place that generations before you could not even imagine. And let me tell you why God does this. Because He wants to display His power in vessels that the world thought were unusable. That means He will use your brokenness. He will use your scar. He will use your history. He will use the very things people thought disqualified you, and He will turn them into testimonies that magnify His greatness. Do not despise your past. Do not resent your struggle. Do not be ashamed of where you came from, because all of it is working together to prepare you for the place you never qualified for. What you thought would destroy you is the very thing God will use to position you. What you thought was the end is only the beginning of the platform God is building for you. When God lifts you, it will not be subtle. It will not be hidden. It will not be quiet. He will lift you in such a way that others will have to look and see that His power is undeniable. And some of the very people who tried to keep you down will be forced to watch as God raises you higher. Not because of revenge, but because God's glory will not be contained. They will see and they will know that God's hand is on your life. And even those who once mocked you will have to acknowledge that it was God who carried you to that place. So many live their lives striving to prove their worth. They exhaust themselves trying to be noticed, trying to be chosen, trying to be approved. But let me speak truth into your spirit. You do not have to chase recognition when God has already chosen you. You do not have to fight for a seat at the table when God is preparing a table for you. You do not have to compete with others when God has reserved a place that only you can fill. And when He lifts you, it will be clear that it was not man's approval that put you there. It was the sovereign hand of God. Now let me press deeper into your heart. When God lifts you into a place you never qualified for, it will come with responsibility. Do not take lightly the honor of being elevated by His hand. It is not so you can flaunt your blessing, but so you can steward it with humility and obedience. The place God is taking you is not just about your comfort. It is about your calling. He is not raising you simply to make you look great. He is raising you so that His greatness can flow through you to impact others. So when you are lifted, do not forget the one who lifted you. Do not forget the days of struggle. Do not forget the nights of tears. Do not forget the prayers whispered in the dark when no one else was listening. Because those were the moments that shaped you for the place He is about to give you. And here is a truth that will humble every soul. When God lifts you, it will not always be because of what you have done, but because of who He is. His mercy, His power, His plan. Those are the reasons you will rise. It is not earned. It is not purchased. It is not bargained for. It is a gift. And that is why pride has no place in the heart of the lifted. Because everything you have, everything you will step into, everything you will inherit, it is not because you qualified. It is because God decided to favor you. You may be asking, why me? Why would God choose to lift someone like me? And the answer is simple. Because He is God. Because He chooses whom He wills. Because He delights in showing His strength through vessels that seem unworthy. Because He wants your story to be a testimony that will inspire others to trust Him. And so He looks at you, the one who feels small, the one who feels forgotten, the one who feels inadequate. And He says, I will lift you. Do not resist it. Do not doubt it. Do not talk yourself out of it. Because when God speaks, it is settled. When He decides, it is final. And when He lifts, nothing in heaven or on earth can stop it. Your job is to remain faithful, to remain humble, to remain surrendered. Let Him prepare you in the waiting. Let Him strengthen you in the quiet. Let Him mold your character in the hidden place. Because when the moment comes, when the season shifts, when the door swings open, you will need the strength of that preparation to stand where He places you. I tell you again, God is about to lift you into a place you never qualified for. And when it happens, it will not only change your life, it will ripple through generations. Your children will see it. Your family will witness it. Your community will talk about it. Because the glory of God cannot be contained within your own story. It will overflow into the lives of others. That is the kind of lifting He is about to do. Let your heart be still for a moment and listen, because the word I bring to you now carries weight for your destiny. Too many people live their lives believing they have to be perfect before they can be elevated. They think they need every qualification, every approval, every credential, every endorsement. But let me tell you this with the authority of conviction. When God chooses to lift you, He does not ask the permission of man. He does not consult your critics. He does not review your past mistakes. He does not check with the gatekeepers of this world. God lifts whom He chooses. And when He places His hand upon you, the very rules that seemed unshakable begin to bend in your favor. Doors that were locked suddenly swing open. Paths that were blocked suddenly clear. Walls that stood tall suddenly crumble at your feet. Because when God lifts, He rewrites the story of your life in a way no human system can control. The world teaches you to climb ladders, to compete, to push, to strive, to hustle for positions that others are fighting for. But hear me, God does not need ladders. He does not need man-made systems of promotion. He does not need human platforms. When God lifts you, He bypasses the natural order and places you directly into the seat He has chosen for you. That is why your elevation will never make sense to those who measure worth by worldly standards. They will look at you and ask, how did this one get here? They don't meet the requirements. They don't have the pedigree. They don't have the raw. And the answer will echo through eternity. It was God. You may be in a season right now where you feel buried. Everything looks dark. Everything feels heavy and no one sees the work God is doing within you. But let me remind you, being buried and being planted look the same at first glance. One leads to death, the other leads to growth. And some of you are not buried. You are planted. God has placed you in the soil of preparation. He has hidden you in obscurity so that your roots can grow deep, so that when He lifts you into the light, you will not wither under the weight of success. Do not despise your hidden season. It is in the hidden place that God prepares the vessel He intends to elevate. And when He lifts you, you will know that the darkness was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to strengthen you. Understand this truth. God's lifting is not ordinary. When He raises you, He does it in such a way that the spotlight shines not on you, but on Him. You may feel like the least likely candidate, but God delights in using the least likely because it magnifies His greatness. He could have chosen the mighty, but He chooses the meek. He could have chosen the powerful, but He chooses the humble. He could have chosen the celebrated, but He chooses the overlooked. Why? Because when He lifts you, no one can confuse His power with your performance. Everyone will see that it was His hand, not your own, that carried you there. And let me give you this wisdom. When God lifts you, the very people who thought you were unworthy will witness your rising. But do not let bitterness poison your heart. The elevation of God is not about proving your enemies wrong. It is about proving God right. It is about showing that His word never fails, that His plan cannot be overturned, that His favor is greater than man's rejection. So, when you rise, rise with grace. When you step into that place you never qualified for, walk with humility. Let your success be a testimony, not a weapon. Let your blessing be a light that points others back to the God who gave it. Some of you believe your past has written you out of God's plan. You replay the wrong turns, the disappointments, the missed chances, and convince yourself that your destiny has been lost forever. But hear me, God never checks your history to decide your future. He is the master of time, the one who speaks the end from the very beginning. He already saw every stumble, every failure, every fall before He ever decided to lift you up. And still He declares, I will raise you. Your mistakes don't disqualify you from His promotion. In truth, they often become the very stage where His mercy and power shine brightest. Don't be fooled into thinking that God's elevation must make sense by human logic. Many times His ways will shatter logic completely. He can take a shepherd and seat him among kings. He can lift a prisoner to govern nations. He can raise an orphan to guide generations. God does not rely on human systems to confirm His chosen ones. He does not need a diploma, a title, a certificate, or an endorsement. When He chooses you, He validates you Himself. And when His hand rests upon you, no man can revoke what He has ordained. And hear me on this. The lifting of God is not always upward in the way the world thinks. Sometimes it is inward. Sometimes it is about lifting your spirit out of despair, lifting your mind out of confusion, lifting your heart out of fear. Sometimes the place you never qualified for is not a position, but a peace you could never earn. It is not a title, but a freedom you could never purchase. It is not a promotion, but a restoration you never thought possible. God lifts not only to honor you, but to heal you. He raises you not only to exalt you, but to restore the parts of you that life tried to crush. And when He does lift you into positions of influence, do not forget that influence is not just for yourself. The place God is taking you carries purpose beyond your own comfort. It is about those who will be blessed through your obedience. It is about the voices you will amplify, the hands you will strengthen, the lives you will touch. That is why God's lifting cannot be selfish. It cannot be about pride. It must be about purpose. When God raises you, He is raising a vessel through which His will can flow into the earth. So walk with courage, because your life is not bound by the qualifications of men. Walk with faith, because the one who holds your destiny cannot fail. Walk with expectancy, because the season of lifting is nearer than you think. And when it comes, it will come suddenly. You will not have time to explain it, to prepare for it, or to justify it. You will simply find yourself standing in a place you never qualified for, and your only response will be awe at the greatness of God. Do not shrink back when that moment arrives. Do not tell yourself you are unworthy of standing there. Do not sabotage yourself with small thinking. God did not bring you this far to leave you timid and fearful. He lifted you so you could shine. He lifted you so His power could be revealed. He lifted you so the world would know that He alone is God, and that He alone decides who rises and who falls. There is something I must speak into your spirit today. Something that may shake you free from the chains of doubt that have held you captive. You have been told that you are not good enough, not strong enough, not wise enough, not worthy enough. You have been made to feel like an outsider in places where others walk with ease. But listen to me now. God delights in placing the outsider on the inside. God delights in raising the forgotten to the forefront. God delights in turning the rejected stone into the chief cornerstone. And when He lifts you, He will not simply lift you slightly higher. He will place you in a position so unexpected, so beyond your human merit, that even those who opposed you will have no choice but to declare this was the doing of God. Some of you have been living beneath your potential because you have accepted the labels that people have put on you. They have called you unworthy, incapable, unqualified, and you have begun to believe them. But let me tell you with fire in my voice, the labels of man do not define the destiny of God. You are not created to live confined by their judgments. You are not designed to shrink under their expectations. You are not chosen to remain small in the shadow of other people's opinions. God Himself has spoken over you, and His word carries more power than every voice of opposition combined. When God chooses to lift you, He is not limited by where you were born, how you were raised, what education you received, or what mistakes you have made. He is not bound by your failures. He is not restricted by your lack. He is not hindered by your shortcomings. In fact, it is often in those very shortcomings that His glory shines the brightest. Because when you rise into that place you never qualified for, no one will say it was because of your credentials. They will say it was because of your God. And let me remind you, there is a reason why God lifts His people into places they do not deserve by human standards. It is so that all eyes will be directed upward, not outward. If you could explain it, if you could calculate it, if you could trace it back to your own effort, then people would glorify you. But when the evidence points in no other direction but toward God, then He alone receives the glory. That is why He has chosen you, the one others overlook, the one who feels inadequate, the one who carries scars. He is about to lift you so that His power may be displayed through you. Some of you are sitting in silence right now, wondering why the doors have not yet opened, why the opportunities have not come, why you have been delayed while others seem to run ahead. Let me tell you, delay does not mean denial. Delay means preparation. God has been equipping you in the dark, strengthening your spirit, refining your character, testing your faith. He has been preparing you for a level of responsibility that you could not have handled if He had lifted you too soon. But now the season is shifting. Now the time is drawing near. Now the hidden place is about to give way to the elevated place. And when it does, you will rise not only with blessing, but with wisdom, not only with honor, but with endurance, not only with promotion, but with purpose. Do not misunderstand this. When God lifts you, it is not only for your sake, it is for the sake of others who will be impacted by your elevation. Your family, your community, even generations yet unborn, will feel the ripple effect of the place God is about to carry you into. You think it is only about you receiving honor, but God's vision is greater. He is raising you so that through your life, others may see the reality of His power and the certainty of His promises. That is why you must not despise the process. Every tear you cried, every battle you fought, every valley you walked through, it was not wasted. It was molding you into someone who can stand when lifted, because elevation without foundation leads to collapse. But God has been digging deep within you, laying a foundation so strong that when He raises you up, you will not fall. You will stand, and you will stand as a witness of His power. And let me speak to your doubt for a moment. I know there are voices in your mind telling you, you don't deserve it. You're not ready. You're not capable. But those voices do not come from God. God does not speak in discouragement. God does not speak in limitation. God does not speak in defeat. His word says, I will lift you in due season. His word says, I will honor those who honor me. His word says, I will make you the head and not the tail, above and not beneath. And when God says it, it overrides every lie, every doubt, every fear. Prepare yourself, because the lifting of God comes suddenly. You may be in the valley today and on the mountain tomorrow. You may be in obscurity this morning and in prominence by evening. That is how swiftly God can shift your story. And when He does, you will realize that all the nights of waiting, all the years of being overlooked, all the seasons of feeling forgotten were only setting the stage for the moment of your rising. And when it happens, remember this: humility must clothe you. Do not let pride corrupt the blessing. Do not let arrogance poison the promotion. Walk with gratitude, because you know better than anyone that you never qualified for where you now stand. Let your elevation be your testimony, not your trophy. Let your success be your witness, not your weapon. Let your blessing be your service, not your selfishness. Because God lifts you not for you to shine alone, but for His light to shine through you. My friend, there are moments in life when everything within you screams that you are unqualified, unworthy, and unequipped. You look at the mountain before you and your heart whispers, I cannot climb this. I cannot stand there. Yet it is in those very moments when God reaches down with His mighty hand, lifts you up, and places you in a position you could have never reached on your own. When God decides to elevate you, it will not be by your RA Summa, your connections, or your qualifications. It will be by His power alone. God will lift you into a place where no degree could have taken you, no influence could have secured for you, and no human hand could have carried you. You see, man looks at what is on the surface, but God looks at the heart. Man disqualifies you because of your past, but God qualifies you because of your faith. People may see every reason why you should not rise, but God sees every reason why He Himself will cause you to rise. And when He moves, no force on earth and no power of darkness can stop what He has ordained. If God says you are chosen, you are chosen. If God says you are lifted, you are lifted. Think about it. Every prophet, every servant, every person God has ever used mightily was placed in positions they did not qualify for by human standards. They were ordinary, overlooked, rejected by people, but handpicked by God. That is why you must never measure your destiny by the standards of men. Men may limit you, but God has no limits. Men may shut doors, but God owns the keys. Men may say you cannot enter, but when God speaks, He will part seas, break barriers, and bring you into a land you did not build, and a harvest you did not plant. You might feel small today. You might feel like you don't have enough resources, enough experience, or enough influence. But let me tell you, with every conviction of my soul, when God decides to elevate you, none of that matters. God's power will overshadow your lack. His strength will cover your weakness. His wisdom will outweigh your inexperience. And His favor will break every wall that stands against you. God can take someone with nothing and make them the very vessel that shakes nations. Listen closely. God does not need you to have the qualifications. He only needs you to have the faith. Because faith is the currency of heaven. Faith is what draws the hand of God into your situation. Faith says, God, I cannot, but you can. Faith says, I am not enough, but you are more than enough. Faith says, I don't deserve it, but I will walk boldly because you have chosen me. And when you walk in faith, you align yourself with the very power that causes God to move you from the back to the front, from overlooked to chosen, from rejected to appointed. You may have been disqualified by people. They may have told you, you are not talented enough, you are not smart enough, you are not worthy enough. But God's voice is louder than theirs. God's voice silences the critics. God's voice confuses the naysayers. God's voice opens doors that no man thought possible. And when God speaks a word over your life, every tongue that rose against you will be silenced. Every weapon that was formed against you will fail. And every plan that was designed to keep you small will collapse under the weight of His glory. You see, elevation from God is not about status. It is about purpose. God does not lift you so you can boast. God does not exalt you so you can flaunt. God lifts you so that His light can shine through you in places others thought you could never reach. God positions you so that His name is glorified through your story. When you walk into rooms you did not qualify for, it will not be about your name. It will be about His name. People will look at you and say, how did they get here? And the only answer will be, God did it. That is the beauty of God's power. He writes stories that no human could write. He arranges paths that no human could design. He places crowns on heads that the world would never choose. And He takes delight in lifting those who have been overlooked, rejected, and dismissed. Because when He does, the world has no choice but to acknowledge that it was God who raised you. Do not think for a moment that your background disqualifies you. Do not think that your failures disqualify you. Do not think that your weaknesses disqualify you. In fact, those very things are what God will use to display His greatness. Because when He lifts you, it will be undeniable that it was not your doing, it was His doing. And when it is God's doing, it is permanent. No man can undo what God has established. So hold your head high today. Lift your eyes to the heavens. Stop disqualifying yourself in your own mind. Stop replaying the voices of doubt. Stop comparing yourself to those around you. Because the truth is, you are already chosen. You are already appointed. You are already set apart for something greater than your qualifications. God Himself has marked you for elevation. And when the appointed time comes, He will lift you into a place where your only response will be to fall on your knees in awe and declare, God, only you could have done this. My friend, hear this with every fiber of your being. When God lifts you, it will not be by accident and it will not be by chance, and it will be by divine appointment. The very places you thought were impossible will become your dwelling ground. The very tables you thought you would never sit at will become the places where God sets you as a testimony of His greatness. The very rooms where your name was never spoken will begin to echo with honor because God Himself placed you there. Don't let the whispers of doubt convince you that you are undeserving. Don't let the voices of others make you retreat in fear. You were never created to live trapped beneath their opinions. You were never designed to chase after human approval. You were destined to be lifted by the hand of God. And when He raises you, no force in heaven or on earth can pull you down. So step forward with confidence. Step forward with faith. Walk knowing your foundation is not built on your own merits. It is built upon the promises of God. You do not move by your own strength. You are upheld by His mighty power. You do not shine from your own brilliance. You radiate the light that only comes from Him. And when the moment arrives where you are placed in a position you never imagined possible, remember this truth. It was never about what you could accomplish. It has always been about what God could accomplish through you. To Him alone be all glory, all honor, and all praise. Have you ever prayed for so long with such intensity and desperation that you started to wonder if heaven was even listening? Have you cried into the dark, your tears soaking the pillow, your voice shaking as you whispered, pleaded, begged for God to move? And in that silence, a thought crept in. Did God forget me? Has He turned His face away? My friend, hear me clearly today with the fire of God's truth stirring in my spirit. God has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you. He has not ignored a single prayer you've prayed. The answer you've been waiting for is closer than it has ever been. Sometimes when we pray, the heavens seem sealed, as if our words can't break through. Sometimes the waiting feels endless, the silence unbearable, and we start to believe our prayers have vanished into the void. But hear me, the silence of God is never the absence of God. When you think nothing is happening, God is moving. When you think your words have disappeared into the void, God has collected every syllable, every tear, every cry, and He has written them into His plan for your life. There is no wasted prayer when it is lifted to God. There is no forgotten request when it is entrusted to Him. Right now, at this very moment, unseen to your natural eye, God is orchestrating the pieces, arranging the details, shifting circumstances, aligning people, and preparing doors that will swing open in your favor. You prayed for it, you asked for it, you cried for it, and God is about to show you the harvest of those prayers. But hear me carefully, God never gives you what you ask for until He has prepared you to handle it. You have been in the waiting season not because God said no, but because God said not yet. I am preparing you. That delay was not denial. That silence was not rejection. It was God shaping your character, strengthening your faith, teaching you patience, stretching your spirit so that when the blessing comes, you will not squander it. You see, some of you have been praying for abundance, but God was first teaching you how to be faithful with little. Some of you have been praying for doors of influence, but God was first teaching you humility in the hidden places. Some of you have been praying for love, but God was first teaching you how to stand strong when you felt alone. Do you understand? The waiting room was your classroom. The silence was your training ground. And now God is saying, you are ready. What you have prayed for, I am about to release. I want you to lift your eyes for a moment and see beyond your current circumstance. What looks like nothing today is about to become everything tomorrow. That job you prayed for, that opportunity you begged for, that healing you wept for, that breakthrough you could hardly imagine, God has already placed it in motion. It may not look like much right now. The sky may still seem cloudy. The doors may still look locked. The season may still feel barren. But God works in the unseen before He manifests in the seen. Just as a seed takes root underground before it breaks through the soil, your prayer has already taken root in the unseen realm. You may not see it sprouting yet, but the roots are deep. The soil is rich, and in due time it will break forth. God is about to give you everything you prayed for, and it will happen suddenly in ways you did not expect, and at a moment when you least anticipated it. But I must tell you something with absolute urgency. When God moves, you must be ready. God does not give to the half-hearted. He does not release His best to those who treat prayer as a casual game. If you truly believe God is about to give you what you prayed for, then prepare yourself as though it has already been delivered. Walk with the posture of faith. Speak with the authority of one who already holds the promise. Live with the discipline of one entrusted with God's favor. Too many people pray and then live as if nothing is coming. But faith does not sit back and doubt. Faith stands up and prepares. If you prayed for provision, act like the door's about to open. If you prayed for strength, walk as though the power is already in your bones. If you prayed for healing, live as though restoration is on its way. That is the language God responds to. Faith is the key that unlocks the storehouse of heaven. Do not be deceived by the enemy who whispers that your prayer was useless. Do not let doubt poison the soil of your expectation. The devil wants you to give up one day before your answer arrives. He wants you to stop believing when you are inches away from breakthrough and no. But God sent me to tell you, hold on. Your answer is closer than your next breath. God is faithful to His word. God does not lie. God does not tease His children. If He placed a prayer in your heart, it was because He intended to answer it in His time. Your tears have been counted. Your cries have been recorded. Your prayers have been stored up like incense before His throne, and the hour of release is drawing near. God is about to give you everything you prayed for. Not because you deserve it, not because you earned it, but because He is faithful and He delights in blessing His children who trust Him. Think of the farmer who plants a seed. He does not stand over the soil and demand immediate fruit. He does not curse the ground when the first week passes without sprouts. He knows that something is happening beneath the surface beyond his sight. He waters the soil, He tends the ground, He waits with expectation, and in time, the seed breaks through. That is what your prayer life is like. You planted the seed in faith. You watered it with tears. You nurtured it with patience, and now the harvest is near. God is saying the time of waiting is over. The seed is about to break through. The answer is about to be seen. My friend, do not stop praying now. Do not stop believing now. Do not give up in this final hour. You are on the edge of the very thing you cried for. God is about to give you everything you prayed for. He is about to open doors that no man can shut. He is about to restore what the enemy tried to steal. He is about to turn your mourning into dancing, your ashes into beauty, your sorrow into joy. The very thing you thought was dead, God is breathing life into again. The very place you thought was barren, God is about to make fruitful. The very prayer you thought was ignored, God is about to answer with power. Lift up your head, strengthen your faith, and prepare your heart. The hour is near, the blessing is coming, the answer is here. There comes a moment in every life where the weight of unanswered prayers presses so heavily upon the heart that doubt begins to creep in. You ask, why is God silent? Why does God not move when I cry out? And yet, my friend, the silence of God is not a punishment, it is preparation. When God holds back, it is not because He has closed His ears to you, it is because He is arranging something greater than you imagined. God never denies His faithful servants. He only delays so that when the answer comes, it shakes the heavens with its glory. That is why your waiting has been so long. That is why your nights have been sleepless. That is why your heart has ached. It was not in vain. Every second of waiting has been an investment into a greater future. God has heard you, and God is about to pour into your life the very thing you prayed for with tears, with longing, with faith. Look around you. Look at the battles you have already survived. Look at the storms that should have destroyed you, but instead strengthened you. Look at the burdens that nearly broke you. Yet here you stand, still believing, still praying, still holding on to God. Do you think that was by accident? No. It was proof that God has been with you every step of the way. If He carried you through what tried to destroy you, how much more will He carry you into what you prayed for? God has not kept you alive just to leave you empty. God has not carried you through trials just to abandon you on the threshold of breakthrough. No, my friend, God has preserved you for this very moment, for the blessing that is now rushing toward you. What you prayed for is about to meet you in due season, and that season is upon you now. Too often people mistake delay for rejection, but I say again, delay is divine protection. God sometimes withholds what you ask for because He knows the weight of it would crush you before you were ready. He knows the dangers that lie hidden in the timing. He knows that if He gave it too soon, you would not have the wisdom to sustain it. That is why He has been shaping you in the shadows, building strength in your spirit, planting discipline in your daily life, refining your heart to carry what is coming. So instead of asking, why hasn't God answered me, start declaring, God is preparing me. Because when the answer comes, it will not be fragile. It will not be temporary. It will not be small. It will be strong, permanent, and abundant, pressed down, shaken together, and overflowing into your life. Now let me speak plainly. Many of you have prayed not only for survival, but for abundance. You have asked God to enlarge your territory, to bless your work, to bring prosperity into your life. But understand this, God does not bless laziness, and He does not reward doubt. If you prayed for increase, then rise up with diligence. If you prayed for opportunity, prepare yourself with excellence. If you prayed for provision, align your life with discipline. God responds to faith in action. Prayer without preparation is empty words. But when your faith takes shape in your living, when your words are backed by your steps, then God begins to release the floodgates of heaven. So I ask you, are you ready for what you prayed for? Have you ordered your life in expectation? Because God is not sending you scraps. He is sending you abundance. He is not giving you crumbs. He is preparing a feast. And you must be ready to sit at the table. There is a divine law at work, a principle God has woven into the fabric of creation. You reap what you sow, and prayer is the seed. Some of you have been sowing prayers for years, maybe decades. You thought the ground swallowed them up. You thought time had buried them. But hear me, God has not forgotten. Every prayer you sowed has been germinating in the soil of heaven, waiting for its appointed season. And now that season is drawing near. Do not mistake the long wait as abandonment. It is proof that the roots are deep. The longer the seed remains in the ground, the stronger the harvest will be. God is about to give you not just what you prayed for, but greater than what you imagined. For God always multiplies the seed of faith. But let me warn you, when God answers, He does so in His way, not yours. Do not box Him in. Do not dictate the method. God may not open the door you knocked on, but He will open a better one down the hall. God may not heal the way you expected, but He will restore in a way that makes you whole. God may not send the opportunity through the person you thought would help, but He will raise up someone unexpected who holds the key. When you pray, you release control. You surrender your will to the higher wisdom of God. So when the answer comes, it may surprise you. It may humble you. It may even break you free from the plans you clung to, but it will always be greater than what you dared to imagine. God is about to give you everything you prayed for. But hear this, He will also test whether you are willing to give Him the glory. Many people cry out for blessing, but when it arrives, they forget the one who gave it. They clutch the gift and abandon the giver. Do not let that be your story. The blessing is not meant to pull you away from God. It is meant to draw you closer. The provision is not meant to inflate your pride. It is meant to magnify God's faithfulness. When your prayer is answered, lift your hands higher. When your need is met, bow your heart deeper. When the door opens, walk through it with gratitude, not arrogance. God is not giving you what you prayed for so that you may boast in yourself. He is giving it so that His greatness will shine through your life. Do not ever forget your answered prayer is not just about you. It is about God revealing His power to the world through you. And I must say this with urgency. There is a danger in doubt. Doubt is the thief of destiny. Many of you prayed, but then poisoned your own prayers with unbelief. You asked God for provision, but spoke words of scarcity. You prayed for healing, but lived in fear of sickness. You prayed for breakthrough, but doubted it would ever come. My friend, your tongue can either water the seed of prayer or scorch it with fire. If you truly believe God is about to give you what you prayed for, then speak with faith. Declare it with boldness. Stop rehearsing failure and start proclaiming victory. Stop magnifying your problems and start magnifying your God. Faith is not pretending the mountain is small. Faith is declaring that God is bigger than the mountain. Faith is not denying the storm. Faith is proclaiming that God is greater than the storm. Align your mouth with your prayer. Align your words with your faith and watch God move. I tell you again with the deepest conviction of my soul, God is about to give you everything you prayed for. Some of you will receive restoration in your family. Some will see opportunities open that have been locked for years. Some will rise from the pit of despair into a place of abundance. Some will step out of loneliness into companionship. Some will see healing where doctors said there was none. Some will see debts erased, businesses flourish, doors swing wide, and destinies unfold. And all of it will be because God is faithful, not because of your strength, not because of your perfection, but because God honors faith. God rewards persistence, and God delights in answering the cries of His people. There are moments in life when you can almost feel the atmosphere shift around you, when the weight of delay begins to lift, and you sense that something is about to break open. That is where many of you are right now. You have walked through the valley. You have endured the drought. And now the wind of God's promise is beginning to stir the air. You may not see it with your eyes yet, but your spirit knows. Deep within you there is a whisper from God declaring, the time is near, the waiting is over. What you prayed for is on its way. That is not imagination. That is revelation. God plants that knowing inside you before the blessing arrives, so that when it does, you recognize it was His hand and not chance that brought it forth. Do not underestimate the power of the unseen. Just because you cannot see it does not mean God is not working. The greatest miracles of God always begin hidden, shielded from the natural eye until the appointed time. Think about the sunrise. It begins long before the first ray pierces the horizon. The sky is dark, the earth is still, yet already the light is pushing back the night. In the same way, your prayer has already set something in motion. Though your world still looks dark, though the night still lingers, the dawn is approaching. And when God's light breaks forth, it does not ask permission. It does not wait for circumstances to align. It overwhelms the darkness in a single moment. God is about to bring that sudden shift into your life, the kind that no one can explain but everyone can see. Many of you have prayed with such intensity that your heart is weary and you wonder, will the answer ever come? Hear me, your weariness is proof that the fight has been real, but it is also proof that the finish line is near. You do not grow this weary at the beginning of the race. You grow weary when the finish line is just ahead. And God says to you today, do not stop running, do not stop believing, do not stop pressing forward. Your prayer is about to meet its answer. What you thought was impossible is about to manifest because nothing is too hard for God. No door is too heavy for Him to open. No heart is too hard for Him to soften. No mountain is too tall for Him to move. You may not have the strength to push anymore, but God does not need your strength. He only needs your faith. I must speak to those of you who have faced disappointment. You prayed once before, and the answer did not come in the way you hoped. You trusted, and the outcome broke your heart. And now when you pray, a shadow of fear hangs over your words. You wonder if it is even worth believing again. My friend, listen carefully. Disappointment is not the final chapter. What looked like rejection was redirection. God did not deny you. He shielded you from something you could not see. His wisdom is greater than your desire, and His plan is higher than your understanding. If God closed one door, it is because He was preparing a better one. If He withheld one blessing, it is because He was arranging a greater blessing. Do not let disappointment harden your heart. God is not finished with you. He is about to answer you in a way that erases every shadow of past sorrow. You will look back one day and say, now I understand why God delayed. Now I see why He said no. It was because He had something far better. Some of you have prayed not only for yourselves, but for your children, for your family, for the generations that will follow you. You have cried to God for protection, for guidance, for provision over those you love. And you wonder if your prayers will outlive your days. Let me assure you, God is eternal. And the prayers you speak do not die with you. They carry forward like arrows into the future, striking the hearts and lives of those you prayed for long after your voice has fallen silent. Do not think for a moment that your prayers for your family are wasted. God is already weaving them into the lives of your children and your children's children. Generations will rise and walk in blessings you prayed down. Even if they never knew the sound of your voice, such is the faithfulness of God. He not only answers you, He answers through you for the ones who come after you. I tell you also, there is a reason why the battle became so fierce right before now. The enemy always fights hardest when he knows the answer is near. When your prayers were first spoken, the resistance was light. But as your blessing drew closer, as the heavens prepared to release what you asked for, the storms grew stronger, the pressure more intense, the attacks more personal. That is no accident. It is proof that you are on the verge of breakthrough. The enemy knows he cannot stop God, so he tries to stop you from believing. But if you will hold firm in faith, if you will refuse to let go of God's promise, you will step into the very thing you fought so hard for. The battle has been heavy because the blessing will be great. The struggle has been fierce because the answer will be abundant. God is about to give you what you prayed for, and the enemy will be powerless to stop it. And let me speak directly to your faith. Do not be timid in what you expect from God. Too often we pray small prayers because we are afraid to believe for more. But God is not limited by your imagination. God is not restrained by your reasoning. God does not measure His generosity by your limitations. When you pray, you are not speaking to mere flesh and blood. You are speaking to the one whose voice called galaxies into existence. You are appealing to the Creator who carved the mountains, scattered the stars, and commanded the seas to rest where they stand. So do not come to Him with timid requests when He has already declared that He is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all you could ever ask or imagine. If you've prayed for provision, believe for abundance. If you've prayed for strength, expect divine power. If you've prayed for healing, trust for total restoration. If you've prayed for a single open door, believe for a whole pathway that no man can close. For our God delights in exceeding your faith, because through that overflow, His glory is revealed. But never forget this truth: every answered prayer carries a purpose. God doesn't pour blessings into your life for selfish gain. He responds so that His goodness can flow through you to others. When He provides, it's to make you a channel of provision. When He heals, it's to make your life a living testimony of His power. When He opens doors, it is so you may lift others through those doors with you. Your answered prayer is not meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you. That is how God's kingdom expands, not by isolated blessings, but by rivers of answered prayers that overflow into the lives of others. Do not hoard what God gives you. Become a channel, become a vessel, become a witness that when people see your life, they cannot deny the hand of God. My friend, when God begins to move in your life, He moves suddenly. You may wait for months or even years, but when the appointed hour strikes, the shift happens in a single breath. One day you are in the wilderness. The next you are standing in the land of promise. One night you are weeping, and by morning your laughter has returned. One moment the door looks sealed shut, and the next moment it swings wide with favor you could not manufacture on your own. That is how God works. His timing is not measured by your clock, nor restrained by your calendar. When His moment comes, no force on earth or in the heavens can delay it. What you prayed for will not arrive one day too late. It will not come one moment too soon. It will arrive at the exact second God has ordained. And when it does, you will see how perfect His timing always was. But let me ask you, will you recognize the answer when it arrives? Too many people pray for rain, but complain when the clouds form. They ask God for strength, but resist the trials that build it. They ask for growth, but avoid the discomfort that shapes it. Do not miss the answer because you expected it to come in another form. God may not deliver what you asked for in the package you imagined. He may send provision through unexpected means. He may bring restoration through a path you never considered. He may fulfill your prayer in a way that humbles your pride, but exalts His glory. Do not reject the answer because it offends your expectation. Remember, God's wisdom is higher than yours. His ways are not your ways. When the answer comes, it will be exactly what you need, even if it is not what you envisioned. And hear me now. When God gives you what you prayed for, it will not only satisfy your need, it will exceed it. God never gives in fragment. He does not give you half a blessing. He does not place crumbs on your table and leave you begging for more. When He moves in fullness. If you prayed for peace, He will bring peace that guards your entire being. If you prayed for provision, He will bring abundance that silences fear. If you prayed for strength, He will fill you with power that carries you beyond the storm. This is the nature of God. He does not just answer prayers, He magnifies them until the answer declares His greatness to the world. But I must tell you, this is not a season to shrink back in fear. This is not a season to second-guess God. The blessing that is coming requires courage to receive. Sometimes we grow so comfortable in waiting that we resist stepping into the very thing we asked for. You prayed for open doors. Now you must walk through them. You prayed for opportunity. Now you must rise to meet it. You prayed for blessing. Now you must steward it with responsibility. Do not be afraid of answered prayer. It may stretch you. It may challenge you. It may require more faith than you thought you had. But God would not give it to you if He had not already prepared you to carry it. Do not shrink back. Step forward boldly, knowing that if God entrusted you with it, He will sustain you in it. And let me speak to those who feel unworthy. You have prayed, but deep down you whisper, "Why would God answer me? Why would God bless someone like me?" My friend, God's faithfulness is not measured by your perfection. It is measured by His promise. If you were perfect, you would not need to pray. If you had it all together, you would not need to depend on Him. God answers because He delights in showing mercy. God fulfills because He delights in proving His power. Do not disqualify yourself from blessing because of your flaws. Do not silence your own prayers with shame. If God put the prayer in your heart, it was because He intended to answer it. Stand tall, lift your head. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are not abandoned. God is about to answer you. Not because you are flawless, but because He is faithful. And when that answer comes, it will silence every voice that doubted you. Those who mocked your faith, those who ridiculed your prayers, those who said you were wasting your time, they will watch as God vindicates you. Not by your might, not by your strength, but by His hand. He will prepare a table for you in the very presence of those who doubted, not to shame them, but to glorify Himself. They will see the evidence of God in your life, and they will know that it was not luck, not chance, not coincidence. It was God. That is why you cannot stop now. That is why you cannot let doubt win, because when the answer comes, it will not only bless you, it will become a testimony to everyone around you that God is real, God is faithful, and God is powerful. Do not be surprised if God answers bigger than you ask. You may have prayed for just enough to survive, but God is preparing more than enough to thrive. You may have prayed for a single door, but God is preparing a hallway of opportunities. You may have prayed for relief, but God is preparing restoration. He is not limited by your request. He is not confined to your imagination. He answers according to His abundance, not your scarcity. So lift your prayers higher. Expand your expectation. Believe for greater. For God is not giving you scraps. He is pouring out fullness. What you prayed for is only the beginning of what He intends to release. And do not forget this. Every answered prayer comes with a test of stewardship. Will you honor God with what He has given, or will you let the blessing distract you from the one who blessed you? Too many cry out in desperation and then fall silent in abundance. They seek God in drought and forget Him in harvest. Do not let your answered prayer become your downfall. If God increases you, let gratitude increase in you. If He provides for you, let generosity flow from you. If He opens a door, walk through it with humility, giving Him glory every step. The blessing is not meant to pull you away from God. It is meant to anchor you deeper in Him. Answered prayer is not just a gift, it is a responsibility. It is a call to live with greater faith, greater devotion, greater surrender to God. There are moments when the silence of God feels deafening, when you kneel and pray and heaven seems still. Yet I tell you with all the fire that burns in my soul, this silence is not the absence of God. It is the preparation of God. The ground beneath your feet is shifting, though you cannot see it. The doors you thought were shut forever are creaking in their hinges, though you cannot hear it. The hand of God is already moving in places hidden from your eyes, setting into motion blessings you dared to pray for, aligning circumstances you thought impossible, and preparing hearts that will favor you when the hour comes. The waiting was never wasted. The tears were never unseen. The prayers were never ignored. God has heard every word, and He has stored them like treasures to be released at the appointed moment. You see, too often we mistake the delay of God for denial. But delay is not denial, it is development. It is the strengthening of your faith, the building of your endurance, the refining of your spirit. If God gave you everything the moment you asked, your heart might not be ready to carry it. Your character might not be strong enough to sustain it, and your spirit might not be deep enough to steward it. But when God delays, He is not withholding. He is preparing. He is shaping you into the vessel that can hold the abundance He is about to pour. And I tell you now, there is a fullness on the way, a pouring that will not trickle, but overflow. A blessing that will not barely satisfy, but exceed your need until your cup runs over. God is about to give you everything you prayed for, but not because you deserve it. Not because you earned it, but because He is faithful to His word, faithful to His promises, and faithful to His children. God has sworn by Himself that His word will not return empty. And if He has declared a blessing over you, nothing in heaven or on earth can revoke it. Your enemies cannot stop it. Your past cannot cancel it. Your failures cannot erase it. When God says yes, no man can say no. When God opens a door, no power can shut it. When God appoints a season, nothing can delay it. And your season is now drawing near. But let me speak plainly to your soul. You must not give up before the breakthrough comes. Too many walk away in the last hour, abandoning the harvest when the field is ripe, letting go of the rope just before the blessing arrives. Do not be counted among them. Hold on. Keep believing. Keep trusting. The night is almost over and the dawn is about to break. God is a God of timing, and His timing is perfect. He has aligned your prayers with His plan, your desire with His will, your need with His abundance. You may not see it, but faith is the evidence of what you cannot yet see. Stand on that evidence, for it is stronger than what your eyes can behold. Think of the countless times in your life when you thought it was the end, but God made a way. When you thought you had lost it all, but God restored you. When you thought the door was forever closed, but God opened another. Those moments were not accidents. They were reminders that God is in control, and He has never failed you. And if He has never failed you, why would He start now? If He sustained you then, He will bless you now. If He carried you before, He will lift you higher today. God is about to release into your hands the very things you cried out for in the midnight hour. The things you whispered when no one else was listening. The things you begged for with trembling lips and weary eyes. He has bottled your tears, and He is about to exchange them for joy. He has heard your groans, and He is about to turn them into laughter. He has seen your sacrifice, and He is about to reward you openly. That is the nature of God. He is not unjust. He is not forgetful. He is not blind. He remembers. He rewards. He restores. But understand this: when God blesses, it is not for you alone. He blesses so that His glory may be revealed through you. He blesses so that others may look at your life and see the goodness of God. He blesses so that you may become a testimony, a living witness of His power. And if you dare to carry this blessing with humility, if you dare to walk in it with gratitude, if you dare to use it for the good of others, then God will multiply it beyond measure. What you thought was the answer to a single prayer will become a fountain that blesses many. So lift your head, strengthen your heart, and set your eyes on God, for your time has come. The world may not know it, the people around you may not see it, but heaven has already decreed it. The blessing has already been written into your destiny. The promise has already been signed with the seal of God, and soon it will break forth into the visible. Do not measure God's promise by your circumstance, for circumstances shift, but God remain. Do not measure His plan by your limitations, for His power has no limits. Do not measure His faithfulness by your feelings, for feelings fade. But God's word endures forever. And when it comes, and it will come, you will know without a doubt that it was not by your strength, not by your wisdom, not by your power, but by the hand of Almighty God. You will know that your prayers did not echo into emptiness, but reached the throne of the one who governs all things. And in that moment when the answer is in your hands, when the blessing is on your life, when the doors swing wide open before you, you will remember the waiting, and you will understand why it had to be this way. Now I tell you again with the weight of heaven on these words, God is about to give you everything you prayed for. Not some of it, not part of it, but all of it in His time, in His way, in His measure. Get ready. Prepare your heart. Make room for the blessing. Because when God moves, He does not move halfway. He moves completely, abundantly, overwhelmingly. The chapter you are about to step into will make the pain of the last chapter worth it. The joy you are about to hold will make the tears you shed fade into memory. The fulfillment you are about to taste will silence every doubt you ever had. When you walk with God, you walk with certainty, even when the path beneath your feet looks uncertain. You may not see the map, but you can trust the one who holds it. You may not know how the next step will unfold, but you can trust the one who orders your steps. You may not understand the silence, the delay, the unanswered questions, but you can trust the one who sees the end from the beginning. And right now, in this very moment, God is closer than you think, working in ways beyond your imagination, ready to deliver the very things you prayed for. Do not let the storms of life convince you otherwise. The storm is not proof of God's absence. It is proof of God's presence because the storm is often the stage upon which His power is revealed. When the winds rage and the waves rise, that is when you discover the strength of the one who sustains you. And the greater the storm, the greater the testimony of God's deliverance. If your struggle has been fierce, if your trial has been long, then rejoice, for the magnitude of your struggle is a sign of the magnitude of the blessing on the way. The enemy does not fight what has no value. The adversity you face is confirmation that something precious is being birthed in your life. Hold to this truth. God does not forget the cry of His children. He hears you when you whisper in the night. He sees you when your heart aches in silence. He knows the weight you carry even when you cannot put it into words. And though it may seem as if nothing is happening, I assure you everything is happening. Heaven is moving in response to your faith. God is aligning people, positioning resources, orchestrating events. What looks like chaos to you is order in His hands. What feels like delay to you is precision in His timing. What appears like rejection is often redirection to something greater. There is coming a day when the very things that troubled you will serve as the foundation of your victory. The prayers you prayed in pain will become the songs you sing in joy. The nights you spent weeping will give birth to mornings of laughter. The valley you walk through will lead to the mountaintop of triumph. For God never wastes suffering. He never discards tears. He never overlooks faith. He gathers it all and transforms it into something far greater than what you asked for. That is the mystery of God, that He gives not only what we request, but often more than we imagine. And I say to you now, prepare yourself, for when God is about to release His blessing, it requires room in your heart, room in your mind, and room in your life to receive it. Some of you are still clinging to old things, holding on to past hurts, carrying unnecessary weights that leave no space for the new. You must let them go, because the blessing God is bringing cannot fit into the containers of yesterday. Do not try to pour new oil into old vessels. Do not hold on to what He has already asked you to release. Trust that what He has ahead is greater than what lies behind. You may wonder, why would God take me through so much before giving me what I prayed for? And the answer is this: preparation precedes possession. God will not place a treasure into unprepared hands. Just as a farmer tills the soil before planting seed, God tills the soil of your heart before planting blessing. Every trial, every disappointment, every delay has been part of the tilling, part of the shaping, part of the refining. It may not have been pleasant, but it was necessary. And now that the soil has been broken, the seed of blessing is about to spring forth. Remember this also: God's blessings are not only for your comfort, but for your calling. He blesses you so that you may rise into purpose. He answers your prayers so that your life may bear witness to His greatness. If you prayed for provision, He will supply, but not only to meet your need. He will supply so that you may help others. If you prayed for healing, He will restore, but not only for your relief. He will restore so that your testimony will lift others. If you prayed for guidance, He will lead, but not only to take you forward. He will lead so that you can bring others with you. God's blessings are always bigger than you, because His plan always stretches beyond one life. Do not think that your waiting has been wasted time. What you thought was stagnation was actually incubation. Just as a seed lies unseen beneath the soil before it bursts forth into life, your prayers have been germinating in the unseen, waiting for the appointed season to break forth. The hidden does not mean the absent. The delay does not mean the denied. It means growth is taking place where you cannot see. And when the season is right, what was once hidden will manifest openly, and no one will be able to deny that it was the hand of God. I urge you, do not grow weary. You are closer than you think. The finish line is nearer than your eyes can see. Every step you take in faith, even when you feel weak, is bringing you into alignment with God's promise. The breakthrough is not somewhere far off in the distance. It is already forming around you. The answer is already traveling toward you. The blessing is already written into your story. God is not preparing the blessing alone. He is preparing you to meet it. Then hear me now as I speak with every ounce of conviction that burns within me. Do not lose hope. Do not let your heart faint, for the hour you have prayed for is drawing near. The heavens are not deaf, the earth is not still, and your prayers have not vanished into silence. God has been listening all along, and He has been writing your answer into the very fabric of your destiny. Every moment of pain was not in vain. Every sacrifice was not forgotten. Every tear has been gathered, and every word you lifted has reached His throne. Lift your eyes from the weight of the struggle and fix them on the greatness of God. He who created the stars does not fail His people. He who breathes life into every living thing does not overlook the cries of His children. He who commands the seas and sets the boundaries of the earth is more than able to command your blessing and set the boundaries of your victory. God is getting ready to release everything you've been believing for. Not a glimpse of it, not just a portion, but the complete, overflowing answer that only He can provide. And when it arrives, it will be so unmistakably divine that you'll know deep within your soul it wasn't your effort, it wasn't your intellect, it wasn't your strength, it was the mighty hand of God at work. You will be left speechless, standing in awe, your voice rising in praise, your heart bursting with gratitude, your life radiating the evidence of God's faithfulness. So get ready, make room in your heart, widen your faith, because the blessing coming your way will exceed every prayer you ever whispered. The season of waiting was only the threshold, and now the door is swinging wide open. God is on the move. God is responding. And He's about to place in your hands everything you've been believing for. There comes a sacred point in every heart's journey when everything grows still, when the noise fades, the soul hushes, and a single question rises from deep within. Am I walking beside the one God truly chose for me? That question is not light, my friend. It is not one to be ignored or dismissed, because the person you unite your life with will shape the altitude of your spirit. They will influence your peace or your turmoil, your blessings or your battles, your destiny or your detour. And I say this with unwavering certainty: God does not toy with your life. He does not leave you wandering in confusion or hand you over to someone who will dim the light He Himself placed within you. No, when you are in love with the right person, there are divine signs that cannot be hidden, truths that cannot be erased, confirmations that echo from heaven to your heart until you know deep down that this bond is not by chance. It is written by the hand of God. You see, people may deceive you, feelings may fluctuate, emotions may mislead you, but the voice of God has a steadiness that no storm can silence. And when you open your eyes, not just with desire, but with discernment, you will begin to recognize when you are standing before the right soul, the one chosen for you, the one whose presence does not pull you away from God, but draws you nearer to Him. That is the first truth I must declare. Love is not proven merely by butterflies in the stomach or fleeting excitement in the veins. No, love is proven by whether it strengthens your walk with God. For if love drags you into shadows, it is not love. If it makes you compromise your values, it is not love. If it blinds you to righteousness and pulls you into temptation, it is not love. But if it makes you kneel more often, pray more sincerely, live more purposefully, and give thanks to God more consistently, then you may very well be touching the garment of something divine. There is a dangerous lie in the world today. A lie that tells you love is just about chemistry, about charm, about how someone makes you feel in the moment. But I tell you, feelings will lie to you. Charm will fade. Beauty will wither. But the hand of God will not falter. And if you are wise enough, humble enough, and prayerful enough to wait on God's confirmation, you will discover that there are signs, sacred signs, that mark when you are in the presence of the right person. These signs are not cheap tricks. They are not empty superstitions. They are the fingerprints of God upon your relationship, the whispers of heaven guiding you so you do not waste your years chasing illusions. I want you to think about this with me. How many hearts are broken today because people mistook passion for purpose? How many souls are wandering in regret because they mistook lust for love? How many have walked down the aisle blinded by excitement only to wake up later shackled by disillusionment? Do not be deceived, my friend. What God ordains, He sustains. And what is born only of your flesh will wither under the weight of life. So when you are with the right person, there will be strength beyond the surface, something that even time cannot erode. And if you will listen closely, if you will quiet the noise of the world and tune your spirit to God, you will know when love is not just an emotion, but a divine confirmation. The first sign is peace. I do not mean the shallow calm that comes and goes. I mean the deep anchoring peace that seeps into your soul when you are with them. Have you ever noticed that the wrong person can excite you, yet leave you restless? While the right person may not always dazzle you, but they steady you. When you are with the right one, there is a serenity that does not come from them alone, but from God speaking through them into your life. You stop striving, you stop pretending, you stop forcing. There is no chaos, no constant drama, no knowing unease. Instead, there is quiet assurance, as though God Himself is whispering, "This is safe, this is right, this is good." That kind of peace cannot be manufactured. That kind of peace is not found in empty promises or sweet words. That kind of peace is divine. And if you do not feel it, if instead you feel constant turmoil, then no matter how much you want to force it, you must have the courage to accept that God may be telling you this is not the one. The second sign is growth. God does not bring someone into your life just to keep you comfortable. He brings them to sharpen you, to lift you, to challenge you, to help you become the fullest version of who He designed you to be. The right person does not pull you away from your potential. They provoke it. They do not dim your light. They fan it into greater flame. They do not mock your dreams. They nurture them. They remind you of them when you forget. And they walk beside you as you pursue them. And here is the truth. When you are with the right person, you do not feel smaller. You do not feel weaker. You do not feel diminished. You feel like God is using their presence to expand you, to stretch you, to grow you. And that growth may be uncomfortable at times, but it will always be holy, always constructive, always aligned with the higher calling God placed upon your life. The third sign is endurance. Life is not a straight road. It is filled with valleys and storms, detours and delays. And if your love is only strong when the sun shines, it is not love. If your bond only holds when everything is easy, it is not from God. But when you are with the right person, your connection weathers the tempests. You may argue, yes, but you reconcile with grace. You may stumble, but you rise together. You may face loss, scarcity, pressure, but instead of crumbling, you cling tighter to each other and to God. The right person does not abandon you at the first sign of difficulty. They do not flee when the waters rise. They stand with you because they are bound to you not just by affection, but by a divine covenant. And I tell you, that kind of endurance is not man-made. It is not the product of willpower alone. It is a sign that God Himself is the third strand in the cord of your relationship, holding you together when everything else tries to pull you apart. And then there is the fourth sign, alignment. This is perhaps the most overlooked, yet the most powerful. When you are in love with the right person, your values, your vision, your direction align under the will of God. You may not be identical. You may not agree on every detail, but the foundation of your lives points the same way. If you long to honor God and they long to honor God, if you desire integrity and they desire integrity, if you walk toward purpose and they walk toward purpose, then your steps fall in rhythm. But if one of you is walking toward light and the other toward darkness, sooner or later the road will split. So alignment is not about whether you like the same music or the same food. Alignment is about whether your souls share the same compass, whether your spirits are tuned to the same frequency of obedience to God. When they are, you do not have to drag each other. You move in harmony. That, my friend, is a divine sign. But let me pause here and tell you something important. These signs are not to be taken lightly. They are not suggestions to consider only when it is convenient. They are warnings and assurances, straight from the wisdom of God. And if you ignore them, if you harden your heart because you prefer to chase fleeting passion, then you will pay the price in years of regret. God speaks not to control you, but to protect you. He shows you these signs because He loves you too much to let you stumble into ruin. And if you are humble enough to submit your love life to Him, He will guard you from heartbreak. He will lead you to the right one, and He will bless you with a relationship that glorifies Him. Think of it this way. When you choose without God, you gamble. But when you choose with God, you are guided. And guidance is priceless. Because love is not just about today, it is about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and every day until the end of your life. You do not want someone who only excites you now but exhausts you later. You want someone who inspires you today and will still be standing beside you decades from now. Their hand in yours, their heart aligned with yours, their faith lifting yours. That is what it means to be with the right person. And that is why you must let God lead. Do not let the world rush you. Do not let loneliness trick you. Do not let pressure push you. Wait on God. For when the right person enters your life, the signs will be undeniable. Peace will steady you. Growth will shape you. Endurance will sustain you. Alignment will guide you. And when all these come together, you will know. Not because your heart is infatuated, but because your spirit is confirmed. And when your spirit is confirmed, you will walk in love without fear, without doubt, without confusion. Because you will know this is not just a relationship. This is a divine appointment. When God is the foundation of your love, no storm can destroy it, no doubt can corrode it, and no enemy can uproot it. For what God plants, He protects, and what He blesses, He sustains. And I want you to understand something that will change how you see love forever. The right person is not simply someone who makes you happy. They are someone who makes you holy. Happiness is fleeting. It comes and goes like the wind. But holiness, the purity of walking in alignment with God, that is eternal. So when you look into the eyes of the one you love, you must ask yourself, does this bond make me a better servant of God? Do they lift me closer to Him, or do they pull me further away? Do they guard my soul, or do they tempt my weakness? Because love that is not centered on God is not love at all. It is illusion. It is a mirage in the desert, promising refreshment, but leaving you thirstier than before. The right person will guard your dignity, not exploit it. They will respect the boundaries God has set, not trample them in pursuit of selfish desire. They will see the value of your soul before the value of your body, because they know the soul is eternal while beauty fades with the passing of time. And you will know deep in the quiet chambers of your heart that this is different from the shallow attention of the world. For when God is present in your love, you will feel dignity where the world feels disgrace. You will feel clarity where the world feels confusion. And you will feel purpose where the world feels aimlessness. That is the mark of a relationship that has God's fingerprints upon it. Now let me tell you something that may cut deep but must be said with love. Many people confuse desperation for destiny. Loneliness becomes so heavy that they grab the first hand that reaches out, mistaking proximity for providence. But God never rushes. God never panics. God never pressures you into the wrong arms. If you feel like you must compromise your values just to be loved, then it is not from God. If you must beg for respect, it is not from God. If you must silence your convictions to keep their attention, it is not from God. For the love ordained by God will never demand you to betray Him to keep it alive. Instead, it will thrive precisely because you honor Him together. Do not let the impatience of your flesh rob you of the masterpiece God is preparing. When He brings the right person into your life, their presence will not bring confusion but clarity. They will not weaken your faith but strengthen it. They will not silence your prayers but join them. And here is the truth you must hold on to. If the relationship you are in constantly forces you to doubt, to compromise, to sin, then no matter how sweet it looks, it is poison to your soul. But if the relationship makes you fall on your knees in gratitude, if it makes you guard your integrity more fiercely, if it makes you thank God even in ordinary moments, then you are standing on holy ground. The right person will also be tested with you. Many people think love is proven only in good times. But God shows you the truth of someone's heart when life turns heavy. When the storms of life rage, the wrong one runs, but the right one stays. When resources are scarce, the wrong one complains, but the right one finds gratitude. When challenges arise, the wrong one blames you, but the right one supports you. For true love is not proven in the sunshine, but in the storm. Not in the plenty, but in the famine. Not in the laughter, but in the tears. And if God has placed the right one in your life, you will see them stand beside you, not because it is easy, but because it is ordained. Let me remind you, love is a divine trust. God places someone in your life not for you to abuse, neglect, or manipulate, but to protect, honor, and cherish. The right person will never treat your heart as a toy or your emotions as a game. They will handle your soul with reverence because they know God is watching. And you too must do the same. For love is not one-sided. It is a sacred partnership under the eyes of God. If you want to know whether you are in love with the right person, ask yourself, do I treat them as a gift from God? Do I guard their dignity as I guard my own? Do I encourage them to walk closer to Him? Because love that does not honor God is not worthy of the name. When two souls align under God's direction, something remarkable happens. Their union becomes more than companionship. It becomes ministry. Their home becomes a sanctuary of peace. Their words become tools of encouragement. Their struggles become opportunities to witness God's faithfulness. Together they shine as a light in a world drowning in darkness. Love was never meant to be only about pleasure. It was designed for purpose. The world will try to convince you that love is defined by what you receive, but God reminds you that true love is revealed by what you give. The world measures love through passion, yet God measures it through patience. The world celebrates excitement, but God honors endurance. The right person, then, is not the one who excites your body for a fleeting moment, but the one who protects your spirit for a lifetime. And here lies the wonder of divine love. When you are with the one God has ordained, every ordinary moment becomes holy. A simple talk feels like healing. A quiet pause feels like rest. And a single look across the room feels like a promise kept by heaven itself. It is not grand gestures that prove it, but the consistent presence of God flowing through even the ordinary moments. And in those moments you will find yourself saying, "Thank you, God, this is right, this is blessed." That is how you know. Be careful, my friend, not to confuse temporary attraction with eternal confirmation. The wrong person can shine bright for a season, but their light fades and it leaves you stumbling in the dark. But the right person, even if the world overlooks them, will be like a steady flame that never dies out. God Himself will breathe on that bond, and it will endure. That is why you must pray not for the most charming person, not for the wealthiest, not for the most beautiful, but for the one whom God has approved. For only His approval secures your future. Do not be swayed by the shallow definitions of love promoted by the world. The world glamorizes lust and calls it love. The world praises infatuation and calls it destiny. The world glorifies possession and calls it romance. But God calls love something much higher, much purer, much stronger. It is about peace, growth, endurance, and alignment under His will. And when you are with the right person, you will not have to wonder endlessly. God will confirm it. He will settle your spirit. He will remove the confusion. He will plant such a deep assurance in you that no voice of doubt can uproot it. When you stand before God asking Him to guide your heart, you must realize that love is not only about companionship, it is about stewardship. God is entrusting you with another soul, another life, another heart that beats under His command. The right person is not someone you claim as property. They are someone you serve as a sacred trust from God. And when God gives you that trust, He watches carefully how you handle it. Do you nurture it, or do you neglect it? Do you protect it, or do you play with it? The way you treat love becomes a testimony of how much you honor God. Because if you cannot treat His blessing with reverence, then you cannot expect Him to multiply it. The right person will not only stand with you in the easy seasons, but also reveal the strength of their soul when you walk through fire. And you will see how God uses trials not to break you, but to prove to you that this bond is real. The storms do not destroy love. Blessed by God, they refine it. The hardships do not crush it, they fortify it. Every challenge becomes a furnace where your devotion is tested, and if the person remains, if they hold you when the world shakes, then you know that God Himself is binding you together. This is why love without God is fragile. It shatters under the weight of life. But love with God is unbreakable because it is not merely two people holding on to each other. It is two people being held together by Him. Now listen closely. The right person will not idolize you, nor will you idolize them. They will not demand that you place them above God, and you will not place them above Him either. Because when you love someone more than you love God, the relationship will eventually collapse under the imbalance. True love keeps God first. And when God is first, love flows in order. Pure, steady, unwavering. This is why so many relationships fail. People put another human being in the place only God deserves, expecting them to satisfy a need only He can fill. But when two people both put God at the center, they stop demanding perfection from each other and they begin offering grace. They stop expecting their partner to heal them and they begin healing together in God's presence. That is the mark of a love that will endure. And hear me when I say this, the right person will never compete with God for your attention. They will never resent your devotion to prayer. They will never mock your obedience. They will never pull you away from worship. Instead, they will join you in it. They will walk with you to God's presence, not distract you from it. If someone is jealous of your time with God, they are not for you. If someone laughs at your conviction, they are not for you. If someone tries to replace God in your heart, they are not for you. For the right one will always strengthen your devotion, not weaken it. The presence of the right person will also teach you something profound about patience. Love that is ordained by God does not rush. It does not pressure. It does not demand shortcuts. It knows that anything real can withstand time. The wrong person will push you into haste because they know what they offer cannot endure examination. But the right person will walk with you at God's pace, even if it takes longer than you imagined. They will not force a timeline out of fear. They will trust God's timing out of faith. And that kind of patience is evidence of love's purity. For lust is impatient, but love waits. Infatuation is reckless, but love is careful. Selfish desire takes, but God-ordained love gives. And let me remind you, when God is writing your love story, He does not just prepare the other person, He prepares you. Sometimes the delay is not because the right person is far, but because you are not yet ready to carry the responsibility of that kind of blessing. The right person is not simply a gift, they are also a test. God will not hand them to you if you are still careless with your own soul, if you are still reckless with your commitments, if you are still living without discipline. So before you ask whether you have found the right person, ask whether you have become the right person. For God will not place His treasure in hands that cannot protect it. And here is a truth that should pierce your heart. The right person is not always the easiest to love, but they are the one worth loving. There will be moments when they challenge you, moments when they correct you, moments when they reveal the flaws you would rather hide. And that is not to wound you, but to help you grow. For God uses the right one not to flatter your ego, but to sharpen your spirit. They will hold up a mirror to you, and though it may sting at times, it will save you from destruction. Do not confuse discomfort with incompatibility. Sometimes the very friction you feel is God using them to refine you. The love blossom will also be marked by honor. The right person will speak of you with respect whether you are in the room or not. They will not tear you down in anger. They will not shame you before others. They will not treat your name carelessly, for they understand that to dishonor you is to dishonor the God who joined you. And you will do the same for them. That mutual honor creates an atmosphere where trust thrives, where wounds heal quickly, where forgiveness flows easily. Without honor, love suffocates. With honor, love breathes. And when love breathes, it lasts. Let us be clear about one more thing. The right person will not distract you from your mission in life. They will amplify it. They will not strip you of your calling. They will remind you of it. They will not hold you back. They will push you forward. And in turn, you will do the same for them. This is how you know it is from God. When your union does not shrink your purpose, but multiplies it. For God never unites two people just for comfort. He unites them for a greater cause. when your love serves a purpose beyond your own desires, when it becomes a force for goodness, when it leaves behind a legacy of righteousness, then you can be certain that God Himself is the architect of your union. But if you truly desire that kind of love, you must have courage. Courage to wait, courage to walk away from the wrong one, courage to trust God even when you do not understand His timing. Many have missed the blessing of the right person because they settled for what was available instead of waiting for what was ordained. They chose quickly out of fear rather than patiently out of faith. And years later they carry the weight of regret. Do not let that be your story. Trust God enough to believe that He knows who is right for you, and that when the time is perfect, He will reveal it. There is something sacred in the way God weaves two lives together when it is His will. It is not coincidence, and it is not luck. It is not chance. It is divine orchestration. God does not simply place the right person into your path to soothe your loneliness. He places them there because together you will reflect His glory in ways you could never achieve apart. That is why the right person feels like more than a companion. They feel like a destiny shaper, someone who pulls you into alignment with the greater purpose God designed for your life. And you will know this not just by how they make you feel, but by how your very spirit responds in their presence. The right one will never require you to abandon your faith to hold on to them. Instead, they will deepen your devotion to God, and you must be wise enough to discern the difference. For there are many who will speak sweet words, but their actions lead you away from prayer. Many will promise love, but they stir chaos in your soul. Many will look right in the eyes of people, but before God they are not right for you. Do not be blinded by appearances. Do not be deceived by charm. The right person is not proven by outward display, but by inward fruit, the fruit of peace, patience, kindness, humility, and steadfastness in the ways of God. And here is what you must hold on to. The right person is not perfect, but they are purposeful. They will have flaws as you do, but those flaws will not corrupt the bond because God will use even your differences as instruments of growth. Too often people discard relationships at the first sign of imperfection, forgetting that God never promised perfection. He promised partnership. The right one will not be flawless, but their flaws will not destroy you. Instead, together you will learn forgiveness, patience, and humility. In this way, God shapes both of you to resemble more of His wisdom and less of your selfishness. When you are with the right person, you will also notice that God brings confirmation not only through feelings, but through circumstances. Doors open with ease, obstacles dissolve without force, and opportunities align as though the universe itself bows to God's command. It is not that the path is free of challenges, but there will be a rhythm, a flow, a divine order that reminds you this is no accident. With the wrong person, everything feels forced, heavy, out of sync. But with the right one, even the battles feel worth fighting because you know God is with you in the struggle. The love God ordains also has a language of sacrifice. The right person will be willing to put aside their pride for the sake of peace, their comfort for the sake of your will, bending their desires for the sake of God's will. And you too will find joy in sacrifice for them. This is not because you are weak, but because you are strong enough to put love above ego. When two hearts are both willing to sacrifice under God's guidance, then their bond cannot be shaken, because it is not built on selfishness, but on surrender to Him. Consider this also. The right person will guard your destiny as much as they guard your heart. They will not tolerate you living beneath your potential. They will not let you waste your talents, bury your gifts, or abandon your calling. They will push you forward when you feel like giving up. They will remind you of who you are when you forget. They will fight for your dreams as though they were their own. Why? Because God placed them in your life, not just to share your love, but to share your purpose. And when your destinies intertwine like that, you will know this is no ordinary love. This is divine. And my beloved, never underestimate the power of prayer in discerning love. If you are unsure, fall on your knees and ask God to show you. Ask Him to open your eyes, to close the wrong doors, to give you clarity that no human could manipulate. For when God gives you clarity, it cannot be confused. He may speak through your spirit, through circumstances, through the wisdom of those who love Him. And when He confirms it, there will be no need for constant guessing, no endless anxiety, no desperate searching for signs in every little thing. The peace of God will settle upon you, and you will know. But prayer does not only reveal the right person, it also sustains the relationship once you have found them. Prayer will be the anchor that keeps you steady when disagreements arise, when life becomes heavy, when confusion tries to creep in. The right one will not only allow you to pray, but will join you in prayer because they know that a relationship without God is like a house without a foundation. It may stand for a season, but it will collapse when the storm comes. But when prayer is the heartbeat of your love, no storm can destroy what God Himself has sealed. Do not overlook the subtle signs of God's blessing. The wrong one will leave you drained, anxious, and questioning your worth. The right one will leave you renewed, encouraged, and reminded of God's faithfulness. With the wrong one, you will feel like you are losing yourself to keep them. With the right one, you will find more of yourself than ever before because they see you the way God sees you. And when you experience that, you will know you have stepped into something divine. The right person will not merely love who you are today, they will believe in who you can become tomorrow. They will not cling to your past mistakes. They will walk with you into the future God has prepared. And you will do the same for them. That kind of love does not come from human strength. It comes from God. And when it does, you will realize that love is not about completing each other. It is about complementing each other. Two different souls molded together for a shared purpose in God's design. My friends, when God sets His hand upon your life and brings another into your path, it is not by accident. It is not by the careless turns of fate. It is by His divine design. Love that is rooted in God's will is not shallow. It does not waver with the winds of time, nor does it collapse under the weight of trials. It stands tall because it is anchored in something greater than human desire. It is anchored in God Himself. And when you recognize that you are standing in a love that God has ordained, your soul cannot help but testify that this love is more than emotion. It is more than chemistry. It is more than attraction. It is a divine signpost pointing you toward the destiny God has prepared for you. One of the clearest ways you know that you are walking with the right person is when your relationship keeps drawing you nearer to God rather than pulling you away. Do not mistake mere comfort or fleeting happiness as confirmation. A love given by God will sharpen your spirit. It will ignite your faith. It will cause you to pray more fervently, to believe more boldly, to walk more righteously. If you find yourself falling in love with someone and suddenly your devotion to God deepens, your discipline grows stronger, and your heart leans more toward holiness, then hear me clearly, that is not ordinary. It is God at work, showing you that this bond is aligned with His plan. But listen carefully. God does not simply give you someone who makes you feel good. He gives you someone who makes you become good. The right person in your life will not only comfort you in your weaknesses, they will challenge you toward your strengths. They will not feed your pride. They will nurture your humility. They will not encourage you to wander from God's light. They will walk hand in hand with you toward it. This is why discernment is so critical. Not every relationship that feels warm is from God, and not every person who speaks kindly is sent by Him. But when God Himself has authored the story, you will see evidence. Not in words alone, but in the fruit that grows from the relationship. Let me tell you, true love from God carries peace as its companion. Not the shallow peace of silence, not the fragile peace of avoidance, but the deep, steady peace that flows from God's own Spirit. When you are with the right person, even in the face of storms, even when conflict arises, even when disagreements shake the ground, there remains a quiet assurance within your heart that you are standing where God has placed you. It is a peace that says, "This is safe, this is pure, this is of God." That kind of peace is not man-made. It cannot be fabricated. It cannot be manipulated. It is the peace that comes only when you are standing in alignment with the will of the Almighty. And yet, let us not ignore the reality. Love ordained by God is not without its trials. In fact, those trials are often the very proof of its strength. The right person will not make your path free of obstacles, but they will make sure you are not walking it alone. Together you will stand in prayer. Together you will fight through hardship. Together you will endure the test of time. And every test you pass will not only strengthen your bond with one another, it will strengthen your bond with God. For love that is tried and purified by hardship is a love that no storm can break, because its roots go deeper than the soil of this world. They are rooted in the eternal. Another sign that God has placed the right person in your life is when you see growth, not only growth in affection, but growth in purpose. With the wrong person, your vision narrows, your dreams shrink, and your faith withers. But with the right person, your spirit expands, your hope rises, and your dreams find wings. Suddenly, you feel the courage to pursue what God has placed in your heart. Suddenly, you no longer doubt your worth or your calling. Why? Because God uses this person as a mirror to reflect back to you what He has always seen in you. And when someone sees you as God sees you, they do not hold you back. They push you forward. They lift you higher. They cheer you into your destiny. Do not take lightly the sacred gift of such love. The wrong relationship can destroy years of your life. But the right one can multiply blessings beyond measure. That is why God calls us to patience, to prayer, and to discernment. For the enemy knows the power of two people joined in God's will, and he will do everything he can to distract you with counterfeits. But when you wait upon God, when you surrender your heart to Him, when you refuse to settle for less than is best, you will not only recognize the right person, you will be ready for them. And being ready is just as important as being with the right one, because God does not only bring the right person at the right time, He prepares you to be the right person at the right time as well. So I ask you, are you in a love that points you closer to God? Does your heart feel the peace of His confirmation? Do you see growth in faith, in purpose, in destiny? Do you feel strengthened, not weakened? If your answer is yes, then lift your head in gratitude, for you are walking in something rare, something holy, something only God could give. But if your answer is no, then do not be afraid to let go. Do not be afraid to trust God's timing. Do not be afraid to wait, because God's plan is never late. God is not careless with your heart. He will not hand it over to someone who cannot protect it. When he gives with intention. He gives with wisdom. He gives with foresight. And when he blesses you with the right person, that blessing will not come wrapped in confusion or hidden in chaos. It will come with clarity. It will come with peace. It will come with strength. And though challenges may come, you will always sense that deeper assurance that says, "This is where I am meant to be. This is who God has chosen for me." Now do not let impatience blind you to the truth. Some of you are asking God for confirmation while ignoring the signs He has already placed in front of you. Some of you are holding on to what you know is not of Him because you are afraid of being alone. But hear me, it is better to stand alone with God than to walk in the wrong direction with the wrong person. And if you trust Him fully, He will not leave you empty-handed. He will provide. He will guide. He will complete the work He has begun in you. And in His perfect time, He will bring the right person who will walk beside you in love that glorifies Him. Because love, when it is from God, is never about two people alone. It is about three, you, the one God has given, and God Himself holding it all together. And when He holds it together, nothing can tear it apart. My beloved friends, let this truth settle deeply into your soul. Love is not man's invention. It is God's design. And when God writes the story, it carries His fingerprints. Peace that cannot be shaken, growth that cannot be denied, strength that cannot be broken, and purpose that cannot be stolen. The right person is not just someone who fills your days with laughter, but someone who anchors your nights with prayer. They are not just a companion for moments of ease, but a partner for seasons of trial. They are not merely a presence in your life, but a sign of God's presence working through your life. Do not be deceived by the counterfeits that shine brightly for a moment and then fade into regret. Do not allow impatience to lead you into bonds that God has not blessed. If the peace of God is absent, if the growth of your soul is hindered, if your faith is diminished, then no matter how pleasing it may seem, it is not from Him. But if your heart is strengthened in righteousness, if your spirit is lifted in devotion, if your destiny is sharpened and your purpose confirmed, then rejoice. For God has set His hand upon that love. And I tell you, when you stand in the love God ordains, you are not merely in love with a person. You are in alignment with the divine calling. That bond becomes a testimony, a living witness of what it looks like when God unites two hearts for His glory. So walk carefully, pray earnestly, wait faithfully, and trust completely. Because when God gives, He gives perfectly, and when He blesses abundantly. When God blesses you with the right person, hold them close with a heart full of gratitude. Honor that love through loyalty and grace. Guard it in prayer, keeping God as the foundation of your union. And if you are still in the waiting season, do not lose heart. For the Creator of love has not overlooked your story. He knows the quiet longings that rest within you, and in His divine timing, He will reveal a love that is not merely good, but godly. Not just beautiful, but filled with purpose. Not only enduring, but eternal. So remain steadfast, dear friend. Trust His timing above your own. Because when the moment arrives, there will be no confusion. There will be no striving, no uncertainty. The signs will be unmistakable. The peace will flood your soul, and you will know deep within that you are living a love authored by the hand of Almighty God. There come moments in life when even the atmosphere around you begins to change. You may not be able to explain it, but deep within you can feel it. Something quiet, yet powerful whispers that God is setting the stage for something beyond the ordinary. My friend, when God begins to move in your life, when He starts preparing your heart for a prophetic union, it won't feel like typical love, nor will it mirror the fleeting connections of this world. It will feel like destiny itself, because that's exactly what it is. God is never random. He is intentional. And when He prepares you for a prophetic marriage, He does it with precision, alignment, and a heavenly power that cannot be shaken by anything on earth. But listen closely. God does not hand such a sacred covenant to those who are careless, unready, or distracted. God prepares, He molds, He refines, He breaks, and He builds again. If you sense that you are in a season of being pulled apart, stretched beyond your comfort zone, or pressed in ways you have never known before, it may be that God is preparing you. He is shaping your heart to carry the weight of a prophetic marriage, one that is not merely about companionship, but about advancing His will, about becoming a testimony, about walking in unity under His divine covering. The first sign is in the breaking. God will not send you into a covenant still clinging to the wounds of yesterday. If you feel like the pain of your past relationship still lingers, if the betrayal you endured once upon a time still stings, and suddenly you find yourself being healed, being restored, being lifted above bitterness and anger, this is God at work. He is not just wiping away your tears. He is cleansing your spirit so that love rooted in His truth may blossom. God does not want you to carry old scars into a holy union. He wants to free you so that when He joins you to the one He has chosen, you are able to love in purity, not in fear, not in suspicion, not in chains. The second sign is in the stretching of your character. God will begin to convict you of things you once overlooked. Perhaps you were careless with your words, quick to anger, or selfish with your time. Suddenly, God begins to call you higher. You notice Him nudging you to walk in patience, to walk in humility, to walk in forgiveness. Why? Because prophetic marriage requires two people who are spiritually mature enough to carry each other's burdens. God will not bring you into it until you have learned to surrender your pride and walk in selflessness. You will feel His hand pushing you to grow. The struggles you face in this season are not punishments. They are preparations. The third sign is in the redirection of your desires. When God is preparing you, you will find your heart turning away from the superficial. What once attracted you will no longer move you. The glitter of appearances will fade, and you will begin to crave depth, authenticity, and spiritual alignment. God will place in you a hunger for someone who prays, someone who stands, someone who carries His light. And you will notice something remarkable. Your standards will no longer be based on what pleases people, but on what pleases God. When your heart begins to desire what God desires, that is a sure sign that He is shaping you for something holy. The fourth sign is in your isolation. There will come a time when God pulls you away from the noise. Friends may distance themselves, and opportunities may dry up. You may even feel forgotten. But listen to me. God hides His chosen vessels. He separates them so He can speak to them. In that quiet place, He reveals secrets. In that solitude, He strengthens your discernment. He teaches you how to hear His voice. Because in prophetic marriage, you cannot rely on the opinions of others. You must hear Him clearly. If you feel hidden right now, it is not rejection. It is protection. God is drawing you close because He is about to entrust you with someone who will walk beside you in His calling. The fifth sign is in the alignment of your path. Doors will begin to close and others will suddenly open. God will redirect your steps so that you are positioned in the right place at the right time for His will to unfold. Sometimes this means moving to a new city. Sometimes it means stepping into a new assignment. Sometimes it simply means letting go of the wrong people. But every shift, every transition, every divine rearrangement is part of the puzzle. God is not a God of coincidence. If your life seems to be rearranging beyond your control, it is because God is weaving the threads of destiny. He is preparing the meeting point where His plan will come alive. The sixth sign is in the burden for purpose. You will begin to sense that your life is not just about you anymore. You will feel God calling you to greater service, to deeper faith, to higher obedience. You will realize that marriage is not simply about happiness. It is about holiness, about carrying out a mission together. You will sense that God is not giving you a partner just to ease your loneliness, but to multiply your effectiveness. The person He prepares for you will not only love you, they will stand with you in the work of God. If you feel a rising fire within you, a conviction that your life must be used for something greater, it may be the stirring of God preparing you for a prophetic marriage that will advance His kingdom. The seventh sign is in the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. You may not know the details. You may not see the person yet. You may not even have clarity about when. But there will be a calm assurance deep inside that God is orchestrating it all. When doubt tries to creep in, His peace will silence it. When fear tries to overwhelm you, His assurance will cover you. This peace is not natural, it is divine. It is God's way of telling you, trust me, I am in control. When you sense this unshakable peace despite the uncertainty, it is a clear sign that God's hand is upon you, preparing you for a prophetic covenant. And I must tell you, beloved, prophetic marriage is not for the faint of heart. It is not for those who treat love as a casual game. It is not for those who run when things get hard. It is for those who are surrendered to God's will, who are willing to love with endurance, to stand with strength, to forgive with mercy, and to build with faith. God does not play with sacred unions. He does not throw them together in haste. He refines, He tests, He shapes until you are ready to carry the weight of such a covenant. When God prepares you for prophetic marriage, He does not simply polish the surface of your life. He reaches into the deepest places of your heart and begins to transform you from within. He strips away the counterfeit loves, the false securities, and the shallow pursuits that once held your attention, and He replaces them with an unshakable desire for His truth. This is not merely preparation for companionship. It is preparation for covenant, a covenant that reflects His order, His holiness, and His eternal wisdom. You see, God does not entrust the sacred to the careless. He does not release prophetic destiny into hands that are still clinging to temporary pleasures. That is why, before He places a prophetic spouse in your life, He will take you through seasons of pruning. He will cut away the branches that bear no fruit. He will expose the pride, the impatience, the anger, the unforgiveness, the hidden desires of the flesh that once ruled you. It may hurt, it may feel like loss, but it is divine surgery because God is not preparing you to merely get married. He is preparing you to carry the weight of a union that will testify to His greatness. One of the most profound signs that God is preparing you is the awakening of your spirit to the sacredness of covenant. When the world speaks of marriage, it speaks in terms of romance, passion, and personal satisfaction. But when God speaks of marriage, He speaks in terms of unity, purpose, and endurance. He begins to train your mind to see love as service, to see sacrifice as strength, to see loyalty as beauty. He will change your definition of love. Suddenly, it will no longer be about what you can receive, but about what you can give. That shift in your heart is not a small thing. It is the fingerprint of God reshaping you for a prophetic partnership. Another sign is the call to purity. Not only physical purity, but purity of mind, purity of intention, purity of desire. God will begin to convict you when you entertain thoughts that do not align with His will. He will nudge you when your motives are tainted with selfishness. He will guard you from people whose presence stirs confusion instead of clarity. Why? Because a prophetic marriage cannot be built on defiled foundations. It must rest on holiness. And so when God is preparing you, He will clean your inner world. He will break the chains of lust, greed, vanity, and ego so that your love, when it comes, is clean, strong, and uncorrupted. Listen to me. God does not prepare you for prophetic marriage by giving you everything you desire. He prepares you by shaping you into everything He requires. That is why you may find yourself in a season where you feel misunderstood, where others cannot see your value, where doors seem slow to open. But what looks like rejection is often redirection. God is sparing you from counterfeit connections. He is keeping you hidden from people who would mishandle your heart. He is setting you apart because He has ordained someone whose spirit is aligned with yours, whose calling matches yours, whose destiny is tied to yours. Do not despise the waiting. Waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred time. It is in waiting that God teaches you patience, endurance, and trust. It is in waiting that He refines your vision so you can discern the one He sends from the imitations that the enemy will throw your way. If God allowed you to step into marriage without this refining, you would not have the wisdom to recognize the prophetic partner He prepared. But through waiting, through fasting, through prayer, through surrender, God sharpens your discernment until your spirit can instantly sense when His promise has arrived. There is also the test of obedience. When God prepares you, He will ask things of you that may not make sense to your human understanding. He may instruct you to let go of a relationship that feels comfortable but is not destined. He may ask you to leave a job, move to a new place, or step into a calling that seems beyond your ability. These are not random commands. They are divine alignments. For a prophetic marriage is not about what feels easy. It is about what fulfills His will. And if you are not willing to obey in the small things, you will not be ready for the great responsibility of covenant. And hear this. When God is preparing you, He will confront the idols in your life. If you have placed your happiness, your worth, or your identity in people, He will remove them so that you learn to anchor yourself in Him alone. Because in a prophetic marriage, your spouse is not meant to be your God, but your partner in serving God. If you are still expecting a human being to complete you, God will withhold the prophetic union until you learn that only He can complete you. Only when He becomes your first love will He entrust you with another soul to love. God is also strategic in how He aligns prophetic marriages. He will shape your destiny in such a way that your calling and your spouse's calling are not in conflict but in harmony. That is why He sometimes delays, because He is still preparing the other person. You may be ready, but they may not be, or they may be ready, but you may not. But when the time is right, when both vessels are purified, when both hearts are surrendered, when both lives are aligned, then God will orchestrate the meeting. It will not be by accident. It will be by divine appointment. And when it happens, you will know. It will not be the dizzying confusion of lust. It will not be the fragile excitement of fleeting romance. It will be a steady peace, a holy certainty, a quiet conviction deep within your soul that God has joined what no man can separate. That peace is the signature of God. That stillness is His seal. When you feel it, you will not have to beg. You will not have to manipulate. You will not have to force anything. It will flow because it is ordained. When God prepares you for a prophetic marriage, He does not simply prepare your emotions. He prepares your entire life. He shapes your mind, your spirit, your habits, and even your surroundings. You begin to notice that everything in your world starts aligning with divine order. What once distracted you suddenly loses its grip. The people who pulled you away from your purpose slowly fade from your life. And in their place, God begins to bring clarity, focus, and divine redirection. This is not coincidence. Whoa, this is orchestration. God is arranging your life so that when the prophetic union comes, nothing will stand in the way of what He has ordained. One of the most powerful signs that God is preparing you is the development of spiritual resilience. Before He places you in covenant, He ensures you can stand firm in the storms. Prophetic marriages are not ordinary. They are attacked because they carry purpose. And so if you find yourself in a season where trials come one after another, understand this. It is not because you are forgotten, but because you are being fortified. God is building your endurance so that when the union comes, you will not break under pressure. He is training you to fight battles on your knees, to withstand lies, to rise above slander, to walk with strength even when the world turns against you. This resilience is not optional. It is essential, for prophetic love must be able to stand against opposition. Another sign is the sharpening of your discernment. God will not allow you to enter a covenant blind. He will begin to reveal hidden truths, expose counterfeit intentions, and open your eyes to the unseen. People you once trusted may suddenly reveal their true colors. Relationships you thought were permanent may collapse. Do not despair when this happens, for God is showing you that not every hand that reaches for you is meant to hold you. He is teaching you to distinguish between the counterfeit and the genuine. Because when your prophetic spouse arrives, you must be able to discern without doubt. You must recognize their spirit beyond their words, their character beyond their appearance, their soul beyond the surface. This clarity is a gift from God. It will protect you from being deceived. God will also call you to deeper levels of surrender. When He prepares you for prophetic marriage, He demands that your will bow to His. You may have had a plan for your life. Perhaps you pictured your future in a certain way. Imagine the kind of person you thought you would marry. But then God interrupts and suddenly the path looks different. Suddenly the person He is shaping for you is not what you expected. This is the moment of surrender when you learn to say, God, not my will, but yours. For a prophetic marriage is not about what you envisioned. It is about what He ordained. If you cling to your own script, you will miss His masterpiece. That is why surrender is crucial. When you release your expectations, you make room for God's perfection. There is also the sign of inner transformation. Before God joins two people, He refines each one individually. You may notice yourself becoming more compassionate, more patient, more forgiving, more stable. The things that once stirred anger in you may no longer provoke you. The wounds that once controlled your actions may no longer define you. This is God preparing your heart so that when He joins it to another, it will not be a source of pain, but a source of healing. He is making you whole, not so that your spouse will complete you, but so that you may come into the covenant already filled with His strength. Two whole souls joined under God create a bond that cannot be shaken. Do not overlook the way God refines your vision in this season. When He prepares you for prophetic marriage, He lifts your eyes from temporary pleasure to eternal purpose. You begin to see relationships differently. You no longer ask, does this person make me happy? But instead, does this person align with God's plan for my life? Your questions change because your perspective changes. You no longer seek just affection. You seek divine alignment. And that shift is powerful because prophetic marriage is not just about comfort. It is about mission. God does not join you to someone simply to ease your loneliness. He joins you to someone to multiply your impact, to strengthen your calling, to advance His will. And let us not forget that preparation always comes with testing. God will allow situations that challenge your patience, tempt your faith, and stretch your endurance. You may be faced with loneliness that feels unbearable, with delays that test your hope, with moments where you wonder if God has forgotten you. But remember this, silence does not mean absence. Delay does not mean denial. God is still working behind the scenes, still aligning, still orchestrating. He is testing your faith because prophetic covenant requires a faith that does not crumble under waiting. If you cannot trust Him in the delay, how will you trust Him when challenges come within the marriage? The test is proof that He is preparing you for something sacred. And perhaps the most beautiful sign of all is the peace that begins to cover you even in uncertainty. You may not know who, you may not know when, but deep within there is a calm assurance that God is in control. It is a peace that no friend can explain, no enemy can shake, and no circumstance can destroy. This peace is the voice of God saying, I am preparing you, I am guiding you, I am with you. Hold on to that peace, for it is the anchor that will steady you until the day His promise is revealed. When God prepares you for a prophetic marriage, He does something that many overlook. He begins to reorder your priorities. Suddenly, the things that once consumed your attention lose their grip. The desire to chase after shallow approval fades, and in its place rises a hunger for righteousness, a yearning to please God above all else. This is not accidental, it is intentional. For how can two walk together unless they are agreed? And how can a covenant built on divine purpose flourish unless the individuals within it have already chosen God as their highest priority? That is why preparation begins not with finding the right person, but with becoming the right vessel. A prophetic marriage requires a foundation stronger than emotion, deeper than attraction, and more enduring than circumstance. God knows that the storms of life will test every union. Finances will be tested, health may be tested, families and friendships may be tested. And if the union rests only on human will, it will collapse under the weight of trial. But when God is the center, when both hearts have been trained to trust Him above all, then no storm can shatter it. This is why He refines you now, so that your faith is unshakable, your love is unselfish, and your loyalty is unmovable. Another sign of His preparation is the way He awakens a spirit of responsibility within you. Love in a prophetic marriage is not childish, not selfish, not shallow. It demands maturity. It requires that you care not only for your own well-being, but also for the well-being of another. God will test this in small ways before He entrusts you with something greater. He may call you to serve people who cannot repay you. He may place someone in your path who needs patience, compassion, and understanding. He may stir within you a burden to pray not just for yourself, but for others. All of this is training. All of this is His way of shaping your spirit so that when you step into covenant, you are not unprepared, but already carrying the heart of a servant. Do not be surprised if during this season, God allows certain doors to shut firmly. You may wonder why relationships that look promising suddenly dissolve, or why people you once leaned on now seem distant. Do not mistake this as failure. It is refinement. God is removing the counterfeits, the distractions, and the imposters because He knows they cannot walk with you into your destiny. It is far better to spend a season alone with God than to be bound forever to someone who was never meant to walk the path of your divine calling. Trust the doors He closes, because every no is clearing space for His greater yes. Let's be honest. A prophetic marriage isn't about finding a person who completes you. Completion comes from God alone. If you are still trying to find your wholeness in another human being, God will delay the covenant until you discover that only He can fill the emptiness inside you. A prophetic partner is not sent to take God's place, but to walk beside you as both of you serve Him together. That's why God insists on your healing before He allows your union. If your heart still bleeds from betrayal, if resentment still shapes your choices, if old wounds still rule your reactions, He will keep you in the refining fire until you are whole. God does not place unhealed hearts into divine partnerships, because brokenness left untreated becomes a weapon in the enemy's hands. Healing must come first, and that healing can only be found in His presence. God also prepares you through humility. He teaches you that leadership in a marriage is not domination and submission is not weakness. True strength is found in service. True authority is found in humility. Prophetic marriage requires both partners to bend before God, to surrender pride, and to walk together in unity. That is why in this season, God may humble you. He may strip away arrogance. He may break the illusion of self-sufficiency. He may confront the areas where pride once ruled. It may sting, but it is necessary. For when He joins you to another, it must be two humble hearts, not two stubborn egos. And hear this with clarity. God is not only preparing you, He is also preparing the one He has chosen for you. Somewhere that person is being refined, tested, and molded just as you are. They may be walking through trials you cannot see, enduring battles you cannot imagine, learning lessons you will one day benefit from. This is why patience is vital. You are not waiting in vain. You are waiting while God works. He is aligning two lives, two destinies, two callings until they converge at the appointed time. Do not rush what He is arranging, for premature unions birth unnecessary pain. When the time is right, His hand will bring you together and the timing will be perfect. Another powerful sign is the way God begins to enlarge your vision. You no longer think only in terms of yourself. You begin to see in terms of legacy. You ask questions like, what will we build together? What impact will we leave? How will our covenant advance the will of God? That enlargement of vision is divine. It is not ambition. It is assignment. Prophetic marriage is never small. It always carries weight in the spiritual realm. That is why it must be birthed in prayer, sustained in faith, and protected by obedience. You will also notice that God will train your ears to hear His voice clearly. This is critical because prophetic marriage is not built on public opinion. Family may misunderstand, friends may doubt, society may criticize, but when God speaks, that is all the confirmation you need. He will teach you to trust His whisper above the noise. In the quiet hours of the night, in the stillness of prayer, in the depths of worship, you will hear Him guiding you, assuring you, preparing you. His voice will become your anchor. And when He finally gives the green light, you will walk in confidence, not confusion. So if you are in the season of preparation, take courage. Do not despise the breaking. Do not resist the refining. Do not grow weary in the waiting. Every step you are enduring now is part of a larger design. God is not preparing you for ordinary love. He is preparing you for covenant, for purpose, for a prophetic union that will echo in eternity. Trust Him, follow Him, and surrender fully to His timing. Because when His hand moves, nothing on earth or in the heavens can stop the union He has ordained. When God sets His hand to prepare you for a prophetic marriage, He does not simply touch the surface of your circumstances. He reshapes the depths of your soul. You may feel the ground beneath your feet shift, the familiar patterns of your life disrupted, and the very desires of your heart redefined. This is the evidence of God's craftsmanship. It is a sign that He is not just preparing you for love, but preparing you for destiny. For a prophetic marriage is not a mere partnership of two hearts. It is a divine covenant forged under His authority, created to withstand the storms of life and reflect His glory to the world. And so, in this season of preparation, God begins to uproot everything within you that is not built to last. He confronts your fears, your doubts, your insecurities, because He knows they cannot travel with you into the covenant He is preparing. Perhaps you feel a restlessness inside, a stirring that refuses to let you stay the same. That is God's hand upon you. He is drawing out of you every weakness that would sabotage your future. And He is planting within you the strength required to carry a union that is destined for greatness. Do not be surprised when He brings you face to face with yourself. For how can two walk together in truth if one has not first walked in truth with God? He will uncover the hidden corners of your heart, the pride you did not notice, the bitterness you thought you had buried, the fears you never dared to confess. He does this not to shame you, but to free you. He does it so that when He sends the one ordained for you, you will not project old wounds onto new blessings. He heals you now so that love may flourish without chains. Another mark of His preparation is the discipline of your spirit. God will not bring you into prophetic marriage if you cannot control your impulses, guard your words, and restrain your temper. He will allow circumstances that test your patience, that stretch your endurance, that teach you how to remain steady when everything around you shakes. Why? Because prophetic covenant demands consistency. It requires faithfulness in seasons of joy and in seasons of pain. And so He trains you in advance, shaping your character to endure, so that when the sacred union arrives, you will not crumble under its weight. You may also notice that God begins to realign your circle. People who once seemed close may suddenly fade. Voices you once trusted may no longer carry influence. Relationships you leaned on may dissolve without explanation. This can feel like loss, but in truth, it is divine protection. God is not isolating you to punish you. He is isolating you to prepare you. He knows that prophetic marriages are fragile in their early stages. And so He clears away the noise, removing the distractions so you can hear Him more clearly. When you feel alone, remember that aloneness with God is never emptiness. It is empowerment. In this process, God will ignite within you a deeper sense of vision. No longer will you view marriage as a matter of convenience or comfort. You will begin to sense that it is about calling, about impact, about purpose that stretches beyond yourself. You will realize that God is not simply giving you a spouse to ease your loneliness, but a partner to multiply your assignment. Together you will be stronger. Together you will cover more ground. Together you will reflect His light in ways you could not alone. This awareness is part of the preparation. It is the widening of your understanding so that you will not enter the covenant with small expectations, but with divine perspective. And as He prepares you, God will demand obedience in ways that seem difficult. He may call you to walk away from relationships that feel familiar but are not ordained. He may urge you to pursue paths that appear uncertain yet carry His direction. He may command you to release your own plans so that His plan may prevail. Obedience is not easy, but it is necessary. For if you cannot trust Him with your singleness, how will you trust Him with your marriage? Every act of obedience now lays the groundwork for your ability to stand united in covenant later. God also purifies your motives. You may think you know why you want to marry, but He will strip away the shallow desires. No longer will you crave marriage for status, for appearances, for fleeting pleasure. He will burn those motives away until what remains is pure, a desire to serve Him through union, a longing to reflect His order, a passion to build a legacy that honors His name. When this purification happens, you will know you are close because God does not release a prophetic marriage into selfish hands. And let us not overlook this truth. In the season of preparation, God teaches you the language of peace. There will come a moment when everything around you looks uncertain, your future unclear, your timeline delayed. But within you rests a peace that cannot be shaken. That peace is not born of circumstance. It is born of His presence. It is His seal, His assurance, His whisper that says, I am working all things for your good. That peace will carry you until the day the covenant arrives, and it will remain with you long after, sustaining you through the challenges that will come. So if you are walking through breaking, if you are enduring pruning, if you are feeling the stretching of your soul, rejoice. For these are not signs of abandonment, they are signs of preparation. God is molding you, shaping you, aligning you for something greater than you could ever imagine. And when His time comes, you will see that every tear, every delay, every test was not wasted. They were building blocks, laying the foundation for a covenant that will glorify Him and stand as a testimony for generations to come. When God begins to prepare you for a prophetic marriage, He does not simply polish the surface of your life. He goes deep into the foundation. He knows that a covenant built on weak ground cannot stand against the winds of trial. So He starts by strengthening what is unseen. God works in the hidden places of your heart, in the thoughts you never speak aloud, in the motives you barely recognize. He is not only shaping what others will see, He is shaping what only He can see. Because the strength of a prophetic covenant depends not on outward appearance, but on the inner substance of those who carry it. This is why God will call you into seasons of silence. Not because He has forgotten you, but because He is teaching you to hear Him above every other voice. In the stillness, distractions fall away and clarity comes. Silence with God becomes a furnace of transformation. It is there that He teaches you discernment so you will not confuse infatuation with destiny or convenience with calling. In silence, He trains you to recognize the difference between what flatters your emotions and what strengthens your soul. That is how He protects you from false unions, by sharpening your spiritual perception before the covenant arrives. In this preparation, God may test your patience more than anything else. He delays not to punish but to purify. Waiting exposes what lives inside of you: impatience, doubt, or faith. God uses waiting as a mirror so that you see what still needs surrender. A prophetic marriage is not rushed, for what is rushed often collapses. God stretches time so that your roots may go deeper, your faith may grow stronger and your capacity to carry the covenant may expand. Those who resist the impatience of the flesh and surrender to the timing of God discover that His delays are never denials. They are divine appointments in disguise. Another sign of God's preparation is that He begins to align your purpose with precision. You will feel a stronger pull toward the assignments He has given you. Your calling will come into sharper focus. God will not allow you to be joined to someone who diminishes your purpose. Instead, He shapes you so that you will recognize the one whose purpose complements yours. Prophetic marriage is never random. It is the union of two lives carrying assignments that interlock. When God is preparing you, He will not only teach you how to love another, but how to love His will above all. And understand this, when God prepares you, He allows tests that prove your loyalty. He may bring opportunities that seem attractive but are not aligned with His plan. He will see if you choose temporary comfort over eternal assignment. He will watch if you obey His whisper or chase your own desire. Every decision in this season is training for covenant. If you compromise now, you will compromise later. But if you remain steadfast now, you will be unshakable when the covenant comes. Obedience in the preparation season is the greatest proof that you are ready for prophetic union. God also refines your endurance. He knows that prophetic marriages will be targeted, for they are not ordinary unions. They are vessels of His glory. Opposition will rise, storms will come, but if you have been trained in the wilderness, you will not falter in the storm. God strengthens you in private battles so that you may stand strong in future wars. He allows adversity not to break you, but to prove you. And when you come forth from those trials, you will carry resilience that cannot be shaken, a resilience that will sustain your covenant for a lifetime. One of the clearest marks of divine preparation is that God begins to awaken within you a love that is selfless. He breaks down the walls of selfishness, dismantles the idol of me, and trains you to think in terms of we. Prophetic marriage cannot survive on selfish desire. It thrives on sacrifice. God will teach you how to lay down your pride, how to forgive quickly, how to serve with humility. He will allow circumstances that demand selflessness, not because He wants to burden you, but because He is shaping you into a vessel of covenantal love. And finally, God secures your identity in Him before He brings you into covenant. He ensures that your worth is anchored in Him alone. If your identity rests in another human being, you will cling to them in fear instead of standing with them in strength. When your identity is grounded in God, you will step into marriage whole, not shattered. You won't look to your partner to fill your emptiness, because you will already be fulfilled in Him. Out of that wholeness will flow a bond that multiplies purpose, strength, and serenity. So be encouraged in the season of preparation. Every quiet moment, every delay, every challenge, every season of pruning, these are all signs that God is working behind the scenes. He isn't shaping you for something average. He's forming you for a covenant that will echo through eternity. And when His appointed time arrives, when His divine hand brings together what He has chosen, no power in heaven or on earth will be able to tear apart what God Himself has joined. There comes a moment in every life when the winds begin to change direction, when the air around you feels charged, when the quiet rhythm of the ordinary begins to tremble with the approach of the extraordinary. And I say this to you tonight with absolute conviction: when God is preparing to move in your life, He never leaves you unaware. He never leaves you wandering in darkness. He always sends signs. Signs that awaken your spirit. Signs that stir something deep within you. Signs that cannot be dismissed if your heart remains open. Some of you hearing this right now are standing on the edge of the greatest breakthrough of your life. But before it unfolds, you must understand that the unease you feel, the restlessness that steals your sleep, the stirring deep in your soul, are not coincidences. They are divine indicators that God is moving. I do not speak tonight of small changes, of minor shifts. I speak of the hand of the Almighty preparing to open doors no man can shut, preparing to lift burdens that have chained you for years, preparing to exalt you where others have tried to hold you down. And when God is about to move, He begins to stir the waters. Just as a mighty storm is preceded by the gathering of clouds, so too the movement of God is preceded by unmistakable signs in your life. You must be wise enough and humble enough to discern them. For when God speaks through signs, He is calling your attention. He is demanding your focus, and He is preparing you to step into something far greater than what you can see today. One of the first signs that God is about to move is the disruption of your comfort. Comfort has a way of lulling us to sleep, of trapping us in patterns that make us numb to the possibilities beyond. But when God wants to move you, He disturbs your nest. Suddenly, the job that once satisfied you no longer brings peace. The stability that once felt steady suddenly shakes. The routines you depended on feel hollow. This is not because life has betrayed you. It is because God is preparing to shift you. He knows you cannot stay where you are and still receive what He has prepared for you. So He sends disruption not as punishment but as preparation. The discomfort you feel may very well be the hand of God stirring you to rise, to move, to break free from what is too small for your destiny. Another sign that God is about to move is the rising of an unexplainable restlessness in your spirit. You cannot explain it to others. You cannot even put it fully into words yourself. But deep down, you know you are being called to something more. It is as though your heart hears a voice no one else can hear, and it tells you there is more, there is greater, there is beyond. That inner stirring is not a coincidence. It is not simply your imagination. It is the whisper of God awakening you to the fact that your current season is coming to an end and a new season is about to begin. And when that restlessness comes, do not suppress it. Do not drown it in distractions. Lean into it, for it is God preparing your heart for His movement. And then there are the sudden closures of doors you thought would remain open forever. How many of you have faced moments where opportunities slipped from your hand? Relationships ended unexpectedly, plans collapsed without warning. At the time you wondered why God allowed it. At the time you thought it was loss. But hear me clearly. When God closes a door, it is never to destroy you. It is to protect you and redirect you. That closed door is not a defeat. It is a sign that God is about to move you in a direction that your eyes have not yet seen. Every door that shuts under His authority is a signal that a greater door is about to open. Do not mourn the door that closed. Rejoice in the God who is leading you to something beyond what you could imagine. Sometimes the sign that God is about to move is the stripping away of people you thought you needed. It can feel lonely. It can feel cruel. But it is necessary. God knows that not everyone can go with you where He is taking you. Some voices must be silenced so you can hear His voice more clearly. Some attachments must be severed so you can be free to follow His path. And when you look around and find yourself standing with fewer companions, do not despair. That isolation is not abandonment. It is preparation. For it is often in the silence, in the solitude, that God reveals His most powerful instructions. And when He is about to move, He makes sure that nothing and no one hinders His plan in your life. There are also signs within your own thoughts, within your own mind, that God is about to move, ideas that come suddenly, visions that flash in your heart, dreams that seem too big for your current situation. These are not mere fantasies. They are divine seeds being planted in your spirit. They are glimpses of the future God is preparing for you. And when such thoughts flood your mind, take them seriously. Write them down and pray to nurture them, for they are signs, signals that God is about to turn what was once impossible into reality. You may also notice that when God is about to move, opposition increases. Do not misunderstand resistance as rejection. When the enemy senses that God is preparing to lift you higher, he will fight harder to hold you down. Suddenly you face obstacles you never faced before, challenges that seem overwhelming, voices that speak against you. This is not a sign that God has abandoned you. It is a sign that you are close to breakthrough. The darkest hour is always before dawn. The fiercest battles are fought at the edge of victory. So when you feel the resistance growing stronger, take heart. It means the movement of God is drawing near. When God is about to move, He also awakens your sensitivity to His presence. Suddenly you notice His hand in places you overlooked before. A scripture, a word spoken by a stranger, a moment of quiet reflection. All begin to carry a weight they did not carry before. You feel God drawing nearer, speaking louder, calling you deeper. This heightened awareness is not random. It is a divine sign that He is positioning you for what comes next. When your heart begins to burn with a deeper hunger for Him, know this: God is preparing you to receive the fullness of His movement. And then perhaps the most unmistakable sign, peace that makes no sense. Everything around you may look chaotic, uncertain, even threatening. Yet inside you feel a calm assurance, a steady confidence that somehow everything is under control. That peace is not from this world. That peace is not from your own strength. It is the peace of God guarding your heart and mind, anchoring you even when storms rage. And when that peace settles over you in the midst of turmoil, it is a sure sign that God Himself is about to move on your behalf. My friends, these signs are not to be taken lightly. They are the fingerprints of the Almighty upon your life. And if you are discerning, if you are watchful, you will see them. You will recognize them, and you will prepare yourself for the moment God steps in with power. Too often we miss the movement of God because we fail to heed the signs. Too often we dismiss the disruption, we ignore the restlessness, we cling to closed doors, we resist the stripping, we overlook the ideas, we fear the opposition, we disregard the peace, and in doing so, we delay what God intended to do swiftly. But if you will awaken your heart, if you will tune your spirit, if you will open your eyes, you will not miss it. You will be ready when God moves. When God is about to move, He not only sends signs in your circumstances, He sends a deep shaking within your very soul. That stirring is not something you can fabricate, and it is not a fleeting emotional moment. It is a holy disturbance that will not let you remain the same. It is as though God Himself places His hand upon your heart and presses until you know you must change direction. That unease you cannot silence, that urgency you cannot explain is not there to torment you, but to awaken you. For when God is preparing to lift you into the next season of your destiny, He must first awaken your spirit so that you do not sleep through His visitation. Do not mistake that divine stirring for confusion. Confusion comes from doubt, but the stirring of God comes with clarity. It comes with a voice inside you saying, "Rise, for you cannot stay where you are." It comes with a conviction that no matter how secure your present appears, you know it is too small for the greatness God has written into your story. And though your mind may argue, though your circumstances may resist, your spirit knows beyond all doubt that God is getting ready to move. Another clear sign that God is about to move in your life is that He begins to strip away your reliance on human strength. There will be moments when you find that the people you depended on can no longer carry you, that the resources you once leaned on suddenly dry up, that the systems you trusted fail to hold you. And in that moment you might cry out in frustration. You may even wonder why God has allowed such loss. But do not mistake His intention. God removes every false support so that you learn to lean entirely on Him. For if you are to witness His movement in your life, you must know without question that it was His power, not man's, that lifted you. He strips away your reliance on the temporary to anchor you in the eternal. When God is about to move, He also sharpens your vision. You begin to see life differently. What once looked ordinary now seems pregnant with divine purpose. You look at your past struggles and suddenly recognize that they were preparing you for something greater. You see doors that once intimidated you as opportunities to display the glory of God. It is as though a veil is lifted from your eyes and you perceive what you could not perceive before. This sharpening of vision is no accident. It is God preparing you to recognize the path when He opens it. For a door can stand wide before you, but if your eyes are still blind, you will miss it. And so God clears your sight. He adjusts your focus. He aligns your vision with His, so that when the moment comes, you are ready to walk through the way He has prepared. Another unmistakable sign of God's movement is divine timing. There comes a moment when everything that once felt delayed suddenly begins to align. Prayers you thought were forgotten resurface with answers. Opportunities that once seemed distant are suddenly within reach. People who had no reason to cross your path are placed right in front of you. And you realize that what seemed like waiting was never wasted. It was divine preparation. God was orchestrating the unseen, arranging the pieces, positioning you so that when the time was ripe, His movement could unfold without hindrance. And when that alignment begins, when doors open without you forcing them, when opportunities find you instead of you chasing them, you can be certain that God is on the move. When God is about to move, He also gives you an unshakable conviction in the face of doubt. People may tell you it cannot be done. Circumstances may appear impossible. The evidence may scream against you. Yet deep inside there rises a conviction you cannot silence. It is not arrogance. It is not pride. It is faith placed by God Himself. That conviction is His assurance that what He has spoken will come to pass no matter what the world says. And when you carry that conviction, do not let anyone talk you out of it. Guard it as treasure. For that inner certainty is proof that God is about to do what only He can do. Sometimes the sign comes as unusual tests, trials that press you harder than before, battles that seem to multiply on every side, and you wonder why it feels like life has grown harsher at the very moment you are trying to do right. But hear this. Trials intensify, not to destroy you, but to refine you. God allows the fire so that the impurities burn away, so that when He lifts you higher, you can withstand the weight of the blessing. For blessings without refinement become curses, but blessings after fire become testimonies of God's faithfulness. When your trials increase, do not despair. It is often the sign that you are closest to seeing God's hand move in power. And perhaps one of the most powerful signs is the sudden clarity of purpose. For years you may wander searching for meaning, questioning your path. But when God is about to move, He makes your purpose undeniable. It may come in the quiet of prayer, in the stillness of the night, in the sudden flash of inspiration, but when it comes, it anchors you. It directs you. It gives you courage to step where you once hesitated. And though others may not understand, you will know without question that God has marked your path. That clarity of purpose is not your imagination. It is a divine sign that you are about to step into the reason you were created. When God prepares to move, He also awakens a hunger in you that nothing else can satisfy. The entertainment you once enjoyed feels empty. The distractions you once pursued lose their appeal. The approval of people no longer fulfills you. There is a deeper craving inside you, a craving for God, for His presence, for His truth. That hunger is not there by chance. It is the divine pull of your spirit toward the one who is about to pour Himself into your life in a greater measure. Do not ignore that hunger. Do not try to silence it. Feed it, for it is proof that you are being prepared for a movement of God that will change everything. And finally, when God is about to move, He surrounds you with confirmation. The same message comes to you through different voices. The same thought echoes in different circumstances. You hear the same truth repeated in ways you cannot dismiss. That is God making sure you do not miss His signal. He speaks once, He speaks twice, and then He confirms again so that you know beyond doubt that it is Him. And when those confirmations come, do not brush them aside as coincidences. They are divine signatures upon your life, proof that the Almighty is guiding you, preparing you, and moving you into the destiny He has written. My friend, if you have noticed these signs stirring in your life, do not ignore them. God is speaking. God is preparing. God is moving. And the greatest mistake you could make is to sleep while the hand of the Almighty is at work. Open your eyes, sharpen your ears, soften your heart, for the signs are not random. They are deliberate signals from heaven that the time has come for you to rise into the fullness of what God has destined for you. When God is about to move, He will often allow the ordinary to grow unbearable so that you will not settle for less than what He has prepared for you. Some of you are asking why your life feels so heavy, why your spirit feels so unsatisfied even when everything looks fine from the outside. It is because God is stirring you out of complacency. He does not want you to build a house in the valley when He has prepared a mountain for you to climb. That dissatisfaction is not a curse. It is a calling. It is a holy dissatisfaction placed within you by God Himself, so that you will rise from the comfort of the familiar and step into the territory of faith where His power is revealed. There are moments when God strips away everything you thought defined you, not to leave you empty, but to show you that your true identity is rooted in Him alone. When positions are lost, when titles fade, when the applause of people goes silent, you may feel exposed. But in that silence, you discover the voice of God saying, "You are mine, and I have marked you for more than this world can give." That is a sign. That is evidence that God is positioning you for a move so great that it cannot rest on human affirmation. It must rest on divine confirmation. When God is about to move, He also awakens in you a courage you never knew you had. Suddenly, the fear that held you captive begins to weaken. The chains that once kept you still begin to loosen. Where you once said, "I cannot," you now hear yourself declaring, "With God, I will." This courage is not born of your own strength. It is the Spirit of the Almighty breathing boldness into your soul, so that when the opportunity arises, you will not shrink back. You will step forward, That boldness is a sign that God has already gone ahead of you to make the path straight. At times, the signs of God's movement come through unexpected interruptions. Your plans collapse. Your carefully laid agenda falls apart. You cry out in frustration, but later you realize it was the very interruption that led you to your true destiny. What you thought was a setback was God's hand redirecting you. If He had allowed your plan to succeed, you would have missed the greater purpose He had designed. So when life seems to interrupt your schedule, pause and ask, is this a sign? Is this God moving me away from what I want to give me, what I truly need? For often the detour is the very proof that God is guiding you. Sometimes God reveals His coming movement through an increase in your capacity to endure. Where before you would have broken under pressure, now you stand steady. Where before you would have given up, now you persevere. That is no accident. God is stretching you, strengthening you, preparing you for the weight of the blessing that is on its way. You may not see it yet, but your resilience in the storm is a sign that God is fortifying you for a move so significant that only a stronger version of you can carry it. Another sign that God is about to move is when He sends you divine connections. People who carry wisdom, resources, or encouragement that align perfectly with your step. These are not ordinary encounters. They are orchestrated meetings by the hand of God. Pay attention to the people who suddenly enter your life with words that ignite your spirit, with guidance that confirms what God has already whispered in your heart. They are signs. They are messengers placed strategically so that you will not walk into the next season blind, but prepared and supported. Do not think that the signs of God's movement always come with comfort. More often they come with conflict. For it is in the struggle that your faith is sharpened, in the battle that your trust is proved. And when you find yourself surrounded by pressure on every side, remember that the pressure is proof that something is about to be birthed. God is not punishing you. He is positioning you. Every challenge you face is like a contraction, announcing that something new, a new life, a new opportunity, a new destiny is about to be born. And sometimes the way God reveals His movement is through silence. You may feel the urge to defend yourself. You may want to explain your heart. You may want to confront those who twist your intentions. Yet deep inside, there's a divine stillness whispering, "Be still, let me handle this." That stillness is not weakness. It is strength under divine control. God is saying, stand still and watch me move. When He draws you into silence, it's because He is preparing to speak louder through His actions than you ever could through your defense. Another powerful sign is the breaking of patterns. Maybe for years you repeated the same mistakes, fell into the same cycles, walked the same circles, but then without warning you feel empowered to break free. The temptation that once gripped you loses its hold. The mindset that once imprisoned you begins to crumble. That breaking of cycles is not mere willpower. It is the intervention of God. It is His movement within you, preparing you for the outward breakthrough that is about to follow. And then there are those unmistakable whispers of hope that rise within you even when everything looks hopeless. Others may see your situation as finished, but inside you there's a quiet voice telling you, hold on, something is coming. That hope is not naive. It is not denial. It is God planting His assurance in your spirit that He is about to act. It is the anchor that keeps you steady. When the storm tries to convince you to give up, that inner hope is not yours alone. It is a divine sign that God has already written victory into your story. My beloved, the signs are all around you if you are willing to see them. Do not harden your heart when God disrupts your comfort. Do not close your ears when restlessness calls. Do not despair when doors shut, when people leave, when trials increase. These are not signs of defeat. They are signs of destiny. They are the evidence that the Almighty is moving. And if you will be alert, if you will stay watchful, you will not be caught unaware. You will stand ready, aligned, prepared to step into the fullness of what God is about to release over your life. When God is about to move, He often begins by breaking the rhythm of your life. The patterns that once felt predictable suddenly shift. The comfort of routine is shaken, and you find yourself walking through days that feel unfamiliar. This is no accident. God is interrupting the ordinary so that you can perceive the extraordinary. He knows that if you are too comfortable with the rhythm of yesterday, you will miss the melody of tomorrow. And so He disrupts your pace, not to confuse you, but to awaken you to the sound of His footsteps drawing near. At times, the sign of God's movement comes as a sudden increase in your awareness of time. You begin to feel an urgency you cannot explain. You sense that you cannot waste another day. That procrastination has cost you too much already. That urgency is not your own. It is God impressing upon your spirit that a window is opening, and if you delay, you may miss it. The Almighty is teaching you that there are divine appointments that cannot be rescheduled. When He begins to stir urgency in your heart, it is a sign that His move is imminent, and you must be ready to step when He says, "Step." Sometimes God reveals His coming movement through hidden preparation. You may feel unseen, overlooked, forgotten, but God is using that hidden season to equip you. He is sharpening skills you did not know you would need. He is molding your character for challenges you have not yet faced. You may look around and wonder why doors remain closed. But the truth is, God is keeping you in the secret place until the appointed time. For when He reveals you, He does not want you half prepared. He wants you strong, grounded, unshakable. That hidden preparation is a sign that the unveiling is near. Another unmistakable sign is the stirring of compassion within your heart. Suddenly you begin to care deeply for things you once ignored. You feel moved to help, to serve, to heal. That compassion is not weakness. It is God aligning your heart with His own. For His movements are never only about blessing you. They are about positioning you to bless others. When you find your heart breaking for what breaks the heart of God, when you feel compelled to serve even when it costs you, take note that compassion is a sign that God is preparing to use you as an instrument of His movement on the earth. When God is about to move, He often surrounds you with signs in nature and creation. The stillness of a morning, the unexpected beauty of a sunset, the whisper of the wind. It is as though the world itself is reminding you of His power and presence. For the same God who commands the seas and shapes the mountains is the one who moves in your life. When He stirs creation to speak to you, it is a reminder that His movement is not distant, not delayed. It is near, it is real, and it is coming. Another sign is that God begins to strip away distractions. Things that once consumed your time and attention suddenly lose their grip. The appetite for what is shallow begins to die. You realize that what once seemed urgent no longer matters. This detachment is not by chance. It is God clearing the clutter so that you can hear His voice without interference. He knows you cannot carry the weight of His movement if your heart is tangled in trivial pursuits. And so He cuts away the excess not to punish you, but to free you. At times, God signals His movement through tests of obedience. He places before you small instructions, simple commands to see if your heart is willing to follow. It may be a nudge to forgive, a call to release bitterness, an instruction to give, or a prompting to step away from something harmful. These small obediences are not random. They are tests of readiness. For if you cannot obey in the little, how will you obey in the great? And when you sense God calling you to take steps of obedience that stretch you, know this: it is a sign that He is preparing to entrust you with something far greater. Sometimes the sign that God is about to move is the sudden exposure of truth. Lies that once seemed convincing are uncovered. Deceptions that once blinded you are revealed. You begin to see clearly who and what was for you and who and what was against you. That exposure is not meant to hurt you. It is meant to protect you. God cannot move you forward while you are entangled in falsehood. So He shines His light into every corner, tearing down illusions, stripping away pretense so that you can walk in the truth that sets you free. There are also seasons when God signals His movement by overwhelming you with gratitude. Even in the midst of difficulty, you find yourself thanking Him for breath, for strength, for life. That spirit of gratitude is not ordinary. It is the overflow of His presence drawing near. Gratitude shifts your perspective, aligns your heart, and prepares you for the blessings He is about to release. When your spirit suddenly swells with thanksgiving, it is a sign that the Almighty is opening His hand to pour out more than you imagine. And perhaps one of the most profound signs is the alignment of your inner desires with God's will. Where once you craved what was destructive, now you long for what is righteous. Where once your ambitions were selfish, now your heart yearns to honor God. That shift of desire is not your doing. It is His. It is the clearest evidence that His movement has already begun inside you, and soon it will manifest around you. When your desires change, when your heart hungers for the things of God more than the things of the world, it is a sign that you are standing on the threshold of transformation. When God is about to move, He often brings a shaking that tests the very foundation of your life. The structures you once trusted begin to tremble. The plans you once clung to begin to fall apart. The relationships you thought were unshakable begin to shift. And in that shaking, fear may try to take hold of you. But hear me clearly. The shaking is not sent to destroy you. It is sent to reveal what cannot be shaken. God is showing you that everything built on sand will fall, but what He establishes will stand forever. When the ground beneath you feels unstable, do not despair. It is a sign that God is preparing to establish your feet on a foundation that no storm can move. There are times when the sign of God's movement comes in the form of clarity during chaos. The world around you may swirl with uncertainty. Voices may conflict. Confusion may reign. Yet in the midst of it, a still, steady conviction rises in your spirit. That clarity is not from the world. It is from God. It is His way of guiding you through the storm. His way of separating His voice from the noise. When everything outside of you is loud, but within you there is peace and direction, it is a sign that the Almighty is leading you into the next step of His plan. When God is about to move, He also enlarges your faith. Suddenly, you begin to believe for things that once seemed impossible. You start praying bolder prayers, dreaming bigger dreams, and expecting greater things. That shift is not pride. It is the Spirit of God expanding your capacity to receive. For He knows that small faith cannot carry great blessings. He must first stretch your faith. Awaken your expectation so that when He pours out, you are ready to contain it. When your prayers shift from the ordinary to the extraordinary, take notice. God is stirring your faith because His hand is about to move. Another sign that God is preparing to act is the sudden breaking of old ties that once bound you. Addictions lose their grip. Habits that enslaved you begin to crumble. Patterns that once seemed unbreakable suddenly collapse. This freedom is not your doing. It is God's. for he will not allow chains to remain on you when he is about to lead you into freedom. If you find yourself walking away from things you once thought you could never leave behind, rejoice. It is a sign that God has already begun his movement within you. Sometimes God signals his movement by placing you in situations where only his power can deliver you. He lets the resources run dry. He allows human help to fail. He permits the challenge to grow beyond your strength. Why? Because he wants you to see with your own eyes that only he could have done it. When you stand in a situation where no man can help you, no system can save you, and no strategy can deliver you, know this: it is the perfect setup for God to move. And when he does, there will be no doubt, no question, no confusion. Everyone will know that it was God who stepped in. At times, the sign of God's coming move is a shift in your priorities. What once mattered no longer holds the same weight. You begin to let go of pursuits that once consumed you. Your appetite for the temporary fades and your focus shifts to the eternal. That reordering of priorities is not coincidence. It is God aligning your heart with his own. He knows you cannot carry the weight of his blessing while chasing after distractions. And so he recalibrates your desires, stripping away what is meaningless so that you can be entrusted with what is priceless. When God is about to move, he also increases the weight of conviction in your heart. Things you once ignored, you can no longer overlook. Behaviors you once excused, you can no longer justify. That heavy conviction is not condemnation, it is preparation. God is cleansing you, purifying you, shaping you, so that when he moves, nothing within you will hinder the flow of his blessing. When you feel that holy pressure pressing on your conscience, do not resist it. It is a sign that God is sanctifying you for what is coming. There are also seasons when the sign of God's movement comes through dreams and visions. Ideas begin to flood your mind, pictures of a future you cannot explain. You wake with clarity about things you never considered before. Those dreams are not random, they are divine previews of what God is preparing. They are glimpses into the blueprint of heaven. Pay attention to them, for they are signs that God is moving in the unseen, and soon it will manifest in the visible. Sometimes the sign comes as an unusual boldness to step out of the boat, to leave behind safety, to walk on waters you once feared. This courage is not natural excess, it is God-breathed. It is his Spirit nudging you, saying, now is the time. And though fear may whisper in your ear, the fire in your spirit will not let you remain where you are. That boldness is a sign. It is proof that God is calling you to move with him, to trust him, to follow him into places you never imagined. And when God is about to move, he often allows the enemy to reveal himself more openly. Attacks increase, opposition rises, resistance becomes obvious. But do not be afraid. That exposure is a sign that God is about to deliver you. For the enemy always fights hardest when he knows his time is short. When the attacks intensify, it means you are on the verge of breakthrough. Do not run. Do not retreat. Stand firm, for the opposition is proof that the Almighty is already at work and victory is near. My beloved, these are not coincidences. These are not accidents. Deliberate divine signs that the Almighty is moving in your life, the restlessness in your spirit, the shaking of your foundation, the urgency in your heart, the clarity in your mind, the boldness in your prayers. These are the fingerprints of God. And if you have the courage to discern them, the humility to yield to them, the faith to act on them, you will not miss his movement. You will step into it with confidence, and you will see with your own eyes what the power of God can do when He chooses to move. And so I say to you with all the weight of truth upon my heart, do not despise the season you are in, for God wastes nothing. The waiting, the shaking, the silence, the struggle, it is all part of His design. What looks delayed is being perfected. What feels like loss is making room for increase. What seems like the end is the very place where God begins. Trust Him when you cannot trace Him. Believe Him when you cannot see Him. Hold on when everything within you wants to let go. For the one who holds the heavens and the earth also holds your life in His hands. Lift your head and stand strong, for the Almighty has not abandoned you. He is closer to you than the breath in your lungs. His power is greater than the storm around you, and His wisdom is deeper than the questions within you. You may feel pressed, but you are not crushed. You may feel struck down, but you are not destroyed. You may feel surrounded, but you are not forsaken. Before the battle even begins, God has already declared your victory. So walk forward with boldness and unwavering faith. Do not hesitate. Do not turn back. Do not give fear a foothold. The very God who split the sea drew water from the stone, and created a path through the wilderness is the same God who goes ahead of you today. And if He is for you, then no power can rise against you. If His hand covers your life, then nothing on earth can overturn what He has destined. Take courage, for your story will not close in failure. It is unfolding toward divine purpose. Even now, the hand of God is at work in your favor. Believe it. Receive it. Step boldly into it. For when God moves in your life, no force in heaven or on earth can slow it down, and no enemy can undo it. Your season is shifting. Your breakthrough is drawing near. And soon your life will stand as living proof that God's power is real, unshakable, and unstoppable. My friend, I want you to hear this with every part of your soul, because what I am about to share can completely change how you view your life. Right here, in this very moment, in this very season, God has not abandoned you. God has not forgotten you. And God is most certainly not punishing you. He is preparing you for something far greater than your mind can grasp. Something greater than your eyes have ever witnessed and your heart has ever dreamed of. God is positioning you for an unforgettable miracle. You might look around right now and see only pain, only struggle, only confusion. You might feel the ache of delay, the weight of prayers unanswered, and the stillness of waiting. You may look at your life and say, "Why has nothing changed? Why am I still in this valley?" But let me declare to you with power and conviction, God has not forgotten you. God is arranging every detail, moving every piece, aligning every step, because the miracle He has prepared for you will not be ordinary. It will not be small, and it will not be forgettable. It will be so mighty, so undeniable that when it happens, you will fall on your knees in awe, saying, "Surely God's hand was in this all along." Do not mistake the silence of God for the absence of God. The silence is strategy. The waiting is preparation. The struggle is positioning. God is not delaying to harm you. God is delaying to strengthen you. For what good is a miracle if you are not ready to carry it? What good is a blessing if your faith collapses the moment trials come? No, my friend, God knows that the miracle He has for you requires faith that cannot be shaken, endurance that cannot be broken, and trust that cannot be stolen. That is why the process feels long, but it is holy. That is why the night feels endless, but it is necessary. Because when God finally opens the door, it will not be a door that any man can shut. Think of how God works. He never wastes a season. Not a single tear, not a single setback, not a single lonely night has been meaningless. Every test has been sharpening you. Every disappointment has been humbling you. Every closed door has been protecting you. You thought it was rejection, but it was redirection. You thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. You thought you were forgotten, but in truth, you were being chosen for something higher, something greater, something eternal. God was setting you up for a miracle that will not only bless you, but it will shake the lives of everyone around you. And here is the truth you must cling to. The miracle will not come from where you expect it. God's ways are higher than your ways, His thoughts higher than your thoughts. Do not limit God by your logic. Do not confine Him to the small box of human understanding. The same God who split seas, who brought water out of rocks, who lifted the poor from dust and set them among princes, is the same God who is orchestrating your life right now. He does not need permission from your enemies. He does not need validation from your critics. And He does not need help from human hands. When God moves, nothing can stand in His way. So lift your head, my friend. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Silence the voices that tell you it is too late, that you are too broken, that your story is over. Those voices are lies, distractions meant to rob you of hope. But I am here to remind you, as long as God is alive, your story is not finished. As long as God is moving, your miracle is still on the horizon. As long as God's power is at work, nothing, no curse, no enemy, no failure can stop what He has ordained. Perhaps you feel unworthy. Perhaps you think, why would God choose me for a miracle? Why would God lift me out when I have made so many mistakes? But let me speak truth into your soul. God does not call the perfect. He perfects the called. God does not wait for you to be flawless. He looks for your faith, your willingness to trust, your readiness to believe even when you cannot see. Your weakness is not a barrier to God's miracle. It is the very stage upon which His power will shine the brightest. For when you are weak, He is strong. When you cannot, He can. When you run out, He overflows. And let me tell you, when God sets you up for an unforgettable miracle, He will often allow your situation to look impossible. Why? Because miracles are only recognized when they defy human explanation. If you could do it by yourself, it would not be a miracle. If people could explain it, it would not be God's power. That is why He lets the odds stack up against you, why He lets the storm rage, why He lets the fire burn hotter. Not to destroy you, but to reveal that when the breakthrough comes, it was God and God alone who delivered you. I want you to imagine your life right now as a seed buried in the soil. From the surface, it looks as if nothing is happening. The ground is silent, the dirt is heavy, and to the eye, it seems dead. But beneath the soil, the seed is breaking, roots are forming, life is stirring, and in due season, the seed will push through the dirt and rise toward the light. That is what God is doing with you. On the surface, it looks like nothing is changing, but beneath the surface, God is building something unstoppable. Your roots are growing deeper, your spirit stronger, and at the appointed time you will rise. That rising will not be ordinary. It will be miraculous. My friend, let me speak into your spirit with a fire that cannot be quenched. What looks like a breakdown in your life is actually a breakthrough in disguise. What you call delay, God calls divine timing. What you see as rejection, God sees as redirection. What you believe is the end, God declares is only the beginning. You must understand this: God does not work on your schedule. He works on His, and His timing is never too early, never too late. It is always exact, always purposeful, always perfect. When you look back over your life, you will see that the greatest shifts happen not when you were in control, but when you lost control. Because in those moments you were forced to release your grip, to let go of your limited plan and to trust God's greater design. That is where miracles are born. In the space where human hands fail but divine power takes over, God will not share His glory with anyone. He will take you to places where your intellect, your money, your connections cannot help you. So that when the miracle happens, there will be no doubt in your heart, no doubt in your mind, no doubt in your soul, that it was God and God alone who carried you through. And here is a secret you must never forget. Before every unforgettable miracle, there is always an unforgettable test. Before the dawn of victory, there is the midnight of struggle. God tests your faith not to break you, but to prepare you for the weight of what He is about to give you. He allows the winds to blow and the storms to rise because He is training your spirit to withstand the weight of the blessing. Do you not see? A small blessing requires small faith, but an unforgettable miracle requires unshakable faith. And unshakable faith is forged only in the fire of trials. You may wonder, why does God let me face opposition right when I am closest to my breakthrough? Because the presence of opposition is the proof of opportunity. The greater the battle, the greater the victory, the stronger the resistance, the greater the miracle on the other side. Do not be discouraged by the size of your enemies. Let their size remind you of the size of your blessing. Do not be afraid of the mountain in front of you. Let its height remind you of the strength of the God who moves mountains with a whisper. Let me tell you something that will shake your heart awake. You are not waiting for your miracle. Your miracle is waiting for you. It is waiting for you to believe, waiting for you to endure, waiting for you to step into alignment with God's will. The blessing has already been written, the breakthrough already ordained, the miracle already sealed. God does not speak in uncertainty. What He declares, He completes. What He begins, He finishes. What He promises, He delivers. So if God has whispered into your soul that something greater is coming, you must not waver. You must not doubt. You must not surrender. Because the only thing standing between you and that miracle is your ability to hold fast until the appointed time. Think of this: the darkest hour is always just before dawn, when the night feels unbearable, when the silence seems eternal, when the pain becomes overwhelming. That is when you must recognize the nearness of your breakthrough. God allows the tension to rise before the release, the pressure to build before the shift, because it is in that moment of greatest intensity that the miracle shines the brightest. The story of your life will not be one of defeat, but of deliverance. The testimony you will carry will not be ordinary, it will be unforgettable. Now let me address the doubts that creep into your mind. But what if I fail? What if I am too weak? What if I miss my chance? Hear me clearly. You cannot miss what God has appointed for you. What is yours by divine design cannot be stolen, cannot be blocked, cannot be destroyed. Your miracle has your name written on it. Even if others try to take credit, even if enemies rise against you, even if doors slam in your face, the miracle that God has prepared will find you. It will locate you. It will reach you no matter where you are. For no power on earth and no scheme of man can cancel what God has ordained. And understand this: the miracle God is preparing for you is not only for your benefit, it is for His glory, and it is for the transformation of others who will witness it. When your miracle happens, people around you will say, "Surely this was the hand of God." Your life will become living evidence of divine power. Your testimony will awaken faith in others. Your breakthrough will be the spark that ignites hope in those who thought their lives were over. God's miracles are never just personal. They are purposeful. They ripple through families, through communities, through generations. Do not be surprised then if God takes you through a path that feels lonely. Do not be shocked if He removes people from your life, if He closes doors that you thought you needed. God does not strip you to harm you. He strips you to prepare you. He will remove every crutch, every distraction, every counterfeit, until all you have left is Him. Because when you stand on the other side of your miracle, you will know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was not the crowd that sustained you. It was God. It was not the applause of men that lifted you. It was God. It was not your own strength that carried you. It was God. And I must remind you, miracles are not limited to material gain. Yes, God can provide abundance. Yes, God can open doors of opportunity. Yes, God can elevate you to places you never dreamed. But the greatest miracles are often the ones unseen by the eye but felt by the soul. The peace that calms your storm, that is a miracle. The strength that rises within you when you should have collapsed, that is a miracle. The wisdom that comes to you in moments of confusion, that is a miracle. The protection from dangers you never even knew were near, that is a miracle. God surrounds your life with wonders daily, but there is a greater miracle ahead. One that will be so undeniable, so unforgettable, that it will mark your life forever. My beloved friend, there is something you must grasp with both hands and press deep into your heart. The miracle God is preparing for you is not just an event. It is a divine encounter that will redefine the course of your life. It will not be a fleeting moment that fades away with time. It will be a turning point that sets you on a new path. A path that no enemy can block and no circumstance can derail. God's miracle will not only change what is around you, it will transform what is within you. For when God moves, He does not simply adjust the surface, He reshapes the very foundation of your destiny. So often we limit our understanding of what God can do because we measure His power by the scale of human ability. We think too small, we hope too little, and we dream within the confines of our logic. But God is not bound by the limits of your imagination. God is not restricted by the size of your faith or the scope of your vision. He is the creator of all that is seen and unseen. The one who holds galaxies in His palm and yet counts the hairs upon your head. If He can bring light out of darkness, life out of dust, and order out of chaos, what makes you think He cannot turn your situation around in a single moment? Do not let your present circumstances convince you that you are forgotten. The silence is not neglect. It is divine orchestration. God is aligning the right people, positioning the right opportunities, and removing the wrong influences, all while you cannot see it. The unseen hand of God is at work in ways beyond your understanding. Just because you cannot trace His steps does not mean He is not moving. Just because you cannot hear His voice does not mean He is not speaking. Just because you cannot feel His presence does not mean He has left you. Faith is not seeing. Faith is knowing. And when you know that God is in control, you can stand with confidence even in the valley of uncertainty. You may have prayed for a miracle and felt like the heavens were silent. But remember this: every prayer you have whispered has been heard. Every tear you have shed has been counted. Every sigh from your weary soul has reached the throne of God. And while you think nothing is happening, God is preparing an answer far greater than what you asked for. You wanted survival, but God is preparing overflow. You wanted escape, but God is preparing elevation. You wanted relief, but God is preparing restoration. That is the nature of an unforgettable miracle. It exceeds expectation. It shatters limitation. It leaves you breathless in awe of God's power. And I must tell you, sometimes God will allow your life to reach the very edge of desperation before He steps in. Why? Because it is at the edge that your faith is tested, refined, and proven. It is at the edge that you stop depending on your own strength and fully surrender to Him. It is at the edge that miracles are born. Do not fear the edge, for it is the place where God's hand is revealed most clearly. You may feel like you are standing on the brink, but do not be afraid. God is not going to let you fall. He is going to lift you higher than you have ever been before. Think of the times in your past when you thought it was over, when you thought you would not make it, when you thought the pain would consume you. Yet here you are today, standing, breathing, still holding on. That alone is evidence of God's hand upon your life. If He carried you through before, do you think He will abandon you now? No, my friend. The God who sustained you yesterday is the same God who will deliver your miracle tomorrow. He does not change. He does not fail. He does not abandon His own. But hear me well. The unforgettable miracle God is preparing for you is not given to the faint-hearted. It is given to those who dare to believe in the face of doubt, who dare to stand when everything around them says fall, who dare to keep pressing forward when the weight of life says quit. God honors persistence. He rewards endurance. He blesses faith that refuses to bow to fear. You may be weary, but do not give up now. You may be tired, but do not lay down your faith. The moment you are closest to surrender is often the moment you are closest to your breakthrough. Do not confuse stillness with stagnation. Just because you are not moving does not mean God is not moving. There are seasons when God calls you to wait, to rest, to be still because He is fighting battles on your behalf. He is clearing the path ahead, preparing the blessing, ensuring that when you step forward, you will walk into victory without hindrance. The waiting is not wasted, it is working for your good. And when the miracle comes, it will not only lift you, it will silence your enemies. Those who mocked you, who doubted you, who spoke against you, will have no words when they see what God has done in your life. For the miracle will speak louder than any defense you could ever give. The miracle will vindicate you, elevate you, and demonstrate the undeniable truth that God's hand is upon you. My dear friend, you must understand something that will change the way you see your entire journey. When God is preparing an unforgettable miracle for you, He will often let you walk through circumstances that make no sense to the human eye. He will allow doors to close so that the right one may open. He will allow people to leave your side so that the right voices may enter. He will allow you to feel the sting of loss so that you can recognize the sweetness of His restoration. This is not punishment. It is preparation. This is not abandonment. It is divine arrangement. For God never removes without the intention to replace, and He never takes away without the plan to give back in a way that exceeds what you had before. Think about how carefully God works. Every sunrise is timed. Every star is placed. Every drop of rain is measured. Every breath in your lungs is counted. If God pays such careful attention to every detail in creation, can you not believe He is watching the details of your life even closer? Your life is not a coincidence. Your pain is not pointless. Your waiting is not wasted. God is the ultimate designer, and even when you cannot see the blueprint, you can trust that the architect of your destiny is crafting something extraordinary, something far beyond what human eyes can imagine. But let me tell you a truth that will stretch your faith before your miracle arrives. God often hides His work beneath disguise. He wraps power inside struggle. He hides blessings beneath burdens. He conceals breakthroughs within opposition. Why? Because only those who truly trust Him can recognize His hand in motion. To those without faith, it looks like failure. To the fearful, it appears to be the end. But to the one who believes, it is clear that this is the divine setup for something only God Himself can bring to pass. Do not despise the disguise, because behind it lies the very miracle you have been waiting for. There are moments in life when you will feel pressed on every side. The weight will feel unbearable. The darkness will seem endless. The road will appear closed. But it is in those very moments that God's power is closest. For He allows the pressure to rise, not to destroy you, but to birth something within you. Just as gold is refined by fire, your spirit is refined by trials. Just as a diamond is formed under intense pressure, your destiny is shaped under the weight of adversity. And when the refining is complete, when the shaping is done, you will shine with a brilliance that could never have been produced without the fire. Do not let your pain blind you to the purpose. Every sleepless night has a reason. Every tear has meaning. Every delay carries divine weight. God is not cruel. He is careful. He is not careless with your life. He is intentional with every detail. What you think is holding you back is actually preparing you for the very thing you have been praying for. For God knows that to give a miracle too soon is to waste it. But to release it at the right time is to multiply its impact both in your life and in the lives of those who witness it. And here is a truth you must never forget. Your miracle will not come through the path of least resistance. It will come through the very place where you thought you could not survive. God does not avoid the storm. He works in them. He does not bypass the valleys. He leads you through them. He does not remove the mountains. He strengthens you to climb them or commands them to move when the time is right. So if you find yourself in the middle of a storm, do not despair. It is the storm that makes room for the miracle. If you find yourself in a valley, do not give up. It is the valley that sets the stage for God's deliverance. If you stand before a mountain, do not fear. The mountain is the canvas upon which God will paint His power. And when God's miracle comes, it will not come in fragments. It will not come half done or incomplete. It will come in fullness, overflowing, undeniable. For God does not do things halfway. When He delivers completely. When He restores beyond measure. When He blesses to the point of overflow. That is why your miracle will be unforgettable, because it will not leave you with questions. It will leave you with answers. It will not leave you with wounds. It will leave you with healing. It will not leave you in bondage. It will leave you in freedom. And let me give you this revelation. Sometimes the unforgettable miracle is not the changing of your circumstances, but the changing of you. Sometimes the greatest miracle is the peace that floods your soul when everything around you is in chaos. Sometimes it is the strength to keep going when by all human reasoning you should have given up. Sometimes it is the clarity of mind in a world filled with confusion. Sometimes it is the courage to stand when everyone else bows. These miracles may not be seen by human eyes, but they are the very proof of God's power within you. And when the inner miracle happens, it will always lead to the outer miracle in due time. My friend, hear this with every part of your heart. God never begins anything in your life without already knowing how He will finish it. The miracle you are waiting for is not an uncertain possibility. It is a sealed reality in the plan of God. What you are longing for is already written in heaven, already marked in eternity, already ordained in His perfect wisdom. You are not chasing a dream that may or may not happen. You are walking toward a destiny that God Himself has secured. That is why you must not let doubt take root. Doubt is the enemy of expectation, and expectation is the soil in which miracles grow. When you expect nothing, you receive nothing. But when you expect the impossible, you invite the hand of God to move in ways that surpass human understanding. Do you know why your miracle will be unforgettable? Because God designs it in such a way that you will never be able to take the credit. You will never be able to say it was your connections, your wisdom, your skill, or your effort. You will know it was God. People around you will know it was God. Even your enemies will have to admit it was God. That is why He lets the odds stack against you. That is why He lets situations grow darker before the dawn. Because the contrast between your struggle and your breakthrough will be undeniable. But here is something few understand. Sometimes God's setup for your miracle begins with separation. He will separate you from people who drain your spirit, from environments that dim your light, from influences that weaken your faith. You may feel abandoned, but you are being protected. You may feel lonely, but you are being positioned. For God knows that not everyone can go with you where He is taking you. The miracle He is preparing for you is too sacred to be contaminated by the wrong company. And when you finally receive it, you will understand why certain people had to leave your life before it arrived. Do not fight the pruning of God. When He removes, it is because He plans to replace. When He cuts away, it is because He plans to increase. When He closes a chapter, it is because He is about to write a new one, far greater than what you left behind. The very things you thought were losses will turn out to be gains, because without them, you would not have the capacity to carry the miracle that is coming. And let me remind you, God's miracles are not measured by human standards. To the world, success is wealth, status, recognition. But to God, the true miracle is transformation, the shifting of your heart, the renewing of your mind, the strengthening of your spirit. What good is wealth without peace? What good is recognition without inner strength? What good is progress without the presence of God? When He blesses you, He blesses the whole of you. He gives peace with provision, strength with success, wisdom with opportunity. That is why His miracles last. They are not shallow gifts. They are deep transformations that no one can take away from you. You may be asking yourself right now, why is it taking so long? Why has God not moved yet? But let me tell you, the truth delay is not denial. What looks like slowness is actually God's speed, and His speed is perfect. You may think He is late, but in reality He is right on time. He is not working according to your clock. He is working according to His divine calendar. And when the appointed time arrives, nothing in heaven or earth can stop what He has set in motion. Sometimes God delays your miracle not because you are unworthy, but because the conditions around you are not yet ready. The blessing He has for you may require certain doors to open, certain people to be in place, certain opportunities to align. You cannot see all of these moving parts, but God can. He knows that if He gives you the miracle too soon, you may mishandle it, or others may misuse it. So he waits not out of cruelty, but out of care. He waits not to weaken you, but to strengthen you. He waits so that when the miracle comes, it will arrive in perfection and power. And when that moment comes, oh my friend, it will be like the breaking of a dawn after the longest night. It will sweep into your life with force and clarity. It will erase the pain of waiting. It will overshadow the years of tears. It will silence the doubts that tormented you. And it will leave you saying, only God could have done this. That is the power of an unforgettable miracle. It makes the past pain worth the present glory. I must also tell you this: God's miracles are not only about lifting you, they are about teaching you to lift others. When He blesses you, it is not just for your benefit, but for the blessing of those around you. When He delivers you, it is so that your testimony becomes a roadmap for someone else's deliverance. When He opens doors for you, it is so that you can open doors for others. Do not hold your miracle selfishly. Let it shine as evidence of God's goodness so that others may find faith through your story. And do not think for a moment that your struggles have disqualified you from the miracle. In fact, they have qualified you. The scars you carry are proof that you endured. The tears you shed are proof that you cared. The nights you wrestled in silence are proof that you refused to quit. God honors those who remain faithful in the furnace, and He rewards those who trust Him, even in the shadows. You have been tested not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. And those who are chosen always carry the weight of greater miracles. When God prepares to set you up for an unforgettable miracle, He does not simply glance at your situation. He writes a script so precise that even your enemies end up playing a role in your breakthrough. What you see as betrayal, what you endure as pain, what you struggle with in silence, all of it is part of a divine orchestration. Do you not know that the very pit dug for you may become the stage upon which God lifts you higher than you ever imagined? When you think you've been abandoned, you are actually being positioned. When the doors close, it is because God has already assigned a greater door that no man can lock. When the night seems endless, it is because the dawn of His glory is about to burst forth. God does not make mistakes, and when He sets you up for a miracle, nothing can stop it. You may feel overlooked. You may believe your prayers have been ignored. You may wonder why the heavens have been silent. But silence is not absence. Silence is strategy. God has been arranging, aligning, and preparing a scene so breathtaking that when it unfolds, not only will you be in awe, but even those who doubted you will confess that the hand of God was upon you. His timing is never too late, and His ways are far higher than our own. What feels delayed is never denied when it comes from the throne of the Almighty. Think of the storms you have endured. They were not meant to drown you. They were meant to cleanse you. The fire you have passed through was not meant to consume you. It was meant to refine you like pure gold. The loneliness you have walked through was not meant to destroy your spirit. It was meant to make you strong enough to carry the weight of what God is about to release in your life. Each trial has been shaping your character, stretching your faith and deepening your roots, so that when the miracle comes, you will not only receive it, you will be able to sustain it. Many people want the miracle, but few are ready for it. And that is why God sets you up. He prepares you in ways you do not even understand. That delay you despise is protection. That closed door is mercy. That rejection is redirection. What looks like a setback is really the setup. Do not despise the process, for the process is proof that you are being prepared for something greater. If God allowed everything to come easily, you would not value the miracle when it arrived. But because you have cried, because you have wrestled, because you have endured, when God pours out His blessing, you will recognize it not as luck, not as coincidence, but as the undeniable work of God. And when the miracle comes, it will not be small. It will not be ordinary. It will not be something that can be explained by human hands. It will be unforgettable. It will carry the mark of God. It will silence your critics, encourage your faith, and change the course of your destiny. The kind of miracle God is preparing is not one you will keep hidden. It will shine so brightly that others will see it and know that the Almighty has done it. So lift up your head even in the valley. Stand firm even in the storm. Do not let your heart faint when the journey feels endless. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not overlooked. God is setting you up. And when He moves with power. When He speaks, creation obeys. When He commands, the impossible bends to His will. Your miracle is not in the hands of men, it is in the hands of God. And if God is the one setting you up, then nothing and no one can tear it down. When God begins to prepare you for an unforgettable miracle, the very fabric of your life starts to shift in ways you may not even recognize. What once seemed comfortable may suddenly feel unsettled. What you thought was secure may start to shake. This is not because God has abandoned you. It is because He is removing every false foundation so that His miracle rests only on Him. God cannot build the extraordinary on the fragile ground of human dependence. He clears away the distractions, strips down the illusions, and takes you to a place where you must rely completely on Him. And it is there in that holy surrender that miracles are born. God's miracles are not birthed in comfort. They are birthed in desperation. They are not found in shallow faith. They are revealed in deep trust. Sometimes God allows your resources to run out so you can finally discover that He is the true source. Sometimes He permits you to reach the end of your strength so you can know His strength has no end. The miracle is not just in the blessing itself. It is in the revelation that everything you have, everything you are, and everything you will ever need comes from Him. When God sets you up, He often disguises the blessing in the wrapping of a problem. What looks like a closed path may actually be a divine detour towards something greater. The person who walked away from you may have been removed so that your hands would be free to receive the miracle God intended. The opportunities that fell apart may have crumbled because they were too small for the destiny He has prepared. Do not mourn the doors that close. Rejoice, for if God allowed them to shut, He has already prepared a door so wide, so vast, and so glorious that it will make you forget the sting of yesterday's disappointment. The miracle you are waiting for requires endurance. God does not place diamonds in the hands of those who cannot bear the weight. He strengthens your back to carry the load. He enlarges your heart to receive the blessing. He teaches your spirit to trust Him. So when the miracle arrives, you will not be shaken by pride nor destroyed by fear. God is not only preparing the miracle for you, He is preparing you for the miracle. And when the two align, His perfect timing and your ready spirit, the unforgettable will manifest. Do not underestimate the way God works in the unseen. While you sleep, He is arranging. While you wait, He is designing. While you feel forgotten, He is orchestrating a plan that even your enemies will not comprehend until it unfolds before their very eyes. God is the master of divine reversals. The one who was overlooked becomes chosen. The one who was broken becomes lifted. The one who was counted out becomes the very testimony of His power. When God decides to move, no chain can hold you. No wall can block you. No power on earth can stop you. And when the miracle comes, it will be undeniable. It will carry the fragrance of heaven and the signature of God. You will not have to fight to prove it is real. The evidence will shine so brightly that even the doubters will have no choice but to acknowledge it. The miracle ahead will not only change what surrounds you, it will transform what lives within you. It will strengthen your faith, expand your gratitude, and awaken a boldness you didn't know you carried. And as it unfolds, its light will reach the lives of others. Because God never performs a miracle meant for one heart alone. When He blesses you, it is so that blessing can flow through you. When He raises you up, it is so His power can be seen through your story. When He opens the heavens, your life becomes the evidence of His glory. So tonight, do not curse the midnight hour. Do not despise the season of solitude. Do not resent the tears that fall unseen, for they are watering the very soil where your miracle is about to bloom. Remember, the darkest night always comes right before the sunrise, and your sunrise is on its way. God remains faithful. He has not overlooked you. What you thought was breaking you has been building you. The stage is ready. The heavens are moving. And soon the Almighty will unveil a miracle so powerful that your story and your spirit will never be the same again. Do you know why you are still standing today? Do you know why? Because even though the storms have raged against you, they have not consumed you. It is because God Himself has seen something in you that you might not yet see in yourself. God knows you are stronger than this battle. He knows this struggle is not meant to destroy you, but to refine you. God has allowed this season in your life, not because you are weak, not because you are forgotten, but because inside you He has placed a power greater than the weight pressing against you. You may not feel strong right now. You may feel weary, exhausted, and tempted to give up. But God would never have brought you here if He had not already equipped you to endure and overcome. Too often we confuse our feelings with the truth. You may feel overwhelmed, but the truth is God has already measured this battle against the strength He has deposited in you. He knows the load you can carry, and He knows the darkness you can face. He knows the fire you can endure. And He has declared that you will come out of this stronger, purer, and more victorious than you have ever been. That is why you are in this fight. Not to be defeated, but to discover that you were created with the resilience to rise. When you look at your life right now, you may see obstacles stacked against you. You may see betrayal, hardship, loneliness, loss, or fear. But God sees something else. He sees a warrior. He sees a soul that will not break. He sees His child who may stumble, who may cry, but who will not collapse. Every tear you have shed, every sleepless night, every anxious thought, God has taken note of it, and He has whispered, "This one will endure. This one will overcome. This one will rise above the weight of it all." You are not weak. You are not defeated. You are not forgotten. You are chosen by God to walk through this valley and prove that His strength within you is greater than anything outside of you. The enemy of your soul wants you to believe that this battle is proof of your failure. But I tell you today, it is the very evidence of your strength. If you were weak, you would not even be in this fight. If you were fragile, life would not test you at this level. The battles that come to you are not random. They are matched to the measure of greatness that God has placed in you. The deeper the struggle, the greater the destiny. The higher the opposition, the greater the victory that waits on the other side. That is why you cannot give up now. That is why you cannot let despair win. God trusted you with this mountain because He already knew you would climb it. Think about that for a moment. God trusted you. Out of all the people He could have given this assignment to, He placed it on your shoulders. He looked at your life and said, "This one will not break." He saw the fire inside of you. He saw the strength of your faith. He saw the courage hidden even in your weakness. And He chose you for this very hour. You may not like it. You may not understand it. But you must embrace it. The battle you are facing is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to reveal the greatness of God's strength in you. Now let me tell you something you must never forget. When God allows a storm, He always provides the strength to endure it. He never lets His child face a burden without giving them the power to carry it. You are not in this alone. The same God who allowed you to walk into this valley is the same God who will carry you through it. You may feel the weight pressing down, but God has His hand beneath you, holding you steady. You may feel surrounded by darkness, but God is the flame that will never go out inside your soul. You see, your strength is not measured by how loud you shout or how fearless you appear. True strength is measured in those moments when you are trembling but still moving forward. When you are weeping but still praying. When you are breaking but still believing. That is where God's strength shines brightest. Not in your comfort, not in your ease, but in your endurance. Every day you choose not to give up. You prove to the world and to the enemy that God has made you unshakable. I know some of you are listening right now with questions in your heart. You are asking, if God knows I am strong enough, then why does it hurt so badly? Why do I feel so broken? Why does this storm seem endless? My friend, pain does not mean you are weak. It means you are human. But the difference between you and those who collapse under pressure is that you are not relying only on your own strength. You are relying on the God who sustains you. Your tears may fall, but your faith is still alive. Your body may be tired, but your spirit is still anchored in the one who promised never to abandon you. That is strength. That is victory already at work in your life. Do not despise this battle. As hard as it is to believe, this very fight is shaping you into who you were created to be. God is chiseling away everything that does not belong, everything that weakens you, everything that keeps you from stepping fully into the destiny He prepared for you. Without pressure, there is no diamond. Without fire, there is no refined gold. Without struggle, there is no strength. You may not see it now, but you are being forged into something greater. And hear me well, God is not silent in your struggle. Even when you cannot hear Him, He is speaking through the storm. Even when you cannot see Him, He is standing right beside you. He is the reason you have made it this far. He is the reason the darkness has not swallowed you whole. He is the reason your heart still beats with hope. You may feel like you are barely surviving, but God knows you are more than surviving. You are conquering one step at a time. Then listen closely, because I believe with all my heart that God wants you to hear this. The very trial you are facing right now has been permitted by His wisdom and governed by His power. Nothing enters your life outside of His knowledge. If He has allowed this storm, it is because He has already determined that you have what it takes to withstand it. You are not walking blindly into chaos. You are walking a path overseen by the hand of God. He has already written strength into your spirit, courage into your bones, and victory into your future. The enemy may rage against you, but the enemy cannot override the will of God. There is a sacred truth I want you to carry deep within you. The battles you face are not a sign of God's abandonment, but of His trust. He trusted you to hold the weight of this burden because He saw that your faith would not collapse under it. You may feel small in the face of what surrounds you, but God looks at you and sees resilience. He sees perseverance. He sees a heart that, though pressed on every side, will not be crushed because He is your sustaining force. Do not mistake your weariness for weakness. It is simply the evidence that you are fighting, and God knows you are not fighting in vain. When the night feels endless and your prayers seem unanswered, remember this silence does not mean absence. God is closest in the moments when you feel most alone. His nearness is not measured by your emotions. It is measured by His promise that He will never leave you nor forsake you. That promise has carried generations before you, and it will carry you now. Every cry of your heart has reached His throne. Every step you take in faith, even when you cannot see the outcome, is a declaration that you trust His power more than your pain. Let me tell you something about the nature of struggle. It reveals what comfort cannot. When everything is easy, when the path is smooth, you never discover what you are truly made of. But when the winds howl, when the waters rise, when the fire blazes, that is when the greatness God planted inside you begins to emerge. The storm strips away the illusion and shows the truth that you are anchored in God, and nothing can uproot you from His hand. What you thought would break you becomes the very thing that proves you are unbreakable. Think of how God has carried you before. Think of the times you thought you would not make it, yet here you stand. Think of the days you thought the night would never end, yet the dawn always came. That was not by accident. That was the faithfulness of God. And if He sustained you, then He will sustain you now. The God who brought you out of yesterday is the same God who will carry you through today and tomorrow. He does not change, and His strength in you does not run dry. You may say, "But I am tired. I am not as strong as others. I cannot see the way forward." Yet God does not compare you to others, nor does He measure you by your perception of yourself. God measures you by His own knowledge of what He has placed within you. You see limitations, but He sees potential. You see weakness, but He sees resilience. You see fear, but He sees faith. And the very fact that you are still here, still holding on, still seeking Him, is proof that His strength is alive in you. There is a sacred mystery in the way God works through struggle. Sometimes He allows the battle to grow fierce so that you may discover that the greatest weapon you have is not your own might, but your trust in Him. Human strength will fail. Human wisdom will falter. But God never fails. When you lean upon Him fully, you will find that even in your exhaustion, His strength rises. Even in your confusion, His wisdom guides. Even in your despair, His hope lifts. And that is why you will not collapse beneath this battle, because God Himself is your foundation. Hear me now. You are not defined by what you face. You are defined by who holds you in the midst of it. The fire does not define you. The one who sustains you in the fire does. The storm does not define you. The one who calms your spirit in the storm does. The battle does not define you. The God who declared your victory before the first blow was struck does. And that God has already said you are strong enough to overcome. I want you to lift your eyes above the weight of what you see. The enemy wants to trap you in the prison, the present moment, convincing you that what you feel now is all there ever will be. But God sees the end from the beginning. He knows the testimony that will rise from this trial. He knows the doors that will open because you endure. He knows the strength you will carry that you never had before. If only you could see yourself through the eyes of God, you would realize that you are not merely surviving this battle. You are being shaped into someone who will stand taller, speak bolder, and shine brighter because of it. Let me speak to the heaviness in your soul. You may be asking, why me? Why must I walk this path? Why does the weight fall on my shoulders? But remember, the weight is evidence of trust. God would not have chosen you if He had not prepared you. There is something in you that can only be revealed through this pressure. Just as the seed must break to release the tree within, you must pass through this breaking so that the fullness of who you are can emerge. This is not punishment. This is preparation. God is preparing you for a greater future, a higher calling, a deeper purpose. Let me speak to the very core of your struggle right now. The weight you carry is not meaningless. It is not wasted. God never allows His child to walk through pain without purpose. You may not see it today, but one day you will look back and realize that every sleepless night, every tear, every prayer whispered in desperation was building something inside of you that ease and comfort never could. God uses the fire to purify. He uses the storm to strengthen. And He uses the valley to prepare you for the mountain ahead. What feels like a burden is actually a bridge carrying you from who you were into who you are meant to become. And hear this with your heart as much as with your ears. There is no force in this world that can overpower what God has decreed over your life. No enemy, no circumstance, no failure, no fear can rewrite the plan that God has set in motion. If He has said you are strong enough, then you are. If He has declared that you will endure, then you will. If He has marked you for victory, then nothing in heaven or earth can keep it from you. You may stumble, but you will not fall. You may bend, but you will not break. You may cry, but your tears will not drown you. For the God who formed you has already woven resilience into your very being. Do not let the voice of doubt deceive you. Doubt will tell you that you are too weak, too broken, too tired. But God says, my strength is sufficient. Doubt will say the battle is endless. But God says, this too shall pass. Doubt will say you are alone. But God says, I am with you always. Which voice will you believe? The fleeting whispers of fear or the eternal promises of the one who cannot fail? Your breakthrough does not begin when the storm ends. It begins the moment you decide to trust God in the middle of it. You see, strength is not the absence of struggle. It is the refusal to surrender to Him. And that refusal comes from knowing who holds your future. God is not testing you to break you. He is proving to you what He already knows. That you are capable of more than you ever imagined, that you can endure more than you thought possible, that you can rise higher than the pitch you find yourself in today. This battle is not about defeat, it is about discovery. Discovery of the depth of your faith, discovery of the endurance of your spirit, discovery of the unshakable hand of God that has been with you every step of the way. Lift your perspective, my friend. When you look at the mountain, it may seem too high, but when you look at the one who made the mountain, you realize that even the tallest peak is nothing before His power. The same God who carved rivers through the earth, who set the stars in place, who commands the sun to rise each morning, has promised to carry you. If He can govern the universe, He can govern your battle. If He can hold the oceans in place, He can hold you together. Your strength does not come from your might. It comes from the one who is limitless, eternal, and unshakable. The truth is, many people will never understand the depth of the fight you are in. They will see your smile, but not your struggle. They will see your steps, but not your stumbling. But God sees it all. He knows the nights you cried when no one else knew. He knows the weight you carried in silence. He knows the moments you almost quit. And still He whispers to you, "Do not give up, for you are stronger than this." Do not seek validation from those who cannot comprehend your battle. Seek strength from the God who knows every detail of your pain and every detail of your victory. Perhaps you wonder, if God knows I am strong enough, why doesn't He just remove this burden? And I tell you this, sometimes God does not remove the mountain because He intends for you to climb it. Sometimes He does not silence the storm because He intends for you to walk through it and discover that you can't. Sometimes He does not shorten the valley because He knows there is treasure to be found in the journey itself. The goal is not always escape. The goal is transformation. And God will never waste a single moment of your struggle in bringing about that transformation. Do not mistake delay for denial. Just because the breakthrough has not come yet does not mean it is not on its way. Timing is not bound by your clock. God is never late and never early. He always arrives right on time. Waiting is not abandonment. It is evidence that He is still shaping you for what is ahead. That shaping may call for a little more endurance, a little more patience, a little more trust, because what He has prepared exceeds what you could ask or imagine. And greatness demands readiness. Hold your position. Stand unshaken in faith. When everything in you wants to fold, refuse to yield to despair. Remind yourself each day, even each hour, that God has not left you, and He never will. Say it until it becomes part of your heartbeat. I will not break, for God is my strength. I will not fall, for God upholds me. I will not fail, for God has already given me the victory. Speak it in the silence. Declare it in the darkness. Let it echo louder than the lies of fear. Because the more you declare it, the more it roots itself deep into your spirit and the stronger you become. And hear me, strength is not only about what you endure, but also about what you inspire in others. This battle is not just about you. Someone else is watching your resilience, your perseverance, your faith. Someone else is drawing courage from your endurance without even knowing it. You are showing someone else what it means to trust God in the storm. You are teaching them that weakness is not the end, that struggle is not failure, that faith is greater than fear. Your survival will become someone else's testimony. Your endurance will become someone else's hope. There is a reason God has not allowed this struggle to crush you. There is a reason why, though the weight feels unbearable, you are still able to take one more step, one more breath, one more prayer. That reason is simple yet profound, because God has already decreed that your destiny is greater than your difficulty. You are not here to be broken. You are here to be built. You are not here to be defeated. You are here to be developed. God is not finished with you. And the very evidence of that truth is that you are still alive, still standing, still breathing, still fighting. There are moments in life when the enemy whispers that the darkness is permanent, that the storm will never end. But God declares the opposite. He says the darkness has an expiration date. He says the storm has boundaries it cannot cross. He says the fire may rage, but it will not consume you. And when God speaks His word, overrides every lie of despair. You may feel pressed down today, but you are not destroyed. You may feel weary, but you are not abandoned. God has set a limit to your trial, and beyond that limit lies your deliverance. Let us remember something. Vital strength is not always loud. It is not always visible to the eye. Sometimes strength looks like a trembling hand lifted in prayer. Sometimes it looks like a weary soul choosing to rise again when everything inside screams to give up. Sometimes it is simply the decision to keep walking when the road feels endless. Do not discount these moments. They are victories in themselves. For every time you refuse to surrender to despair, you proclaim to heaven and earth that God's power within you is greater than the weight outside of you. God knows the potential that lies inside you, even when you doubt it yourself. He sees the future that is invisible to you. He knows the strength that will be revealed when this season ends. You cannot see it yet, but He has already gone ahead of you, preparing a table of victory where now there seems only emptiness. Trust Him in this silence, for the silence is not empty. It is the space where God is working. Even when you cannot hear Him, He is arranging circumstances, aligning opportunities, and fortifying your spirit for what lies ahead. Do not underestimate the power of endurance. We live in a world that glorifies speed, but God values steadfastness. The oak tree does not grow overnight. It takes years of standing through storms, roots digging deeper into the soil, branches stretching higher toward the sky. And when it is fully grown, no wind can uproot it. That is what God is doing with you. He is deepening your roots through this battle. He is anchoring you so firmly in Him that when greater challenges come, you will not be moved. What you are enduring today is equipping you to stand tomorrow with unshakable faith. And let me say this clearly, do not confuse the battle with your identity. This struggle is not who you are. It is simply what you are passing through. Too many people take on the weight of their hardship as their name, as their destiny. But you are not your pain. You are not your loss. You are not your failure. You are a child of God, and your identity is rooted in His purpose for your life. Do not label yourself by your valley. Label yourself by the victory that God has already written over you. Sometimes God allows battles not only to strengthen us, but also to separate us from what no longer serves us, from the people who cannot walk with us into the next season, from the habits or mindsets that hold us back. Pain has a way of revealing who truly belongs in your life. Struggle has a way of stripping away what weakens you. Do not fear the loss that comes with this battle. For what God removes, He replaces with greater. What He takes away, He does so to make room for what He is about to bring. Now hear this truth and let it settle deep into your heart. Your endurance is not wasted. Every time you persevere, every time you refuse to let go of faith, you are sowing seeds that will one day burst into harvest. God is not blind to your tears, nor is He indifferent to your pain. He is the one who collects every tear, who records every struggle, and who promises that not one act of faith will go unrewarded. The reward may not come in the way you expect, but it will come in the way you need. For God always fulfills His promises. I want you to imagine this. The very thing that feels like it is breaking you today will one day become the testimony that lifts someone else. The scars you carry will not only be reminders of what you survived, they will be proof of God's sustaining power. Someone out there will find hope in your survival. Someone out there will be encouraged by your perseverance. Someone out there will believe again because you did not give up. That is the greater purpose of your battle. Not just your own victory, but the ripple effect of faith you create in others. So, my friend, take courage. Even if the night is long, the dawn is coming. Even if the mountain is high, your steps are carrying you upward. Even if the valley feels endless, God is walking beside you every moment. This is not the end of your story. This is not the chapter where you collapse. This is the chapter where you rise. God knows you are strong enough, and His knowledge is never wrong. Trust Him. Lean on Him, and you will see that the very battle that once made you tremble will become the platform for which you declare with boldness and with power, and that your God never fails. There comes a moment in every battle when you feel as if you cannot take another step. Your body aches, your mind is weary, your spirit feels drained, and every voice inside you whispers, "This is the end." But it is in that very moment at the edge of surrender that God reveals His strength in you most clearly. For when you have nothing left to give, God steps in and carries you. When your hands are too weak to lift, God upholds you. When your path is too dark to see, God lights the way. You may think you have reached the limit of what you can bear, but God knows there is more inside of you, not because of your own strength, but because of His power flowing through you. Do you realize what that means? It means the battle you thought would finish you is actually forging you. The weight that threatens to crush you is the very weight that builds your endurance. You are being strengthened, shaped, and refined in ways you cannot even see. God is not only protecting you in this fight, He is preparing you. And when the dust settles, you will look back and realize that this struggle was not your downfall, but your training ground. God has been raising you into someone far stronger than you were before. It is easy to think strength means you never cry, never falter, never doubt. But that is not true strength. Real strength is crying and still standing. Real strength is doubting but still moving forward. Real strength is feeling broken but still clinging to God with everything you have left. That is what makes you unshakable, not the absence of weakness, but the refusal to let weakness define you. God honors that kind of faith, the faith that says, even if I can't see the way, I will trust the one who leads me. And let us not forget, God never chooses the weak vessel for meaningless battles. If you are facing something that feels overwhelming, it is not because you are cursed or forgotten. It is because God saw fit to entrust you with something mighty. He looked at you and said, "This one can endure. This one will not give up. This one will reveal my strength through their perseverance." You are not fighting because you are weak. You are fighting because you are strong, and the very size of your battle is evidence of the greatness of your destiny. Sometimes you ask God to remove the storm, but He gives us strength to stand in the storm instead. Sometimes we pray for the valley to end, but He teaches us how to walk through it with unshakable faith. Sometimes we beg for the fire to be extinguished, but He shows us how to come out of it without being consumed. God may not always change the circumstance, but He always changes you through it. And when He changes you, no circumstance can defeat you. Do not underestimate the hand of God in the details. Even when it feels chaotic, He is orchestrating every step. The people who left you, the doors that closed, the setbacks that wounded you, none of these are wasted. God is weaving them together into a story of victory that will silence every doubt. What looks like loss to you is preparation in His hands. What feels like defeat today will become tomorrow's testimony. Trust that God does not make mistakes, and if He has allowed it, He has already determined the outcome will lead to your good. Think of how many times you thought the end had come before, yet you made it through. Think of the valleys you've walked, the storms you've survived, the nights you thought you would never endure, and yet you are still here. That is not by accident. That is by God's sustaining power. If He did it before, He will do it again. He has not brought you this far to abandon you now. He is the same God who carried you yesterday, and He will carry you today and tomorrow. There is also a sacred lesson hidden in this battle. That strength is not solitary. God reminds us that we are never truly alone. Even when everyone else has walked away, His presence fills the silence. His power upholds the weary. His hand guides the lost. When you lean fully on Him, you discover that you were never meant to carry the weight on your own. He has been with you every moment, whispering courage into your spirit, placing endurance in your heart, and surrounding you with unseen protection. And that is why you are still standing. That is why you will keep standing. I tell you this with conviction. The hardest battles produce the greatest victories. What feels unbearable today will soon become the very thing that defines your strength. Others will look at you and see resilience. They will see perseverance. They will see a living testimony that God does not fail His people. And when you stand on the other side of this battle, you will not only thank Him for delivering you, you will thank Him for trusting you enough to walk through it. For you will see that without the fire, you would not have discovered the gold within you. My friend, the very fact that you are hearing these words right now is proof that God has not abandoned you. He is not finished with you. He has carried you through storms before, and He is carrying you through this one as well. You may feel weak, but the strength of God has not left your life. You may feel surrounded, but you are not outnumbered. For one person who stands with God is already a majority. You may feel like you are at the edge of your endurance, but God knows exactly where the edge is, and He has given you just enough strength to go beyond it. Do not think for a moment that you were made to be crushed under this weight. You were created to rise because God has placed His own breath of life within you. That breath is not one of fear or defeat. It is a breath of power, resilience, and victory. God never said the road would be without obstacles. He never promised you would not face nights of weeping, seasons of loss, or moments of exhaustion. But He did promise that He is closer than your very heartbeat, that He sees every tear, that He records every silent prayer whispered in the dark. And if God sees, then He also provides. If God knows, then He has already planned your way out. If God allows you to face the fire, it is only because He knows you are strong enough with His help to walk through it and come out refined, purified, and radiant on the other side. Too many times we look at our battles and think they are punishments. But what if they are preparations? What if the pain you feel right now is the pressure that shapes you into the vessel that can carry the blessings you have been asking God for? What if this difficulty is the training ground for the strength you will need tomorrow? God never wastes pain. Every tear you cry waters the seed of growth He has placed within you. Every struggle you endure strengthens the foundation for the future He has prepared. You may not see it in the moment, but one day you will look back and realize that even in the valley, God was building your mountaintop. You see, strength is not built in ease, it is built in resistance. A tree that grows in the calm shelter of a greenhouse will never develop the roots that a tree in the open storm does. The winds that push against it force the roots to dig deeper. The rains that pour upon it teach it to stretch higher toward the light. And so it is with you. This storm is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to anchor you. It is meant to deepen your trust in God, to prove that your faith is not fragile, and to awaken the warrior within you that God has already designed. Do not compare your journey to others. Do not look at the strength of another person and think you are weaker because your battle looks different. God gives each person their own measure, their own road, their own season, and He knows exactly what you can bear. He does not miscalculate. He does not overestimate you. If He placed you here, it is because He knew you could endure it. And not just endure it, but overcome it. The very fact that you are still breathing is proof that you are not finished yet. You are still standing because God's strength is still holding you. You may have prayed for the storm to pass, and yet it lingers. You may have asked God to take away the thorn, and yet it remains. But hear me. Sometimes God does not remove the storm because He intends to teach you how to speak peace in the middle of it. Sometimes He does not take away the thorn because He is teaching you how to walk with it without losing your faith. Sometimes He does not end the battle quickly because He is shaping a soldier within you who will not only fight this fight, but also lead others to victory. The battle is not a sign of your weakness. It is a testimony of your strength. I tell you today with absolute conviction, you are stronger than you think, not because of your own might, but because the power of God is alive within you. That strength does not run out. That strength does not wear thin. That strength is renewed day by day. God's strength is infinite, and He is pouring it into you even now. You may feel empty, but God fills empty vessels. You may feel broken, but God builds masterpieces from broken pieces. You may feel small, but remember, a single seed in the hand of God can move mountains. So lift your head, square your shoulders, remind yourself who is with you. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a vessel of divine strength. You are not walking into this battle alone. God walks with you, before you and behind you. And when the enemy rises, when doubt whispers, when fear shouts, declare with confidence, my God knows I am strong enough. My God will not fail me. My God will see me through. Because when you stand in that truth, nothing, no storm, no struggle, no force of darkness can keep you from the victory God has already written for your life. And now I say to you, my friend, do not let your heart grow weary. This battle before you is not the end of your story. It is the very chapter God will use to reveal His strength through you. You may have felt overlooked. You may have felt abandoned, but God has never turned His face from you. He has been with you in the silence. He has been with you in the struggle. And He will be with you in the victory. Every tear you've cried has not gone unseen. Every quiet prayer you've spoken has reached heaven's ear. And every faithful step you've taken has been written into eternity. Stand firm, knowing that God has already called you strong, strong enough to endure, to rise, and to overcome. The burden you carry today will soon become the story of your breakthrough. The pain that stretches you now will one day become the strength that shapes generations. The fire surrounding you is not meant to destroy you. It's meant to refine you. And when this season ends, you won't come out empty-handed. You'll emerge stronger, wiser, and closer to God's heart than ever before. So don't quit now. Don't let your faith slip away. Don't believe the voice that says this is too heavy for you. Lift your eyes, lift your voice, lift your heart to the one who holds the universe, yet still calls you by name. Trust Him, for He has measured your strength with perfection. Trust Him, for He has already prepared your way out. Trust Him, for your victory is already written. God knows you are equipped for this battle, and when you rise, the world will witness not just your endurance, but the living power of God shining through you. Have you ever felt overlooked, underestimated, or passed by? Have you ever sat in a room where people whispered about your failures, but never spoke of your potential? Have you ever walked through a season where it seemed the world had stacked itself against you, where doors closed, opportunities dried up, and those who promised to stand beside you disappeared? Let me tell you tonight, you are not forgotten. You are not abandoned, and you are not invisible. God has His eyes upon you, and the very people who doubted you, the same ones who dismissed you, will one day witness the power of God as He lifts you before their eyes. God will exalt you openly, not because of who you are, but because of who He is. He is the lifter of heads, the changer of seasons, the one who takes the lowest and places them in the highest places. When the time is right, it is a dangerous thing to count someone out too soon. Because when God places His hand on a life, no human tongue, no jealous spirit, no envious heart, and no opposition can stop the exaltation He has already ordained. The world may have labeled you a failure, but God calls you chosen. The crowd may have walked away, but God stands near. People may have tried to bury your name in the dirt, but God specializes in pulling treasures out of the very soil others tried to hide you in. And hear me clearly, when God exalts you, He does not do it in secret. He does it openly, publicly, undeniably, in such a way that no one can question that it was His hand upon your life. Those who laughed will stand in silence. Those who mocked will bow their heads. Those who doubted will be forced to witness that the very one they overlooked has been lifted by the Almighty. Do not despise the seasons of being hidden, because it is in the quiet places where God shapes a man or woman into the vessel He desires. It is in the secret struggles, the tears no one else saw, the prayers whispered in the stillness of night, that God has been preparing you for the moment of exaltation. Some of you have been crying out, "Why, God? Why am I still in this valley? Why am I still unseen? Why am I not moving forward while others seem to run ahead?" But let me declare with authority, you are not delayed. You are being developed. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared. And when the time comes, the elevation will be so swift, so undeniable, that it will leave even your enemies speechless. God is not just going to lift you quietly into a corner. He is going to exalt you in front of everyone, so that His name will be magnified through your life. Some of you think your mistakes disqualified you. Some of you think your past has ruined your future. But God does not choose the perfect. He perfects the chosen. The very flaws people ridiculed you for are the very places where His strength will shine. He is not intimidated by your failures. He redeems them. He is not hindered by your past. He transforms it into a testimony. And when He lifts you up, the story of your journey will not be a tale of your own brilliance, but of His glory revealed through your weakness. That is why you cannot be ashamed of where you came from. That is why you cannot despise the days of small beginnings, because when God exalts you, it will be a story so powerful, so undeniable, that every listener will know it was only possible by His hand, y'all. Think of the power of God's timing. People may exalt themselves, climbing ladders built on lies, manipulation, and shortcuts, but such thrones crumble quickly. A crown you grab on your own will never sit securely on your head, but a crown placed on you by the hand of God cannot be removed by anyone. When God exalts, it is lasting. When God lifts, no one can push down. When God opens the door, no hand can shut it. That is why you must stop comparing yourself to those who seem to rise faster than you. They may sprint ahead, but if God has not planted them there, the wind will soon scatter them. But when God sets you in place, you will remain rooted, immovable, a testimony to His faithfulness. The very ones who rejected you will one day have to watch as God honors you. The very ones who said you were not good enough will see you seated in places they never imagined. The very ones who tried to hold you back will be unable to stop what God Himself has set in motion. And the beauty of it is that you will not even have to lift yourself. You will not have to fight with bitterness or vengeance. You will not have to prove yourself with desperate striving. All you must do is remain faithful, remain humble, remain surrendered. And when the time comes, the exaltation will be so divine, so undeniable that all will see the hand of God upon your life. Do you know why God exalts in front of everyone? Because He wants His glory seen. If He lifted you in secret, the world would continue to think power lies in human hands. But when He raises the humble before the proud, when He lifts the overlooked above the celebrated, when He honors the one who once sat in the shadows, the world must acknowledge that no hand but God's could have done it. That is why you cannot afford to give up in the valley. That is why you cannot afford to stop in the wilderness. That is why you cannot let despair consume you when life seems silent. Because right now, while you feel unseen, God is preparing the stage. Right now, while you feel small, He is building the platform where He will set you high. And when that day comes, it will not be for your ego, but for His glory. The exaltation of God is not just about position, it is about purpose. He lifts you not so you can sit in comfort, but so you can carry responsibility. He raises you up not to flaunt your name, but to declare His. And that is why the valley is necessary, because it teaches you humility. That is why the rejection is necessary, because it cleanses you of pride. That is why the silence is necessary, because it roots you in dependence on Him. And when He lifts you, you will not be corrupted by the height, because the depth of your valley will have prepared you to stand tall without losing your foundation. He is not just exalting you in front of everyone to show them what you can do. He is exalting you in front of everyone to show them what He can do through a life fully surrendered. There is a divine mystery in the way God works. A mystery that human logic cannot explain and human pride cannot predict. You see, when people look at you, they may only see the surface. They may only measure you by your appearance, your background, your resources, or your current situation. But God sees deeper. God sees the hidden strength, the quiet endurance, the untapped potential, and the faith that nobody else noticed. God sees the tears you shed when no one else was watching. God hears the prayers whispered in silence when you felt alone. And it is precisely those unseen moments that prepare you for the day when He will exalt you before the eyes of all. People may think they know your story, but only God holds the final chapter. And when that chapter unfolds, it will silence every critic and astonish every witness, because it will be evident that His hand has been upon you all along. The exaltation of God is not like the exaltation of men. When men lift someone up, it is often fleeting, fragile, and filled with conditions. People celebrate you one day and forget you the next. They praise you while it benefits them, then abandon you when it costs them. But when God exalts you, there is no expiration date on His blessing. When God lifts you, He secures you. When God places you in a position of honor, no hand can snatch your way. That is why you must trust His timing even when it feels slow. That is why you must surrender to His process even when it feels painful. Because God does not simply lift you for a moment, He establishes you for a lifetime. His exaltation is not a performance. It is a proclamation of His power, His justice, and His unfailing plan for your life. And make no mistake, the process is just as important as the promise. For before God exalts, He refines us. Before He elevates, He tests. Before He honors, He humbles. Why? Because He knows that the weight of exaltation can crush those who are not ready for it. He knows that power without humility is dangerous, and honor without character is destructive. That is why your journey has been filled with challenges, trials, and seasons of silence. It was never punishment. It was preparation. The tears you cried watered the soil for your future harvest. The battles you endured trained your spirit for the heights you are about to climb. The rejections you suffered purified your heart so that when God exalts you, pride will not poison your soul. Everything you went through was shaping you into someone who can carry the honor of being lifted by God without being destroyed by it. There are people who do not believe you will make it. There are those who have already written you off, placing a period where God has only put a comma. They see you in the valley and assume you will never rise. They see you at the bottom and assume that is where you belong. But let me declare to you tonight, God's plan is not determined by people's opinions. God's timing is not dictated by their schedules. God's purpose is not canceled by their disbelief. And when He chooses to exalt you, He will do it in such a way that even those who doubted you will have to testify that it was His hand at work. They will look and say, "How did it happen? How did someone we thought so little of rise so high?" And the answer will be one word, God. This is why you must not grow weary in your waiting. The delay is not denial. The silence is not abandonment. The valley is not the end of your story. For the very path you walk in, humility is the path God will use to lift you up. Do you not know that the stone rejected by the builders can become the cornerstone? Do you not realize that the one who has been cast aside can become the very one God uses to display His glory? That is the way of God. He reverses the order of the world. The proud are brought low. The humble are lifted high. The forgotten are remembered. The overlooked are chosen. The last become first, not by human hands, but by the decree of God. And when He exalts you, it will not be a secret rise. It will be a public testimony, a living declaration that God is still in the business of lifting the lowly and honoring the faithful. So do not despise where you are. Do not despise the smallness of your current place. Do not despise the hiddenness of your present season. For what looks like obscurity is actually God's training ground. What feels like delay is actually God's protection. What seems like rejection is actually God's redirection. And the very ones who look down on you now will one day be forced to look up as God raises you above what they ever imagined. Not because of your power, not because of your influence, but because God alone has chosen to exalt you. And when that exaltation comes, it will not just be for you, it will be for His name's sake. Your life will become a testimony to others who are walking through their own valleys. Your story will become proof that God can lift the weak, strengthen the broken, and honor the overlooked. The exaltation will not just elevate you, it will draw others closer to Him. That is the purpose of your rising. That the world might see God through you. That is why you must carry it with humility, knowing that it is not your greatness that lifted you, but His. So walk with confidence, even in the valley, for the valley is not forever. Walk with faith even in the wilderness, for the wilderness is not permanent. Walk with hope even when overlooked, for the eyes of God are upon you. And when the time comes, the exaltation will be undeniable. You will not have to fight for recognition, for God Himself will announce you. You will not have to beg for honor, for God Himself will crown you. You will not have to prove yourself, for God Himself will vindicate you. And when He does, the very ones who once questioned you will be forced to watch as God sets you in a place of honor before their eyes. That is why you must not fear the opinions of men. That is why you must not let their gossip break your spirit. That is why you must not let their doubt become your burden. For their words do not determine your worth. God does. Their rejection does not cancel your calling. God secures it. Their unbelief does not weaken your destiny. God strengthens it. And when the moment of exaltation comes, their voices will fall silent under the weight of His authority. Remember this: when God exalts, He does not do it halfway. He does not lift you to a small place just to appease your law. He lifts you high enough that even those who stand far off cannot deny what He has done. He places you in positions that could never have been reached by your own hand. He opens doors so wide that no man can shut them. He places you on platforms so secure that no one can shake them. And all of it is so that the world will see His greatness through your story. There are moments in life when it feels as though the weight of rejection is too heavy to carry, when the sting of being underestimated burns deeper than any wound. Perhaps you have faced betrayal from those you trusted, or ridicule from those you thought would support you. Perhaps you have watched as others passed you by, taking positions, opportunities, and recognition you longed for while you remained unseen. But let me remind you tonight that God has not forgotten you. God has not overlooked you. In fact, it is in those very moments of rejection and obscurity that He is preparing the foundation for your exaltation. For when He raises you up, it will not be because of human approval, but because of His divine decree. And when God decrees a thing, no voice, no power, no opposition can silence it. The exaltation of God is not built on human applause. It is built on divine purpose. When people promote you, they can demote you. When people elevate you, they can abandon you. But when God exalts you, He establishes you on a foundation that cannot be shaken. But that is why the waiting often feels long, because He is not building something temporary in you. He is building something eternal. He is shaping a character that can carry the weight of glory. He is molding a heart that will not crumble under pressure. He is fortifying your spirit so that when the moment of exaltation comes, you will stand strong, steady, unmovable, and deeply rooted in Him. You see, many chase positions, but positions without God's hand are empty. Many crave recognition, but recognition without God's favor is hollow. Many seek to be seen, but to be seen without the covering of God is dangerous. That is why God sometimes hides you, not to harm you, but to protect you. He hides you while others are running ahead, because He knows that a premature rising can lead to a premature fall. He knows that if you step into honor too soon, you might be destroyed by the very weight of it. But when God exalts you at the right time, He does it in such a way that you are not only lifted, but sustained. You are not only honored, but preserved. You are not only recognized, but established in a place where no human hand can pull you down. Understand this. Exaltation from God does not always look the way we imagine. Sometimes it is not a throne or a title, but the power of influence, the impact of your voice, the authority of your presence. God can exalt you in your workplace, giving you favor beyond your credentials. God can exalt you in your community, causing others to look to you for wisdom and guidance. God can exalt you in your family, turning you into a pillar of strength when others falter. And yes, God can exalt you on platforms you never dreamed of standing upon, in places you never imagined being invited to, before audiences you never thought would hear your name. But however he does it, the exaltation will be unmistakable. It will be God and only God. Do not underestimate the power of humility in this process. For humility is the key that unlocks the doors of exaltation. When you humble yourself under the mighty hand of God, He lifts you in due season. And humility is not weakness. It is strength under control. It is the posture of one who knows that true honor does not come from self-promotion, but from God's promotion. Humility says, I will wait on God's timing even when it hurts. Humility says, I do not need to prove myself to people, for God Himself will prove me. Humility says, I will stay faithful in the little, knowing God is preparing me for much. And when God sees humility in a heart, He delights in lifting that person higher than they could ever lift themselves. But let me also speak truth with boldness. Exaltation does not come without opposition. When God begins to lift you, there will be those who resist. There will be those who question. There will be those who envy and those who conspire. Do not be surprised when opposition rises at the same time as exaltation. For the higher you go, the stronger the winds will blow. But here is the good news. No weapon formed against you shall prosper when God is the one lifting you. No scheme, no lie, no jealousy can undo what God has ordained. In fact, sometimes God uses your enemies as the very witnesses of your exaltation. He allows them to watch, not so they can stop you, but so they can see His glory revealed in your life. They will watch powerless as God takes you from the valley to the mountain. They will witness the unfolding of a plan they cannot interfere with, a destiny they cannot sabotage. And in the end, even they will have to acknowledge this is the hand of God. This is why you must guard your heart as God lifts you. Do not let pride creep in. Do not let arrogance take root. Do not let the applause of men make you forget the hand of God. Because exaltation without gratitude is dangerous. Honor without humility is hollow. But when you carry your exaltation with a bowed heart and lifted hands, God can trust you with even greater things. He exalts not to make you boastful, but to make you a beacon. He lifts you not to inflate your ego, but to magnify His greatness through you. The higher He takes you, the more visible your testimony becomes. And the more visible your testimony becomes, the greater the opportunity to declare the glory of God. Perhaps right now you feel stuck, overlooked, hidden. Perhaps you wonder if your season of exaltation will ever come. Let me declare to you with conviction, it will. For God is faithful to complete what He begins. He does not start a story He does not intend to finish. If He has spoken honor over your life, that honor will come. If He has promised to lift you, that lifting will happen. If He has decreed exaltation, it will manifest in the perfect time. Do not measure God's plan by the clock on your wall. For His timing is not bound by human hours. He moves in seasons, not seconds. And when your season comes, it will not be late. It will not be early. It will be right on time. So stand firm. Keep your head lifted even in the valley. Keep your spirit strong even in the waiting. Keep your faith unshaken even when circumstances try to break you. For the day is coming when God will exalt you in front of everyone. The day is coming when He will lift you so high that those who once looked down on you will no longer be able to deny His hand upon your life. And when that day comes, you will not stand in pride but in awe. You will not boast in yourself but God. You will not say, "Look what I have done," but look what God has done. There is a divine pattern woven throughout the lives of those whom God has lifted. If you look closely, you will see that exaltation rarely comes in the way we expect nor at the time we desire. Often it comes after long seasons of silence, when it seems nothing is moving, when prayers feel unanswered, and when the waiting seems endless. But this is the way of God. He does not exalt in haste, because haste destroys what patience can build. He exalts at the moment when the heart is ready, the spirit is purified, and the lesson of humility has taken root. That is why you cannot despise the waiting. For the waiting is the very furnace in which God shapes the vessel that He intends to lift. Some of you have been comparing your timeline to the timeline of others. You see people being honored, being promoted, being recognized, and you wonder, why not me? Why has God passed me by? But hear this truth. God is not late, and He has not passed you by. He is weaving a story in your life that cannot be compared to another's. What He is preparing you for is unique. And when He exalts you, it will not look like what He has done for someone else. It will look like something entirely your own. The honor He has prepared for you is tailored for you, and no one else can wear it. That is why He has hidden you for so long, why He has preserved you through rejection and obscurity. Because what He is building in you cannot be rushed, copied, or substituted. And when God exalts you, it will not be in secret. It will be before the very eyes of those who counted you out. The same mouth that whispered against you will be forced to witness your rising. The same eyes that looked down on you will be forced to look up in astonishment. And it will be clear to all who see you that it was not by your power, not by your striving, not by your manipulation, but by the hand of God. This is the glory of divine exaltation. It silences every critic, confounds every skeptic, and humbles every enemy. Because when God lifts a person, the testimony is undeniable. Do not miss this. Exaltation is not just about you. It is about the message God wants to proclaim through your life. When He raises you up, He is sending a signal to the world that He is still sovereign, that He is still in control, that He is still watching over those who are faithful. Your life becomes a living demonstration of His justice, His timing, and His power. That is why He does not merely exalt you privately. He does it publicly so that your story becomes a stage upon which His greatness is displayed. When people look at you, they will not be able to explain your rise without mentioning God. And that is exactly His intention, that your exaltation becomes an altar of testimony where His name is glorified. But understand this, with exaltation comes responsibility. God does not lift you just so you can bask in honor. He lifts you so you can carry influence. He exalts you so you can lead with humility, serve with integrity, and impact others with the lessons you learned in the valley. That is why your struggles were necessary. Without them, you would not have compassion for those still in the valley. Without them, you would not know how to guide others with wisdom. Without them, your exaltation would serve only yourself. But because you have walked through hardship, your rising will not just elevate you, it will lift others with you. Your testimony will become a torch for those still walking in the dark. A reminder that if God could exalt you, He can exalt them too. There is also a testing that comes with being lifted. For when God exalts you, you will be surrounded by both admirers and critics. Some will celebrate you, others will envy you. Some will draw close to you with pure motives, others with hidden agendas. That is why you must never forget the one who lifted you. Do not let the honor of men make you forget the hand of God. Do not let the applause of the crowd drown out the voice of the Spirit. Stay grounded in humility. For the higher God lifts you, the more you must bow before Him. Stay faithful in prayer, for the more visible you become, the more you will need His covering. And never use your exaltation to crush others. Use it to point them upward to the God who raises the lowly. Hear this clearly. No one can stop what God has ordained. No betrayal, no rejection, no closed door can cancel the decree of the Almighty. People may delay you, but they cannot deny you. Circumstances may frustrate you, but they cannot destroy you. For when God has spoken honor over your life, His word overrides every obstacle. And when the time comes, nothing can prevent Him from lifting you. The exaltation of God is not a possibility. It is a certainty. If He has promised to exalt you, it will happen. Not one force in the heavens or the earth can stand against the word of the Almighty. And when it happens, you will understand why the waiting was so long, why the rejection was so sharp, why the valley was so deep, because all of it was necessary. Every tear, every disappointment, every lonely night, it was shaping you, humbling you, strengthening you, preparing you for the place God has reserved for you. And when He exalts you, you will not only rise higher than you imagined, but you will rise stronger, wiser, and more dependent on Him than ever before. So, let your heart be steady. Let your faith be strong. Let your hope be unshaken. For God is faithful, and He will exalt you in front of everyone. The story is not over. The page is not finished. And the best chapter has yet to be written. Soon you will stand in a place you once only dreamed of. Soon you will see the fulfillment of what you prayed for. Soon the world will witness what God has been preparing all along. And when that moment comes, may every eye see and every heart know it was God and God alone. There comes a time when the hidden work of God in your life must be revealed. When the quiet preparation of the valley gives way to the public display of His glory. Some of you have been asking, why has God kept me low? Why has He not lifted me yet? And the answer is this: God is not only concerned with lifting you up, He is concerned with what you will carry when you are lifted. If He raised you too soon, you might lose sight of Him in the noise of applause. If He placed you on the mountain before you learned how to stand in the valley, the winds of pride might sweep you away. But when God decides that your season of preparation is complete, His exaltation will not only lift you, it will anchor you. He will raise you in such a way that no one can deny it and no one can undo it. Consider how God works in patterns that confound human logic. He takes the least likely and makes them the most honored. He takes those who have been pushed aside and places them at the center. He takes the ones who were silenced and gives them a voice that cannot be ignored. This is the way of God. He delights in overturning the verdicts of men. When people think they have written the final word about you, when they have decided who you will be and how far you will go, God steps and writes His own decree. And His decree is final. His decree carries weight beyond every rumor, every insult, and every rejection. When He declares that you will be exalted, the ink of His word cannot be erased. But let us not mistake God's exaltation as a mere elevation of status. God does not lift you simply to be admired. He lifts you so His power can be revealed through you. The place He sets you in is not for you to boast, but for you to shine with His light. When people see you exalted, they must be compelled to see God in you. That is why your exaltation will carry a fragrance of humility. Others rise and boast of their own hand. But when God lifts you, you will know it was not your doing. You will know it was not your cleverness or your strength. It was His grace, His hand, His purpose. And because you know it, you will not rise with arrogance, but with awe. Now hear this truth. God's exaltation is often preceded by testing. Just before the dawn breaks, the night is at its darkest. Just before honor comes, humiliation often presses hard. Just before you are lifted, life may push you lower than you thought you could go. But that is the sign that exaltation is near. Do not despise the depth of your current struggle, for it is often the prelude to the height of your coming honor. God tests you with lack before He trusts you with abundance. He tests you with obscurity before He trusts you with influence. He tests you with rejection before He trusts you with recognition. Every test is not to destroy you, but to prove you. And when you pass through those fires with your faith intact, God Himself will declare, "Now it is time. Now I will exalt my servant before all." There is also a mystery in the way God uses your enemies as instruments of your exaltation. Sometimes the very ones who plot against you become the stage upon which your honor is displayed. They may gather to bring you down, but God uses their schemes to set the backdrop for His lifting. Their betrayal becomes the soil from which your promotion grows. Their words of mockery become the silence that follows your vindication. Do not be troubled by opposition. It is often the confirmation that God is preparing to exalt you. If there were nothing in you worth lifting, there would be no resistance trying to keep you down. The presence of opposition is proof that exaltation is near. And let me remind you, when God exalts, it is never small. He does not lift you halfway. He does not raise you to a place where the world can doubt whether it was Him. When God exalts, it is undeniable. It is evident. It is beyond dispute. He lifts you to a place where even those far off must acknowledge that something greater than human effort has taken place. He opens doors that no one thought possible. And He sets you on paths no one could have designed but Him. And when it happens, the only explanation left is God. That is why you must not waste energy trying to force people to recognize you now. Recognition that comes from man is shallow and fleeting. Recognition that comes from God is everlasting and unshakable. So I say to you, keep your heart steady in the waiting. Keep your spirit humble in the hidden place. Keep your faith unshaken in the valley. For the time will come when God Himself will exalt you before everyone. And when that day comes, you will not only be lifted, you will be transformed. You will walk differently, not because of pride, but because of purpose. You will speak differently, not because of arrogance, but because of authority. You will carry yourself differently, not because of ego, but because the weight of God's hand is upon you. And do not forget, your exaltation is not only for you, it is for those watching you. There are people who will find hope in your rising. There are people who will believe again because of what God does in your life. There are people who will come to know the power of God because they witnessed Him lift you. This is the ripple effect of exaltation. It is never contained in one life. When God lifts you, it becomes a testimony that spills into the lives of countless others, igniting their faith, strengthening their hope, and anchoring their trust in Him. So do not be disheartened by how long the process feels. Do not be discouraged by how hidden you seem. Do not be dismayed by how strong the opposition appears. For all of it is under the sovereign hand of God, and none of it can cancel what He has ordained. When the hour of exaltation arrives, nothing in heaven or earth will stop it. And when it does, may the world see not just you standing higher, but God standing taller through you. When the hand of God moves to exalt you, no force in this world can keep you low. What He has spoken over your life will come to pass. And no voice of doubt, no whisper of envy, no scheme of man can silence the decree of God. You may have been overlooked, but you were not forgotten. You may have been pressed down, but you were not abandoned. You may have been hidden in the shadows, but all along God was preparing the stage where He Himself would lift you before every eye. And when that moment comes, let it be clear to all that it was God who raised you. Walk in humility, for arrogance speaks the tongue of man, but exaltation speaks the language of God. Stand unwavering, for what God exalts cannot be broken. It stands secure in the strength of His will. Shine without fear, for divine exaltation is never about your fame, but about reflecting the majesty of the one who called you. Lift your gaze, beloved of God. Do not tremble at the delay, for even the waiting is the sculpting hand of the Creator shaping you for what He has ordained. Do not falter beneath the pressure of your trials, for those very storms will become the evidence of your rising. And when that appointed hour dawns, the world will behold what happens when God raises a soul that trusted Him through the shadows, held faith in the quiet, and yielded fully to His design. Cling to this promise. It is God Himself who will lift you up, and when He does, it will silence every doubt and surpass every expectation. Be prepared, for your appointed time is closer than you imagine. And when it arrives, His radiance will shine through you, and His strength will resound in you for generations to come. Of all the truths I could speak over you today, let me start with this. God is getting ready to lead you into the breakthrough you have been praying for. I don't care how long your night has stretched on. I don't care how heavy the weight has felt on your shoulders. I don't care how many tears have fallen from your eyes. You may think your prayers have been lost in silence. But hear me, God's silence is not His absence. His silence is often the stage being set for His power to be revealed. And when God moves, He does not move slowly. He does not move timidly. He moves with a power that no man, no system, and no enemy can withstand. And some of you listening right now have carried a weight for years. You've cried out again and again, "When, God? How long?" You've wondered if He's forgotten you, if you've been passed by. But let me declare with every fiber of faith in me, God has not forgotten you. He has seen every moment you bowed your head in desperation. He has counted every sleepless night. He has recorded every whisper of prayer that has risen from your heart. And though the waiting has been long, the waiting has not been wasted, because God has been aligning things in your favor. You are closer than you think, nearer than you know, and the breakthrough you have been longing for is already in motion. You see, when God prepares a breakthrough, He does not just give you a small answer. He does not just give you a token to pacify your faith. No, God brings you to a place where the breakthrough will not only answer your prayer, but exceed it. God delights in doing abundantly more than we can ask or imagine. And the very thing you thought was going to break you down, God will use to lift you up. The stone that was meant to crush, you will become the foundation on which you will stand. The valley that threatened to swallow you will become the place where you see His glory revealed. Some of you are standing in front of walls that look impossible. The walls are high. The gates are locked. The doors are closed, and everything in the natural tells you it cannot be done. But God specializes in the impossible. What is impossible for man is never impossible. God, those walls you see, they are not your prison. They are the evidence of the miracle that is about to take place. Because when God decides to bring a breakthrough, He does not ask for permission. He does not consult with the opposition. He does not seek the approval of your enemies. He declares it. And when He declares it, it must come to pass. Hear me today. The breakthrough you have been waiting for is not dependent on your strength. It is not dependent on your resources. It is not dependent on who you know or what you can do. The breakthrough belongs to God and God alone. And when He brings it, He will bring it in such a way that you will know beyond the shadow of a doubt that it was His hand, His mercy, His power, and His glory that carried you through. I know what it feels like to wait. I know what it feels like to wonder if the door will ever open, if the light will ever shine, if the season will ever change. But let me tell you something. Every delay has been divine. Every pause has been purposeful. God does not waste a season of waiting. He uses it to shape you, to refine you, to strengthen you, to prepare you so that when the breakthrough comes, you will be ready to carry the weight of it. If He gave it to you too soon, you might not have been able to hold it. If He released it too quickly, you might not have been able to sustain it. But God has been building you, molding you, preparing you for the very blessing He is about to pour out. Do not despise the waiting. Do not curse the process. For the very pain you are feeling is the evidence of the birth that is coming. No woman gives birth without labor pains, and no great destiny is birthed without struggle. The pain you feel right now is not the end. It is the sign that new life is about to break forth. God is about to deliver you into the very promise He placed in your heart long ago. Some of you have been attacked, betrayed, abandoned, spoken against, pushed aside. But what others did to harm you, God has been using to position you. The betrayal was not the end of your story. It was the turning point. The rejection was not the final chapter. It was the redirection. The loss you suffered was not meant to leave you empty. It was meant to clear the space for something greater. When God allows something to be taken, it is because He has something better prepared. You may not see it now, but when He reveals it, you will understand why the old had to go to make way for the new. And I tell you today, God does not bring you this far to leave you. He does not let you walk through the fire only to abandon you in the smoke. He does not allow you to climb the mountain only to leave you stranded at the cliff. No, God finishes what He starts. If He has brought you into the wilderness, it is only because He intends to bring you out. If He has led you into the battle, it is only because He intends to give you the victory. And if He has allowed you to sit in the waiting room, it is only because the door that is about to open is greater than anything you could have imagined. Lift up your head, my friend, because the breakthrough you have been waiting for is already closer than you think. God is not limited by the calendar. He is not restricted by the clock. He does not measure your destiny according to man's deadlines. You may have thought it should have happened last year or 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but God's timing is perfect. He knows when you are ready. He knows when the season is ripe. He knows when the stage has been set. And when the appointed time comes, nothing and no one can delay it. There will be people who doubt you. There will be voices that say it cannot happen. There will be forces that try to hold you back. But God does not need their agreement to bless you. God does not need their cooperation to raise you up. When God says breakthrough, it will break through. When God says enough, the storm must cease. When God says rise, you will rise. And I tell you, when that breakthrough comes, it will not just be for you. God will use your breakthrough as a testimony for others. The ones who doubted you will see the hand of God upon you. The ones who mocked you will witness your elevation. The ones who tried to bury you will watch as God raises you higher than they could ever reach. Because your breakthrough will not only lift you, it will glorify God. And let me remind you, The greatest breakthroughs always come at the very moment when it looks like nothing is moving, nothing is changing, nothing is happening. That is the moment when you must hold your ground in faith, because God often works behind the veil of silence. He does not always reveal His hand immediately, but when He chooses to unveil it, His plan always arrives in perfect order. You see, while you were pacing the floor, thinking the answer was delayed, God was orchestrating details in places you could not see. While you were crying out, thinking your voice was falling into the void, God was setting divine connections, moving hearts, shifting circumstances, and preparing a door that no man could shut. And when that moment arrives, you will stand in awe, because you will see that the very things you thought were obstacles were actually part of the construction of your miracle. Some of you feel as though life has been pressing you into the ground. You feel crushed, worn down, weary beyond words. But do not mistake your crushing for defeat. God allows the pressing because it produces something new inside of you. Just as oil is pressed from the olive, so too does God draw out of you strength, perseverance, and faith that cannot be shaken. The pressure you are under has been permitted not to destroy you, but to prepare you for the greater measure of glory He intends to reveal through you. What you thought was the end is actually the preparation for a new beginning. There are those who have been surrounded by voices of negativity. The people around you may not understand your journey. They may not see the vision God has placed in your heart. But hear this, your breakthrough is not dependent on the understanding of others. God does not need everyone to believe in you. He only requires that you believe in Him. When God gives you a promise, it is settled in heaven. Men may laugh, they may doubt, they may scoff, but God's word is not bound by human opinion. If He has spoken it over your life, it shall come to pass. And I want you to understand this truth. Sometimes God delays the breakthrough, not because He is withholding it from you, but because He is building it for you. A structure that is meant to last cannot be built overnight. If you want something shallow, you can get it quickly. But if you want something that will endure, it requires time, preparation, and a firm foundation. God is not giving you something fragile. He is preparing a breakthrough so solid, so complete, that when it arrives, no storm will be able to uproot it. Your breakthrough may not look like what you imagined. You may have asked God to open one door, but instead He closes it and opens another. Do not despair when your plan falls apart. For what you thought was your path may have been too small for the destiny He has prepared. God does not just meet needs, He exceeds them. He does not simply open doors, He creates new ones. He does not only restore what was lost, He multiplies it. And when He brings the breakthrough, you will realize that His plan was always greater than yours. Now, some of you are at the edge of surrender. You've said in your heart, I don't know if I can hold on any longer. I don't know if I have the strength to keep waiting. But let me tell you this, the breakthrough often comes at the moment just before you are ready to quit. That is why you cannot give up. You cannot let go. You cannot stop believing. God did not bring you this far to leave you stranded on the shore. He brought you here because you are closer than ever before to stepping in the promise you have prayed for. Hold your ground. Lift your head. The night is about to give way to morning. And let us speak of timing. For God's timing is unlike ours. We measure life in minutes and hours, but God measures in seasons and purposes. You may think you are behind, that life has passed you by. But God says you are right on schedule. The years you think were wasted were not wasted in His plan. He knows how to redeem time, how to restore opportunities, how to accelerate blessings, so that what should have taken decades can be fulfilled in a moment. When God brings the breakthrough, He makes up for the years the locusts have eaten. He restores what was lost, and He causes your latter days to be greater than your former days. Breakthrough is not just about doors opening, it is about chains breaking. Some of you have been bound by fear, paralyzed by doubt, weighed down by shame. But God is about to break the chains that have held you captive. You will not only see circumstances change around you, you will see a freedom rise within you. The things that once intimidated you will no longer have power over you. The doubts that once whispered defeat will no longer control your decisions. The shame that once kept you silent will no longer hold you back. When God gives you a breakthrough, He doesn't just change your situation, He transforms your spirit. And I tell you, breakthrough comes with responsibility. When God blesses you, He does not bless you to remain idle. He blesses you to carry His light into the world. Your testimony will become someone else's hope. Your victory will inspire someone else's faith. Your deliverance will prove to others that God is still moving, still active, still powerful, still present. That is why your breakthrough matters not just for you, but for the lives you will touch because of it. The enemy wants you to believe you are forgotten. He wants you to think that the silence of God means abandonment. But the enemy is a liar. God has not forgotten you, not for a moment. He engraved your name in His book before you were even born. He counted the hairs on your head, and He knows your rising and your lying down. He has walked with you in the valley and watched over you in the storm. Do not let the lies of the enemy rob you of your faith. Lift your eyes to God, and remember, He who has begun a good work in you will bring it to completion. Some of you are afraid of stepping forward because the unknown terrifies you. You wonder what will happen if you take the leap, if you move in faith, if you believe again. But hear me clearly, the unknown is not unknown to God. What you cannot see, He already holds. What you do not understand, He already commands. And if He has called you forward, it is because He has already prepared the way. Do not let fear rob you of your future. Take step, believe again, hope again, and watch as God unfolds the breakthrough before your very eyes. And let me tell you, your breakthrough is not coming through natural means alone. It is not just about money or influence or connections. It is about the favor of God resting upon your life. Favor can open doors no man can open. Favor can put you in rooms you do not belong in. Favor can elevate you above opposition, protect you in the storm, and carry you into opportunities that others cannot explain. When God's favor is upon you, what was impossible yesterday becomes possible today. Hold fast, my friend, because you are on the edge of something remarkable. God has been working in the shadows, preparing you, shaping you, building you, and the time is drawing near when the breakthrough will be revealed. It may not come the way you expect. It may not look like the picture you painted. But when it arrives, it will be undeniable that the hand of God has moved in your life. When God prepares to bring you into breakthrough, He often strips away the things you thought you needed most. You may look around and wonder why certain people left, why certain doors closed, why certain resources dried up. But let me tell you, God does not remove anything from your life unless it has fulfilled its purpose. What you lost was never meant to carry you into the future He has designed. If it had stayed, it would have weighed you down. If it remained, it would have limited the space for what He is about to release. So do not mourn what is gone, because God's hand has been at work, pruning away the unnecessary to make room for the extraordinary. There is something you must understand. God is not just interested in giving you a temporary breakthrough. He is interested in establishing something permanent, something eternal, something that shifts the direction of your life forever. That is why He will sometimes let the pressure intensify. That is why He will let the fire burn hotter, because in the heat of trial, impurities rise to the surface. Listen, in the refining fire, your faith is purified like gold. When you come out of this season, you will not just come out with an answer. You will come out with a testimony, with strength, with wisdom, with endurance that can never be taken from you. And hear me clearly. The breakthrough God has for you is not a small adjustment. It is not a minor improvement. It is a complete shift, a divine turning point, a transformation that cannot be denied. You may have been crawling, but you will rise to run. You may have been overlooked, but you will be lifted. You may have been silenced, but your voice will echo with authority. The God who split the sea, the God who brought water from the rock, the God who makes a way in the wilderness, that same God is working in your life right now. Do not underestimate what He can do. Some of you are still bound because you've been trying to fight battles in your own strength. You've been striving, pushing, pulling, trying to make things happen in your own power. But the breakthrough you are waiting for will not come from human effort. It will come when you release control and trust God to do what only He can do. There is power in surrender. For surrender does not mean defeat. It means alignment with the one who cannot be defeated. When you stop trying to carry the weight alone, you will discover the supernatural strength of God lifting you higher than you could ever lift yourself. And I tell you this truth, the breakthrough you are about to step into will not just be for you, it will be generational. God's blessing does not stop with one person. When He moves in such a way that your children and your children's children will be touched by it. The door He opens for you will pave a road for those who come after you. The chains He breaks in your life will shatter generational cycles of fear, addiction, and lack. Do not think small. God's vision for you is always larger than your own. When He releases a breakthrough, He releases it in abundance. But let me warn you, when the breakthrough begins to unfold, it will not always be welcomed by everyone around you. Some will question it. Some will resist it. Some will even be angered by it. But never forget, God's blessing on your life is not subject to the approval of man. What He ordains, He sustains. What He commands, He completes. No voice of opposition, no word of doubt, no plan of the enemy can stand against what God has declared over your life. The proof of His power will silence every critic. You may be asking, how will I know when my breakthrough has come? You will know because the weight will lift. The walls that seem immovable will fall suddenly. The chains that bound you will break in an instant, and the peace of God will rest upon you like a flood. The same circumstances that once terrified you will lose their grip, and you will stand tall with a confidence you did not have before. Breakthrough is not simply about what changes around you. It is about what God changes within you. And here is a mystery. Sometimes God will allow you to reach the end of your own ability, the end of your own wisdom, the end of your own strength, so that when He brings the breakthrough, you will know without a shadow of a doubt that it was His hand that delivered it. That way, no one can steal the credit, no situation can claim the glory, and no enemy can boast over your fall. It will stand as a testimony that belongs solely to God. Consider this: a seed cannot bloom until it is hidden in the darkness of the soil. A caterpillar cannot transform into a butterfly until it yields to the stillness of the cocoon. The night cannot surrender to dawn until it reaches its deepest darkness. So it is with you. The breakthrough you've prayed for is emerging from the very darkness you thought would break you. Every pain you've endured, every silence you've borne, every night you've walked through, it has all been the birthplace of your breakthrough. Do not despise the dark seasons, because they are the very places where God performs His greatest work. Lift up your spirit today. Do not let despair have the final word. Do not let the enemy convince you that this is the end. God's plan for you did not expire when trouble came. His promises for you were not canceled when hardship hit. His favor over you was not withdrawn when you stumbled. He is still God, still faithful, still powerful, still in control. And if He has said He will bring you to breakthrough, then nothing in this world can prevent it. I declare to you now, your waiting has not been in vain. Your labor has not been wasted. Your tears have not been forgotten. The very things you thought would bury, you have become the soil from which God is about to raise you. The very storms you thought would drown, you have become the waves that are carrying you into a new shore. And when you arrive, you will stand and say with conviction, "It was God who brought me through. It was God who sustained me. It was God who opened the way. It was God who gave the breakthrough." There are moments in life when everything around you feels like it is closing in, when every path looks blocked, and when your strength feels too small to endure another step. It is in those very moments that God is closest, though unseen, though silent, though hidden from the eyes of flesh. What you must remember is that silence does not mean absence. Delay does not mean denial, and hardship does not mean abandonment. God has promised that He will never leave His servant without provision, without guidance, without a way forward. What feels like a closed season is often the season where He is aligning things so that when the breakthrough comes, it will arrive with clarity, with certainty, and with power that no man can challenge. Do not think that because the answer has not yet come, God has forgotten you. He does not forget. He does not overlook. Every cry of your heart has been heard. Every prayer uttered in the night has reached His throne. He is not a God who turns His face from those who call upon Him with sincerity. He is a God who bends down to listen, a God who numbers the hairs on your head, a God who carries you even when your legs cannot carry themselves. The very fact that you are still here, still breathing, still enduring, is proof that His hand is upon you. And that hand will not let you fall when the appointed hour of your breakthrough comes. I tell you today, breakthrough is not always loud. Sometimes it comes quietly, like a door you didn't even notice beginning to open. Sometimes it comes suddenly, like a storm giving way to stillness in a single moment. And sometimes it comes gradually, like the slow rising of the sun, where darkness is chased away inch by inch until the whole horizon is bathed in light. However, it comes when God decides to bring you through. There will be no mistaking His hand in it. You will know, and all who see it will know, that it was the power of God that changed everything. You may look at yourself and feel too small, too weak, too flawed for such a breakthrough to belong to you. But remember this, does not choose based on strength. God does not measure worth the way man measures worth. Man looks at appearance, at power, at wealth, at status. God looks at the heart. And when He sees a heart willing to trust, a spirit willing to surrender, a soul willing to believe, He will move heaven and earth to fulfill His promise. Do not discount yourself because of your weakness. It is in weakness that the greatness of God is revealed. Think of the mountains in your life, those immovable obstacles that you have prayed against for years. To you they may seem fixed, eternal, impossible to shift. But to God, they are nothing more than dust in the wind. What stands like granite before your eyes can be swept away in an instant by His command. Do not limit the Creator by the small allness of your vision. He who formed the stars, who hung the earth on nothing, who calls the winds by name, is more than able to break through every wall and every barrier in your life. And remember this truth: sometimes the breakthrough God brings is not about what He gives you, but about what He takes away. Sometimes the greatest miracle is the lifting of a burden, the removal of fear, the breaking of chains. You carried for so long you forgot they were there. There is a freedom that comes when God delivers, a freedom that no wealth and no power can equal. When God breaks those invisible chains, you walk lighter. You see clearer. You live with a new strength that nothing can counterfeit. Do not be surprised if the breakthrough God gives you looks different than what you imagine. You may have prayed for one specific door, but God is opening a gate you never even knew existed. You may have asked for restoration in one place, but God is building a new place altogether. You may have wanted Him to heal what was broken, but instead He replaces it with something greater than what you lost. Trust His wisdom more than your desire, for God knows the end from the beginning, and what He has planned for you is always better than what you planned for yourself. And here is another truth. The breakthrough you are about to step into is not just about your blessing. It is about God showing His power through your life. When He lifts you up, it will be as a testimony to those around you. People who doubted, who mocked, who thought you were finished, they will see that God is still a deliverer, still a provider, still a protector. Your breakthrough will be a light in the darkness, not only guiding your own steps, but inspiring others to believe again, to trust again, to hope again. The waiting may have been long, but waiting is never wasted when it is in the hands of God. He uses every delay to strengthen your roots so that when the blessing comes, you will not be uprooted by it. Many receive blessings they cannot carry, and the weight of it crushes them. But God in His mercy allows time for growth, for shaping, for strengthening, so that when your breakthrough arrives, you will not only step into it, you will stand firm in it. Do not allow discouragement to rob you of expectation. Do not let fear steal your faith. You may not see it yet, but the breakthrough is already unfolding in the unseen. God works in the places you cannot perceive, arranging details you could never arrange, softening hearts you could never touch, opening doors you could never force. And when the appointed time comes, everything will align in perfect harmony. Let me tell you, these breakthroughs are not accidents. They are divine appointments. Nothing in God's plan is random. Nothing is coincidence. Every step, every tear, every battle, every night of silence, it has all been part of the path leading you to the very moment of deliverance. Trust the process, because the God who holds the universe in His hand is also holding the timeline of your life. And when that moment comes, when you finally step into the breakthrough you have been waiting for, you will not only rejoice, you will be transformed. You will carry a new authority, a deeper wisdom, a stronger faith. The same trials that once made you tremble will become the stories that make others believe. The same wounds that once caused you pain will become scars of honor, reminders of what God has brought you through. And the same valleys that once seemed endless will become the testimony that the God who led you in is the same God who led you out. Breakthrough does not begin on the outside, when it begins in the heart. Before the walls fall, before the doors open, before the chains break, something must shift inside of you. God does not simply change circumstances. He changes the person standing in them. That is why so many of you have felt pressure in your spirit, a stirring, a restlessness. It is the signal that God is preparing you for the very thing you prayed for. He does not pour new wine into old vessels, and He will not release a fresh blessing into a heart that is still bound by old fears. That is why He is stretching you, reshaping you, teaching you to lean not on your own understanding, but to place your trust fully in Him. Consider this. A seed must die before it can live. When it is buried in the ground, it looks forgotten. It looks abandoned. It looks finished. Yet in that hidden place, transformation begins. Roots spread downward. Strength grows in the dark. And in time, what was once unseen bursts through the soil into the light. Your life may feel buried right now, but do not mistake buried for finished. Buried is often the beginning of breakthrough. God has planted you, and at the appointed time, He will cause you to rise. Do not underestimate the power of God's timing. We are impatient people, always wanting things instantly. But God works in seasons. He knows when the soil of your life is ready, when the conditions are set, when the fruit will not only appear but endure. If He gives it too early, it may spoil. If He gives it too late, it may be missed. But when God moves, He moves in perfect alignment. That is why you must not grow weary in waiting. For in due season you shall reap if you do not faint. Breakthrough also comes when you shift your vision. Too often we focus on what we lack, on what has been lost, on what has not yet happened. But God calls you to lift your eyes higher. Look not at what is gone, but at what is coming. Look not at what was taken, but at what is being prepared. Faith is not the denial of reality. It is the conviction that God is greater than reality. You may see obstacles, but God sees opportunities. You may see scarcity, but God sees abundance. You may see defeat, but God sees victory. If you would only align your vision with His, you would recognize that the breakthrough is already closer than your doubts want you to believe. Let me speak to the battles within. Some of you have been carrying silent wars in your heart, fears no one knows about, doubts you have never spoken aloud, wounds you have never shared, and you think that because no one sees them, they cannot be healed. But God sees them. God knows the hidden struggles, the silent tears, the quiet despair. And the breakthrough He is bringing is not only for what people can see, but for what only He has witnessed. He will mend the parts of you that you thought were too broken to restore. He will speak peace into the storms raging inside your soul. He will lift the weight you thought you would carry to your grave. That is the kind of breakthrough that only God can bring. An inner deliverance that no one else could ever touch. Understand this. God does not only deliver from, He delivers into. When He brings you out of a season of hardship, He brings you into a season of promise. When He takes you out of bondage, He leads you into freedom. When He removes the ashes of sorrow, He replaces them with the beauty of joy. Breakthrough is not only about leaving something behind, it is about stepping into something greater. You are not just escaping pain, you are being positioned for purpose. And let me tell you, the weight of waiting is not wasted. Every tear has watered the soil of your destiny. Every prayer has been a seed planted in the unseen. Every act of faith has been a step closer to the door that is about to open. God does not forget. He is a keeper of promises, a fulfiller of destinies, a restorer of what was lost. His word does not return void. It accomplishes the purpose for which it was sent. And if He has spoken breakthrough over your life, it is not a matter of if, it is only a matter of when. You may be surrounded by people who doubt you, people who mock you, people who tell you it cannot be done. Do not let their unbelief drown your faith. They are not your source. God is. They are not the author of your story. God is. And when the breakthrough comes, it will silence every critic. It will confound every skeptic. It will overwhelm every doubter, because what God does in your life will be undeniable, unexplainable, unstoppable. There are those who feel weary, who feel as though they have thought too long, prayed too much, waited too patiently. But I say to you, do not give up. You may be in the midnight hour, but midnight is the turning point. Midnight is the beginning of a new day, even if the sun has not yet risen. And just as sure as the dawn follows the night, your breakthrough is coming. The darkest moment often comes just before the light bursts forth. Hold fast, because your morning is nearer than you know. And when God gives you that breakthrough, walk in it with humility. Do not forget the valleys He carried you through. Do not forget the nights He sustained you. Do not forget the prayers that brought you here. For the breakthrough is not just for your comfort, it is for your calling. God blesses you so you can be a blessing. He delivers you so you can declare His greatness. He lifts you so you can lift others. Your breakthrough is a testimony, a torch, a light that will guide others out of their darkness. I say again with all the weight of conviction in my heart, God is bringing you to the breakthrough you have been waiting for. Not by chance, not by accident, not by luck, but by divine design. And when it comes, it will be greater than you asked for, greater than you imagined, greater than you dared to believe. So I say to you now, stand firm in the place where God has planted you. Do not let fear steal your confidence. Do not let doubt silence your prayer. And do not let delay weaken your faith. The hand of God is not short that it cannot save, nor is His promise fragile that it can be broken. What God has spoken over your life will surely come to pass. When God unlocks a door, no one can shut it. When He raises you up, no force can drag you down. When He declares, now is the time, every chain will break, every wall will crumble, every obstacle will move aside, and blessings will begin to flow. Hold tightly to His promise. Trust Him with everything within you, and wait with faith that does not waver. For your story isn't finished until God writes the final word, and His ending will always surpass your beginning. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not unseen. You are resting safely in the hands of the Almighty. His purpose for you is unshakable. Step forward with faith. Lift your gaze with hope. And walk boldly, knowing that God Himself is leading you into your breakthrough. And when that moment arrives, give Him all the glory. For it is His strength, His grace, and His unfailing faithfulness that will carry you into victory. My friend, listen closely to me right now, because what I'm about to tell you is not a suggestion, not a theory, not a mere hope. It is a declaration backed by the full authority of God's Word. You may be surrounded by challenges. You may feel trapped by your situation. You may think the pressure is closing in, but God is already creating a way out. You do not have to live in fear. You do not have to drown in anxiety. You do not have to lose another night's sleep, because while you are worrying, God is working. While you are stressing, God is unlocking doors you haven't even seen yet. While you are weeping, God is setting the stage for a breakthrough no one can hinder. So stop stressing, because the hand of God is already in motion over your life. I know how heavy life can feel. I know the weight of burdens that press down so hard it feels like your very chest cannot rise. You may be asking, when will this end? How will I get out? Where is the answer? And yet, the truth you must cling to is this: God never leaves His people without a way of escape. God is not blind to your pain nor deaf to your cries. He is not distant, not uncaring, not idle. Even when you cannot trace His steps, you can trust His heart. God is ahead of you, making crooked places straight, preparing rivers in the desert, and carving highways through the wilderness. You see only the problem before your eyes, but God sees the outcome. You see the storm, but God sees the rainbow. You see the prison, but God has already planned the release. Stress comes from the illusion that you must solve everything yourself, that you must carry it all on your shoulders, that the outcome depends on your effort alone. But God says, "Cast your burdens on me, for I will still sustain you." Do you hear that? God is saying, I am enough, I am your deliverer, I am your strength, I am your way out. Worry does not open doors. Prayer does. Anxiety does not solve problems. Surrender does. Fear does not change outcomes. Faith does. So stop tormenting yourself with the endless what-ifs. Stop rehearsing in your mind every possible disaster. Stop living as though God has abandoned you. God has not abandoned you. He is already making a way. Think of how many times in your past you thought it was over and thought you would not make it. Thought there was no solution, but you are still here. Why? Because God made a way then, and God is making a way now. He did not bring you this far to leave you stranded. He did not allow you to endure this long just to watch you collapse. He has been faithful yesterday. He is faithful today, and He will be faithful tomorrow. Stress is an insult to the faithfulness of God, for it whispers, God cannot handle this. But faith shouts back, God already has the answer. Stop letting your mind run wild with doubt. The battle is not yours. It belongs to God. The storm is not greater than the one who commands the winds. The darkness is not stronger than the light of God's presence. Even now, when you think nothing is happening, God is orchestrating the details, shifting the circumstances, aligning the right people, and dismantling the wrong ones. Your deliverance is already in progress. Some of you feel like you are drowning under the pressure. Bills are mounting, relationships are breaking, health is failing, and peace feels like a distant memory. You wake up tired, you go to bed restless, and the weight never seems to lift. But listen, your stress cannot change what only God can do. God does not need your worry to accomplish His will. He does not need your sleepless nights, your trembling hands, or your racing heart. What He needs is your trust. What He desires is your faith. What He commands is your surrender. Stress is evidence of misplaced trust. Faith is evidence of surrender to God's power. You may be saying, but I can't see the way out. You don't need to see it. God sees it. You may say, I don't know when this will change. You don't need to know when. God has already appointed the time. You may say, I don't know how this will work. You don't need to know how. God has already determined the method. You don't need to figure out the plan, because the plan belongs to God, and His plan is perfect, is unstoppable. His plan is already unfolding. Think about it. When a seed is planted in the ground, you don't see anything happening for a long while. The soil looks empty, lifeless, barren. But beneath the surface, something powerful is taking place. Roots are growing. The seed is breaking. Life is pushing upward. And then suddenly at the appointed time, the green shoot bursts form. That's what God is doing in your life. Beneath the surface, in ways you cannot see, He is moving, preparing, shaping, and setting the stage for a breakthrough that will astound you. Stop digging up the soil every day to check on it. Stop stressing about what you cannot see. Trust that God is at work in the invisible realm, bringing forth visible results at the right time. And when that breakthrough comes, you will see that all your stress was wasted energy. You will see that none of your sleepless nights added a single blessing to your life. You will see that the tears you cried in doubt did not open doors. Only God did. God is already doing what you could never do on your own. So why stress over what is already guaranteed by His power? The enemy wants you to live in fear. He wants you to live in panic. He wants you to live in a constant state of unrest because a restless mind cannot hear God clearly. But God calls you into peace. God calls you into stillness. When God calls you into trust, when you quiet the storm inside, you will hear His voice guiding you through the storm outside. He says, "Be still and know that I am God." That stillness is not weakness. It is power. It is the power of faith that says, "I will not stress because my God is in control." Let me tell you, stress is a thief. It robs you of today's peace while solving none of tomorrow's problems. It steals your joy, your focus, your energy, and your ability to recognize God's hand at work. It blinds you to the blessings you already have while magnifying problems that God has already. Stress shrinks your faith and magnifies your fear. But when you stop stressing, when you choose trust instead, you magnify God above your problems. And when God is magnified, problems lose their power. There is no chain so strong that God cannot break it. There is no wall so high that God cannot bring it down. There is no situation so complex that God cannot untangle it. And there is no night so dark that God cannot light the way through it. You may feel like you are hemmed in on every side, but God specializes in parting seas, in making rivers in the desert, in carving highways through the wilderness. You may think you're standing before a dead end, but God is already preparing the Red Sea to split before you. I know some of you are asking, if God is making a way, why can't I see it now? Because sometimes God hides His work until the appointed time. Sometimes the delay is your preparation. Sometimes the waiting is your strengthening. Sometimes the silence is your training ground. God is not only concerned with your destination, He is concerned with who you are becoming along the way. And if He must let you walk through pressure to make you stronger, if He must let you sit in waiting to sharpen your faith, then that is still His goodness at work. Stop stressing about the process. The process is necessary. The delay is not denial. The silence is not abandonment. The waiting is not wasted. Every step is ordered by God, and He wastes nothing in your life. He will use the tears. He will use the struggle. He will use the pain. He will use the waiting. And He will weave it all into a tapestry of glory. You may only see the tangled threads right now, but one day you will look back and see the masterpiece God was creating all along. And I declare to you right now, this is not the end of your story. This is not your final chapter. God is not finished with you. Stop stressing because the author of your story has already written the next page. The same God who brought you out before will bring you out again. The same God who opened doors before will open doors again. The same God who provided before will provide again. And He will do it in ways greater than you can ask or imagine. My friend, if you could only see what God is already doing, your stress would melt away like snow in the sunlight. If you could only glimpse the doors He is unlocking, the enemies He is scattering, the opportunities He is aligning, the blessings He is preparing, you would fall on your knees in gratitude instead of lying awake in worry. God is faithful and He is making a way out of this right now. Stop stressing. Trust Him. Let me tell you something that will set you free today. The weight you are carrying was never meant for your shoulders. You were not created to live in constant panic, clutching the reins of life as if everything depends on you. You were created to walk in trust, to move in faith, and to rest in the assurance that God is already ahead of you, arranging your deliverance before you even realize you need it. Stress is the false belief that you are alone. Faith is the true conviction that God is already working on your behalf. And right now I declare to you, God is already making a way out of this. So stop stressing. Every trial you face is not a sign of abandonment, but an invitation to greater trust. Do you understand that what looks like a closed door is often the place where God is about to show you His power? What feels like the heaviest burden is often the very situation through which God will reveal His strength in you. You see, God does not waste pressure. He does not waste pain. He does not waste obstacles. Every challenge is raw material in His hands. Stress only blinds you to the truth that even in the fire you are being refined. Even in the wilderness you are being shaped. Even in the storm you are being strengthened. God is not preparing your destruction. He is preparing your elevation. You think this difficulty is to harm you, but God intends to use it to build you. That setback you are crying over may be the very thing that launches you into your destiny. That rejection you are mourning may be the very redirection toward God's perfect plan. And that delay you are questioning may be the divine timing that prevents you from walking into something that would have destroyed you. Do not stress over what God is using to protect you. Do not panic over what God is using to position you. If only you could see behind the curtain of the visible, you would realize that this situation is not breaking you. It is making you. Stress thrives in the absence of perspective. It magnifies the temporary and blinds you to the eternal. But when you shift your vision from the problem to the one who rules over all problems, your heart begins to settle. Stress says this is impossible. Faith says with God all things are possible. Stress says I don't see a way. God is the way. Stress says I can't take this anymore. Faith says God will carry me through. Do you see the difference? Stress pulls you down, but faith lifts you up. Stress drains your life, but faith revives your soul. Stress makes you see only the storm, but faith makes you see the hand of God above the storm. And here is the truth many forget. God's way is often hidden until the very moment you need it. He does not show you every step in advance. He does not reveal every detail of the plan. Why? Because if He showed you the whole path, you would not need faith. God wants you to lean not on your own understanding, but to trust in Him with all your heart. He wants you to walk step by step, moment by moment, relying not on your sight, but on His promise. The fact that you cannot see the way does not mean there is no way. It means God is teaching you to trust Him. So stop stressing about tomorrow. God is already in tomorrow. Stop stressing about the outcome. God has already secured the outcome. Stop stressing about the how. God is the how. Your part is not to worry. Your part is to believe. Your part is not to panic. Your part is to pray. Your part is not to collapse in fear. Your part is to stand firm in faith. Let God be God, and you will see doors open that no man can shut. Some of you have been living in cycles of worry for so long that you don't even know how to live without it. You wake up with worry, You carry it through the day. You lie down with it at night. But I am telling you now, God never intended for worry to be your companion. His presence was meant to be your companion. His peace was meant to walk with you. His guidance was meant to steady you. The reason you feel so tired is not because the burden is too big. It's because you've been trying to carry what belongs to God. Stress will wear you out, but surrender will lift you up. Think about the eagle. The eagle does not waste energy flapping endlessly in the storm. It spreads its wings and lets the wind carry it higher. In the same way, you must learn to spread the wings of faith and let the winds of God's Spirit lift you above the storm. Stress keeps you flapping, panicking, exhausting yourself. But faith allows you to soar, to rest in the assurance that God's strength is greater than your struggle. Do not confuse motion with progress. You can run in circles of stress and never move forward an inch. You can worry, plan, calculate, overthink, and still remain stuck where you started. But when you trust God, when you release control, when you surrender the outcome into His hands, suddenly things begin to shift. Suddenly doors swing open. Suddenly burdens are lifted. Suddenly peace floods your heart. That is the difference between a life of stress and a life of faith. And hear me well, God is not just making a way out. He is making a better way out. He doesn't simply want to deliver you from trouble. He wants to deliver you into purpose. He doesn't just want to rescue you. He wants to restore you. He doesn't just want to remove the problem. He wants to transform you through it. That is why you must stop stressing, because God's plan is bigger than the problem. His plan is greater than the opposition. His plan is deeper than your fears. And His plan will prevail. Every single thing that is against you right now is already subject to God's authority. Your enemies may think they have power, but God holds all power. Your obstacles may look immovable, but God is the one who moves mountains. Your situation may appear hopeless, but God is the God of hope. And when God says, I am making a way, no devil in hell, no scheme of man, no obstacle in life can stop Him. His word is final. His power is absolute. His plan is unstoppable. Do you realize that stress is often the voice of unbelief whispering, what if God does not come through? But faith is the voice of certainty declaring, God has already come through. Stress binds you to fear, but faith anchors you to truth. You see, the problem with stress is that it magnifies the storm, but shrinks the greatness of God in your mind. Yet the storm is never bigger than God. The problem is never stronger than His power. The darkness is never thicker than His light. God is already working even when your eyes cannot perceive it, even when your heart struggles to believe it. When you wake up in the morning, the enemy wants the first thing on your mind to be your problems, but God wants the first thing on your mind to be His promises. Stress tells you to begin your day worrying about what you cannot control. Faith tells you to begin your day trusting in the one who controls everything. Stress keeps you checking your bank account, your circumstances for security. Faith keeps you lifting your eyes to the heavens because that is where your help comes from. God has never failed in His word. He has never broken a promise. He has never abandoned those who place their trust in Him. Why then should you allow stress to rule your heart when the throne of God is still occupied? Hear me well. God is not pacing the floors of heaven, wringing His hands, wondering how to solve your problem. He already has the answer. He is not scrambling to figure out how to rescue you. He has already prepared the way. He is not surprised by what you are facing. Long before you stepped into this trial, He had already written your escape. And not just any escape, but the perfect one, the one that will bring peace to your soul, the one that will silence your enemies, the one that will reveal His glory in your life. Stress also tricks you into thinking that God's silence is God's absence and all. But silence does not mean absence. Silence is often preparation. Silence is where faith is tested and trust is forged. Silence is where God works in the hidden spaces, aligning what must be aligned, shifting what must be shifted, moving what must be moved. Just because you don't hear Him does not mean He is not speaking. Just because you don't see His hand does not mean He is not moving. The hidden work of God is often the greatest proof of His power. Stop asking yourself, what if this doesn't work out? And start declaring, God is already making it work out. Stop imagining every worst-case scenario and start believing in God's best-case outcome. Stop torturing yourself with visions of failure and start strengthening yourself with visions of God's faithfulness. Stress is imagination in the wrong direction. Faith is imagination aligned with the promises of God. You get to choose which one you feed. If you keep feeding your stress, it will grow and consume you. But if you feed your faith, it will silence every fear, every doubt, every worry, and you will begin to walk in the peace that surpasses understanding. Sometimes God allows you to face circumstances beyond your strength, so you will finally realize your strength was never enough. Stress convinces you that you must carry everything alone, but God reminds you that you were never meant to. You are not abandoned in the struggle. You are being invited into deeper trust. You are not forgotten in the storm. You are being taught to hear God's voice in the thunder. You are not lost in the wilderness. You are being guided by a pillar of God's presence, even when you cannot see the path clearly. Do not mistake stress for responsibility. Responsibility means doing what is yours to do. Stress happens when you start trying to do what only God can do. Your part is to pray, to act with wisdom, to trust, and to wait. God's part is to open the doors, to bring the breakthrough, to provide, and to part the seas. When you try to carry both your load and God's, the weight will crush you. But when you place His part back into His hands, strength, peace, and clarity return. Remember this, God's way out doesn't just pull you through. It lifts you higher. His goal is not simply to end the trial. His goal is to transform you within it. When God brings you out, you will not be the same. You will emerge wiser, stronger, purer, and more rooted in His presence. Stress focuses on survival, but God focuses on your revival. Stress says, I just want to get out. God says, I am bringing you out greater than you went in. Think about the river. When obstacles are placed in its path, the river does not stop flowing. It bends, it carves, it finds a way around. It keeps moving until it reaches its destination. That is what God is doing in your life. He is the living stream that will never be stopped. The obstacles in your path may seem immovable, but God will carve a way through. Stress looks at the rock and says, I cannot get past this. Faith looks at the same rock and says, God will make a passage through this. Let me remind you, God is not intimidated by deadlines, by reports, by threats, by diagnosis, by shortages, by enemies. He holds time in His hand. He holds provision in His hand. He holds healing in His hand. He holds victory in His hand. Nothing is outside His authority, and if He has already declared that He is making a way, then no force on earth or in the unseen can stand against it. Stress says, look at what's against me. Faith says, look at who is for me. And sometimes, my friend, the greatest act of faith is to rest. Rest is not laziness. Rest is trust. Rest says, I refuse to let stress dictate my life because I know God is in control. Rest is proof that you believe God is already at work. Rest is the silence that declares louder than words, my God will make a way. When you learn to rest in Him, even in the storm, even in the fire, even in the valley, you will see that His presence is enough. So stop rehearsing your fears. Stop feeding your doubts. Stop magnifying your stress. Instead, magnify God. Speak His promises over your life. Remind yourself of His faithfulness in the past. Declare His power in the present. Proclaim His victory over your future. Stress cannot remain where faith is alive, and faith cannot die where God is trusted. God is already making a way out of this. So stop stressing and start believing. Listen closely, because what I am about to tell you is not just encouragement. It is a lifeline for your spirit. Stress is not just an emotional reaction. It is a spiritual weight that tries to choke the life out of you. It whispers, "You are alone. There is no way out." But faith rises up and answers, "God has already made a way. I am not abandoned. I am not defeated. I am not trapped. My God is working right now." And when faith speaks louder than stress, chains begin to break, doors begin to open, and peace begins to flood your soul. You must understand that stress is not only dangerous to your mind, but it also poisons your body, weakens your heart, and blinds your vision. That is why the enemy loves stress, because it makes you too weak to pray, too tired to hope, too distracted to see what God is already doing. But when you shift your focus back to God, stress begins to lose its grip. God never intended for you to live bent under the weight of fear. He intended for you to live free, walking in His assurance, moving in His strength, and trusting His plan. And here's a truth you must hold on to. Sometimes God allows the pressure to increase so that you will finally release it to Him. As long as you think you can handle everything on your own, you will keep carrying the weight. But when the burden gets too heavy, when the storm gets too fierce, when the problem gets too great, that is when you finally drop to your knees and cry out, "God, I cannot carry this anymore." And it is in that moment when you surrender that you feel His hand lift the burden, His peace cover your heart, and His power make the impossible possible. Stop telling yourself that you are failing. You feel overwhelmed. You are not failing. You are being positioned. You are being brought to the very place where you must depend on God completely. And dependence on God is not weakness. It is the very source of your strength. When you lean on your own strength, you collapse. When you lean on God, you rise. Stress says, "I am not enough." Faith says, "God is more than enough." And remember this, what looks like a setback is often a setup. The closed door you are stressing over may be the very thing protecting you from disaster. The delay you are fighting against may be the divine pause, saving you from walking into the wrong situation. The unanswered prayer may not be silence at all. It may be God's greater answer, one that will be revealed at the perfect time. Stress says, "This is the end." Faith says, "This is preparation." Stress says, "I am losing everything." Faith says, "God is aligning everything." You see, God is not only making a way out, He is making a way forward. He is not only rescuing you from this problem, He is leading you into greater blessing. He is not only delivering you from danger, He is directing you toward destiny. Stress keeps your eyes locked on the obstacle. Faith lifts your eyes to see the horizon of God's promise. And if you would only lift your head, you would realize that your future is bigger than your present, that your destiny is greater than your difficulty, and that your God is greater than your fear. Think of the seed in the soil. It is pressed down, buried, surrounded by darkness. If seeds could think, perhaps they would panic, wondering, why am I trapped here? Why is everything pressing against me? Why can't I see the light? But what the seed does not realize is that the pressure, the soil, and the darkness are the very conditions for its growth. Without them, it could never break forth. And in the same way, the darkness you feel, the pressure you face, the weight you carry, they are not meant to bury you, but to plant you. You are not being destroyed, you are being developed. You are not being suffocated, you are being strengthened. You are not stuck. You are growing roots that will one day bear fruit. Stop stressing about the darkness. Stop worrying about the pressure. Stop panicking about the soil. Trust the God who planted you, because the same God who planted you will bring you forth in His time. He did not bury you to kill you. He planted you to raise you. The way out is already being formed beneath the surface. And let me tell you something powerful. God's deliverance is never late. It may not come according to your timetable, but it will come at the exact moment it is meant to. Stress says, it is too late for me. Faith says, God holds time in His hand. Stress says, it is over. Faith says, God is never late and His timing is always perfect. The very moment you think you cannot take another step is often the very moment God steps in and makes the way clear. Some of you are so used to fighting, struggling, and stressing that you don't even realize God is calling you to rest. Rest is not the absence of problems. Rest is the presence of trust. You can be surrounded by storms and still be at peace because you know God is steering the ship. You can walk through the fire and still remain because you know God is shielding you. You can stand in the valley and still be strong because you know God is lifting you. Stress says everything depends on me. Faith says everything rests in God's hands. Do not underestimate what happens when you choose to trust instead of stress. When you release your fear, God releases His peace. When you surrender your control, God releases His power. When you lay down your burden, God lifts you higher. This is why the command is always the same. Trust in God, not in yourself, not in people, not in circumstances. Trust in God because people will fail, circumstances will shift, your own strength will falter. But God remains unchanging, unshakable, and unstoppable. And here is a mystery you must embrace. Sometimes God's way out does not look like the way you imagined. You may think the only solution is for the storm to stop, but God may choose to strengthen you to walk through it. You may think the only answer is for the obstacle to be removed, but God may choose to turn the obstacle into your stepping stone. You may think the only resolution is for the problem to disappear, but God may choose to transform the problem into the very thing that propels you into blessing. Stop stressing when God's way looks different from yours, because His way is higher, wiser, and better than anything you could imagine. So I tell you again, stop stressing. God is already making a way out of this. While you are worrying about tomorrow, God is already in tomorrow, preparing what you need. While you are panicking about the outcome, God has already written the outcome. While you are losing sleep, God never sleeps, and He is working for your good. Trust Him, surrender to Him, rest in Him, because the God who has carried you this far will carry you through this too. There is something I want you to hear deep within your heart. God has already seen the tears you cried when no one was watching. God has already heard the silent prayers that never left your lips. And God has already measured the weight of the burden you carry. And let me tell you with every ounce of boldness within me, God has not forgotten you. He is not blind to your struggle. He is not deaf to your cry. And He is not powerless to act. Even now, God is making a way out. Even when your eyes cannot see it, even when your heart feels faint, even when your strength is nearly gone, the hand of God is moving behind the scenes of your life. That is why you must stop stressing. Stress will not change your situation, but trusting God will. Worry will not open a door, but faith will. Fear will not lift your soul, but the assurance of God's power will carry you higher than your circumstances. When you worry, you are giving more attention to the problem than the one who has the power to solve it. When you stress, you are putting faith in the storm instead of the one who commands the storm to be still. And I declare to you, God is not intimidated by the weight of your burden. God is not overwhelmed by the size of your enemy. God is not shaken by the obstacles standing in your way. If He could part the sea for His people when there was no bridge, if He could bring water from a rock in the middle of a desert, if He could bring light into the darkest corners of existence, then He can bring you out of this season you are in. He does not need your help to perform a miracle. He does not require your wisdom to make a way. All He asks of you is to trust Him, to rest in His power, and to release your grip on fear. The truth is, many of us are imprisoned not by the chains of our circumstances, but by the chains of our thoughts. It is the prison of worry, the cage of fear, the chains of stress that hold us back more than the reality of the problem itself. But God is the one who breaks chains. God is the one who opens prison doors. God is the one who brings freedom where there was bondage. And if you will allow Him, He will lift that weight off your shoulders. He will release you from that fear, and He will open a path you did not even know existed. That is why you must stop stressing, because your stress is an insult to the power of God. Your stress is declaring that the problem is bigger than the one who governs the universe. And I tell you now with fire in my soul, nothing is greater than God. No mountain is higher, no valley deeper, no giant stronger, no darkness thicker. God stands above it all. And when He speaks, creation bends to His will. Listen to me. Stress robs you of today by borrowing from a tomorrow that God already holds in His hands. Why would you let your peace be stolen by something that God has already settled in His plan? The birds of the air are not stressing about their food, yet God feeds them. The flowers of the field do not toil or spin in worry, yet God clothes them in beauty. And if God cares for the smallest details of creation, how much more does He care for you? You who are created in His image, you who are carried in His hand, you who are watched by His eye every moment of your life, God has already made provision for you. He has already mapped out your escape, already planned your breakthrough, already written the ending to this trial. You are simply walking through the pages of His divine story. You may think the walls around you are too strong, but God is already shaking them. You may believe the chains are too heavy, but God is already breaking them. You may feel the night is too long, but God is already sending the dawn. Do not measure your life by what your eyes see in this moment. Look with the eyes of faith and see the hand of God moving. Look with the vision of the Spirit and recognize that God is not waiting until tomorrow to act. He is working right now. That is why you can stop stressing. Stress makes you restless, but God brings rest. Stress weakens your heart, but God strengthens your soul. Stress blinds your vision, but God opens your eyes to possibilities you never considered. Some of you are living as though the weight of the world is on your shoulders, but it was never meant to be. You are not God. You are not the one holding the universe together. You are not the one who commands the stars to shine or the oceans to stay within their boundaries. That is the work of God, and He does it perfectly without your stress. The same God who holds galaxies in place is the same God who holds you in His hand. Do you think He will drop you? Do you think He will forget you? Do you think He will fail you? No, my friend, God is faithful. He cannot deny His nature, and His nature is to be your refuge, your provider, your deliverer. This is the truth you must hold until the end. God is already ahead of you. Before you walked into this season, He had already prepared the way out. Before the problem arose, He already had the solution. Before the storm began, He had already determined its end. You are walking through what God has already conquered. You are passing through waters that cannot drown you, climbing mountains that cannot defeat you, fighting battles that cannot destroy you. Because God is with you and God is for you. That is why worrying serves no purpose. The struggle was never meant to be yours alone. It belongs to God. The result does not depend on your strength. It rests fully in His power. The road ahead is not blocked. His hand has already made the way. So hear me once more with every fiber of conviction. Let go of the stress. Let not your heart be shaken. Do not allow fear to take control. Do not let the echoes of doubt silence the promises of God. Stand unshaken in faith. Lift your eyes and declare boldly, God is paving a way through this, and I will trust Him until it comes to pass. When you do, anxiety will lose its power. Fear will lose its hold. And peace will rush into your soul like a river that knows no end. God is moving. God is working. And God will never fail you. There will be moments in life when you reach the edge of your own strength and feel as though you cannot take another step. You see the burdens pressing on your shoulders, the chains gripping your thoughts, the walls blocking your path, and you whisper to yourself, this is it. This is as far as I can go. This is all I will ever be. But hear this truth spoken into your spirit today. The limits you see, the walls surrounding you, the ceilings you think cannot be broken, none of them were placed there by God. They are born from fear, from doubt, from the boundaries you have unknowingly built within yourself. And with the power of faith, I tell you this, if you will surrender those limits to Him, God will shatter every barrier you once believed could never fall. You were not created for a life of defeat. You were not born to crawl in the dust of despair. You were fashioned by the very hands of God, with potential so vast, with strength so great, with possibilities so endless that no human eye can measure it. Yet the tragedy of life is that men and women live small, they live confined. Not because God has made them so, but because they have placed shackles upon their own minds and souls. God has never once said, you cannot rise. God has never once said, you cannot dream. God has never once said, you cannot overcome. Those are words we speak to ourselves when fear whispers louder than faith. And yet when you turn your eyes toward God, when you surrender those limits you have placed upon yourself, then and only then will you discover that the very chains you thought unbreakable were only illusions of your doubt. I have met people who live defeated before the battle even begins. They walk into opportunities with their heads bowed low, already convinced they will fail. They approach dreams as though they are enemies. afraid of disappointment, afraid of rejection, afraid of falling. But hear me, my friend. God never intended for His children to live in fear. Fear is the prison of your mind. Fear is the greatest thief of destiny. Fear will convince you to stay in the valley when God has prepared the mountain. Fear will whisper, "This is too much for you," when God is declaring with me, "Nothing is too much for you." Do not let fear put a limit where God has placed no boundary. The human mind is powerful, but without faith in God, it becomes a cage. How many times have you told yourself, "I am not good enough"? How many times have you looked in the mirror and said, "I do not have what it takes"? How many times have you silenced your own dream before the world even had the chance to hear it? That is not humility. That is unbelief. And unbelief is a greater enemy than any obstacle in your way. Because when you do not believe, you rob yourself of the very power God placed in you from the beginning. God never created you to speak defeat over your own life. God created you to rise with strength, to move with courage, to believe with faith, and to walk knowing that every limitation you feel is no match for His power. There are people listening right now who have buried their dreams. You once had a vision, a fire inside of you, a passion that made your heart race and your spirit leap. But over time, the voice of doubt grew louder. The words of others weighed heavier, and the mistakes of your past built walls around you. And now you live with the ashes of what once burned brightly. But hear this truth: God does not bury dreams. God resurrects them. What you thought was over, what you thought could never live again, what you thought was gone forever, God can breathe life into it once more. Do not let your own voice of doubt become stronger than God's voice of promise. He is greater than your weakness, greater than your past, greater than every excuse you have ever used to chain yourself down. The greatest battles you will ever fight are not outside of you, but inside of you. The war of the mind is where destinies are won or lost. The enemy of your soul does not have to break down your door to stop you. He only needs to whisper lies into your thoughts and let you do the rest. When you believe you cannot, you have already surrendered the fight. But when you believe that God can, that God will, that God is able, then no force in heaven or on earth can keep you bound. God removes limits not by changing who you are, but by reminding you of who He already made you to be. Every time you tell yourself, "I cannot," you are speaking words that chain your spirit. But when you declare with God, "I can," you release power into your life that no chain can hold. Some of you have been living under ceilings of your own construction. You have told yourself you cannot go higher, you cannot do better, you cannot reach further. But those ceilings are not real, they are shadows of your doubt. God is saying to you today, lift up your head, tear down the ceiling, walk in faith. Step into the wide open space I have prepared for you. Think of the mighty river that flows from the mountain. No rock, no bend, no obstacle can hold it back. It may be slowed. It may change direction, but it will always find its way forward. That is what a life with God is meant to be. You may encounter setbacks. You may face detours. You may stumble and fall. But when you trust in God, your destiny will keep flowing. The river does not stop because of a stone, and you must not stop because of a challenge. Do not let a moment of failure define the rest of your life. God has greater waters ahead, and He will remove every rock, every barrier, every wall if only you will keep moving in faith. I speak to those who have been told by others, "You cannot do it." Let me tell you something. God does not consult the opinions of men when He creates your destiny. God does not need the approval of your critics to bless your life. God does not measure your worth by the standards of society. When people say you are not enough, God says, I am enough through you. When people close doors in your face, God says, I will open doors no man can shut. When people place limits upon you, God declares, my power has no limit, and I will work through you if you trust me. Stop allowing the voices of man to set the boundaries of your life when the voice of God is calling you beyond them. Some of you are chained not by what people said, but by what you said to yourself. You look at your failures and you declare, I will never rise again. You look at your weakness and you declare, I am too broken to be whole. You look at your scars and you declare, I am unworthy of the victory. But those are lies born from despair. You are not too broken. You are not too far gone. You are not too weak. You are the very one God desires to lift up, to strengthen, to transform. If you will surrender those self-imposed limits, if you will lay them down before God, He will show you what strength really looks like. Do you not know that God delights in using the ordinary to accomplish the extraordinary? Do you not know that God takes the weakest vessels and fills them with the greatest power? Do you not know that God chooses those whom the world rejects so that His greatness may be revealed? Do not disqualify yourself when God has already qualified you. Do not silence your own voice when God has given you words to speak. Do not shrink back in fear when God has called you to stand in courage. Every time you doubt yourself, you are doubting the God who made you. And I tell you, there is no greater insult to the one who created you than for you to say, I cannot, when He is saying, through me, you can. Your doubt does not make God smaller, but it makes your vision smaller. Oh, your unbelief does not reduce His power, but it reduces your ability to see His power at work. Faith is the key that unlocks the prison of your mind. Faith is the light that shatters the darkness of your limitations. Faith is the bridge that takes you from where you are to where God has destined you to be. You have been living as though your limits are stronger than God's promises. But let me remind you, God's power has no limit. His wisdom has no limit. His mercy has no limit. His ability to transform your life has no limit. And when you place your faith in Him, He removes every limit you have placed upon yourself. He lifts you higher than you ever believed you could rise. He strengthens you beyond what you thought you could endure. He carries you further than you ever imagined you could go. Your life is not over. Your best days are not behind you. Your greatest victories are not in the past. With God, the horizon is always brighter. The future is always greater. The possibilities are always endless. But you must take off the chains of doubt. You must tear down the walls of fear. You must remove the ceiling of unbelief. Because as long as you keep them, you will live confined. But the moment you let them go, the moment you trust God fully, the moment you step beyond the prison of your own mind, that is the moment God begins to reveal what He has been waiting to show you all along. Let me tell you something that may shake you at the core. Most of the limitations in your life are not put there by God nor by other people, but by yourself. You set the boundaries of your thinking. You draw the lines around your dreams, and you decide how far you are willing to go. But hear me, when you come to God in surrender, He will not honor the small cage you built for yourself. He will break it apart. God does not shrink His greatness to fit your fear. He expands your vision to fit His power. What you see as impossible is not even a challenge for Him. The ceiling you placed above your head is nothing but dust in His hands. When you finally stop saying, I cannot, and start saying with God, I will, then you begin to walk in the freedom. There is a lie that many carry silently in their hearts, the lie that they are too weak, too flawed, too ordinary to do anything extraordinary. But who told you that? Did God say you were too weak? No. He said He is your strength. Did God say you were too flawed? No. He said His mercy covers every flaw. Did God say you were too ordinary? No. He said you are wonderfully made, chosen, and destined for more than you can see. The problem is not what God has declared. The problem is what you have chosen to believe. And as long as you believe the lie of your own limits, you will never live in the truth of God's greatness. I speak to hearts that are weary, to minds that are heavy, to spirits that feel confined by the weight of their own unbelief. Do not mistake your weariness for weakness. Do not mistake your struggle for defeat. Do not mistake your delay for denial. God has not turned away from you. He has not abandoned you in your struggle. He has not left you in the shadows of your doubts. He is waiting for you to lift your head, to release your grip on the chains you hold, and to believe that His power is greater than your restraint. God cannot be limited, but He allows you the freedom to limit yourself. And the moment you let go of those limits, you will see that His plan for your life has always been far greater than your imagination. Some of you are living in the aftermath of failure. You tried once and you fell. You stepped out and you stumbled. You reached for more and you came back empty-handed. And now you have convinced yourself that failure is final, that your story is finished, that you must lie small because greatness is not for you. But I say this with all authority. Failure is not final when God is involved. Failure is a lesson, not a sentence. Failure is a stepping stone, not a grade. Do not let one chapter define the whole book of your life. God has written a story for you that is filled with redemption, filled with triumph, filled with promise, but you will never know its power if you allow the ink of doubt to blot out the words of hope. Others among you are trapped by the voices of your past. Maybe you were told you would never succeed. Maybe you were told you were not enough. Maybe you were told to stay in your place, to shrink, to settle, to live quietly in the shadow of others. And you believed those voices because they seemed louder than your own. But let me tell you, the voice of God is louder still. He calls you out of the shadows. He calls you into the light. He calls you to walk boldly, to live freely, to rise courageously. And when God calls you, no human voice has the authority to silence you. Do not let the memory of what people said limit the reality of what God is saying right now. There are those who believe their circumstances are the limits of their life. They say, I was born in poverty, so I must stay in poverty. I was raised in hardship, so I must remain in hardship. I was abandoned, so I must always live in loneliness. That is a lie born from despair. Where you began is not where you must end. The valley you came from does not determine the mountain you can climb. The wounds of your past do not determine the victories of your future. God delights in lifting the lowly, in raising the broken, in strengthening the weary. If you believe your circumstances are stronger than your destiny, you have believed wrongly. God is greater than your beginnings. He is greater than your pain. He is greater than the chains of your past. And He will remove every limit if you dare to trust Him beyond what your eyes can see. Too often we measure ourselves against others and call it truth. We look at their success and say, I can never be like that. We look at their strength and say, I am too weak. We look at their blessing and say, God has forgotten me. But God never asked you to measure yourself against anyone else. Your journey is your own. Your calling is your own. Your purpose is your own. Comparison is another limit you place upon yourself, and it will rob you of joy, rob you of peace, and rob you of destiny. When you look at others, you see what God has done for them. But when you look to God, you will see what He can do for you. Stop comparing. Stop shrinking. Stop doubting. God has given you a life to live, a purpose to fulfill, a destiny to walk in. And when you trust Him, no comparison can diminish it. Hear me when I say you will never outdream God. No matter how great your vision, no matter how vast your hope, no matter how bold your desire, God's plan is always greater. He sees further than you see. He knows more than you know. He is able to do beyond what your mind can comprehend. And so if your dreams are limited, it is not because God gave you small dreams. It is because you stopped yourself from dreaming bigger. Open your heart again. Dare to believe again. Dare to hope again. Dare to step out in faith, not because you are strong enough, but because God is. Every day you wake up, you face a choice. Will you live bound by fear, or will you live free in faith? Will you believe the lies of your limits, or will you believe the truth of God's power? Will you shrink back into the cage of your own making, or will you step forward into the wide open field of God's promise? The choice is yours, but the power is God's. And when you choose faith, when you choose courage, when you choose to believe that God is greater than your limits, then nothing can stop you. Do not think for a moment that God desires for you to live a life of mediocrity, trapped in chains of doubt and fear. No, God desires abundance, fullness, freedom, and victory for His people. He is not glorified in your defeat. He is glorified in your triumph. He is not magnified in your despair. He is magnified when you rise from despair into hope. He is not honored when you hide in fear. He is honored when you walk boldly in faith. Do not dishonor the greatness of God by living small. Live wide. Live free. And when the storms come, and they will come, do not see them as proof of your limits. See them as opportunities for God to show His power. The storm is not there to drown you. It is there to reveal that the God within you is greater than the storm around you. The mountain is not there to block you. It is there to reveal that with God you can climb higher than you ever imagined. The challenge is not there to defeat you. It is there to prove that the strength of God in you cannot be broken. What you see as a limit, God sees as an opportunity. What you see as an end, God sees as a beginning. There comes a time when you must look in the mirror of your soul and ask yourself, who told me I could not? Who told you that the dream in your heart was too great? Who told you that your weakness was permanent? Who told you that your failures had to define you forever? It was not God. God never whispered defeat into your ear. God never stamped impossibility across your destiny. Those words came from your fear, your doubt, and your wounds, Kron. But the voice of God is different. The voice of God calls you upward, outward, forward. The voice of God tells you that there is no chain too strong, no wall too high, no burden too heavy, no obstacle too great. The voice of God says, trust me, and I will remove every limit you placed upon yourself. When you walk with God, you are walking with the author of possibility. What you call the end, He calls the beginning. What you call broken, He calls a masterpiece in progress. What you call weakness, He calls an opportunity for strength to be revealed. God does not look at you through the eyes of man. Man sees your flaws, but God sees your potential. Man sees your limits, but God sees your future. Man sees your failure, but God sees the victory He has already prepared for you. And when you align your vision with His, when you stop looking at yourself through the eyes of doubt and start seeing yourself through the eyes of God, then you will understand that the limits you believed were permanent were nothing but shadows ready to be scattered by his light. Too many live like prisoners, though the door of the cell has been left wide open. They sit in the corner bound by invisible chains, convinced that they cannot leave, when all the while God is calling, "Step out." The door is open. The walls around you may look real, but they are walls built of fear, not of stone. They are walls built of your own words, your own thoughts, your own hesitation. Tear them down with faith. Tear them down with courage. Tear them down with the truth that God has made you for more. Stop living as though the prison of your mind is stronger than the power of the Almighty. Do not mistake this truth. Limits will always stand before you. Every dream will be tested. Every step toward growth will meet resistance. Every longing for greatness will walk through fire. But the limit itself is not your enemy. The real question is whether you choose to see it as final or hand it over to God and watch Him clear it from your path. Some of you stopped right before the breakthrough. You reached the wall and decided to rest. You stood before the river and turned away. You faced the storm and ran for shelter. But God never told His people to retreat. He calls His people to press on, even when their strength feels small. Even when the road is unclear, even when fear is shouting loud, He commands you to trust that He alone will move the wall, divide the waters, and still the raging storm. And hear this clearly. Sometimes the limit you feel is not outside of you, but inside of you. It is the voice in your mind that says, "You cannot." It is the whisper in your spirit that says, "You are not enough." It is the doubt that grows louder every time you try. But God did not place that voice within you. That voice is the echo of fear, not the truth of faith. Replace that voice with the Word of God that says, "I am with you. I will strengthen you. I will uphold you." Let His truth silence every lie. Let His power drown out every doubt. Let His presence drive away every shadow. There are some who think if God wanted me to rise higher, He would have made it easy. But my friend, God does not shape greatness through ease. He shapes greatness through resistance. Just as the wind shapes the tree, just as the fire refines the gold, just as the storm strengthens the roots, so too does God allow challenges to shape you. The limit is not meant to break you. It is meant to make you stronger. The wall is not there to end your journey. It is there to prove the strength that God has already placed in you. If you would stop seeing limits as barriers and start seeing them as teachers, you would understand that every challenge is a message from God, saying there is more in you than you think. Think of the eagle. It does not fear the storm. It uses the storm to rise higher. While other birds hide from the wind, the eagle spreads its wings and lets the very force others fear become the force that carries it upward. That is what God calls you to do. Do not run from the storms of life. Do not hide from the winds of resistance, but spread the wings of your faith and let God lift you above the very things that were meant to keep you down. The storm does not limit the eagle, it elevates it. And in the same way, the storm does not limit you. When you trust in God, it elevates you. Some of you think your past disqualifies you. You look at the mistakes you made, the wrong turns you took, the years you wasted, and you say, "I am too far gone to rise." But hear me well. Your past is not a prison when God is your Redeemer. What you see as wasted, God sees as preparation. What you see as broken, God sees as ready to be rebuilt. What you see as shame, God transforms into strength. Do not let your past become a chain around your neck. God has already cut it loose. Stop dragging what God has already released. Stop carrying what God has already forgiven. Stop limiting your future with the weight of your yesterday. I must speak to those who live in silence, those who keep their dreams buried deep because they are afraid of ridicule, afraid of failure, afraid of disappointment. My friends, silence will not protect you. Hiding will not save you. Shrinking will not secure you. You are not safe when you live in fear. You are in prison. The only safety is in the arms of God, and the only freedom is in the courage to live the life He has given you without restraint. Speak the dream. Take the step. Walk in faith. Because when you do, you will find that God is already there clearing the path, removing the obstacles, tearing down the limits you thought unmovable. Do not settle for a life that is less than what God has placed in you. Settling is another word for surrendering to your limits. Settling is choosing comfort over calling, safety over purpose, fear over faith. And every time you settle, you shrink. But every time you step out in faith, you grow. You rise. You expand. God has not called you to settle. He has called you to soar. Do not dishonor Him by living small when He has given you wings for the sky. Every limit you break through becomes a testimony to someone else. When you rise from the ashes, you show another that it can be done. When you overcome the mountain, you inspire another to climb. When you live free, you invite another to step out of their prison. Do not think your victory is only for you. It is for all who will watch and believe because of what God has done through you. Your life is not meant to be a quiet survival. It is meant to be a shining testimony of what God can do when someone refuses to live by limits. And so let me ask you, what limits have you accepted as truth? What walls have you embraced as permanent? What ceilings have you decided cannot be broken? Bring them before God. Lay them at His feet. Speak them out, and then let them go. Because the moment you place them in His hands, He begins to remove them. And when He removes them, you will find yourself running where you once crawled, soaring where you once stumbled, rejoicing where you once wept. For with God, the word limit loses all meaning, and the word impossible becomes nothing more than a lie exposed by truth. ChatGPT said, "There are people listening right now who have walked for years with invisible chains around their hearts. You move through your days with a smile on your face, yet inside you are weighed down by belief that your life will never change. You say to yourself, this is just the way it is, this is who I am, this is all I will ever be. But let me tell you the truth. When you believe that, you are not living by the power of God, you are living by the power of your limits. And as long as you cling to those limits, they will shape your life. But the moment you open your hands and release them into the care of God, you will see that He has been waiting all along to take you higher than you dared to imagine. Do you not understand that God created you with intention? Every breath you take is a reminder that your existence is not random. The mind you carry, the talents you hold, the desires that stir in your heart, none of it is meaningless. God planted those seeds within you so that you would bear fruit in this world. But when you say, I cannot, you refuse the very harvest He intended for you. When you limit yourself, you bury the seeds before they ever see the sun. And when you bury them, you rob not only yourself, but also those who were meant to be nourished by the fruit of your life. Do not bury what God has planted. Do not silence what God has spoken. Do not diminish what God has designed. Some of you carry the weight of impossibility because you are trying to carry it all by yourself. You measure your strength against the size of the mountain, and you say, I will never climb it. You measure your wisdom against the size of the problem, and you say, I will never solve it. You measure your resources against the size of the dream, and you say, I will never reach it. And yes, if it were only you, you would be right. But it is not only you, it is God through you. And when God is with you, The mountain is not too high. The problem is not too complex. The dream is not too far. Do not measure your destiny by your power. Measure it by God's power. There is a reason that people who trust God live differently. They walk into storms with peace. They step into uncertainty with courage. They face challenges with hope. It is not because they are stronger than others, but because they know that God is greater than the storm, greater than the uncertainty, greater than the challenge. They do not deny the presence of struggle. They deny the finality of it. They do not ignore the weight of their burden. They trust God to lift it. And because they refuse to let limits define them, they walk into places others are afraid to go. They do things others said could never be done. They become living testimonies of what happens when a person believes in the limitless power of God. Do not think for one moment that God has forgotten you. Some of you have prayed and the answer has not yet come. You have waited and the door has not yet opened. You have believed and the dream has not yet appeared. And now the temptation comes to say, maybe it was not meant for me. Maybe this is all I will ever have. But hear me, delay is not denial. Waiting is not rejection. Silence is not absence. Sometimes God allows the waiting so that your faith may grow stronger, so that your roots may go deeper, so that when the breakthrough comes, you are ready to sustain it. Do not let waiting convince you that you are limited. God has not changed His mind about you. He has not withdrawn His promise. He has not removed His hand. Trust His timing, for when He moves, the limits that held you for years will fall away in a moment. Some of the greatest chains people carry are not seen on their hands or feet, but are wrapped around their minds. Chains of doubt, chains of insecurity, chains of shame, chains of fear. And these chains are heavier than any iron, stronger than any steel, more confining than any prison. Because if your mind is bound, your life will be bound. But if your mind is free, your life will be free. That is why you must renew your thinking, not with your own words, but with the truth of God. Fill your mind with the knowledge that He is your strength, He is your guide, He is your provider, He is your shield, He is your freedom. And the more you meditate on His greatness, the weaker your chains become until one day they snap and fall to the ground. Let me tell you, the enemy of your destiny is not the size of your obstacle. It is the size of your unbelief. Because the truth is, the obstacle may look great, but God is greater. The mountain may look immovable, but God is unshakable. The storm may roar loud, but God's voice thunders louder still. It is not the obstacle that holds you back. It is your choice to believe it has more power than God. Once you flip that belief, once you declare, "My God is stronger," then you begin to walk in the authority of one who cannot be confined by limits. I want to speak to those who feel unworthy. You say to yourself, God can bless others but not me. God can use others but not me. God can lift others but not me. That is a lie you have carried too long. Your worth does not come from your perfection. Your worth does not come from your record. Your worth comes from the simple truth that God made you. And if He made you, He made you with value. Stop letting your scars disqualify you. Stop letting your past silence you. Stop letting your weakness convince you that you cannot rise. God is not limited by your imperfections. He works through them. He takes what is broken and makes it whole. He takes what is weak and makes it strong. He takes what is ordinary and makes it extraordinary. If you are still breathing, then God is not done with you. Every person has a choice. Will you live by what you see, or will you live by what God has promised? If you live only by what you see, you will always be limited. You will see the obstacle and stop. You will see the storm and turn back. You will see the desert and give up. But if you live by what God has promised, then you will move forward even when the path is unclear. You will press on even when the night is long. You will endure even when the weight is heavy, because you know that God's promise is not bound by what you see. And those who live by His promise, not by their sight, are the ones who break through the limits and become living proof that nothing is impossible with Him. And so I declare to you, rise up. Do not let another day go by with chains around your soul. Do not let another sunrise meet you while you are still living small. Do not let another night fall with your dreams buried in the ground. Rise up and believe that God is greater than your limits. Rise up and trust that He will remove every wall, every chain, every barrier you have placed on yourself. Rise up and walk into the wide open freedom He has prepared for you. Because the truth is, the only thing standing between you and the life God intended is the belief that you cannot. Replace that with the truth that through Him you can, and you will see a life beyond limits unfold before your very eyes. There is a moment in every human heart when doubt begins to whisper, when fear begins to creep in, and when the voice of limitation seems louder than the voice of hope. But I tell you with all the authority of truth, God did not create you to live under the weight of chains you built yourself. He did not breathe His life into you only for you to surrender to the bars of self-doubt, fear, and hesitation. He is the one who can remove every limit you have placed upon your own soul. For where your strength ends, His power begins. What you see as a wall, He sees as dust that can be blown away with a single word. What you call impossible, God calls small. Every time you tell yourself, I cannot, you are not describing the reality of God's power, but only the frailty of your own vision. You are speaking from the language of human weakness, not the language of divine strength. And when you cling to those words long enough, they become chains. They become a prison. But God in His mercy breaks the very locks you put on the doors of your own destiny. He does not wait for your permission to be God. He only waits for your faith to align with His greatness. And when you allow Him to take control, the walls you thought were too high begin to crumble, the oceans you thought were too wide begin to part, and the ceilings you thought were fixed begin to shatter. There are countless lives today that live in quiet defeat, not because God has withheld His blessings, but because they have believed the lies of limitation. They measure their future by their past failures. They judge their worth by the opinions of others. They shrink their dreams down to the size of their fears. But I say to you, when God has written your story, no failure defines it, no critic can erase it, and no fear can silence it. The same God who stretched out the heavens and set the stars in place has never once needed permission from your doubts to make you victorious. Think about the power of the human mind when surrendered to God. A single idea gifted by Him can build nations, can heal generations, can turn weakness into strength. Yet how often do we bury those God-given ideas beneath the soil of hesitation? How often do we silence the very calling that could change everything because we fear the size of the mountain? But hear me clearly. The mountain was never meant to intimidate you. It was meant to reveal the power of God to move it. The barrier was never meant to end your journey. It was meant to showcase that His hand can lift you above it. When God is for you, even your mistakes cannot keep you down. Even your past cannot chain you. Even your own weakness cannot destroy you. For what you call weakness, He calls opportunity. What you call broken, He calls ready for His touch. What you call a limit, He calls a platform for His glory. Every limit you accept is an insult to the one who knows no bounds. Every ceiling you build is a shadow compared to His endless sky. And every excuse you make is powerless against His eternal decree. Do not underestimate what God has put inside you. The very breath you carry is not your own. It is His gift. And if He has given it, then He has also given purpose. That means you are not wandering without direction. Even if your eyes cannot yet see the path, the limits you see are temporary. The strength He gives is eternal. The storm you face is passing. The victory He promises is forever. I must warn you, if you live your life only by what your eyes can see, you will never rise above the limits of this world. But if you choose to live by what God has spoken, you will walk on waters that others sink in. You will climb mountains that others surrender to, and you will see possibilities where others see only impossibilities. For God does not speak in terms of limits. He speaks in terms of abundance, power, and victory. When you walk out of here, I want you to remember this truth with every beat of your heart. God has never designed you to be small, defeated, or chained by the walls you've built for yourself. He has called you higher. He has destined you for more. Every voice of doubt, every whisper of fear, every chain of limitation is nothing in the presence of His power. And when you trust Him, when you step forward in faith, when you refuse to bow to the prison of your own mind, you will see the mighty hand of God tear down those walls and open doors you never thought could open. Do not walk away carrying the same boundaries that held you when you arrived. Leave them behind. Release them. Allow God to reveal what unfolds when faith outweighs fear. When obedience rises above hesitation, when trust stands taller than doubt, He will lift you out of the valley and set your feet upon higher ground. He will take your shattered pieces and shape them into power. He will expand your vision beyond what your mind could ever conceive. The world may label you bound, but God calls you free. The world may see weakness, but God declares strength. The world may assume your story has ended, but God says it has only just begun. Lift your gaze toward Him and see how He breaks every ceiling, tears down every wall, unshackles every chain, and shatters every limit you once believed. For with God there are no boundaries, no barriers, no impossibilities, only victory. There comes a time in every life when the road you're on starts to feel like confinement instead of calling. You wake up each day with a quiet ache in your heart, sensing that something is missing, that the ground beneath you no longer feels like the place God meant for you to stay. You may wear a smile, but deep down you know there's a silent cry within you, a cry for direction, a cry for freedom, a cry for a fresh beginning. And hear me clearly, this cry is not your imagination. It is not weakness, and it is not confusion. That cry is God's whisper in your soul. He is saying, you need a new path, and I am the one who will lead you there. So many of you listening have walked for years down the same road, repeating the same choices, circling the same mountains, never finding peace in your spirit. You've tried to convince yourself that this is the only way life can be, that this is all you deserve. But deep within you, a still small voice keeps saying, this is not where you were meant to stay. God has seen every tear you've shed in silence. He has watched every restless night when sleep would not come because your soul was unsettled. And He has heard every unspoken question in your heart. Is there more for me? Is there a better way? Can I ever change direction? And His answer is yes. Not only can you, but you must. Because when God sees that you need a new path, He does not leave you where you are. He calls you to rise, to move, and to step into the destiny He designed for you long before you took your first breath. You see, the danger of staying on the wrong path is not just wasted time, it is wasted life. And life is too short, too precious, too sacred to be squandered on roads that lead nowhere. Many of you are clinging to a path that God has already told you to leave. You are holding on to relationships that poison your spirit, to habits that chain your future, to fears that paralyze your potential. And as long as you keep walking down the road of compromise, defeat, and disobedience, you will never taste the fullness of what God created you to experience. That is why He shakes your world. That is why He disturbs your comfort. That is why He will not let you feel settled in a place that was never meant to be your home. Because God loves you too much to let you die on the wrong path. And some of you know exactly what I mean. You thought you were losing everything when that door closed, when that person left, when that plan failed. But what you thought was lost was actually protection. What you thought was the end was really the beginning. Because God knew that if He allowed you to keep walking the same road, you would destroy yourself. So He disrupted your direction, not to punish you, but to prepare you, not to break you, but to build you, not to push you down, but to lift you up. God knew you needed a new path, and He is still calling you to follow it today. But here is the question: will you listen? Because the tragedy of life is not that God refuses to lead us. The tragedy is that we refuse to follow. God has been speaking to you in ways you cannot deny. Through circumstances, through challenges, through the deep unrest in your heart, He has been saying, "This road ends here. It is time to turn." But too many of us close our ears to His voice because we are afraid of the unknown. We cling to what is familiar. Even when it is killing us, we would rather walk in circles on a broken road than step out in the uncertainty of faith. But hear me tonight. The path God calls you to may be unfamiliar, but it is never unsafe. It may feel uncertain, but it is never unwise. If God calls you to it, He has already gone before you, and every step you take in obedience will lead you closer to the life He intended. Do not confuse comfort with calling. Do not confuse survival with success. You may be surviving on the path you're on, but you're not thriving. You may be moving, but you're not advancing. You may be busy, but you're not fruitful. And God did not create you just to exist. He created you to live with purpose, to walk in His light, to become all that He designed you to be. That is why He is calling you to a new path, because your old one cannot carry the weight of the future He has prepared for you. I want you to think about this. Every great turning point in life begins with a moment of decision. You can't walk into a new destiny while clinging to an old direction. You can't step into tomorrow if you are chained to yesterday. God is not asking you to understand everything about the new path. He is asking you to trust Him enough to take the first step. That's where faith comes alive. Faith is not waiting until every question is answered. Faith is moving when God says move, even if the road ahead is hidden in shadows. Because when you take that first step, God will meet you there. And with every step you take in trust, the path will become clearer, stronger, and brighter. Some of you listening right now are at a crossroads. You know the road you've been walking is not leading you anywhere. You know deep inside that the longer you stay on this path, the more you lose time, joy, peace, hope, and yet fear has kept you stuck. But let me tell you this, the only thing more dangerous than stepping into the unknown is refusing to step at all. Stagnation is death. Hesitation is defeat. But obedience is life. If you want to see the power of God in your life, you must have the courage to step into the path He is showing you. Think of how many times you have asked God for change, for a breakthrough, for a new beginning. And now that He is answering, now that He has opened the door, will you hesitate, or will you step into it with boldness? Because the path may not be easy, but it will be worth it. The road may not be smooth, but it will be sacred. God never promised that the path would be without trials. He promised that He would be with you in every trial. And I would rather walk a difficult road with God than walk an easy road without Him. This is the hour to decide. This is the moment to choose. The longer you wait, the heavier your chains will become. But the moment you turn your feet toward the path God has set before you, the moment you surrender your way for His way, the moment you stop resisting and start following, you will discover a freedom you have never known. Because the will of God will never lead you where His power cannot sustain you. When God begins to stir in your life, it is never without purpose. The uneasiness you feel, the dissatisfaction with the path you're on, the longing for something more. These are not accidents. They are divine signals. God is awakening you to the truth that the road you have been walking cannot take you where He desires to lead you. And I say to you with all the authority of conviction, when God calls you to a new path, it is not to deprive you. It is to deliver you. It is not to strip you of joy, but to restore it. It is not to destroy your plans, but to replace them with His greater plan. The path you cling to now may be comfortable, but it is also confining. God does not call you to comfort. He calls you to transformation. And transformation requires change. It requires courage. It requires stepping into the unknown, knowing only that God Himself goes before you. There are some listening right now who have mistaken delay for denial. You thought because God didn't move when you wanted Him to, He would never move at all. You looked at the closed doors and you assumed heaven had turned its back on you. But let me declare to you tonight, God's silence is not His absence. His timing is not your timing. And just because He allowed you to walk a season of wilderness does not mean He has abandoned you. Sometimes God lets you taste emptiness so that you will hunger for the fullness only He can provide. Sometimes He allows your path to dry up so you will stop drinking from broken wells and turn your face toward the living water that never runs out. What you call delay, God calls preparation. What you see as wasted years, God sees as training ground. And the moment He knows you are ready, He will open before you a new path that no force on earth can shut. But do not think for a moment that the new path will be without challenge. Every divine path demands sacrifice. Every step closer to God's plan pulls you farther away from what is familiar, what is easy, what is safe. And many fail to walk the new path because they cannot let go of the old one. They want the blessing without the breaking, the promise without the pruning, the destiny without the discipline. But hear me clearly, God will not build your future on foundations that cannot carry the weight of His glory. If you refuse to release what is killing you, you cannot receive what will heal you. If you cling to the chains of yesterday, you cannot embrace the freedom of tomorrow. A new path requires a new surrender. And when you lay down your will for the will of God, when you release your grip on what you thought you needed, then and only then will you have hands open enough to receive what He has prepared for you. I tell you with passion and certainty, there are blessings God is waiting to give you that cannot come until you move. There are doors He cannot open until you shift your direction. There are answers He will not reveal until you step out of the comfort of the familiar and walk the road of faith. Too many of you are praying for God to change your situation while refusing to change your position. You want Him to bless you while you remain in the same place, making the same decisions, walking the same road. But God does not bless stagnation. He blesses movement. The path of destiny is not walked by the hesitant. It is walked by the obedient. And the longer you delay, the more you forfeit. But the moment you obey, the moment you turn your feet toward His way, you unleash favor and provision that will follow you all the days of your life. And let me remind you, the path God calls you to is not just about you. It is bigger than your comfort, bigger than your convenience, bigger than your personal dreams. When God redirects your life, He does so because your story is meant to touch others. Your journey is meant to shine light for those still wandering in darkness. If you remain stuck where you are, countless others will remain stuck as well. But when you step into the new path, when you follow the call of God with boldness, your courage becomes a testimony. Your obedience becomes an invitation for others to rise. Your faith becomes a spark that ignites faith in the hearts of those watching you. This is why the path you take matters, because your life is not a private matter. It is a public witness. And when you walk in alignment with God, you become a living example of His power, His wisdom, and His guidance. The world is filled with voices telling you to stay where you are, to accept what is, to settle for less than God's best. Fear tells you, don't move, you might fail. Doubt whispers, stay here, it's safer. The enemy of your soul will always try to convince you that change is costly, that risk is too dangerous, that obedience is too difficult. But I tell you this, the only true danger is ignoring the voice of God. For the moment you silence His leading, you silence your own destiny. The moment you turn your back on His call, you turn your back on the very life you were created to live. When God calls you to a new path, He is not merely changing your scenery, He is reshaping your soul. He is breaking cycles that have held you captive for years. He is pulling you out of the places where your faith has grown stagnant and your heart has grown weary. Too many of you have been walking in circles, repeating the same struggles, carrying the same burdens, believing the lie that this is all there is. But God did not form you from the dust of the earth to live a life of defeat. He did not breathe His Spirit into you so you could settle in mediocrity. He did not design you to be chained to failure, regret, and fear. God placed greatness inside you, and He will not allow you to waste it on a path that leads nowhere. That is why the disruption has come. That is why you feel the stirring in your heart. It is the sign that God is shifting you, pushing you, urging you to step into the road that will unlock what He has always known was inside you. Do not think the path of God is reserved only for the strong, the wealthy, the educated, or the influential. No, His call comes to the weary, the broken, the overlooked, the forgotten. It comes to the man who thinks his failures have disqualified him. It comes to the woman who believes her pain has silenced her potential. It comes to the youth who feels invisible in a world that never seems to notice. God's call is not based on who you are, it is based on who He is. And when He sets a new path before you, He equips you for every step of it. He strengthens the weak, He lifts the fallen, He heals the wounded, He renews the weary. The path may stretch you beyond what you think you can handle. But that is how God proves that His power is greater than your limitations. The danger for many of you is that you keep looking back while God is calling you forward. You keep measuring your future by the failures of your past. But hear me, your past was a lesson, not a sentence. Your mistakes were chapters, not the whole story. And the God who knows the beginning and the end has written more for you than the pain you've endured. Do not chain yourself to what God has already released you from. When He calls you to a new path, He is not asking you to drag your history with you. He is asking you to walk free. If you continue to hold on to what was, you will never step into what can be. The new path requires you to let go of the weight that slows you down and trust that God knows how to carry what you cannot. And let me tell you something, there will be resistance. Not everyone will understand the path God places before you. Some will mock you. Some will doubt. Some will even try to pull you back into the life you are leaving behind. But you must decide whose voice you will follow. Will you listen to the opinions of people who do not hold your destiny? Or will you listen to the voice of God who formed you with purpose? Every time you choose His voice over theirs, every time you walk by conviction instead of fear, you silence the power of those who want to keep you bound. This path is not about pleasing people, it is about obeying God. And when you obey Him, the world may not understand, but heaven will rejoice. The beauty of God's path is that it often begins in the shadows, but ends in the light. At first, you may not see where you are going. The road may feel narrow, the terrain rough, the way unclear. But if you trust God enough to take the first step, He will guide the second. And with each step, clarity will grow, strength will rise, and peace will settle in your heart. God does not promise to show you the entire road at once, but He promises to be with you for every step of it. And I would rather walk one step at a time with God than run 1,000 miles without Him. There will come a moment when you look back on the path you left behind and realize why God pulled you out. You will see the dangers you escaped, the traps you avoided, the burdens you no longer carry. You will see that the pain of leaving was nothing compared to the joy of arriving. And you will say with certainty, God knew what I could not see. No, He knew I needed this new path. That is the testimony waiting for you if you will only trust Him now. And understand this, God's path is never only about reaching a destination, it is about becoming who He created you to be along the way. The road He sets before you will stretch your faith. It will test your endurance. It will refine your character. But with each trial comes transformation. With each challenge comes growth. With each step of surrender comes a deeper connection with the One who leads you. The new path is not just about where you are going, it is about who you are becoming in the process. Some of you have been praying for a sign, asking God to show you if it's really time to move. Let me tell you, the unrest in your spirit is the sign. The dissatisfaction that will not leave you is the sign. The closed doors that once were open are the sign. God does not waste His children's pain. If He is making you uncomfortable, it is because He knows comfort has kept you captive too long. He is shaking you loose from what no longer serves your destiny so that you can rise into the life He has prepared. Do not ignore the signs. Do not silence the voice. Do not harden your heart. God knows you need a new path, and He is calling you to walk it today. There comes a time in life when God will not allow you to remain where you are any longer. He will disturb the ground beneath your feet, shake the walls around your comfort, and make it impossible for you to stay in a place that no longer carries His blessing. This is not because He seeks to harm you, but because He knows that if you linger too long in the wrong place, you will miss the purpose for which you were created. God's mercy does not always come as ease. It often comes as disruption. He will close doors you thought you needed. He will remove people you thought would stay forever. He will dismantle plans you built with your own strength. all so that you will finally lift your eyes from the path of your own making and see the path of His choosing. Do not mistake God's redirection for rejection. Too many times we cry over what has ended, not realizing that the end was God's kindness in disguise. That opportunity that slipped through your fingers was not punishment. It was protection. That relationship that crumbled was not abandonment. It was preparation. That dream that shattered was not defeat. It was redirection. When God takes something from your hands, it is only because He has something greater He is preparing to place in them. You may not understand it now, but when you look back one day, you will see that every detour, every delay, every disappointment was part of the map leading you to the path you were meant to walk all along. And let me tell you this, the new path God sets before you will always call you higher. It will demand more faith, more obedience, more trust. God does not lead you into the familiar. He leads you into the future. And the future He calls you to will stretch you beyond the limits you have placed on yourself. It will feel bigger than you, greater than your abilities, stronger than your resources. That is the point. Because if you could accomplish it on your own, you would not need God. But when the path requires more than you can carry, when the road demands more than you can give, when the journey seems impossible in your own strength, that is when God's power becomes undeniable. He does not call you to what is possible. He calls you to what is impossible without Him. Some of you have been clinging to your own plans as though your life belongs to you. You map out your future. You script your story. You build your dreams on the foundation of your own understanding. But then when those plans collapse, you wonder why the ground shakes beneath you. Hear me. Your life was never yours to control. You were formed by the hands of God, and only He holds the blueprint of your destiny. Until you surrender your plans to Him, you will always feel the tension of walking a path that does not align with His design. The safest place you can be is not on the road of your choosing, but on the road of God's calling. And yet, I must warn you, walking God's path will require courage. It is not the easy way. It is the right way. It is not the path of the majority. It is the path of the faithful. There will be moments when doubt will scream louder than faith, when fear will try to chain your feet, when the voices around you will question your every move. But you must silence those voices with the truth that God does not lead His children into failure. If He has called you, He has equipped you. If He has led you, He has prepared the way before you. If He has stirred your heart, then the very fact that you feel His pull is proof that He has already made provision for your journey. Think of the many men and women who settled for less because they were too afraid to step out in faith. They spent their lives looking over their shoulders, asking, "What if?" never realizing that the path of fear is far more dangerous than the path of faith. For fear destroys dreams before they can breathe, silences voices before they can speak, and buries destinies before they can bloom. But faith, the path God invites you to walk, awakens a life unlike any other. A life marked by courage, a life marked by peace, a life sustained by the strength that comes from walking hand in hand with God. Do not waste your years walking in circles. Do not build your foundation on shifting sand. Do not let the praise of people keep you bound to a path God has already asked you to leave. Every breath you draw reminds you that time is moving. With each passing second, the chance to step into God's plan grows nearer or slips further away. You cannot stay still. You cannot wait for everything to be perfect. The perfect time is now, because this is the moment God is calling you. And here is what I want you to understand. God's path will never lead you in emptiness. Even when it feels uncertain, even when you cannot see the next step, He has already prepared what you need. On His path, there will be provision where you least expected. There will be strength you didn't know you had. There will be doors you could not have opened on your own. There will be favor that no man can explain. God's path is not always the shortest, but it is always the surest. It may not be the smoothest, but it is always the strongest. It may not be the path you planned, but it is always the path you need. There are seasons in your life when God will make the ground beneath you tremble just enough so you can no longer ignore His call. The things that once satisfied you begin to feel empty. The places that once felt secure begin to feel confining. And the dreams you once pursued begin to feel shallow. And that is not coincidence. It is divine awakening. God is telling you where you are is no longer where you belong. He is stirring your heart because He refuses to let you waste the treasure He placed inside of you on a path that does not honor Him. You may not realize it now, but that dissatisfaction you feel is not the end. It is the beginning. It is the voice of God saying, "Rise, because I have more for you." And make no mistake, God will never call you to remain in the valley of small living when He has prepared the mountaintop of purpose. Too often we shrink ourselves to fit into places that cannot contain us. We lower our expectations. We silence our voice. We settle for less, thinking it is humility. But humility is not denying what God has placed within you. Humility is surrendering it to Him so that He may use it fully. And when you surrender, He lifts you from the roads of compromise and sets you upon the path of destiny. That path is not just about what you achieve. It is about who you become. It is about walking in alignment with the One who formed you. Living with a heart that reflects His will and carrying yourself with the confidence that comes not from your strength, but from His presence. Too many people ask, what if I fail if I take this path? But I ask you, what if you succeed? What if the very thing you are afraid to try is the very thing God has been preparing you for all along? What if the path you are avoiding holds the breakthrough you have been praying for? What if the road you fear to take is the road where you finally find peace? Failure is not stepping onto God's path and stumbling. Failure is refusing to walk it at all. Because every step you take in obedience, even if it feels small, is victory in the eyes of God. Some of you are waiting for God to show you every detail before you move. You want the whole map, the full picture, the guarantee of success. But God rarely works that way. He does not give you the entire plan. Because if you saw it all, you would not need faith. Instead, He gives you enough light for the next step. And when you take that step, He gives you the next. This is how He teaches you to trust Him. Not with your eyes, but with your heart. For the path is not meant to be seen all at once. It is meant to be walked with Him day by day. I must speak plainly to you. There will be sacrifices on this path. You cannot walk into the life God has prepared for you while clinging to the habits, the fears, the relationships, or the comforts that belong to your old road. The new path demands release. It demands courage to leave behind what no longer serves you. It demands trust to step away from the approval of people and walk in the approval of God alone. And though it may feel like loss at first, you will soon discover that everything you surrendered was only making space for what God was waiting to give you. And here is a truth you must never forget. God's path is not only about your personal fulfillment, it is about your impact. It is about the lives He intends to touch through your obedience. Your decision to step into the new path may become the reason someone else finds their way. Your courage to rise may become the strength that helps another stand. Your faith to move forward may be the testimony that awakens faith in someone else. You are not walking this road alone, for your life is connected to countless others. And when you obey God, you create ripples that reach farther than you can ever imagine. You may be asking, but how will I know if this is really God's path? Listen closely. You will know by the peace that settles in your heart, even when the road ahead is uncertain. You will know by the way doors begin to align, not by accident, but by divine orchestration. You will know by the way the wrong people drift away and the right people appear at the right time. And most of all, you will know, because no matter how fearful your mind feels, your spirit will not let you go back. God will keep stirring you, pressing you, pushing you until you step forward. That is His mercy. That is His love. That is His way of making sure you do not settle in places beneath your calling. The truth is, you already know the answer. Deep inside, you know the road you are walking now is not enough. Deep inside, you know God has been whispering to you, tugging at you, calling you. Do not ignore Him any longer. Do not silence His voice with busyness, with excuses, with fear. This is your moment. This is your crossroads. And God is standing before you saying, choose the path of life. Choose the path of purpose. Choose the path I have prepared. There are moments in life when the ground beneath your feet feels unsteady, when the road you have walked for so long begins to fade into confusion, and when the doors you once thought would open for you remain stubbornly closed. And in those moments you may ask yourself, why is this happening? Why is my way blocked? But let me tell you something with all the strength and conviction of my soul. God is not closing doors to hurt you. He is closing them to lead you. He is not ending seasons to abandon you. He is ending them because He knows the road you are on cannot take you to the destiny He has prepared. God knows you need a new path. And sometimes the hardest thing for us as human beings is to release what we have clung to for years, to let go of the familiar, to leave behind the comfort of routines that no longer serve us. We would rather remain in a place of struggle than step into the unknown. But God calls you beyond your fear. God calls you into a future that your mind cannot yet imagine. He sees the traps you cannot see. He knows the dangers that lie ahead if you continue as you are. He knows the burden of the chains that you pretend don't weigh you down. And because He loves you, He disrupts your plans so He can put you on His path. Do not despise the disruptions of God. They are not punishments. They are redirections. When you feel stripped of what you thought was secure, it is God taking you out of false security and planting your life upon the solid ground of His will. When opportunities vanish, it is because God has greater ones that require you to walk differently, to think differently, to live differently. You cannot live your future on yesterday's habits. You cannot walk into the destiny God has written for you if you insist on holding to the path you carved for yourself. Many of you listening right now have felt the stirring inside your heart. You sense it in the quiet hours when you cannot sleep, when you wonder why nothing feels right anymore, when your spirit aches for something greater than your daily routine. That restlessness is not an accident. That dissatisfaction is not a curse. That inner voice is God whispering, it is time for something new. It is time for you to rise. It is time for you to walk the path I designed for you before the foundation of the earth. And hear me clearly, God's path is never a path of confusion. It may feel uncertain to you, but it is ordered by His wisdom. It may look narrow to you, but it is wide enough for His blessings to overflow. It may appear steep, but He equips you with the strength to climb. He does not lead you where His presence cannot sustain you. If He shifts your direction, it is because His hand is already waiting at the end of the road to crown your obedience with favor. But to walk the new path God has for you, you must be willing to surrender the old one. You cannot cling to what is broken and expect God to give you wholeness. You cannot clutch the past while asking Him for a new future. You must decide that His way is higher than your way, His wisdom greater than your wisdom, His plan more perfect than all your striving. The question is not whether God is willing to lead you. He is. The question is whether you are willing to follow when He calls you to step out. Do not let fear paralyze you at the edge of your breakthrough. Too many lives remain stuck because people would rather stay in a valley they know than climb a mountain they do not. But if God says climb, then climb. If God says walk, then walk. If God says let go, then let go. Because the same God who commands you to move will carry you as you go. He will not call you to a new path and abandon you halfway. He is the God who finishes what He begins. Think of the countless stories throughout history of men and women who refused to settle for the familiar when God stirred their hearts. They were not extraordinary because of their own strength. They were extraordinary because they trusted the hand of God enough to step into the unknown. And the same God who ordered their steps is still ordering steps today. The same God who lifted them from obscurity can lift you. The same God who redirected their lives can redirect yours if you will only listen and obey. Let me speak to the heart that feels weary tonight. You have tried, you have fought, you have given all you had, and still the path you walk has led to emptiness. God sees your tears. He has watched your struggle. And He whispers to your soul, this is not the end. This is not your final chapter. I have something greater for you. God never brings you out to leave you empty. If He is pulling you away from something, it is because He has something richer, deeper, more fulfilling prepared. But hear this with clarity. God's path requires trust. It requires faith when your eyes cannot see. It requires surrender when your hands want to hold on. It requires patience when your heart is desperate for speed. Too often we miss the blessing of God's new path because we want to run ahead of His timing. But the God who knows the way also knows the when. If He holds you back for a season, it is because the ground ahead is not ready yet. If He pauses your steps, it is because He is clearing obstacles you cannot see. Trust His delay as much as His direction, because both are part of His design. And I want you to understand something deeper. When God puts you on a new path, He is not just changing your direction, He is changing you. He is shaping your character, purifying your heart, deepening your faith, and strengthening your resolve. The path is not only about where you are going, but who you are becoming as you walk it. God is less concerned with how quickly you arrive and more concerned with how faithfully you follow. So I say to you with urgency, do not fight the hand of God when He calls you to a new path. Do not cling to what is familiar when the Almighty has written a future beyond your imagination. Lay down your fear. Lay down your doubt. Lay down your need for control. And lift your eyes to the one who sees the end from the beginning. He knows the storms you will face and has already prepared the shelter. He knows the mountains you will climb and has already placed strength within you. He knows the deserts you will cross and has already provided living water. God knows you need a new path, and He is not asking you to create it by your own wisdom. He is asking you to trust Him enough to follow. He is asking you to believe that His way, though it may cost you comfort, will give you purpose. He is asking you to surrender the small plans you hold so He can replace them with His great design. And if you will dare to walk with Him, you will discover that His path is not only new, it is the path that leads to life. And so I leave you with this truth burning in your heart. God is calling you to rise from the dust of where you've been and to walk boldly into where He is leading. Do not look back at what was lost. Do not cling to what has ended. And do not mourn the doors that have closed. Lift your eyes to the God who knows you better than you know yourself, to the one who sees the full design of your life when all you can see is a single step. His hand is steady, His plan is perfect, and His love is unshakable. This moment is no coincidence. You are not listening to these words by accident. God has stepped into your journey to whisper that a new season has begun. It's time to place your full trust in Him, to release the path you've been building on your own, and to follow the one He designed for you. It may challenge you. It may stretch your faith. But it will never leave you empty, because God never calls His children into less, only into more. More peace, more purpose, more life. Walk boldly into this new beginning. Walk with faith. Walk with a heart fully surrendered to Him, trusting that His strength will carry you, His wisdom will direct you, and His goodness will overflow along the way. For when you walk in God's divine path, you don't just discover direction, you discover the very heartbeat of life itself. My friend, have you ever found yourself lying awake at night, staring into the dark, wondering why your life has unfolded the way it has? Have you ever whispered to yourself, if only things had gone the way I wanted, if only my plan had worked out, I'd be in a better place right now? We live in a world that glorifies self-determination, that tells us to chase our ambitions and shape our own destiny through willpower and effort. Yet, no matter how precisely we plan, no matter how tightly we try to control every outcome, life always finds a way to surprise us. That's because our plans, no matter how wise or detailed, are still limited. But God's plan, my friend, stands beyond time and endures forever. God sees the beginning and the end at once. And when you surrender to His design, when you trust that His plan is far better than your own, you will walk into a peace, a power, and a purpose you never imagined possible. You see, our plans are often built on what we can see and what we can control. We say, I want this career, I want this relationship, I want this life. But we forget that our sight is narrow. We are standing on the ground floor trying to see over walls we cannot climb. God, however, is above it all. He is the architect, the master builder, the one who holds the blueprint of the entire structure of your life. While you and I see just one brick, one wall, one door that won't open, God sees the mansion He is building, the foundation He is laying, the doors that must remain closed because beyond them lies destruction you cannot yet see. What looks like a denial from God is often a divine protection. What looks like a setback is often a setup for something greater. And what feels like unanswered prayers are in truth the answered prayers you didn't have the wisdom to pray for. The tragedy of our age is that too many people would rather trust their own wisdom than trust the wisdom of God. We live in a time when people elevate their intellect, their resources, their strategies, and think, I am the captain of my fate, Yet, no matter how strong a ship you build, if you don't trust the one who commands the seas, you will be lost in the storm. God alone commands the winds. God alone directs the currents. God alone knows which harbor will bring you safety. And when you insist on sailing by your own map, you will crash against rocks you didn't know were there. But when you put the compass of your life in the hands of God, He will take you through storms you never thought you could survive and anchor you in places you never thought you could reach. How often do we pray asking God to bless our own plans rather than seeking His? We map out every detail and then we go to God at the end, asking Him to sign off on what we have already decided. But the truth is, God is not here to bless your blueprint. He is here to give you His. And His blueprint is not only better, it is perfect. God does not guess. God does not make mistakes. God does not start something in your life without knowing the full completion of it. And when you finally realize that His plan is not an interruption of your own, but the very reason you were created, your heart will find peace in what used to bring frustration. I have met countless people who look back on their lives and say, "Thank God my plan didn't work out." At the time it felt devastating. At the time it felt unfair. But later they realized that what they thought was a loss was in fact a rescue. That relationship that ended saved them from heartbreak years later. That job they didn't get pushed them into a career that became their true calling. That closed door forced them onto a path where they found the purpose they were created for. If you have ever lived long enough to look back on disappointments that turned into blessings, then you know the truth. God's plan was better all along. But here is the challenge. When you are in the middle of the storm, when your plan has crumbled, when everything you hoped for is slipping out of your hands, trusting God's plan feels like the hardest thing in the world. Because God's plan often requires waiting, and human nature despises waiting. We want answers now. We want results now. We want doors to open the moment we knock. But God, in His infinite wisdom, often says, "Not yet." Not because He is punishing you, not because He has forgotten you, but because He is preparing you. God's delay is not God's denial. The waiting season is often the season of strengthening. It is in the waiting that your faith is tested, your patience is stretched, your character is refined, and when the time comes for God's plan to unfold, you will be ready to carry what He has prepared for you. We forget that God is not just concerned with giving you blessings. He is concerned with making you into the kind of person who can handle them. Your plan might bring you the blessing, but without God's preparation, that blessing could crush you. Think of it. If you give a child the keys to a car, it becomes a weapon, not a gift. In the same way, God will not hand you the keys to what you are not ready to drive. He waits until the maturity, the discipline, the strength, and the humility are forged within you. And sometimes that process feels painful. Sometimes it feels as though God is breaking you, but what He is really doing is molding you. He is shaping you into the vessel that can carry His plan without destroying yourself in the process. The human heart often cries out, "Why did you let this happen to me?" And the answer, though sometimes hidden in the moment, is that God allows what He allows because He sees the whole picture. You and I see only a fragment. If you are holding a single thread of a great tapestry, it looks tangled, meaningless, even ugly. But when you step back and see the entire masterpiece, every thread is in its place, forming a design far beyond your imagination. That is your life under God's plan. The thread in your hand may not make sense, but in the grand design, it is essential. And one day when you see what God has been weaving all along, you will fall to your knees and say, "Now I understand. It was perfect." Do not believe the lie that surrender to God's plan means losing your freedom. True freedom is not doing whatever you please. True freedom is being released from the prison of your own limited wisdom and being guided by the infinite wisdom of God. When you trust your own plan, you live in constant anxiety because you know deep down you cannot control every variable. But when you trust God's plan, you live in peace because you know the one who controls every variable. You no longer have to fear what tomorrow holds because you know the one who holds tomorrow. My friend, hear me carefully. Your plan is too small for the life God has destined for you. You dream in inches, but God dreams in galaxies. You think in days, but God thinks in generations. You pray for survival, but God is preparing you for abundance. You hope for a small blessing, but God is setting you up to be a blessing to others. And if He has to break your plan in order to accomplish His, then let it be broken. Because His plan is always greater than anything you could build on your own. Think of the times you tried to force something that wasn't meant for you. You chased that relationship that drained you. You clung to that job that suffocated you. You fought for that opportunity that wasn't aligned with your purpose. And when it fell apart, it felt like the end of the world. But later you realized you were clinging to less when God was trying to give you more. You were holding on to a stone while God wanted to give you a diamond. You were chasing shadows while God was preparing substance. You were asking for crumbs when God had a banquet prepared. Why settle for your plan when God has His? The great challenge of life is not in achieving your own ambitions, but in surrendering them to God. And surrender is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is saying, God, I may not understand it all, I may not see it all, but I trust you. That kind of trust is not blind faith. It is faith with the eyes of the soul wide open, recognizing that the one who created the heavens and the earth surely knows how to guide the life He created in you. Every disappointment, every delay, every detour in your life carries a message. Trust God's plan. Stop fighting the current of His wisdom. Stop clinging to your own limited perspective. Lift your eyes to Him. Open your hands to Him and let Him lead you. For when you do, you will discover that God's plan was never just about where He was taking you. It was about who He was making you along the way. My friend, I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. There is no safer place to be than in the center of God's plan. When you build your life on your own ideas, you stand on shifting sand. The winds come, the floods rise, and everything you have worked for can be swept away in a single night. But when your life is anchored in God's plan, you stand upon an immovable foundation. The storms may rage, but they cannot shake you. The winds may howl, but they cannot uproot you. For when God establishes something, it cannot be torn down. When God builds something, no man can destroy it. And when God writes the story of your life, every chapter has purpose, every page has meaning, and every word is leading you to the fulfillment He ordained before you took your first breath. The problem is that many of us want God's blessings but still cling to our own blueprint. You say, God, I want you to guide me, but we refuse to let go of the steering wheel. We cry out for His will to be done, yet we secretly hope it will look like our own. But God is not an accessory to your plans. He is the author of them. To walk in His purpose, you must be willing to surrender yours. To experience His best, you must release your version of better. And until you are willing to lay down your own dreams, you will never see the magnitude of what God is able to do through you. I know it is frightening to let go. We fear losing control as though our grip on life were the only thing keeping us safe. But let me tell you the truth. You are not in control. and you never were. You cannot control the rising of the sun, the beating of your heart, or the breath in your lungs. Every moment of your life is already being sustained by God. To surrender to His plan is not to lose control. It is to admit the truth that He has been in control all along. And when you stop pretending that your limited wisdom is enough, when you humbly bow to His infinite wisdom, you will discover the peace that comes from knowing your life is not left to chance. Your life is not at the mercy of random events. Your life is being directed by the One who sees it all. Sometimes we resist God's plan because it takes us through valleys we would never choose. We say, God, why am I here? Why am I going through this pain? Why this trial? But do not forget, my friend, that valleys grow what mountaintops cannot. Crops do not grow on the rocky peaks. They grow in the fertile soil of the low places. The seasons of hardship, the times of loss, the moments of confusion, these are the very places where your roots grow deep. These are the seasons when God strips away your false strength so you can lean fully on His. These are the trials that teach you that you are not sustained by your own plan, but by His hand. And one day you will look back on the valley and realize that it was the very ground that prepared you for the harvest. Another reason we resist God's plan is because it rarely looks the way we expect. We imagine blessings as smooth roads, open doors, and effortless success. But God often wraps His blessings in challenges. He disguises growth inside of struggle. He hides promotion behind humility. He teaches you wisdom through mistakes and reveals strength through weakness. You may pray for patience, and God places you in situations that test it. You may pray for courage, and God allows circumstances that demand it. You may pray for strength, and God gives you burdens that build it. His plan is not about making life easy. It is about making you into who you were created to be. And if you only seek comfort, you will miss the transformation. But if you embrace His plan, you will rise from the fire refined, purified, and ready for the greater things He has prepared. We must also understand that God's plan is never only about us. Our vision is often small, limited to our own desires and needs. We want security, comfort, recognition. But God's plan stretches far beyond the borders of your own life. His plan weaves you into the lives of others. He places you in situations where your faith can inspire someone else. Your strength can uplift another. Your story can guide a wandering soul back to Him. What feels like a detour in your life may be the very path that leads someone else to hope. What feels like delay in your journey may be the timing that saves another person from despair. Your life is not an isolated thread. It is part of a divine tapestry that stretches across generations. And when you surrender to God's plan, you are not just living for yourself, you are becoming an instrument in His eternal design. Too often we treat God's plan like an option on the table, something we turn to only when ours has failed. We exhaust ourselves trying to force our own way, and only when we are broken and weary do we cry out, God help me. But what if instead of making Him our last resort, we made Him our first? What if before you made the decision, before you pursued the opportunity, before you took the step, you sought God's wisdom? How much pain would you avoid? How many wasted years would you be spared? How much peace would you walk in if you trusted His guidance from the very beginning? God's plan is not meant to be your emergency backup. It is meant to be the very foundation of your life. I tell you this today, there is no greater tragedy than spending your life chasing after what you thought you wanted, only to reach the finish line and realize it was never what your soul truly needed. There is no deeper sorrow than reaching success by your own design, only to find that it leaves you hollow within. Wealth without purpose is emptiness in disguise. Success apart from God's plan is failure wearing a mask. And the praise of people can never replace the peace that comes from walking in the will of God. Don't spend your precious years building castles made of sand when God is inviting you to lay foundations of stone. Don't pour your energy into climbing mountains that lead nowhere when God has already prepared a summit that gives meaning to every step of your journey. Let me remind you something about God's plan. It cannot be stopped. You can resist it. You can delay it. You can even run from it. But if God has spoken it, it will come to pass. No king can overrule it. No enemy can block it. No time can erase it. What God has written over your life is greater than any obstacle, stronger than every failure, and more powerful than all opposition. You may think your mistakes have destroyed everything. You may believe you have disqualified yourself with your past. But hear me clearly. Nothing you have done is powerful enough to undo what God has planned. He can take your failures and use them as fuel. He can take your brokenness and make it the very place where His strength shines brightest. His plan does not require your perfection, it requires your surrender. And when you finally surrender, when you stop wrestling with God and start trusting Him, you will find that His plan was not meant to take away your joy, but to give you a joy that cannot be shaken. His plan was not meant to strip you of your desires, but to give you desires that are aligned with His wisdom. His plan was not meant to chain you down, but to release you into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. The joy of walking in God's plan is that even in hardship you have peace, even in uncertainty you have hope, even in loss you know it is not the end because you trust the author who writes every line of your story with love, wisdom, and purpose. My friend, listen closely, because what I am about to tell you can change the way you see every moment of your life. God's plan is not only better, it is precise. It is not vague, not uncertain, not a vague outline waiting to be filled by your guesswork. It is exact down to the smallest detail. God knows where you should be, when you should be there, and why you must go through what you go through. Nothing in His plan is wasted. Every delay has purpose. Every tear carries meaning. Every closed door is not an accident. It is an act of divine wisdom. When you live with this awareness, you no longer see life as random. You begin to see the fingerprints of God on everything that happens to you. Too many people live with regret, looking back and saying, if only I had done this. If only I had chosen differently, my life would be better. But do you not realize that even your missteps are folded into the plan of God? He does not waste your mistakes. He does not discard your failures. He weaves them into the greater design so that even the parts you thought were ruined become instruments of beauty. Think about it. The very pain that once broke you may be the very story that lifts someone else. The very path you thought was lost may be the road that leads you to your true calling. God's plan is not derailed by your weakness. It is perfected in spite of it. Where you see fragments, God sees wholeness. Where you see failure, God sees formation. Where you see the end, God sees the beginning of something greater. We often imagine God's plan as something that always feels good, always looks obvious, always aligns with our preferences. But my friend, the truth is far deeper. God's plan does not cater to your comfort. It calls you to growth. It stretches you beyond what you think you can endure. It refines you like fire purifies gold. And that fire does not feel pleasant while you are in it. It burns. It strips, it shakes, but when the fire has done its work, what emerges is strength without weakness, purity without impurity, faith without doubt. That is the difference between your plan and God's plan. Your plan seeks to avoid pain. God's plan uses pain to produce something that nothing else can create. Have you noticed how often we cling to temporary things, building our whole lives around them as though they will last forever? A job, a title, a possession, a relationship, and then when those things are taken away, we feel as though our whole life has collapsed. But perhaps it is not collapse, it is correction. Perhaps it is not destruction, it is redirection. God removes what you thought you could not live without only to show you that He Himself is all you ever needed. He strips away the false foundation so that He can build your life on one that will never be shaken. What feels like loss is often preparation for a gain you cannot yet see. And if you trust Him through the loss, you will come to see that what He gives in return is far greater than what He took away. Think of the seasons of silence when it feels as though God is not answering your prayers. You pray, you cry, you wait, and yet heaven seems silent. In those moments, it is easy to believe that God has forgotten you. But silence does not mean absence. Delay does not mean neglect. God is working in ways you cannot perceive. While you are praying, He is arranging. While you are waiting, He is building. While you are hoping, He is aligning circumstances, preparing hearts, moving mountains that you do not even see. And when the time is right, when His plan is ready and you are ready, suddenly everything will fall into place in a way that leaves you in awe. The silence will make sense. The waiting will be worth it. And you will realize that God's timing was never late. It was perfect. One of the greatest challenges in trusting God's plan is that it often requires letting go of control. We want to know every detail before we move. We want assurance before we take a step. We want the full map before we start the journey. But God rarely gives the whole map. He gives you the next step. He calls you to walk in faith, not sight. Why? Because if you had the entire picture, you would not need trust. If you knew every detail, you would rely on your own understanding instead of leaning on Him. God calls you into trust because trust builds relationship. Trust teaches you to depend not on the plan itself, but on the one who designed it. And when you live this way, you are not afraid of the unknown, because you know the one who knows it all. Let me remind you of something powerful. Your perspective is too small to judge God's plan. You see, today He sees eternity. You see the surface, He sees the depths. You see the temporary, He sees the everlasting. How can clay tell the potter what to make? How can the created correct the Creator? Yet that is what we often do. We complain, we argue, we resist. But God does not need your approval for His plan. He needs your surrender. He does not ask you to understand everything. He asks you to trust Him through anything. And the moment you shift from questioning His wisdom to resting in it, your heart will find the peace it has been longing for. Do not mistake detours for dead end. Just because your life does not look the way you imagined does not mean it is off track. God's plan often includes paths that seem to wander, yet every turn has purpose. Sometimes He takes you the long way around to protect you from dangers you cannot see. Sometimes He delays your arrival because the place He is taking you is not ready yet, or perhaps because you are not ready yet. Sometimes what feels like wandering is God weaving. And if you stay faithful, you will one day see how every twist and turn was necessary to bring you to the exact place you were meant to be. Consider also this truth. God's plan is never threatened by what others do to you. People may betray you, oppose you, abandon you. They may speak against you, try to block you, or rejoice when you stumble. But their actions cannot override the will of God. If God has appointed something for you, no hand can snatch it away. If God has declared a blessing for your life, no voice can cancel it. If God has opened a door for you, no power on earth can shut it. Stop living in fear of people and start resting in the sovereignty of God. Their schemes cannot undo His plan. Their malice cannot erase His promise. Their power is limited, but God's power has no limit. What He has ordained, He will accomplish. And let me tell you this, God's plan is not fragile. It does not crumble because of your doubts. It does not fall apart because of your hesitation. Even when you stumble, even when you delay, even when you choose the wrong path for a season, God can take it all and redirect it back into His purpose. His plan is not so weak that your mistakes can destroy it. His plan is strong enough to absorb your failures and still lead you to the destination He intended. That is the greatness of God's wisdom. He does not only work through your obedience, He can even use your disobedience to bring you back to Him. He does not only work through your strength, He can also use your weakness to teach you His. What kind of love, what kind of power, what kind of wisdom is there? That nothing anymore can stop what God has determined? My friend, the longer I live, the more convinced I am of this one truth. There is no accident in the life that is surrendered to God. What looks to you like a coincidence is divine precision. What feels to you like interruption is divine intervention. What seems to you like wasted time is divine preparation. God wastes nothing. Every season, every experience, every encounter is part of His unfolding plan. Even when you are unaware, even when you cannot see it, God is working. And when you finally recognize this, it changes the way you walk through life. You no longer stumble in fear. You walk with confidence, knowing that God Himself is directing your steps. But hear me, God's plan is not always the easier road, but it is always the right one. Too many people believe that if something is difficult, it cannot be from God. They think His plan must mean constant comfort, open doors without resistance, and paths without obstacles. Yet it is often the opposite. The very road that is hardest to walk may be the one God has chosen for you, because it is on that road that you will grow into the person He has called you to be. Do not mistake difficulty for denial. Do not confuse resistance with rejection. Sometimes the struggle is proof that you are on the path of destiny. The enemy of your soul does not bother with those who pose no threat. But when you align with God's plan, opposition will rise. Challenges will appear. Resistances will intensify. Do not fear it. Do not run from it. Stand firm. For if God placed you there, then He has already given you the strength to endure it. So often we measure success by speed, by how quickly things happen. We want God's plan to unfold instantly. But God is not bound by your deadlines. He is not rushing to satisfy your impatience. He is shaping you through time. The seed does not bear fruit the day it is planted. It must be buried. It must be watered. It must endure seasons of darkness underground before it breaks forth into life. In the same way, God plants dreams in your heart. He buries them in seasons of waiting. And though you may feel hidden, forgotten, overlooked in truth, you are being cultivated. The roots are growing deep before the fruit appears. Do not despise the hidden season. Do not rush the process. For when the appointed time comes, the fruit will not be ordinary. It will be abundant. God's plan is not about quick growth. It is about lasting growth. Let me also tell you this. God's plan will always bring you to places your wisdom could never reach. When you look back, you will realize that you could not have orchestrated it. Even if you tried, the connections you made, the opportunities that appeared, the doors that opened, they were not accidents. They were God's fingerprints. He placed you in rooms you never deserved. He gave you influence you never imagined. He brought you through storms that should have drowned you. And He did it all not because of your plan, but because of His. So why cling so tightly to your own design when God is able to do exceedingly more than you can ask or imagine? Why insist on building your own ladder when God is able to lift you to heights you could never climb on your own? Now let me press this deeper into your heart. God's plan is not only about your future, it is about your present. Too many people live as if God's plan will only matter someday when they are successful, someday when they are recognized, someday when they arrive at the dream. But God's plan is alive today. It is not only about where He is taking you, but about who He is shaping you to be right now. Every conversation you have today, every act of kindness, every choice of integrity, every moment of obedience is part of His plan. Do not miss the present because you are fixated on the future. God is not only waiting for you at the destination, He is walking with you on the journey. His plan is unfolding now in this very moment. The way you respond today shapes the way His plan will manifest tomorrow. There is also a danger, my friend, in comparing your life to others. We look at someone else's journey and think, why is their path smoother than mine? Why did they receive what I have been praying for? Why is their plan unfolding faster than mine? Comparison is a thief. It blinds you to the beauty of what God is doing in your own life. Remember this, God's plan for you is yours alone. It is tailored, specific, unique. It cannot be compared, measured, or judged against anyone else's. What looks like delay for you may be acceleration in God's timing. What looks like lack for you may be preparation for greater abundance later. Stop measuring your journey by someone else's milestones. Your calling is not their calling. It is not their path. And your destiny is not theirs. God's plan for you is personal. It is intentional. It is perfect. And let us not forget this truth. Surrendering to God's plan will always require faith. Faith that defies what your eyes see. Faith that holds steady when logic says to quit. Faith that clings to God's promise even when every circumstance screams otherwise. Faith is not pretending the mountain isn't real. It is believing that God can move it. Faith is not ignoring the storm. It is trusting that God controls it. Faith is not denying the difficulty. It is knowing that God is greater than it. Without faith, you will never embrace God's plan because His plan will always stretch beyond what you can understand. He calls you to trust not because the road is clear, but because He is clear. He calls you to believe not because you know every detail, but because He knows every detail. And that, my friend, is more than enough. Some of you listening today feel weary. You have tried to trust. You have waited. You have prayed, and still the path seems uncertain. Still the plan feels hidden. Let me speak to your heart. Do not give up. Do not walk away. Do not assume that silence means abandonment. God has not forgotten you. God has not forsaken you. His plan for your life is still alive. The very fact that you still have breath in your lungs is proof that He is not finished with you yet. Every sunrise is a reminder that His mercy is renewed. that His hand is still upon you, that His purpose is still unfolding. Hold on, stay faithful, keep trusting, for the moment you think it is over may be the very moment God is preparing to reveal what He has been working on all along. And when His plan finally unfolds in full view, when the doors open, when the purpose becomes clear, when the pieces fit together, you will not look back and wish you had trusted yourself more. You will not say, "I'm glad I leaned on my own wisdom." No, you will fall on your knees and thank God that He overruled your plans. You will say, "Now I see why you closed that door. Now I understand why you delayed that blessing. Now I know why you took me the long way around. It was all to bring me here, to shape me into this, to fulfill what you had written all along." And in that moment, you will know beyond doubt, God's plan was not only better, it was perfect. And now, as I close this message, let me press this truth upon your heart. You will never regret surrendering your life, your plans, your desires into the mighty hands of God. Every breath you take, every step you walk, every door that opens or closes is under the sovereign wisdom of God. You may not understand why the road winds the way it does, but you can trust the one who drew the map before the foundation of the world. When you lean on your own understanding, you stumble. But when you lean on God, you stand firm on solid ground that cannot be shaken. God's plan will sometimes lead you through valleys so you may appreciate the mountaintop. It will sometimes allow you to feel the weight of emptiness so you can discover the fullness that only He provides. His ways are higher, His timing is perfect, and His purposes cannot be stopped. If you choose to trust Him fully, to place your tomorrow completely in His hands without hesitation, you'll come to see that every tear, every delay, every unexpected turn was woven into a divine masterpiece, crafted to mold you, shield you, and lead you toward a destiny far greater than anything you could have imagined. So here is my invitation to you. Let go of the plans you've been clinging to so tightly. Lay down your timelines, your expectations, your carefully built blueprints, and open your heart wide to God's direction. Step forward in faith, not in fear. Rely on His promises, not on your own reasoning. Hold firmly to Him, because when everything else fades away, His purpose still stands. And one day you'll look back and realize that the road He led you on wasn't just better than what you planned, it was perfect, because it was written by the very hand of God. My friends, let me ask you a question that reaches deep into the soul. What do you do when the ground beneath you begins to shake? When the walls that once felt secure start closing in, and every bit of control you thought you had slips right through your grasp? What do you do when life throws storms so fierce, so unrelenting, that you can no longer steer the course of your own journey? There comes a moment in every life when the illusion of control is torn away. We convince ourselves that we have everything perfectly arranged, our plans, our goals, our carefully mapped out dreams. But then, without warning, the unexpected crashes in. And in that very moment, in the middle of chaos, the question echoes, will you still trust God when everything feels like it's falling apart? We live in an age that worships control. People chase it, cling to it, build their identities around it, and yet, no matter how hard they fight to hold on, control slips like sand through their fingers. The truth is, you were never created to carry that weight. The world will tell you that you can handle everything, that you can be your own strength, that you can master every storm. But let me tell you with boldness and with love, you were never designed to carry that weight. There is only one who sits on the throne of true control. Only one whose hand guides the rise of the south of the sun and the fall of the night. Only one who commands the winds and calms the seas, and that one is God Almighty. When your life unravels, when your dreams shatter, when your strength fails, the question is not whether you will fight harder to control what cannot be controlled. The question is whether you will surrender to God and trust that His plan is greater than your panic. Some of you listening right now are standing in the rubble of broken expectations. You thought your career would take you higher, but it crumbled beneath you. You thought your family would stand strong, but it fractured in your hands. You thought your health was secure, but the diagnosis came like a dagger in the night. You thought your life would follow a script you wrote for yourself, but instead the ink ran dry, the page was torn, and the story took a turn you never imagined. And in this moment you feel powerless. You feel as if everything has spun so far out of control that you do not even recognize the world around you. But let me tell you something, and let these words sear into the very marrow of your soul. Nothing, absolutely nothing, is out of the control of God. Though it may feel as if the foundations of your life have collapsed, though it may look as if chaos is reigning, and though it may seem as though darkness has the final word, God is still in control, and He has not abandoned you. You see, trusting God is not about pretending the storm doesn't exist. Trusting God is not closing your eyes and denying the reality of pain, loss, or fear. Trusting God is looking squarely into the chaos, acknowledging the brokenness, feeling the weight of the struggle, and still declaring, God, I trust you more than I trust my feelings. I trust you more than I trust my understanding. I trust you more than I trust the shifting winds of circumstance. Trusting God is surrender in the highest form. It is relinquishing the throne of your heart and saying, God, reign, not me. God, you lead, not me. God, you see the end from the beginning while I see only fragments of today. And so I place my trembling hands into your steady ones. When everything feels out of control, the temptation is to grasp tighter, to fight harder, to believe that if you can just manipulate enough details, if you can just force enough outcomes, if you can just exert enough strength, then somehow you will wrestle life back into submission. But what happens? The more you cling, the more it slips away. The more you fight for control, the more restless your soul becomes. Why? Because you are trying to occupy a seat that was never meant for you. The throne of control belongs to God alone. The storm bows to Him. The earth was formed at His command, and the breath in your lungs is sustained by His mercy. How dare we, frail as we are, attempt to carry the burden that belongs only to God, my friend. Freedom comes not from grasping, but from releasing. Peace comes not from controlling, but from surrendering. Victory is not from standing in your own strength, but from bowing in trust to the power of God. There are moments when you will cry out, God, why? Why is this happening? Why is my life spinning this way? Why am I facing these trials? And you may not hear the answer you want. You may not see the reasons clearly. But trusting God does not mean having all the answers. It means resting in the assurance that He does. When you cannot trace His hand, you can still trust His heart. When you cannot see the full picture, you can rest in knowing that He is painting a masterpiece that far surpasses your understanding. What you perceive as the breaking of your life may in fact be the building of your destiny. What you see as the unraveling may be the weaving for a greater purpose. And though it feels out of control to you, it has never slipped 1 inch from the control of God. Let me speak directly to the heart that feels abandoned right now. You may be thinking, if God is in control, why do I feel so lost? Why do I feel so forgotten? Hear me clearly. Feeling forgotten is not the same as being forgotten. The enemy of your soul will whisper in your ear, God has left you, God has forsaken you, God has overlooked you. But those are lies. God has promised never to abandon His creation. He sees you in the midnight hour. He hears the cry you dare not speak aloud. He knows the silent battles you fight every day. Trust does not mean you will always feel comforted, but trust means you believe beyond the shadows of doubt that God is with you. Even when the world says otherwise, when everything feels out of control, you must anchor your soul in the eternal truth of who God is. Circumstances will shift like sand beneath your feet, but God remains the unshakable rock. People will fail you, but God is faithful. Life will surprise you, but God is sovereign. Your own strength will falter, but God's strength never diminishes. And when you lean not on your understanding, but on His everlasting wisdom, you will find a peace that defies comprehension. This peace is not found in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of God's power. It is the peace that allows you to walk into the fire and not be consumed, to stand in the flood and not be drowned, to face the storm and not be shattered. It is the peace that comes when you surrender control and rest in the sovereign hands of the Almighty. There is something profoundly humbling about those seasons when life seems to spin beyond your reach. They strip away the illusion that you were ever in charge, and they remind you of your place before the One who holds the heavens in His hand. It is often in the most chaotic moments, when the noise is deafening and the path ahead is blurred, that you discover the raw truth of your existence. That you are dependent on God for every breath, every heartbeat, every step forward. The world tells you to rise in your own power, to push back with your own might. But the reality is that real strength is not found in clenching your fists. Real strength is found when you fall to your knees and declare that God alone has the authority to lead you through the storm. When everything feels out of control, one of the greatest battles takes place not around you, but within you. The mind begins to spin. The heart begins to fear, and your spirit wrestles with questions. You ask, what if it all falls apart? What if I never recover? What if the darkness never lifts? But my friend, hear this clearly. Fear is a liar, and doubt is a thief. Fear will magnify the storm until it seems bigger than the One who governs the skies. Doubt will convince you that God has turned His face away, when in truth, His eyes have never left you. The question you must ask is this: whose voice will you believe? The voice of fear that chains you, or the voice of God that frees you? Because the one you listen to will determine the direction of your life. If you give in to fear, you will drown in despair. But if you anchor yourself in the Word and will of God, you will rise above the waves, no matter how fierce they may be. There is a truth that many resist, yet it is the very foundation of peace. You are not meant to know everything. You are not designed to hold the map to every turn or to understand every twist of the road. God withholds knowledge from you, not to punish you, but to protect you. If you could see every detail of tomorrow, if you could glimpse every trial before it came, you would be crushed under the weight of it. God in His mercy allows you to see only one step at a time, because He knows that is all you can bear. And that is why trust is so vital. You do not need to know the entire path. You need only to know the One who leads. You do not need to control the outcome. You need only to place yourself in the hands of the One who already knows the ending. When you surrender control, you are not losing ground. You are gaining freedom because you are releasing what was never yours to hold. And do you know what happens when you let go? Something remarkable begins to unfold. The storm may not immediately cease. The waves may not instantly still, but your heart shifts. You begin to realize that peace is not tied to circumstances. Peace does not depend on whether life obeys your plan. Peace is rooted in the unchanging nature of God. It is possible to be in the midst of absolute chaos and still have a soul at rest, because your confidence is no longer anchored in what you can see, but in the God you cannot see, yet know is nearer than your very breath. The world cannot understand this peace because it defies human logic. But that is exactly the point. God's ways are higher than your ways, and His thoughts are higher than your thoughts. To trust Him is to walk in a dimension that is not bound by earthly reasoning, but anchored in divine assurance. Do not mistake trust for passivity. Trusting God does not mean folding your hands and resigning yourself to despair. It does not mean refusing to act or turning away from responsibility. Trusting God means you act with courage, but you do so without fear. It means you move forward not because you know the outcome, but because you know the one who determines the outcome. It means you refuse to be paralyzed by uncertainty because you believe that God can take even your smallest step of faith and turn it into a path of victory. The world teaches you to fight for control, but God teaches you to release control. And in that release comes the greatest act of courage you will ever know. Because it takes far more strength to trust God with the unknown than it does to clutch desperately at illusions of power. Think about the natural order of creation. The seas roar, the mountains stand immovable, the stars march across the sky in silent obedience. Not one of these created wonders ever questions the authority of the one who spoke them into being. The ocean does not resist its boundaries. The sun does not resist its rising. The wind does not resist its direction. Only humanity, with pride in our hearts and fear in our souls, wrestles against surrendering to the hand of God. Yet, if all creation rests under His command, how much more should we, who are fashioned by His own will, trust that He knows how to govern our days? The chaos you feel is not a sign that God has lost control. It is a reminder that He alone possesses it. There will be nights when the silence feels suffocating. You will pray and hear no answer. You will cry and see no change. And in those nights, the temptation will be to believe that God has turned away. But silence does not equal absence. A teacher is often silent during the test, but that silence is not abandonment. It is confidence